Chapter 1. I am Lin Xiao. As Madame Lin, Su Xiaomei, arrived with her assistant at a secluded alley in the dilapidated shanty town on the outskirts of the city, her brows furrowed in dismay. Just 3 days prior, the Lin couple had discovered that the son they had raised for 20 years was, in fact, not their biological offspring. Years ago, a rival had bribed their nanny to deliberately switch their child with an unknown child from outside. The nanny had passed away 3 years ago, and had it not been for a drunken slip of the tongue at a recent banquet, they might have remained oblivious to this shocking truth for the rest of their lives. Are you saying that a Xiao lives in such a place? Su Xiaomei, now 48, yet appearing to be in her 30s due to her impeccable upkeep, surveyed the surroundings with disdain. Clad in a well-tailored, new-style qipao, she exuded grace and beauty. However, the squalor of her environment stood in stark contrast to the grandeur of their usual residence in a sprawling villa. The crumbling walls were plastered with a hodgepodge of irrelevant flyers, and a foul-smelling gutter lay in the corner. Her assistant, Xiao Li, nodded. Indeed, according to our investigation, Master Lin Xiao resides in the innermost courtyard. Let us proceed. Su Xiaomei thought of her son and disregarded her discomfort as she ventured further inside. Upon reaching the entrance, she spotted a young man in a wheelchair tending to some flowers with a watering can. He appeared oblivious to her arrival, his arms trembling slightly, indicating a significant physical limitation. Su Zayumi's heart ached at the sight. How come my son? Was he disabled? Xiaoli, equally taken aback, stammered, "No, that shouldn't be. He was fine when I visited last. Regardless, he is still my son." Su Xiaomei composed herself and was about to step forward when a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "Hey, judging by the time, my biological mother should be arriving soon, and that imposter she found will probably show up shortly as well. Tisk, truly worthy of being the wild child brought in from outside. To think of finding a pregnant woman to set a trap for me. Fortunately, I am well prepared." Su Xiaomei halted, surveying her surroundings. There were no other souls present, save for the three of them. The voice was clearly not that of her assistant, which left only one possibility. "Ah, Xiao," she called tentatively. The young man in the wheelchair turned slowly at the sound of her voice, his face registering an unmistakable surprise. "Who are you?" Lin Xiao asked gently, his pallor evident. Su Xiaomei, overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing her biological son, disregarded the voice in her mind. She hurriedly approached Lin Xiao, squatting down to grasp his hand tenderly, her eyes misting over. "Ah, Xiao, I am your mother, your real mother." At that moment, the voice resounded once more. "Wow, mother's hand is so warm, and she is so gentle. Although she appears to be a dignified lady, she is unexpectedly tender. But it is curious how such a gentle mother could raise a bad seed. Just an impostor of a young master. And to tarnish my reputation, she hires a pregnant woman to claim that the child in her womb is mine. Indeed, human nature is inherently wicked. A bad seed is a bad seed. Once again, how fortunate I am to be so astute and prepared." Su Xiaomei froze, realizing that the voice belonged to Lin Xiao, yet she could see his lips were not moving. A fleeting glimmer of derision and triumph flickered in his elegant eyes. Was he speaking without words? However, her assistant appeared oblivious to the conversation. Could it be that she was privy to Lin Xiao's innermost thoughts? A realization dawned upon Su Xiaomei. What did Lin Xiao mean by the pregnant woman? And the bad seed he referred to as that Lin Yu. Although Lin Yu was not their biological son and had been somewhat spoiled, he was merely a typical wealthy young man who enjoyed the pleasures of life. There is no way he would resort to such malicious schemes against someone whose identity he had usurped. Su Xiaomei felt a wave of disappointment wash over her towards this son before her. "All right, Xiao Li, help him gather his things, we shall return." "Understood, madam." Xiao Li, unaware of the sudden shift in Su Zayumi's demeanor, made his way toward the interior of the house. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. "Lin Xiao, how can you treat me this way? I am carrying your child." Both Xiao Li and Su Xiaomei jumped at the sound, turning toward the entrance. A heavily pregnant woman burst through the door, lunging toward Xiao Li. "Lin Xiao, you heartless wretch. Don't think that just because you're returning to be a young master, you can disregard the lives of me and our child. Lin Xiao, if you dare abandon me, I will ensure your disgrace." Xiao Li's face visibly paled as he instinctively stepped back, casting a desperate glance at Su Xiaomei. She, too, was momentarily taken aback. It was Lin Xiao who broke the tension with a timely cough. Hey, that's a mistake. I am Lin Xiao. Chapter 2. The charming biological father. The pregnant woman was taken aback, glancing at Lin Xiao and then at Xiao Li. Had it not been mentioned that Lin Xiao was disabled? Nevertheless, having accepted payment, she was obliged to perform the role to its fullest. Hastily, she rose and lunged toward Lin Xiao in his wheelchair, exclaiming, "Lin Xiao, you heartless scoundrel." To her astonishment, she repeated her previous words verbatim. Aside from herself, all present fell into silence. Was she a mere automaton, incapable of varying her dialogue? Lin Xiao, wearing an expression of deep hurt, replied, "Xiao Shui, how could you mistake me for someone else? You have truly disheartened me." Xiao Shui? Who was Xiao Shui? This subplot had not been introduced before. The pregnant woman, perplexed, noted Lin Xiao's acknowledgement as a small victory and continued her lamentation. "It's all your fault. That night, intoxicated, you and I. And afterward, you have continually kept me at arm's length. I've forgotten what you even look like." Such a clumsy justification made Xiao Li and Su Xiaomei exchange knowing glances, unable to suppress their amusement. Xiao Li contemplated stepping forward to clarify, but Su Xiaomei subtly signaled him to refrain. Regardless of the truth, she was eager to witness how Lin Xiao would navigate this predicament. Lin Xiao then grasped the pregnant woman's hand, his expression earnest as he declared, "Xiao Shui, I never imagined that even in my condition, you would remain steadfast by my side. I am truly moved. Let us go register our marriage. With you by my side to care for me for a lifetime, I would be content." Upon hearing this, the pregnant woman froze. She had merely sought someone to take responsibility. How had it escalated into a lifetime commitment? Continuing, Lin Xiao added, "Oh, and regarding our child, I have heard of impoverished families where children can cook by the age of 3. In the future, our child will handle the cooking while you manage the more unsavory tasks. We could live harmoniously as a family of 3. The pregnant woman's expression shifted entirely. Reflecting on previous conversations, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She was so close to becoming a wealthy matron. She turned to the elegant woman beside her, contemplating whether to pursue a connection with her potential mother-in-law. However, before she could speak, Lin Xiao interjected, "Xiao Shui, look at me now. I have no desire to burden anyone further. We can reside in this modest courtyard. You can uproot these flowers and plant some vegetables instead. We can sustain ourselves." He then winked at Su Xiaomei, who seemed to grasp his intentions. At this moment, Su Xiaomei coolly remarked, "Our Lin family adheres to strict traditions. Since Ah Xiao seeks to abandon you and your child, he is ungrateful and unworthy of returning to our family. As for you..." She turned to the pregnant woman, stating, "A woman who bears a child out of wedlock is not welcome in our Lin family." The pregnant woman was rendered speechless. This was not how she envisioned the narrative unfolding. Was it not said that affluent families valued heirs above all? Surely, a monetary sum to retain the child would suffice. Observing Su Xiaomei's compliance, Lin Xiao stoked the flames further. "Xiao Shui, let us proceed to register our marriage right away." As he spoke, he maneuvered his wheelchair and grasped the pregnant woman's wrist. Panic-stricken, she struggled against him, exclaiming, "Wait, I mistook you for someone else. You are not the father of my child." "Xiao Shui, how can you say such a thing?" Lin Xiao pretended to wipe away tears. The pregnant woman could no longer maintain her facade, abruptly freeing herself from his grip and hastily exiting. As she walked away, she murmured disdainfully, "Had I known he was a pathetic cripple, I wouldn't have come. How dare he deceive me into serving him? Ridiculous." Supporting her belly, she hurried off, disappearing from view. Lin Xiao exhaled in relief and stood from his wheelchair, revealing a tall and fit physique, far from resembling a disabled person. He pushed the wheelchair to the adjacent courtyard, thanking old Zhang. "Here's your wheelchair back." Upon returning, he turned to Su Xiaomei, flashing a radiant smile. "Mother, my belongings are packed. I am ready to depart." Su Xiaomei gazed at Lin Xiao's eyes, so similar to hers, and smiled warmly. She felt gratified at how effortlessly he had unraveled the pregnant woman's scheme. Her biological son was indeed clever, a cause for joy. Yet, her mind wandered back to Lin Xiao's inner thoughts. She remained unwilling to believe that even if Lin Yu was not her biological child, he was still the one she had nurtured since childhood. How could he commit such an act? Lost in contemplation, Su Xiaomei concluded that there must be some misunderstanding. Lin Xiao's belongings were minimal, contained within an old, faded backpack. Seeing this, Su Xiaomei felt a pang of sympathy and promptly instructed Xiao Li to purchase clothing and daily necessities suitable for Lin Xiao. As they reached the intersection, Lin Xiao spotted 2 luxury cars parked nearby. A Porsche led the way, followed by a Bentley. "Ah, Xiao, your father has arrived," Su Xiaomei beamed, glancing at the Bentley. "Your father is usually very busy, but upon learning I was coming to find you, he rearranged his schedule to be here." At that moment, the rear door of the Bentley swung open. Lin Xiao could hardly wait for the driver to assist him. He eagerly stepped out. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld Lin Xiao, exclaiming, "Is this truly our biological son? Such stature, such looks. Splendid. Truly, he has inherited my genes." Lin Xiao heartily patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. Lin Xiao regarded the impeccably dressed middle-aged man before him. Though he had reached his 50s and bore some fine lines, he still exuded the charm of his youth. "Ah, no doubt about it. He is indeed my biological father, handsome as ever. No wonder he garners attention wherever he goes. Women, from 18 to 58, all wish to share his bed." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaomei's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 3. Truly a biological son. Su Xiaomei glanced at Lin Xiao and noticed his expression shift from excitement to embarrassment, realizing that he too could hear Lin Xiao's thoughts. Judging by Lin Xiao and Appo's demeanor, it seemed Lin Xiao had indeed struck a chord. Su Xiaomei discreetly strained her ears, hoping to catch more insights. Lin Xiao was also taken aback by Lin Xiao's thoughts. Yet, with Su Xiaomei present, he dared not inquire further. "All right, Xiao Li, please go and buy a few outfits for Ah Xiao. We will take Sister Zhang's car back," Su Xiaomei instructed, concerned that separating from Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao during the ride might hinder her ability to hear Lin Xiao's thoughts. "Understood, madam." Xiao Li respectfully nodded and drove away in the Porsche. "What? We are taking this car? If anything happens on the road, they could be in danger." Lin Xiao hurried his steps and occupied the passenger seat. Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei were perplexed by Lin Xiao's thoughts, but chose not to pry further and settled into the back seat. As the vehicle set in motion, Lin Xiao's gaze frequently darted towards the driver, Sister Zhang. "Sister Zhang, you seem a bit unwell. If you're not feeling well, you can drive slowly," Lin Xiao suddenly remarked. Seemingly out of the blue, Lin Xiao, puzzled, asked, "Sister Zhang, are you unwell?" "No, I'm fine," Sister Zhang denied. "Ah, you may not feel it now, but soon enough." "You will," Lin Xiao thought to himself, feeling a mix of disbelief and intrigue at the absurdity of the situation. "Ah, father, please don't move. The remote control is right beneath you." Startled by this voice, Lin Xiao shifted uneasily in his seat, causing the car to brake suddenly. "Sorry, there was someone in front." Sister Zhang quickly made an excuse, though the car was on a broad avenue with no one in sight. Observing Sister Zhang's stammering speech and flushed face, Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei immediately comprehended the predicament. Frozen in shock, Lin Xiao dared not move. Su Xiaomei's expression darkened as she reached beneath Lin Xiao's seat, her fingers brushing against a small remote control. Sister Zhang's heart raced at the discovery, but assuming most would not recognize its purpose, she feigned nonchalance and continued driving. Lin Xiao, revolted and trembling with fury, commanded, "Pull over." President Lin, park the car." If it weren't for the fear of an accident, he would have hurled the remote at Sister Zhang's face. Sister Zhang, unable to defy the order, swiftly pulled the car to the side. "President Lin, you get out." Before Sister Zhang could finish, Lin Xiao was out of the car, yanking her down from the driver's seat, and then he took over the wheel, speeding away. Behind them, Sister Zhang's anguished cries echoed, "President Lin, there are no taxis around. Please let me return with you." On the road, Su Xiaomei called Xiao Li to immediately dismiss Sister Zhang. Lin Xiao now realized that Su Xiaomei could hear Lin Xiao's thoughts as well. Awkwardly tugging at the corners of his mouth, he glanced at the stern-faced Su Xiaomei through the rearview mirror and sheepishly explained, "I truly had no idea." However, Su Xiaomei merely shot him a glare, remaining silent. Who would have thought father is so controlled by his wife? Yet it's not entirely his fault. He is quite oblivious in such matters. While he can refuse overt advances, the more insidious ones are hard to guard against. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao felt tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Truly, a biological son. He resolved to fulfill all of his beloved son's wishes henceforth. Su Xiaomei's expression softened slightly. Truthfully, she was aware that many women coveted men of their stature. Her husband had devoted himself to his career over the years, proving to be quite a faithful partner compared to others in their social circle. Ah Xiao, if you're tired, you can rest for a while. All right. Lin Xiao reclined in his seat, slowly closing his eyes. Ah, mother is so gentle. Unfortunately, this tenderness is fleeting. Once we return and she sees her precious son throwing a tantrum about leaving home, she will likely harbor resentment towards me. At that point, neither father nor mother, nor even the butler, will think highly of me. Were I anyone else, I would surely feel too embarrassed to remain in that house. Fortunately, I possess a thick skin. There is no way I would concede an inch. Lin Yu is leaving home? Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei were taken aback. They had already discussed this matter with Lin Yu in the past few days, assuring him that he would always be a member of the Lin family and could remain there indefinitely, with shares in the family business still allocated to him. Lin Yu had seemed to understand and had not expressed any distress at the time. About an hour later, the car approached a villa in the suburbs. As soon as they stopped, the butler hurried over. Sir, madam, you have finally returned. Young master is insisting on leaving home. Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei's hearts sank. Having anticipated this, they did not appear overly flustered. Following the butler to the living room, they saw Lin Yu descending the stairs with a suitcase in hand. Father, mother, you're back. Lin Yu feigned sadness, forcing a smile. I thought about it all night and believe it's best for me to leave this home. After all, my younger brother has returned, and I should yield this family to him. He then cast a glance at Lin Xiao, expecting his parents to comfort him given their usual affection. However, to his surprise, Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei merely exchanged a solemn look, their expressions growing serious. Had it not been for Lin Xiao's timely warning, they would have instinctively rushed to console him. But hearing Lin Xiao's thoughts, they found Lin Yu's behavior somewhat unreasonable at that moment. Chapter 4. The pretentious young master Lin Yu continued to carry his suitcase downstairs. The butler, noticing that Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei remained silent, grew increasingly anxious. Young master, you have always been the most cherished son of the master and madam. They would be reluctant to see you go. As he spoke, he attempted to step forward to obstruct Lin Yu's path. However, Lin Yu's demeanor was resolute. The Lin family has raised me for 20 years. I am truly content. I cannot wish for more. Ultimately, these words swayed Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei. After all, he was their son, raised for 2 decades, and even if he was not their biological child, deep feelings had developed. Xiaoyu, we agreed that we would only bring Ah Xiao back, not to send you away, Su Xiaomei said, her voice laden with concern. Lin Xingshan echoed her sentiment. Indeed. Xiaoyu, you will always be our son. Yet Lin Yu shook his head once more. Everything I possess rightfully belongs to him. If I remain here, the Lin family will eventually find it untenable to accommodate me. He portrayed himself as a victim, shifting the conflict towards Lin Xiao. How could this be? Su Xiaomei thought, observing Lin Yu's despondent expression. Over the past 2 decades, their family had lived harmoniously. Although Lin Yu occasionally displayed mischief outside, he had always been obedient at home. If Lin Xiao's return were to disrupt their long-standing peace, could their insistence on bringing him back truly be the right decision? Amidst their indecision, Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei heard Lin Xiao's inner voice. Keep pretending. Such clumsy acting could only fool Dad and Mom. He has long been certain that they wouldn't genuinely let him leave. That suitcase is empty, merely for show. Even his performance lacks sincerity, it's utterly perfunctory. Pretending? Lin Xingshan furrowed his brow, glancing at Su Xiaomei. After nearly 30 years of marriage, they shared an unspoken understanding. At that moment, Lin Yu had descended the stairs. Su Xiaomei stepped forward to take the suitcase from him. Lin Yu, taken aback, quickly pulled the suitcase behind him. Although it was a fleeting moment, Su Xiaomei felt its weight, empty. Even if it wasn't entirely void, it likely contained only a few items. As Lin Yu tugged at it, the faint sound of movement within betrayed its emptiness. Realizing his ruse might have been uncovered, Lin Yu proclaimed loudly, Master Lin, Madam Lin, since I am not your biological son, I will not take anything from this household. He then painfully retrieved several luxury car keys from his bag, his most prized possessions. In a bid to provoke regret in his parents, he was willing to sacrifice. Initially displeased, Su Xiaomei and Lin Xingshan softened upon witnessing Lin Yu's willingness to part with his beloved vehicles and his distant address towards them. Had they misjudged the situation? Before they could ponder further, Lin Xiao stepped forward and snatched the car keys from Lin Yu's hand. Lin Yu's anger momentarily choked him. Yet he managed to suppress it. Forcing a smile, he said, These are birthday gifts from Master Lin and Madam Lin. I hope you do not find them lacking. Dear brother. Lin Xiao pretended not to grasp Lin Yu's sarcastic tone and replied with a smile, "If they were bought by mom and dad, how could I possibly find them unworthy? As if, how could I possibly disdain them? Selling these cars would fetch a handsome sum. I must think ahead, after all. The Lin family will soon face bankruptcy." Lin Xiao's thoughts sent shockwaves through Su Xiaomei and Lin Xingshan. The Lin family was no mere minor clan. Their substantial enterprises ranked among the top 5 in the capital. Furthermore, Su Xiaomei's family was a century-old prestigious lineage. Had anyone claimed the Lin family would go bankrupt prior, they would have dismissed it as absurd. Yet, since earlier, Lin Xiao's inner voice had proven unfailingly accurate, making it increasingly difficult for them to accept. Just as they wavered, a commotion arose at the entrance. A tall young woman clad in a black trench coat entered, surveying the gathering before her gaze finally settled on Lin Xiao and the car keys in his hand. Her eyes brimmed with disdain and revulsion as she scoffed. Coming back just to steal from others. Truly a country bumpkin. Chugu. Su Xiaomei frowned. Her eldest daughter was known for her bluntness and protectiveness. It seemed she had not grasped the situation and assumed Lin Yu was genuinely being bullied. Lin Xiao turned to gaze at Lin Chugu. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her makeup immaculate, with cascading long curls framing her shoulders. At a height of 1.72 meters, her long legs exuded an air of haughty superiority, though her demeanor was unapproachable. Truly the heir of the Lin family, the Ice Queen CEO of the capital. What a pity, however, that she is destined to be the protagonist of a tragic tale, betrayed by her friends and lovers, ultimately leading to her demise and leaving a trail of sorrow. How tragic! Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xingshan, Su Xiaomei, and Lin Chugu were momentarily stunned. The protagonist of a tragic tale? Betrayed? Did it imply that Lin Chugu was to bear 4 children? The Lin couple remained silent, straining to hear more of Lin Xiao's thoughts. Although Lin Chugu also perceived the voice, she dismissed it as a mere figment of her imagination. At present, she indeed had a fiancé, introduced by Lin Yu, who was of suitable background and character, making them a compatible match. However, in this lawful society, how could one's organs be so casually removed? Moreover, her best friend, a companion through thick and thin for over a decade, would never betray her. At that moment, Lin Chugu noticed the expressions of her parents had morphed into shock and concern. Could it be that they too heard the voice? "Dad, Mom, did you also hear?" "Chugu." Lin Xingshan quickly regained his composure, casting a significant glance at her. "Since you're back, hurry and help Xiaoyu with his things. He's grown up, yet still throwing a tantrum. As his sister, you should talk some sense into him." Su Xiaomei concurred. "Yes, Xiaoyu has always listened to you. Please persuade him." Faced with her parents' urging looks, Lin Chugu reluctantly suppressed her questions for the time being. Lin Yu, witnessing the scene, sought to continue his charade of leaving but was met with a chilling glare from Lin Chugu that silenced him. Indeed, as Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei had noted, he feared not his parents but rather the elder sister. Reluctantly, he complied and carried his suitcase upstairs, refraining from mentioning his departure again. Lin Xiao felt a sense of regret. Yet, he had been mentally prepared, understanding the deep bonds between Lin Yu and the Lin family would prevent any true separation. Nevertheless, this arrangement proved beneficial. Lin Yu was a ticking time bomb, and keeping him close was far more prudent than allowing him to roam free. Chapter 5. Not attending school? At noon, the family gathered around the dining table. The Lin couple was kind and warm-hearted, aware of Lin Xiao's difficult years, and they persistently served him dishes. Lin Xiao accepted their offerings without hesitation, savoring the meal. It must be said that the aunt of the Lin family possessed remarkable culinary skills. In stark contrast to the pleasant atmosphere were Lin Yu and Lin Chugu. Lin Yu's left hand, concealed beneath the table, was clenched tightly. Observing the Lin couple's kindness towards Lin Xiao, he felt a surge of displeasure but dared not show it. Meanwhile, Lin Chugu wore her disdain openly, remaining silent while occasionally casting scornful and inquisitive glances. She both despised Lin Xiao and yearned to understand the nature of his earlier thoughts. Each person at the table harbored their own secretive intentions. Finally, after noticing that Lin Xiao had nearly finished his meal, Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei exchanged a knowing glance. "Ah Xiao," Lin Xingshan began, "your mother and I were just discussing that since you have returned, you will inevitably take over the family business. We were wondering if you would be interested in coming to the company for a visit." This was the conclusion Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei had reached in their earlier conversation. They remained anxious and desired to uncover the reasons behind the Lin family's impending bankruptcy. However, they were reluctant to directly inquire about it with Lin Xiao, wishing to keep their ability to hear his thoughts a secret. After much deliberation, they concluded that the best approach was to involve Lin Xiao in the company. With enough time spent there, his true thoughts would eventually surface. Lin Xiao paused momentarily, raising his head in surprise. Dad, Mom, but I don't know anything. Not a problem. You can start from the ground up. After all, the company will be yours in the future. It wouldn't hurt to familiarize yourself with it. Lin Xingshan assumed Lin Xiao was merely being modest. Little did he know, in the next moment, he would hear Lin Xiao's thoughts. Even though I'm already a rich second generation, why should I work? Isn't it better to just slack off? Moreover, I still have to attend university, where there are people waiting for me to teach them a lesson. Lin Xiao's thoughts sounded somewhat agitated and urgent, yet his expression remained remarkably calm. Lin Qingshan's eyelid twitched slightly, privately acknowledging that his son was quite the actor. Upon hearing that her son longed to attend school, Su Xiaomei realized that Lin Xiao had likely missed out on educational opportunities due to unfavorable circumstances over the years. She gently tugged at Lin Qingshan's sleeve, altering her stance. Darling, perhaps we have been a bit hasty. Xiao is still young. He should focus on his studies first. He can always join the company after graduation. Mom, I also believe Lin Xiao should go to school. Lin Yu interjected unusually, breaking his silence. Lin Xiao curled his lip in disdain. Lin Yu's audacity was astounding. Just moments ago, he had feigned pity to leave, addressing their parents with such formality, yet now he reverted back to calling them mom and dad. Recalling his prior research, Lin Yu was not about to miss this opportunity to humiliate Lin Xiao. Dad, there are still 6 months until next year's college entrance examination. Coincidentally, our university is collaborating with an external institution for admissions. With a little investment, one can secure a spot. Lin Yu spoke with feigned sincerity. Lin Qingshan frowned slightly. If he remembered correctly, the institution currently recruiting was likely a dubious one. Paying for a degree would not yield a qualification of worth, but rather a mark of disgrace. However, based on his investigation, Lin Xiao had not participated in the college entrance examination previously. Without any scores, a legitimate school would not accept him. If he did not wish to repeat a year and wait for next year's examination, studying abroad seemed to be the only option. Lin Qingshan hesitated, stroking his chin. Just then, Lin Xiao suddenly smiled. Dad, Mom, I forgot to mention that I am enrolled in a school, the very same one Lin Yu attends, a university. Dad, Mom. It seems Lin Xiao truly wishes to pursue his education. He has already registered. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with mockery. Feigning ignorance of Lin Yu's sarcasm, Lin Xiao took out his phone and opened a student portal interface for the finance major. Studying finance at such a dubious institution? Aren't you afraid of being? Lin Yu began, but the word laughable had not fully escaped his lips before he fixated on Lin Xiao's phone screen. The student portal of a university was distinctively designed, incredibly unique. Only current students could access it. Even those affiliated with dubious institutions could not gain entry. At that moment, Lin Xiao's phone displayed the authentic student portal. The score threshold for the finance program at a university was among the top 3 in the nation. How could Lin Xiao possibly be admitted? After a moment of astonishment, Lin Yu's expression quickly shifted to one of disbelief. He was resolutely convinced that Lin Xiao could not have been accepted by a university. The admission interface must surely be a fabrication. He chuckled lightly. I say, Lin Xiao, wishing to attend school is admirable, but you shouldn't deceive yourself like this. Just because you have a screenshot doesn't mean you can fool mom and dad. I've seen this kind of trickery countless times. As he spoke, he attempted to poke at Lin Xiao's phone screen, seeking to expose his deception. However, to his surprise, the interface scrolled smoothly. It was not an image. This is absurd. A university's specially designed student website has been faked? It must be reported. Lin Yu felt a surge of anger. What frustrated him most was that the art of forgery had become increasingly sophisticated, leaving him humiliated in front of his parents. In his mind, he would rather believe that Lin Xiao had spent a fortune on a sham than entertain the notion that Lin Xiao could genuinely gain admission to a university. Lin Xiao discerned Lin Yu's thoughts and had little desire to continue the argument. Whether it was true or false, he was well aware. Moreover, as the saying goes, he who asserts must prove. If Lin Yu questioned his student status, he needed to first demonstrate the falsity of it, rather than Lin Xiao proving its authenticity. Seeing Lin Xiao remain silent, Lin Yu assumed he was feeling guilty. He pressed on, Dad, Mom, you must investigate this matter thoroughly. We cannot be deceived. Lin Yu's tone was quite urgent, and Su Xiaomei frowned in displeasure. Xiao Yu, have I not taught you to refrain from baselessly speculating about others? We initially wanted Ah Xiao to join the company directly. What reason would he have to deceive us? Mom, that's not what I meant. Lin Yu suddenly realized he had been too hasty and quickly amended his statement. I am merely concerned that Lin Xiao might be deceived by others. Just the other day, the news reported that someone pretended to be a student to swindle money. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaomei's expression softened. Lin Qingshan was well aware of Lin Yu's little schemes. However, the fact remained that Lin Xiao had not participated in the college entrance examination, and he indeed had not been in school for the past 6 months. Ah Xiao, perhaps Xiao Yu has a point. Why not explain your situation to your parents? We wouldn't want you to be taken advantage of. Sighing softly, Lin Xiao quietly set down his chopsticks. He promptly took out his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 6. A grand face-slapping scene soon. The phone call connected. A gentle voice came through. Lin Xiao, what is it? Teacher Li, I was hoping to ask for the materials for our finance major's compulsory course for freshmen. I thought it would be helpful to review them in advance, making it easier when I catch up later. Lin Xiao replied politely. Of course, I will send it to your email shortly. By the way, Lin Xiao, have you resolved your situation? If you need any assistance, please do not hesitate to inform your teacher. Do not bear it alone. Teacher Li's tone was filled with concern. Rest assured, Teacher Li, I will be back to school soon, Lin Xiao said, exchanging a few more pleasantries before hanging up. He then looked at the person across the table and said indifferently, that was my advisor, Ms. Li Xiaoli from a university's finance department. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu burst into laughter. Lin Xiao, you have definitely been deceived. Who takes a semester off from school and then just catches up? If that were the case, the school would be in utter chaos. You truly are a country bumpkin, completely oblivious to such a clumsy scam. This time, Lin Yu's mockery was unrestrained. Following the call, Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei felt increasingly skeptical. Lin Xiao sighed softly and said quietly, Dad, I recall that you had some collaboration with the university. It shouldn't be too difficult to call the student administration there for clarification. The situation had escalated, leaving Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei feeling somewhat embarrassed. Logically, their probing seemed to indicate a lack of trust in their son. However, with Lin Zhao's insistence, it became necessary to clarify matters thoroughly. Reluctantly, Lin Qingshan picked up the phone and called an old acquaintance. Old Zhang, I must trouble you once more. I would like to check on my son's student status. Not the previous one, but my biological son I just found. Yes, he's also from your university, studying finance. Indeed. Lin Qingshan was among a university's benefactors, and as long as the requests weren't excessive, they would accommodate him. Before long, a document arrived. Lin Qingshan opened it to reveal the student information. Lin Xiao, male, ID number XXX. Admitted through special consideration due to participation in a confidential project. As Lin Qingshan read through it in a daze, he looked up at Lin Xiao. Others might be unclear about the significance of the term confidential project, but he was well aware. A university is a prestigious institution where many research projects are of national significance. Any project involving confidentiality is of the highest caliber. At that moment, Lin Shuj, who had remained silent, also raised her head. The Lin family company engaged in some research projects, so she had heard of exceptional admissions. Yet, she couldn't fathom how a poor boy from the countryside like Lin Xiao could contribute to such top-tier research. While others were astonished, a discordant voice broke the silence. Oh, confidential? I believe the school just accepted money and concocted an excuse. Otherwise, Lin Xiao, do enlighten us on what confidential project you participated in? Lin Yu sneered. Lin Xiao replied coolly, Lin Yu, if you wish to meddle, do not bring us down with you. Lin Yu, perpetually uninformed, did not grasp Lin Xiao's words and mocked. Oh, look at you pretending to be impressive, attempting to drag the whole family into this. Do you really think you're someone of great importance? Enough. Su Xiaomei could no longer tolerate it. From Lin Yu's initial embarrassment to his current ignorance and fearlessness, she began to doubt whether her years of education had truly been effective, regardless of their intelligence or ability. The other Lin family members were at least well-mannered and maintained humility towards the unknown, especially concerning their kin, never resorting to malicious speculation. How could Lin Yu behave in such a manner? Was it truly a hereditary issue? Although Lin Shuj was also displeased with Lin Yu's attitude. Seeing her parents' expressions turn grim compelled her to patiently explain, Little Yu, you must understand that for confidential projects, one must sign a non-disclosure agreement in advance. If leaked, everyone involved will be investigated. Lin Yu's mocking smile froze on his face, yet he remained unconvinced. Even if he was admitted under special circumstances, What about the fact that he hasn't been to school for half a year? His tone still questioned, but his confidence waned. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Xiao's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, the gentle voice from earlier greeted him again. Mr. Lin, this is Lin Xiao's advisor, Lin Xiao. The situation is as follows. It turned out that after Lin Xiao inquired about Lin Xiao's student status, the department was promptly notified. Concerned about any issues at home, Teacher Li hastily called to clarify. Rest assured, we truly value this promising student. Given his abilities, there is no need for him to take a leave of absence. He can make up for any missed coursework later. This has been discussed with the higher-ups. We hope you understand and do not prevent him from attending school. Teacher Li's initial explanations were gentle, but her tone grew stern towards the end. Lin Xiao quickly responded awkwardly, and once the call ended, he exhaled slowly, casting an annoyed glare at Lin Yu. It was all this boy's fault for being so distrustful, leading others to perceive him as an uninformed and irresponsible father. Su Xiaomei, however, noticed another issue. Ah Xiao, what did Teacher Li mean by not letting you go back to school? Did your foster parents prevent you from attending? Well, it's a complicated matter. I will explain it to you later, Lin Xiao replied, lowering his head, unwilling to elaborate. This demeanor tugged at Su Xiaomei's heartstrings. Such an outstanding son nearly lost the opportunity to attend school. She could hardly bear to imagine the hardships he had endured in life. In contrast to Lin Xiao, Lin Yu was somewhat ungrateful. The Lin family had provided him with excellent living conditions and even hired renowned teachers for his education. Yet, what was the outcome? He couldn't even score high enough to enter a private university. Ultimately, the Lin family donated 2 laboratories to a university to barely secure him a spot. Lin Yu felt humiliated today and was seething with anger, spending the entire afternoon locked in his room. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao sat in the living room, leisurely enjoying some fruit. He knew Lin Yu would certainly devise some scheme against him, but he felt no concern. After all, whatever that fellow attempted, he would foresee in advance, thanks to his extraordinary gossip system. Chapter 7. The pervert who steals lingerie. Lin Xiao had traversed into this world, acquiring a peculiar melon-eating system during the transition. Initially, he deemed this system rather superfluous compared to other formidable abilities. However, it soon appeared to possess its own charm, as it allowed him to glean some sensational news. Satisfying his curiosity, "Host, a new scoop has just arrived." Just now, Lin Yu stuffed the sexy lingerie of the second daughter of the Lin family into the host's blanket. The host is about to be labeled as a pervert. Upon hearing the system's excited yet cheeky voice echoing in his mind, Lin Xiao felt a surge of headache. How could he have become the subject of such gossip? No wonder he had heard sneaky footsteps above moments ago. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao's thoughts were audible to his parents, the Lin couple, and his elder sister, Lin Chuch. What the hell? That fool Lin Yu actually resorted to such despicable means to humiliate me, accusing me of stealing my second sister's lingerie? I can't believe he thought of that. Wait, could it be that this guy has a history? What sort of normal person would conceive of such a perverse method? After hearing this, the Lin couple and Lin Chuch were left bewildered. Yet their first instinct was disbelief. Even if Lin Yu had been mischievous in the past, he would not likely joke about something so serious. After all, the second sister, Lin Baixian, was known for her severe cleanliness. If this matter were to come to light, Lin Xiao could very well face imprisonment for sexual harassment. Lin Xiao was acutely aware of this reality. He dashed back to his room and flung the blanket aside, revealing a stunning piece of white lace lingerie. His face flushed instantly, a blend of embarrassment and anger washing over him. How outrageous. If this were to be discovered, wouldn't his second sister use her surgical knife to exact her revenge? Cursing under his breath, Lin Xiao contemplated discreetly returning the lingerie. However, before he could make his exit, he heard Lin Baixian's voice from downstairs. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Lin Xiao felt a pang of panic. If he were to venture into Lin Baixian's room now, he would be walking straight into a trap. Thus, he hurriedly tucked the lingerie into his pocket. The one most delighted by Lin Baixian and Appo's return was undoubtedly Lin Yu. He bolted from his room, racing downstairs to sidle up to Lin Baixian, lowering his voice with a feigned look of concern. "Second sister, the new kid brought home by Mom and Dad is suspicious. I just saw him sneaking into your room." I had warned him beforehand. Lin Baixian was particular about cleanliness. She despised anyone entering her room. Even the maids were only permitted entry once a week, and after cleaning, she would spray disinfectant herself. Upon hearing that Lin Xiao had entered her sanctuary uninvited, she was infuriated. How outrageous. With a huff, Lin Baixian stormed upstairs. Once in her room, her keen senses quickly detected that someone had been there, and it appeared her cabinet had been disturbed. Second sister. I saw him sneak away with something. Lin Yu feigned innocence, prompting Lin Baixian to hastily check her cabinet. Upon noticing a drawer slightly ajar, her expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, the Lin couple and Lin Chuj emerged, seemingly grasping the situation. Lin Chuj approached Lin Baixian, whispering a few questions, to which Lin Baixian bit her lip and nodded silently. Second sister, have you lost something? Lin Xiao is still in his room. I'll confront him right away. Lin Yu, observing everything unfold according to his scheme, felt a surge of triumph. He was eager to lead everyone to Lin Xiao's room to expose his wrongdoing. He was curious to see how Lin Xiao would remain in the household after the lingerie was discovered. With that, disregarding the others' reactions, he dashed to Lin Xiao's door, knocking vigorously. Lin Xiao? Open up. I know you're in there. Hurry up and open the door. After a few knocks, the door swung open. Lin Xiao feigned ignorance as he gazed at the gathering outside, inquiring, what is going on? Huh? You stole my second sister's belongings and still pretend to be innocent? Lin Yu barged into the room, his excitement mounting as he eyed the neatly made bed. It was daytime. He was certain that Lin Xiao wouldn't be tucked in bed so early, and thus wouldn't have discovered his hidden stash. As the family entered, Lin Yu theatrically declared, Lin Xiao, at this point, you might as well hand over the items. What items? Lin Xiao replied, bewildered. Lin Yu rolled his eyes, exasperated. Do I really need to spell it out for you? Then do so. Lin Xiao blinked, maintaining his facade of ignorance. Fine, since you're determined to play coy. Don't blame me for being rude. Lin Yu cleared his throat and announced loudly enough for everyone to hear. I just saw you sneaking out of second sister's room, taking something. Oh, you must have seen wrong, Lin Xiao replied calmly. According to Lin Yu's plan, Lin Xiao should have been fervently denying the accusation, appearing guilty. To his surprise, Lin Xiao merely dismissed the claim without further elaboration. Frustrated, Lin Yu shouted, how could I possibly be mistaken? Do you dare to let me search? Oh, go ahead. Just make sure to tidy up afterward, Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly, taking a seat on the nearby sofa and gesturing for Lin Yu to proceed. This was the moment Lin Yu had been waiting for. He pretended to inspect the cabinet, then sauntered to the bed and yanked the blanket aside. Everyone, come look. This is, however. His words trailed off abruptly as he realized that the items he had hidden were mysteriously missing. Chapter 8. The masculine charm at this moment. Only a few pairs of worn men's underwear lay in the quilt, remnants of the chaos that Lin Yu had introduced to make Lin Xiao appear more depraved. But where were the seductive undergarments? How could this be? Lin Yu muttered to himself, frantically rummaging through the bed, tossing things about in disarray. Hey, don't touch my underwear. What is wrong with you, pulling someone else and oppos? Things like that. Lin Xiao feigned urgency as he approached to intervene, muttering, strange, I clearly put my underwear away. How did they end up in the quilt? The onlookers were left speechless at Lin Yu's reckless tossing of the underwear. Just then, one pair was thrown towards him, causing everyone to instinctively glance over, their expressions shifting to something more complicated. The worn men's underwear had a prominent bulge in the middle, and this particular pair seemed significantly larger. Lin Yu, already feeling frustrated over the mishap of his plan, could not help but follow their gaze. In an instant, he blurted out in indignation, how could it be that big? The crowd did not expect Lin Yu to voice such a thought, and their faces turned awkward as they sought excuses to leave. Lin Xiao smiled and asked, what? Are you hoping to compare sizes? Lin Yu indeed harbored such a thought. He was thoroughly displeased with Lin Xiao and wished to overshadow him in every conceivable way. However, before he could respond, a cold voice sounded from behind. Shameless. Lin Baixian scoffed, turning to leave. This remark was clearly directed at Lin Xiao, yet he continued to smile at Lin Yu, teasing. Why are you so interested in other people and oppos' underwear? Do you have a peculiar obsession with men? You're talking nonsense. Lin Yu could not explain himself, feeling a tightness in his chest. After a quick retort, he stormed off in anger. The Lin couple and Lin Chuj observed the spectacle, each harboring their own thoughts. They initially hoped to validate the authenticity of the whispers they had heard, but without citing Lin Baixian and Amp, Oppo's lingerie, they were left in a state of skepticism. During dinner, the atmosphere at the table grew even more peculiar. Initially, the Lin couple attempted to facilitate a formal introduction between Lin Baixian and Lin Xiao, but Lin Baixian and Amp, Oppo's demeanor remained exceedingly cold. Lin Xiao held no ill will towards her, setting aside the fact that she was his elder sister. Lin Baixian possessed a charming beauty. Even without makeup, her features were strikingly lovely. Who could resist a beautiful sister? Moreover, this second sister was a renowned surgical expert at a prominent hospital in the capital, having saved countless lives, a true angel in white. Unfortunately, at that moment, while Lin Baixian quietly consumed her meal, she suddenly heard a voice. Ah, on the surface, second sister appears well, yet she is indeed a pitiable person. Lin Baixian abruptly raised her head, only to find everyone else silently focusing on their food, not a single person speaking. This was due to the Lin couple and Lin Xiao's prior agreement to feign ignorance, lest Lin Xiao discover they could hear her thoughts. Yet, this left Lin Baixian feeling perplexed. If she had not misheard, the voice seemed to belong to Lin Xiao. Yet, he was engaged in vigorously gnawing on a pork hock, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. The poor second sister, who had initially enrolled in an excellent program, ultimately had her application altered by a classmate. Soon after, that same classmate would cause her right hand to become disabled, forever preventing her from wielding a scalpel again. This time, Lin Baixian scrutinized closely. Lin Xiao and Apos' mouth had not moved. In fact, none of the attendees had spoken. Was it truly Lin Xiao and Apos' inner voice? Regarding the alteration of her application years ago, Lin Baixian had never confided in anyone. In truth, she had been unaware of the circumstances herself. She had always believed she had made an error, leading to her not being admitted to her first choice. Reflecting on it now, the incident certainly seemed suspicious. She had always been meticulous, and such an important document as an application form would never have been neglected by her. Yet, she recalled that she had filled out the forms alongside several classmates. Could one of them have truly tampered with it? As she pondered, she instinctively leaned in, eager to hear more of Lin Xiao's thoughts. Not only her, but the others also became attentive, curious to uncover who might have sabotaged Lin Baixian's aspirations of becoming a doctor. However, Lin Xiao remained engrossed in his pork hock, utterly silent on the matter. Ahem. Ah Xiao, today your second sister may have misjudged you. Please do not take offense. Lin Qingshan attempted to steer the discussion towards Lin Baixian to coax Lin Xiao's thoughts into the open. Yet, Lin Xiao merely shook his head dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "It's all right. Second sister was just anxious. Rest assured, I understand that second sister dislikes others entering her room. I would never intrude." Upon hearing these words, Lin Baixian's heart sank further. Others might be oblivious, but she was acutely aware that she had indeed lost a piece of lingerie. Moreover, having been siblings with Lin Yu for 20 years, her inclination was naturally towards him. Since Lin Yu claimed to have seen Lin Xiao in her room, and given that she had indeed misplaced something, even without finding it in Lin Xiao's space, his suspicion remained considerable. Coupled with the earlier sight of Lin Xiao carelessly tossing underwear into the quilt, she could not help but suspect that he might truly be a pervert. After dinner, Lin Baixian remained uneasy about the revelation of Lin Xiao's inner voice. A staunch materialist, she found it difficult to believe in such nonsensical matters. After much deliberation, she contacted a familiar psychiatrist, planning to seek counsel the following day. Perhaps the recent pressures of work had led to auditory hallucinations. In any case, until she had concrete evidence, she steadfastly refused to believe that she could hear anyone's thoughts. Chapter 9. Acquiring land that night, Mr. and Mrs. Lin lay in bed, tossing and turning. They pondered the matter of Lin Xiao's heartfelt words, uncertain of their veracity. While some aspects had indeed come to pass during the day, the allegation that Lin Yu had framed Lin Xiao for hiding underwear had yet to be substantiated, leaving them hesitant to act impulsively. However, they felt a sense of indebtedness towards Lin Xiao, who had endured hardships over the years. After some deliberation, they resolved to remedy the situation in the most straightforward manner, by purchasing a car and a house. Whatever Lin Yu possessed before, Lin Xiao must have as well. The following day, a pile of real estate materials was laid before Lin Xiao. Xiao, see if there's anything you like," Su Xiaomei gently inquired from her side. Lin Yu, witnessing this scene, seethed with resentment, clenching his fists but refraining from voicing his discontent. Lin Xiao felt somewhat bewildered. Having traversed into this world, he had little understanding of its nuances. How could he discern which properties were desirable? Moreover, most of the materials were mere promotional brochures, each exaggeratedly extolling their virtues, offering little in the way of genuine insight. With no alternatives, he attempted to summon the system in his mind. To his surprise, the system responded. The gossip system is now online. Golden Fortune Garden, with an average price of 38,000, promises no disasters for the next 50 years, but lacks any appreciation potential. Emerald Garden, with an average price of $62,000, also promises no disasters for the next 50 years, with appreciation potential below 5%. Future City, with an average price of $43,000, anticipates a fire and 3 suicides within the next 50 years, with depreciation potential of 50%. Upon reviewing this series of introductions, Lin Xiao realized that none of the properties were particularly appealing. The appreciation potential hovered below 10%, with some even plummeting to negative 80%. At that moment, another alert from the system chimed in. Host, the price of vacant land is about to double. You might want to take note. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up as he pointed to a map on a promotional flyer, exclaiming, Mom, I want this one. Oh, Longxing Garden? Su Xiaomei tilted her head in curiosity, recalling the neighborhood's details. However, it seemed merely an ordinary community, with prices around 10,000. This revelation touched Su Xiaomei's heart. Her son was so considerate, saving them money. Shaking his head, Lin Xiao took up a pen and circled a different location on the map. Not Longxing Garden, it's this one. Confused, Su Xiaomei noted that the marked area appeared to be vacant land. Yes, this plot of land, Lin Xiao affirmed, raising his gaze to meet Su Xiaomei's. Mom, can I acquire this land? Huh, just a piece of barren land. You really have an eye for it, Lin Yu scoffed from the side. Ignoring Lin Yu's mockery, Lin Xiao earnestly addressed Su Xiaomei. Mom, the price of this land will double in less than half a month. Su Xiaomei furrowed her brow slightly. Their family had prospered in real estate, and she was well aware of the area's land values. Based on the information they had gathered, this plot was situated in a remote suburb where property prices had stagnated for years. How could it possibly appreciate suddenly? As if in response to her doubts, she heard Lin Xiao's thoughts. Hey, a wealthy mine owner is having a string of bad luck this year and is searching for a prime location to build a house. Soon, he will take an interest in this land. However, since I've just returned home, I can't be too greedy. Acquiring just this plot will suffice. Otherwise, if I buy the surrounding plots as well, we'll really strike it rich. Su Xiaomei was taken aback. These plots were overlooked by all real estate developers, presenting no competition and allowing for a purchase at the lowest possible price. If they truly appreciated, it would be a remarkably lucrative deal. Lin Yu, unable to hear Lin Xiao's thoughts, only observed Su Xiaomei's indecision and interjected with derision. Mom, do you really believe his nonsense? Our family hasn't received any news about the land's price increase. How could he possibly know? I think he's just trying to fool you. All right, Xiao. I'll have my assistant handle the paperwork this afternoon. Su Xiaomei chose to disregard Lin Yu's comments. After all, Lin Xiao only wanted this small piece of land, which was not very costly. Compared to the money they had spent on Lin Yu over the years, it was a mere fraction. The real dilemma for her was whether to trust Lin Xiao's intuition and purchase the neighboring plots as well. No, time was of the essence. She needed to discuss this with her husband promptly. After stating her intention, she hurried to the study to call Lin Xingshan. Seeing his once doting mother now dismissing his words, Lin Yu's anger flared. Lin Xiao paid no mind to Lin Yu's furious demeanor, instead choosing to stroll through the backyard. Upon receiving Su Xiaomei's call, Lin Xingshan rushed back from the company. After discussing the matter, they reached a decision. In addition to purchasing the plot Lin Xiao had chosen for him, they discreetly acquired the nearby plots, registering them under the company's name. The cost of these parcels was negligible for the Lin family. Even if they incurred a loss, it would not significantly impact them. They merely wished to ascertain the accuracy of Lin Xiao's intuition. As dinner approached, Lin Chuj suddenly rushed out of her room. Dad, Mom, no need to prepare my meal. I have to go to the company. Such occurrences were not uncommon, and Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei paid it little mind, responding briefly before returning to their tasks. At that moment, they heard Lin Xiao's thoughts once more. TSK, busy with work is such a universal excuse. Clearly, she is off to find that scoundrel. Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei exchanged glances. Lin Xingshan set down the financial magazine in his hands, and Su Xiaomei placed her teacup aside. Unconsciously, they leaned in, straining to listen. Just the day before, they had heard Lin Xiao's thoughts about Lin Chuj being the protagonist of a tragic romance, destined to be deceived by a scoundrel and her so-called best friend, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Today, they finally awaited the continuation. Lin Chuj hesitated in her steps. Although she approached Lin Xiao's thoughts with skepticism, she was curious about any insights regarding her own fate. Thus, the three members of the family remained poised, attentively listening. holding their breath in anticipation. Chapter 10. The tormented female protagonist Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's inner voice resonated. The scoundrel Bai Feng feigned affection for the eldest sister solely to exploit the Lin family's power. He not only deceived her of money and love, but also absconded with confidential company information, ultimately leading to the tragic demise of their parents and plunging the company into turmoil. Furthermore, the eldest sister was coincidentally pregnant, which Bai Feng exploited to completely undermine the company and transfer shares. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Feng had already entangled himself with her best friend, who deceitfully claimed to require a kidney transplant. Bai Feng callously disregarded the eldest sister and her unborn child, forcibly removing her kidney, which resulted in her death on the operating table. The friend was truly ruthless, as she did not spare the eldest sister even in death, going so far as to extract her heart. Oh, in that case, Lin Yu is even more merciless. For trivial gains, he aided Bai Feng in pursuing the eldest sister. The expressions of the three members of the Lin family were an intricate tapestry of emotions. Upon hearing the cruel treatment their daughter endured, Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei trembled with anger. Yet, they seemingly overlooked Lin Xiao's mention of their own demise, fixating solely on the notion that as long as they were alive, they would never allow anyone to bully their daughter in such a manner. It was Su Xiaomei who first regained her composure, gently squeezing Lin Xiao's hand, signaling him that this was merely Lin Xiao's inner voice and did not serve as definitive proof. Lin Xiao, realizing this, silently adjusted his breathing. Lin Xiao furrowed her brows, harboring skepticism. She yearned for Lin Xiao to elaborate further, but after waiting a considerable time, Lin Xiao remained silent, seemingly reluctant to divulge more. In pursuit of additional insights, Lin Xiao resolved, "By the way, Mom and Dad, if you have no plans tonight, I shall bring Bai Feng home for dinner. It has been ages since you last saw him." Excellent, excellent. This arrangement struck a chord with the Lin couple. They, too, were eager to uncover the truth behind the circumstances. However, at that moment, Lin Xiao's inner voice erupted once more. "That scoundrel will not be able to come tonight. His hemorrhoids have flared up and he is bleeding profusely, currently lying in the proctology department of the People's Hospital." Haha. Upon hearing the gleeful chuckle, Lin Xiao could not suppress a sigh, pressing her forehead. She had just received a call from Bai Feng, who claimed to be occupied and requested her assistance in delivering a document. Could it truly be that his inability to attend was indeed due to his hemorrhoid predicament? Lin Xiao hastily exited. Following her prior agreement with Bai Feng, she retrieved the document from another company. However, upon arriving at Bai Feng's office, she discovered that he was indeed absent. Only the assistant, visibly anxious, expressed gratitude. "Miss Lin, we are immensely grateful to you, otherwise." Lin Xiao scanned the office and casually inquired, "Where is President Bai? I thought he was busy." "Ah, yes. President Bai had an unexpected engagement and had to step out for a social event," the assistant explained, wiping the sweat from his brow, his demeanor somewhat stiff. Lin Xiao nodded lightly, refraining from further questioning. She would soon ascertain the veracity of Lin Xiao's inner voice. After departing from the Bai establishment, she made her way directly to the People's Hospital. Indeed, in the VIP ward of the proctology department, she spotted the familiar figure. Bai Feng lay on the bed in a most disheveled state, oblivious to her presence at the door. Lin Xiao's expression darkened. She was unconcerned about Bai Feng's concealment of his ailment. What troubled her was the confirmation of Lin Xiao's inner voice. She would undoubtedly suffer greatly at the hands of this scoundrel in the future. Lin Xiao squinted. Feeling an itch on her scalp, her budding infatuation had been abruptly extinguished. That evening, Lin Xiao indeed returned alone, refraining from mentioning Bai Feng. Others may have been oblivious, but Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei instantly grasped the underlying truth. It seemed Lin Xiao's suspicions had proven accurate. To spare their daughter potential embarrassment, they remained silent on the topic of Bai Feng. Observing Lin Xiao carrying numerous bags, they smiled and inquired, "Xiao, have you been shopping?" "Yes, just took a stroll." Lin Xiao produced an exquisite small box from one of the bags, handing it to Lin Xiao, who was engrossed in watching television. "Ah Xiao, I bought you a gift. See if you like it." At her words, the room fell silent. Had they misheard? Just yesterday, Lin Xiao had scolded Lin Xiao for being a mere country bumpkin obsessed with wealth. How was it that today she presented him with a gift? Noticing the emblem on the box, its apparent value was substantial. Lin Xiao, filled with curiosity, turned around and pointed to himself, asking, "For me?" "Yes." Lin Xiao did not elaborate further. Lin Xiao beamed as he accepted the box, revealing a watch. Gazing at the understated yet luxurious watch face adorned with diamonds and sapphires, Lin Xiao was profoundly astonished. Though he knew little about watches, it was evident this one must cost a fortune. With thoughts of the Lin family's impending bankruptcy, he naturally wished to accumulate some personal savings beforehand. Yet, something felt amiss, and he couldn't shake his unease. "Sister, this watch is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it." After a brief hesitation, he shook his head. "Just 1 million. It's not a big deal. If you find something else you fancy, do let me know, and I shall gift you something even better." Lin Xiao's tone remained somewhat cool, yet it was evident she had begun to acknowledge her country cousin. Lin Yu descended from upstairs to witness this scene. Not wishing to lose face before his family, he suppressed his indignation and feigned nonchalance, asking, "Sister, you are so kind to Lin Xiao. I've always wanted a watch like that." He blinked at Lin Xiao, hoping to elicit her sympathy and garner more attention. To his surprise, Lin Xiao merely cast a cold glance in his direction and replied, "If you want it, buy it yourself." This was the first time Lin Xiao had addressed Lin Yu with such indifference. She did not intend to be so dismissive, but the recollection of Lin Yu introducing by phone to her for personal gain made her reluctant to engage with her once beloved brother. Lin Yu felt a pang in his chest, further stifled. Yet, in front of so many, he could not unleash his frustration. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Right. Today Mom and Dad only bought Lin Xiao a house and land. They haven't purchased a car yet, have they? Perhaps I could take him to look at cars tomorrow. I happen to know a bit about that." Chapter 11. Treasure from Trash. The Lin family was taken aback by Lin Yu and Appo's words. Over the past few days, Lin Yu had not been particularly kind to Lin Xiao. However, having lived in the same household for 20 years, it was impossible for them to harbor no feelings for him at all. They speculated that perhaps Lin Yu was simply adjusting and might have realized his mistake. Wishing to apologize to Lin Xiao did not refuse. He was curious to see what scheme Lin Yu was concocting. The following day, Lin Yu indeed brought Lin Xiao to a 4S store specializing in imported luxury cars. To Lin Xiao's surprise, Lin Yu's friends had already gathered there, waiting eagerly. Upon seeing Lin Yu and Lin Xiao, they erupted into mockery. "Oh, Lin Yu, is this the new son your parents brought back? What a country bumpkin." In truth, Lin Xiao's appearance was far superior to Lin Yu's. His features were sharp and striking, with a tall and slender physique, even taller than Lin Yu by a head. His well-toned muscles, developed from years of farm labor, complemented his long legs, making him resemble a leading man straight out of a Korean drama. The only drawback was his slightly tanned skin, a result of prolonged exposure to the sun, and his unkempt hair, which had not seen much grooming. The clothes he wore, bought by Xiao Li, were chosen based on Lin Yu's previous style, as she was unaware of Lin Xiao's preferences. Consequently, the outfit appeared somewhat mismatched on Lin Xiao, which fueled the ridicule from Lin Yu's friends. Lin Xiao was well aware that regardless of how he looked, these individuals would seize any opportunity to belittle him. Ignoring them, he strode directly into the store. Luxury car dealerships typically saw little foot traffic. Upon their entrance, several salespeople rushed toward them with an enthusiasm akin to having been injected with adrenaline. "Gentlemen, what vehicles are you interested in? Do you have a particular model in mind? I can provide you with information." Just as Lin Xiao was about to smile and articulate his request, he noticed that the salespeople completely disregarded him, instead focusing on others. His brow furrowed slightly. Was this blatant discrimination? Lin Xiao chose not to engage further. If they were disinterested in him, he would explore the showroom on his own. It was undeniable that this establishment did not cater to the average consumer. The least expensive vehicle was priced at 2 million, while a limited edition model, priceless and rare, commanded a prominent spot in the center. After perusing, Lin Xiao's gaze settled on an Aston Martin SUV. Given his height, sports cars felt constrictive. While the SUV appeared somewhat unremarkable, it was a far better fit for him. Priced over 3 million, he mused, how exorbitant. As he reached for the door handle to inspect the interior, a sharp voice pierced the air. "What do you think you're doing?" A woman in her 30s approached briskly. "You can't touch these cars." Lin Xiao frowned and asked, "Aren't we allowed to touch unless we intend to purchase? What if I accidentally scratch it? Can you afford the damages?" She stood in front of him, exuding disdain. Lin Xiao found her attitude both amusing and infuriating. Rather than engage with such a petty person, he opted to sit at a nearby table. He was in no rush and was eager to witness the salespeople's reactions when they realized that Lin Yu and his friends had no intention of buying. At that moment, A cup of warm water was placed before him, accompanied by a timid voice. I think it's quite expensive, too. What? Lin Xiao looked up in confusion to find a petite, charming girl standing before him, smiling bashfully. The cars here are indeed too pricey. Realizing she was echoing his earlier sentiments, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile in return. Are you new here? Yes, I just started my internship last month. Lin Xiao discreetly glanced at the name tag on her chest. Lu Xiao. Quite a fitting name, he thought. Meanwhile, the salespeople surrounding Lin Yu had begun to sense something was amiss. The young masters were not only disinterested in purchasing vehicles, but were also mocking them openly. Even as they recognized this, they dared not offend them, maintaining forced smiles in an attempt to placate the group. Lu Xiao, Lin Xiao called to the girl beside him. Smiling as he said, "Let us place an order. I want this model." Lu Xiao seemed momentarily taken aback, standing there dazed and motionless. When will the new car arrive? He inquired. The new car will arrive next month. Finally comprehending, Lu Xiao's lovely face lit up with excitement. She dashed to the office, retrieving various documents and materials to present to Lin Xiao, eager to explain the details. However, Lin Xiao raised his hand and swiftly signed his name, handing over a black card. The process was seamless, devoid of any hesitation. Lu Xiao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. In her month of work, this was her first sale. Lin Xiao, feeling invigorated, stood up and headed toward the exit. The salesperson who had been subjected to Lin Yu and Appo's jest was already in a foul mood, seeking an outlet for her frustration. Spotting Lin Xiao about to leave, she seized the opportunity to vent, saying, "If you're not buying, you should leave early." Yet before she could finish, she caught sight of the order in Lin Xiao and Appo's hand. Lin Xiao raised it slightly, remarking, "It's not a matter of being dim-witted. Rather, it's about having poor vision, mistaking trash for treasure." With this single statement, Lin Xiao had effectively insulted two groups of people. Lin Yu's expression darkened, and the salespeople quickly realized the implications, casting resentful glances at Lu Xiao. Initially intending to leave, Lin Xiao unexpectedly collided with a woman of similar age at the store entrance. "Lin Xiao, what are you doing here?" The woman's expression soured upon recognizing him. Lin Xiao scrutinized her, rummaging through the original owner's memories. Liang Xiaowei. After a moment, he finally discerned a hint of familiarity in her features. Liang Xiaowei was his high school classmate, once the belle of the school. Her ethereal beauty had captivated many high school boys, but now she was heavily made up, lacking the purity of her youth. Lin Xiao held no fondness for Liang Xiaowei and had no intention of exchanging pleasantries. However, she was relentless, glaring at him. "Lin Xiao, you just want to let it go, will you? I rejected your confession back in the day. Why can't you move on?" Chapter 12. Lin Baishuan's bloodshed. Liang Xiaowei's outburst left Lin Xiao utterly bewildered, setting aside the serendipity of their encounter. He had never professed his feelings to Liang Xiaowei during their school days. He had merely endured a few jests from the bullies who had tormented him. As Lin Yu and his dubious companions exited the shop, they overheard Liang Xiaowei's grievances. "Lin Xiao, this is where you falter. How can one pursue a girl with such relentless persistence?" One mocked. "Indeed, have you taken a look at yourself? A toad wishing to eat swan meat." After their derision, they gradually realized that Liang Xiaowei was indeed quite beautiful. One of them stepped forward and said, "Miss, you might consider our young master you. If you were to be with him, I assure you, those pesky nuisances would no longer bother you." Having navigated through various tumultuous environments over the years, Liang Xiaowei had encountered many individuals. Upon seeing Lin Yu, a quintessential rich heir, her eyes sparkled. She sauntered over, her voice sweetly chiming, "Young master Yu, greetings. I am Liang Xiaowei, pleased to make your acquaintance." Lin Yu, of course, was not one to casually pick a girlfriend off the street. He sought only to indulge. However, since this was the girl Lin Xiao had previously expressed interest in, the circumstances were markedly different. He wrapped an arm around Liang Xiaowei's shoulders, casting a taunting glance at Lin Xiao. "Ah, so this is the girl Lin Xiao could not win over." Liang Xiaowei's cheeks flushed, and she playfully chided, "Young master Yu, please do not tease me." At that moment, Lin Xiao's mind was preoccupied with thoughts about Liang Xiaowei. Oh, a campus beauty? Yet her private life is quite scandalous, for abortions at such a young age. He mused, "I have never confessed my feelings. Whoever favors her can take her away. Let her have no association with me. Lin Yu, be cautious of potential repercussions." Lin Xiao maintained an impassive demeanor, remaining unmoved by Lin Yu's provocations. He secretly hoped that Lin Yu would hastily whisk Liang Xiaowei away to engage in some frivolity. Lin Xiao and Appo's composure led Lin Yu to believe he had the upper hand, which pleased him immensely. He promptly wrapped his arms around Liang Xiaowei and departed with a lewd grin, tossing a few bills in Lin Xiao's direction. I'm off to enjoy myself. You can take a cab home. Behind the 4S shop lay a substantial auto repair facility. Last week, Lin Baixian had sent her car there for repairs, and today the staff informed her it was ready for pickup. However, as she approached the repair shop, she once again heard that unsettling voice from the previous day, which sent her into a state of distress. Professor Song, I feel my auditory hallucinations worsening. If you have time, I can come by in about half an hour. Lin Baixian worried that if she continued to postpone, she might completely succumb to madness. She quickly contacted a familiar psychiatrist, hoping to schedule an immediate consultation. Yet, as she drove away from the repair shop, she spotted a familiar figure by the roadside. Lin Xiao? What is he doing here? Upon noticing her, Lin Xiao's eyes brightened, and he dashed over. Lin Baixian, feeling no affinity towards Lin Xiao, initially intended to ignore him. However, as he was, after all, her younger brother, she couldn't simply pretend not to see him and reluctantly paused. In that brief moment, Lin Xiao unceremoniously opened the car door and plopped down inside. Elder sister, how wonderful that you're here. He disregarded the furrow in her brow, which could have crushed a fly. Elder sister, you're heading in the same direction. Not at all. Lin Baixian interrupted curtly. Hey, I hadn't even stated where I was going. How can you say it's not in the same direction? Lin Xiao persisted, fastening his seatbelt with a brazen demeanor. With no other option, Lin Baixian sighed and started the car, intending to first drop Lin Xiao off. Lin Xiao reclined comfortably in the back seat, closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in his mind. Warning, Lin Baixian is about to encounter a calamity. What? A calamity? Lin Xiao sat upright, inquiring within his mind about the nature of this situation. However, the usually responsive system fell silent. Lin Xiao recalled that the system had previously indicated it could not provide extensive warnings regarding matters of life and death. Was it possible that Lin Baixian was headed for serious trouble? Realizing this, Lin Xiao quickly asked, Elder sister, are you going to the hospital for work? Yes. Lin Baixian replied nonchalantly. Then I won't go home. I'll accompany you. Lin Xiao casually fabricated an excuse, claiming he had a headache and might be coming down with a cold, intending to seek a doctor's advice. Lin Baixian glanced at him through the rearview mirror, attempting to discern his ulterior motives. However, seeing his earnest expression, she relented. Approximately 40 minutes later, they arrived at the hospital parking lot. Lin Xiao followed Lin Baixian, keenly observant of his surroundings, as he remained uncertain about the impending calamity and needed to stay vigilant. Registration is over there. Lin Baixian indicated towards a row of windows in the hospital lobby. Lin Xiao feigned acknowledgement and proceeded to the registration desk. Once Lin Baixian entered the elevator, he swiftly dashed towards the stairs, heading straight for the surgical office on the 6th floor. Upon reaching the 6th floor, before he could catch his breath, a series of gasps rang out nearby. There's a murder. Quick, call security. Someone's been killed. The crowd scattered in panic. Lin Xiao's heart sank. Disregarding his need for respite, he hastened towards the commotion. In the distance, he spotted a man in a hospital gown, brandishing a fruit knife, shouting and thrashing about. You all deserve to die? All of you. The man's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse, appearing to be in a state of delirium. With security yet to arrive, no one dared to approach. A few nurses huddled near Lin Xiao, whispering amongst themselves. It seems he came running down from upstairs, a mental patient. They say his wife died in a car accident last month. When they brought her in, she was already gone. But he believes we didn't do enough to save her. He's insane, utterly insane. Lin Xiao scanned the area for Lin Baixian, but found her conspicuously absent. Just as he began to relax, he heard the elevator ding. The doors opened slowly, revealing Lin Baixian alongside a woman in her 50s or 60s, seemingly in discussion, oblivious to the chaos outside. It's you. You're the one who killed my wife. I will kill you. The man's eyes flared with fury upon spotting Lin Baixian. With a roar, he raised his knife and charged towards her. Chapter 13. A shocking revelation from the cat. Lin Baixian had never encountered such a scene before, and she stood frozen in place, her pale face a portrait of terror. Just as the knife was about to descend, a shadow darted forward, delivering a swift kick to the man's lower back. The man's body uncontrollably toppled to the side. In a flash, Lin Xiao knocked the knife from the man's grasp and pinned him firmly to the ground. With a quick motion, he seized a roll of bandages from the nurse's station and deftly bound the man's hands behind his back. "Let me go? I will kill her." The man continued to struggle and shout. Lin Xiao, irritated by the commotion, stuffed a pack of gauze into the man's mouth. Once he had resolved the situation, he clapped his hands and approached Lin Baixian with concern. "Sister, are you all right?" I'm fine," Lin Baixian replied, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions. Beyond her fear, she was even more astonished by her brother's prowess. Confronting a knife-wielding lunatic would terrify even the most seasoned professionals, yet Lin Xiao had effortlessly dispatched him. His method of binding the man showcased an undeniable expertise. Could it be that he had previously engaged in some peculiar undertakings? Lost in her thoughts, Lin Baixian shook her head, realizing that her recent mental state was indeed troubling. Seeing that Lin Baixian was unharmed, Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the crisis had been averted. However, Lin Baixian felt a headache coming on. Despite her gratitude towards Lin Xiao for saving her, the fact that he had shown up at her workplace was unsettling. After much contemplation, she took out her phone and transferred 1 million to Lin Xiao, explaining, "Thank you for today. I owe you a meal, but I'm too busy with work. Please use this money to treat yourself to something nice." "All right, then," Lin Xiao replied, clearly aware that Lin Baixian was still somewhat distant. Noticing that the police had arrived, he waved goodbye and departed. With the commotion resolved, Lin Baixian finally had the opportunity to converse with the psychiatry professor. She explained her recent circumstances to Professor Song, particularly about the voices she had been hearing. After careful consideration, Professor Song advised, "Baixian, I believe your recent work stress has been overwhelming. If possible, I recommend taking some time off to rest." Lin Baixian did feel exhausted. The relentless surgeries and the responsibility of mentoring interns had left her overwhelmed. The incident with the mentally unstable individual today had only added to her aversion to work. Fortunately, a colleague who had been on leave had returned, making it the perfect time for her to request a vacation. Professor Song spoke favorably on her behalf to their superiors, and they agreed that Lin Baixian could begin her leave immediately. Feeling a weight lift from her shoulders, Lin Baixian drove away from the hospital. On her way home, she unexpectedly encountered Lin Xiao again. He was leisurely riding a shared bicycle, parked beside the park, observing a group of elderly men walking their birds. Curiosity piqued, Lin Baixian found herself stopping to watch him. Soon, she noticed a beautiful woman approaching Lin Xiao, seemingly asking for his contact information. However, Lin Xiao merely waved his hand, refusing to comply. "Humph, how pretentious," Lin Baixian scoffed quietly, feeling a twinge of disdain. Just then, a stray cat approached Lin Xiao, nuzzling against his legs. "Hey, you little rascal, didn't I just feed you a sausage? What brings you back?" Lin Xiao chuckled. The stray cat mewed, as if recalling something, and prepared to seek affection from others. "Hey, your vigilance is lacking. Keep this up, and you might get snatched away," Lin Xiao warned. The stray cat paused, glancing down at its backside as if sensing something was amiss. Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh at the cat's reaction, crouching down to gently pat its head. Perhaps losing them would be a blessing. Without worldly desires, you could focus solely on eating. The stray cat meowed in protest, expressing its displeasure and protectiveness over its anatomy. Since his unusual journey, Lin Xiao had discovered his newfound ability to communicate with animals. He speculated that perhaps during his transition, he had formed a unique bond with this realm, granting him such a gift. From a distance, Lin Baixian observed Lin Xiao conversing with the stray cat, her curiosity growing. Typically, stray cats were wary of humans, yet this one appeared unafraid and engaged in dialogue with him. Could they truly understand each other? In contrast, it seemed Lin Xiao was the one exhibiting bizarre behavior. Lin Baixian found herself bemused by her own thoughts and rolled her eyes at her own boredom. How ridiculous it was to watch Lin Xiao play with a cat. She started her vehicle, intending to leave, when suddenly, she heard Lin Xiao's voice again. "What? Dismemberment? My goodness, how horrifying." Lin Baixian froze, turning to Lin Xiao, who was now following the stray cat toward a secluded area of the park. Could it be that Lin Xiao had received some alarming news from the cat? Though she found the idea absurd, she couldn't help but trail behind him. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao felt an unsettling anxiety rising within him. He began to doubt his comprehension of cat language. How else could he have interpreted something as gruesome as dismemberment? Nevertheless, he felt compelled to follow the stray cat deeper into the shadows. As he approached, a foul odor assaulted his senses, igniting a primal fear within him. He recalled having read that such fear was a subconscious response to the scent of decaying human remains, a mechanism to avoid danger. Yet now, he found himself moving toward that very peril. Before long, he spotted several stray cats gathered around something, gnawing at it. Getting closer, he realized they were black plastic bags, torn open to reveal the remnants of flesh within. Chapter 14. Something is wrong with his mind. Lin Xiao nearly lost his composure and vomited. Taking a couple of steps back, he contemplated calling the police. Unexpectedly, a voice behind him interrupted his thoughts. "Stay right there. Let me assess the situation first. Second sister, what are you doing here?" Lin Xiao was taken aback by Lin Baixuan's sudden appearance. Without pausing for an explanation, Lin Baixian pulled out a pair of gloves and a mask from her bag and approached the black plastic bags. "Hey, you lot, stop eating. That meat could be poisonous. Move aside." Lin Xiao waved his hands at the stray cats. The cats, understanding his words, hesitated for a moment before reluctantly spitting out the meat and slinking away. Lin Baixian was once again astonished by Lin Xiao's ability to communicate with the cats. Once the immediate situation was dealt with, she would definitely inquire how he managed such a feat. Approaching the plastic bags, Lin Baixian carefully opened one. She gently rummaged through it and pulled out several bones. Upon seeing these bones, her expression soured. "This is definitely human. Call the police." She then casually picked up a piece of flesh, her demeanor grave. Watching from behind, Lin Xiao felt a chill run down his spine, not only from the discovery of dismembered remains, but also from seeing Lin Baixian handle a piece of human flesh with the same calmness one would exhibit when holding chicken or fish. "Isn't second sister a bit too bold? Fortunately, I changed my mind about becoming a urologist. Otherwise, I can hardly imagine being looked at in that manner." With that thought, Lin Xiao discreetly glanced down at himself and instinctively recoiled. Approximately 10 minutes later, the police arrived at the scene. Forensic personnel began their investigation, while Lin Xiao and Lin Baixian were taken aside for questioning. Lin Xiao had already communicated with the stray cats regarding the time of the body disposal and the appearance of the perpetrator, providing as much detail as he could. Around 2:30 this morning, the disposer was about this tall, had a beard, was somewhat plump, and wore glasses. The police officer eyed Lin Xiao with suspicion, perplexed as to how he knew so much about the perpetrator. He immediately instructed his subordinates to check the nearby surveillance footage. To their astonishment, during the time frame Lin Xiao had mentioned, they indeed spotted someone resembling his description. Following further investigation, it was confirmed that this individual was indeed associated with the deceased. "How did you know?" "The stray cats told me," Lin Xiao replied straightforwardly. Yet, the police remained skeptical. Lin Baixian awkwardly waved at the officers, signaling them to step aside for a private conversation. The officers nodded and moved to a secluded area. Lin Xiao curiously observed as Lin Baixian appeared to be explaining something while occasionally pointing to her head. The officers wore expressions of half-belief. Once the two emerged, the police waved their hands. "All right, please leave your contact information and identification. You may wait nearby for a while. We might need to take a more detailed statement shortly." Of course, Lin Xiao readily agreed. He and Lin Baixian walked beyond the cordon and found a park bench to sit on. It was then that he curiously asked, "Second sister, what did you say to the police just now? Why did they let us go so easily?" "I told them you were crazy." Lin Xiao stiffly tugged at the corners of his mouth. His second sister remained as blunt as ever. During the day, the park was filled with elderly individuals exercising, and news of the dismembered body quickly spread among them. Some journalists had already begun live broadcasts, clamoring to report on the unfolding situation. Upon seeing familiar figures on the news, Su Xiaomei promptly called Lin Baixian. "Mom, we're fine. We just happened to pass by." "Huh. No need to come." Lin Baixian desperately tried to dissuade her, but within 20 minutes, the Su family car pulled up at the park entrance. Not only Su Xiaomei, but also Lin Qingshan and Lin Yu had come. Lin Qingshan was dressed in formal attire, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, a clear indication he had rushed over from work. Seeing his son and daughter safe, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "A Xiao Baixian, you must have been scared." Su Xiaomei sat beside Lin Baixian and grasped her hand. Lin Xiao couldn't and Apos T help but comment on the situation. Given his sister and Apos' temperament, it was improbable she had been frightened. However, it was best not to let Su Xiaomei know that Lin Baixian had just touched human remains, or else she might genuinely be terrified. How unfortunate to encounter such a calamity. Lin Qingshan frowned as he glanced towards the police cordon. A murder and dismemberment case was something the average person would seldom encounter, Yet here they were. Lin Yu smirked and remarked, I heard there was a psychiatric patient with a knife at the hospital this afternoon, experiencing so many dangers in one day. I wonder who is truly unfortunate. He shot a meaningful glance at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao retorted, encountering a lunatic is indeed unfortunate, but discovering a corpse is not entirely a bad thing. Early discovery can assist the police in swiftly finding the real culprit. His righteous declaration irked Lin Yu, who blurted out, At least you're not being treated as the prime suspect. Xiaoyu, stop talking nonsense. Lin Xingshan shot a warning glance at the reporters still broadcasting nearby. These people love to stir up trouble. If they overhear you, it could lead to significant issues. Lin Yu shrugged, unfazed. What good is fear now? I reckon the police won't let him leave. He is likely already considered a prime suspect. It's unfortunate for second sister, who is caught up in this mess. Xiaoyu. Lin Baixian could no longer hold her tongue. Second sister, you're too kind. Perhaps he really did commit a crime. Lin Yu spoke without a hint of tact. Su Xiaomei frowned slightly, casting an irritated glance at him. Thankfully, the journalist's attention remained fixated on the police cordon, oblivious to Lin Yu's reckless words. Otherwise, even a fleeting rumor could potentially tarnish the Lin family's reputation. How had she never noticed how thoughtless Lin Yu could be? At that moment, Lin Baixuan's phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, she pressed the answer button. Lin Baixian, this is Officer Zhang from earlier. Are you and your brother still at the park? Yes, we're on a bench just outside the cordon. All right, don't leave just yet. I'll come to find you shortly. After hanging up, Lin Yu wore an amused expression. He glanced at Lin Xiao and mockingly said, Look, look, the police are coming to get you. Chapter 15. Apologizing to Lin Xiao. Lin Yu and Appo's voice was rather loud, successfully attracting the attention of those around him. The reporters quickly recognized Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei, instinctively directing their mobile phone cameras towards them. It appeared that the chairman of the Lin Group and his wife were present. What could possibly bring them here? Was that Lin Yu, the young master of the Lin family, speaking just now? Could they possibly be implicated in the murder case? In an instant, whispers filled the air. Some bolder reporters even approached, intending to conduct street interviews. At that moment, several police officers emerged from behind the cordon, led by Officer Zhang, who had made the phone call earlier. They first shooed the reporters aside before beaming at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, the case has been solved. The murderer is indeed the person you described. My colleagues have already apprehended him. Officer Zhang exclaimed, clearly elated. For them, this dismemberment case was quite significant and had already been publicized by the media. To prevent public panic, they had braced themselves for a long night of work. But to their surprise, the case was cracked within an hour, largely thanks to Lin Xiao's crucial information. Lin Xiao, our superiors will publicly commend you. Officer Zhang patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. He then turned to Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei, praising, You truly are remarkable entrepreneurs, raising such an outstanding child. Oh, it's nothing, Lin Xingshan replied, his earlier concerns replaced by a radiant expression. He had not anticipated that their son would bring such honor to the Lin family merely 3 days after his return. Once the news of the commendation broke, their company's stock was sure to see a slight rise. Before departing, Officer Zhang seemed to recall something and said to Lin Xiao, by the way, Even if you see the murderer in the future, it's perfectly fine. We will ensure the protection of witnesses. No need to say it was a cat that saw it. Understood, Lin Xiao replied with a slight smirk, resigned to the notion that speaking the truth had become quite a challenge in this day and age. Once the police left, Lin Xiao, observing Lin Yu about to depart, casually remarked, It seems someone harbors quite a misunderstanding about me. Lin Yu paused momentarily, pretending not to hear as he continued walking. At his age, he should be responsible for his words. Surely he did not intend to dismiss his previous statements as inconsequential. Lin Xiao's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, was easily heard by the Lin family. They had already been displeased with Lin Yu's earlier behavior, and now, seeing him carry on as if nothing had happened, they frowned in discontent. Is this how I taught you, Xiaoyu? Lin Xingshan said sternly. Dad, I didn't mean it, Lin Yu replied, feeling disturbed yet hesitant to retort. Su Xiaomei wore a heavy expression, puzzled over whether Lin Yu's recent behavior stemmed from the arrival of Lin Xiao or was simply his true nature, previously unnoticed by them. Are you not going to apologize to Ah Xiao? Lin Xingshan said coldly. Lin Yu opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but upon seeing the serious expressions on Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei's faces, as well as the disappointment in Lin Baixuan's gaze, he lowered his head. I'm sorry. The three simple words made Lin Yu feel as though his dignity had been trampled underfoot by Lin Xiao, intensifying his resentment. He vowed that Lin Xiao would pay for this indignity. As Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei observed Lin Yu's defeated demeanor, they felt a pang of sympathy. After all, they shared 20 years of affection, and even though they had welcomed Lin Xiao back, they did not intend to sever ties with Lin Yu completely. They still hoped for a harmonious brotherly bond between Lin Yu and Lin Xiao. On their way home, they intentionally arranged for Lin Xiao and Lin Yu to share a vehicle, but Lin Xiao declined. "Dad, Mom, I'll ride back with my second sister," Lin Xiao said indifferently. Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei understood that Lin Xiao had likely felt wronged and might need time to forgive Lin Yu, so they did not press the issue. However, just as they took a few steps, they heard Lin Xiao's inner thoughts. What on earth has Lin Yu consumed? He has been letting out one flatulence after another. I certainly do not wish to share a vehicle with him, lest I catch some ailment. The Lin couple paused, exchanging glances laced with distaste. "Well, your mother and I have some matters to attend to at the company. Xiao, you can head back alone," they stated, not waiting for Lin Yu's response before swiftly entering their vehicle and driving off. Lin Yu stood there, bewildered. Lin Xiao had already hopped into Lin Baixian's car, urging her to accelerate. Lin Baixian, having overheard Lin Xiao's thoughts, chuckled lightly, showing no intention of inviting Lin Yu along as she drove away. Throughout the journey, Lin Baixian began to accept the fact that she could hear Lin Xiao's thoughts. Most importantly, during this ride, Lin Xiao had been showering her with compliments. One moment, he praised her beauty, the next her professional abilities and calm demeanor in emergencies. Although his chatter was somewhat excessive and annoying, who wouldn't he enjoy a bit of flattery? Upon returning home, the two were greeted by an unexpected sight outside the villa, Lin Chuj's fiancé, Bai Feng. This young heir of the Bai family was not new to the Lin household, but had never arrived unannounced as he did this time. Spotting Lin Baixian, Bai Feng immediately approached her. "Xiao Xian, you're finally back." Bai Feng and Lin Baixian had met a few times, and he greeted her warmly. Lin Baixian appeared somewhat displeased with this form of address, and, frowning, asked, "What brings you here, Bai Xiao?" "I've been unable to reach Chuj. I was worried something might have happened to her." So Bai Feng pulled out his phone, displaying numerous messages he had sent, all unanswered. Lin Baixian glanced at the time. Puzzled, "Our overseas branch encountered some issues, and my elder sister flew out this morning to handle it. Didn't she inform you?" Upon hearing this, Bai Feng's face stiffened, awkwardly shaking his head, "No." At the same time, he felt confused. Although his relationship with Lin Chuj was not overly intimate, they usually communicated regularly. Significant matters were always communicated in advance. It was unusual for her to leave for abroad without any notice. Lin Baixian seemed to sense the underlying tension and politely explained, "This time, my elder sister had to leave in a hurry and might not have had the chance to inform you. She will definitely tell you when she returns." Previously, when Lin Xiao had criticized Bai Feng as a scoundrel, Lin Baixian had not been home, so she was unaware of the current situation between Lin Chuj and Bai Feng. At that moment, a taxi pulled up nearby, and Lin Yu returned. He had overheard part of their conversation, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. Chapter 16 Trouble Arises. "Brother Feng, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Just as Bai Feng was about to leave, Lin Yu stepped forward and pulled him aside. "What is the matter?" Bai Feng and Lin Yu shared a cordial relationship, especially since Bai Feng had previously gone to great lengths to win over Lin Chugu, providing Lin Yu with numerous favors along the way. Observing Lin Yu's mysterious demeanor piqued Bai Feng's curiosity. "Brother Feng, has my elder sister been rather distant towards you lately?" Lin Yu cut straight to the chase. Upon seeing Bai Feng hesitate and nod slightly, he continued, "Did you notice that guy with my second sister just now? It's all because of him." "What?" Bai Feng's brow furrowed involuntarily. He had seen Lin Xiao earlier, but since Lin Xiao had emerged from Lin Baixian's car, he assumed he was merely a friend of hers and paid him no mind. Now, realizing that the young man was connected to his fiancée, Bai Feng felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. "Hey, Brother Feng, don't overthink it. That guy is my parents' biological son, whom they just brought back from the countryside." Lin Yu, aware that such matters could not remain concealed indefinitely, decided not to hide the truth. "Is he Chu Ji's biological brother?" Bai Feng's expression softened slightly. "Then what did you mean by what you just said?" "Oh, you wouldn't believe it. Ever since that guy returned, he has turned our household upside down. The other day, I saw him say something to my elder sister, and she claimed she no longer wanted to deal with you." Lin Yu attributed all the chaos to Lin Xiao, unaware that his words were, in fact, eerily accurate. Bai Feng took Lin Yu's words at face value, turning his attention toward Lin Xiao, who was about to enter the building, his eyes darkening with malice. Lin Yu lowered his voice, saying, "Brother Feng, I know you care deeply for my sister. Rest assured, whatever you need, I will certainly assist you." Bai Feng narrowed his eyes, retracting his gaze. "What do you want?" "Ah, Brother Feng understands me well." Lin Yu chuckled awkwardly, explaining, "It's just that since they found their biological son, they seem less concerned about me than before, especially regarding pocket money." Bai Feng raised an eyebrow. "Don't worry, as long as I end up with your sister, you will not be left with nothing." "Then thank you, Brother Feng," Lin Yu replied joyfully as he returned. Seeing Lin Yu and Bai Feng whispering outside, and noticing Lin Yu's beaming return, Lin Xiao surmised that they must have been plotting something against Lin Chugo. He could only hope that her infatuation would not resurface. Soon enough, the school term commenced. Lin Xiao had already informed his counselor, Teacher Li, that he would be attending classes this semester. Unfortunately, on the very first day of school, Lin and Appo's company had a crucial meeting. As senior executives, Lin Xingshan, Su Xiaomei, and Lin Chugu were unable to attend. This left them feeling quite regretful for not being able to send their son to school. To make amends, they transferred a substantial sum of money to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao accepted it without hesitation, knowing that the Lin family would soon face bankruptcy, and having extra money would serve him well. Ultimately, only Lin Baixian, who was still on vacation, was responsible for taking Lin Xiao to school. Being in university, Lin Xiao preferred not to have his sister accompany him everywhere like a child. After settling in briefly, he asked Lin Baixian to leave. However, before he could even unpack his belongings, trouble knocked at his door. "Lin Xiao, come out." The person calling was a tall and muscular young man, standing at the dormitory entrance, beckoning Lin Xiao with an impolite gesture. Lin Xiao racked his brain but realized he had no acquaintance with this individual, so he replied coolly, "What do you want? Just come out and stop with the nonsense." The young man snapped coldly, cracking his knuckles ominously. "Don't make us come in and drag you out." Sensing the hostility, Lin Xiao glanced at the surveillance camera in the dormitory before stepping outside. The moment he did, the young man forcefully wrapped an arm around his shoulder. Only then did Lin Xiao notice that several similarly built young men stood behind him, all regarding him with malicious grins. After a brief contemplation, Lin Xiao began to piece together the situation. However, he maintained his composure and asked, "I don't seem to know you. If you have something to discuss, please state it directly. Not knowing each other is no issue. You will get to know us shortly." The young man sneered as he began to drag Lin Xiao downstairs. Lin Xiao offered no resistance, following them into a small grove behind the dormitory. Perhaps due to the camaraderie often displayed among young men, passers-by failed to notice anything amiss. As the crowd thinned out, it became evident that only they remained in the grove. The young men no longer concealed their intentions and shoved Lin Xiao aside. "Kid, don't blame us. Blame yourself for crossing paths with the wrong people." The leader of the group chuckled lightly and advanced to shove Lin Xiao. However, as he raised his hand, Lin Xiao swiftly grasped his wrist. The young man attempted to break free but quickly discovered that Lin Xiao's grip was as unyielding as a vice. Seeing this, the others rushed forward to assist. But before they could get close, Lin Xiao twisted the leader's arm at an unnatural angle, eliciting a pained cry. "Take another step forward, and his arm will be ruined," Lin Xiao stated with a calm demeanor. "Wait, don't move." The leader grimaced in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He hastily pleaded, Yes. We're merely doing this for someone else's money. No need to escalate matters." With a dismissive flick of his wrist, Lin Xiao shoved the leader away. He wiped his hands casually and turned to leave, adding, "In the future, open your eyes. Don't ruin your life over a meager sum." In truth, the system in his mind had long warned him that Bai Feng would send someone to trouble him. Yet, he had not anticipated that Bai Xiao would resort to merely hiring a few local bullies from the school. Such underestimation of him was laughable. Lin Xiao smirked. But just then, he felt a rush of air beside him. Instinctively, he turned his body, narrowly avoiding a glinting spring knife that whizzed past him. The knife wielder was an inconspicuous young man, appearing somewhat frail among the muscular group. His eyes glinted with malice, and a cold smirk played on his lips, showcasing a demeanor entirely different from the others. Only then did Lin Xiao realize he had underestimated the situation. Bai Feng was not as foolish as he had presumed. Instead, he had cleverly concealed a true threat among a crowd of school bullies, ensuring that even if trouble arose, the assailant could easily disappear. Chapter 17. In version of truth, the man appeared utterly astonished that Lin Xiao had managed to evade such a ferocious assault, momentarily frozen in place. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Xiao delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen. The force was substantial, causing the man to stagger backwards several steps, clutching his midsection and rendered immobile. The earlier group of boys clearly remained unwilling to accept defeat. How could they, a multitude, be bested by a single individual? Moreover, they were compensated for this task, and failing to execute it properly might incur the wrath of their benefactor. With a single command, all of them charged forward. Fools! Lin Xiao scoffed, a flicker of derision glimmering in his eyes. He first dispatched the foremost attacker with a swift punch, then seized the arm of another, forcefully slamming him against a nearby tree. One by one, the third, the fourth. In less than 5 minutes, he had effortlessly incapacitated them all. Yet, these 5 minutes were not a testament to his limits, but rather to theirs. Should the conflict continue, they would surely face grave injuries, if not worse. The commotion in the small grove ultimately attracted the attention of those outside. Fistfights within the university were considered a significant affair. Soon enough, someone alerted the security, followed by the school administration. Not long after Lin Xiao had driven away from a university, she received a phone call from Lin Xiao's counselor. "Hello, are you Lin Xiao's guardian? Could you come to the school?" The voice on the other end sounded rather anxious, unsure of the situation at hand. Lin Xiao agreed and promptly turned back. In the office of the physical education department at a university, Lin Xiao stood alongside his counselor, Li Xiaoli. While those he had just defeated sat on the sofa, Lin Xiao had already explained the situation to Li Xiaoli, who was visibly displeased. However, their department head was away at a meeting and would not return until next week. For now, she had to represent their interests and negotiate with the leadership of the physical education department. Fighting in school, what a disgrace. The head of the department, a portly middle-aged man, seemed an unlikely figure for someone associated with sports and athletics. "Director's son, I believe this is not a case of fighting, but rather a unilateral act of bullying against my student," Li Xiaoli retorted boldly. "Huh, Teacher Li, just look at what your student has done to mine. You call that bullying? Who is truly the bully here?" Director's son stepped closer to Li Xiaoli, towering over her. Li Xiaoli, a quintessential Southern belle of petite stature, had only recently graduated and began her role as a counselor, significantly younger than the over 40 Director Sunday. Nevertheless, she stood resolutely in front of Lin Xiao, refusing to back down. "Director's son, you cannot simply distort the truth because your inept students suffered at the hands of my student. Several of them approached my student with the intent to harass." At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Lin Yu peeked in, and upon seeing him, Director's son's expression transformed into one of sycophantic delight. "Lin Yu, what brings you here? How is your father faring?" "My father is doing quite well," Lin Yu replied with a smile, nodding to Director's son before turning his attention to Lin Xiao, his gaze laden with implication. "Director's son, I came over specifically to check on the situation regarding the fight you mentioned." "Oh, you are aware of a fight?" Director's son seized upon Lin Yu's words. "Indeed. I witnessed it while passing by the grove. However, the crowd was too large, and I feared being implicated, so I refrained from intervening," Lin Yu replied, nodding thoughtfully. Li Xiaoli, unfamiliar with Lin Yu, felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing of a witness. "Excuse me, could you clarify what transpired?" Lin Yu feigned contemplation before pointing at Lin Xiao. "It was him. I saw him using his superior skills to bully other students. Even as they begged for mercy, he showed no signs of relenting." In an instant, Li Xiaoli's expression darkened. "Are you certain you saw this clearly?" "I can assure you, I was paying close attention," Lin Yu asserted earnestly. Director's son's smile widened. "Well, Teacher Li, is this satisfactory? Now that we have a witness, your student must take responsibility for his actions." Li Xiaoli was bewildered by how the narrative had shifted. One individual bullying a group? It was utterly absurd. As a counselor, I must report this to our department head for further deliberation. However, Director's son, seemingly reluctant, interjected, "That won't suffice. Look at my students. They are injured. You either provide an explanation for your students' actions today, or I shall involve the authorities." Fearing that police involvement could adversely affect Lin Xiao, Li Xiaoli pressed. "What do you propose?" "Quite simple. Expulsion," Director's son replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Xiao. "Such a reckless student has no place in our institution." Li Xiaoli was taken aback by Director's son's blatant intention to expel Lin Xiao. She began to realize that the atmosphere in the room was decidedly abnormal. Setting aside the absurdity of the situation, Director Sun's attitude and Lin Yu's sudden appearance as a witness felt suspicious. Had Lin Xiao crossed someone significant? No. She could not allow Director Sun to handle this matter unilaterally. She needed to report to her superiors. A good student must not be subjected to such injustice. Just as she contemplated making a call, Lin Xiao, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Director Sun, are you serious? What? Director Sun paused, taken aback. I mean, when you say that a student who engages in random violence does not deserve to remain in our school, are you being sincere? Lin Xiao blinked innocently, his expression earnest. Absolutely. I cannot permit such unstable elements to threaten the safety of other students on campus. Director Sun proclaimed with righteous indignation. Had the occasion permitted, Lin Xiao might have applauded his own commendation. Well said. In that case, Director Sun, please pay close attention. Lin Xiao retrieved his phone from his pocket. Beaming as he declared, fortunately, I recorded the entire incident. I am eager to assist you in eliminating dangerous elements from our school. Chapter 18. Not a hallucination. Upon hearing Lin Xiao and Apos' words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The dozen or so individuals who had been beaten turned ashen at the sight of Lin Xiao and Apos' phone. Director Sun and Lin Yu's faces oscillated between shades of blue and white. Only Li Xiaoli's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Xiao? Did you record it? Yes, Lin Xiao nodded. Opening the recent video, the footage began with the tall boy standing at the dormitory door, shouting at him. It became clear that Lin Xiao had sensed something amiss and had discreetly turned on his phone to record, concealing it in the pocket of his shirt. The subsequent events needed no elaboration. The revelation of the boy accepting money to resolve matters confirmed the egregious nature of the incident, bullying a fellow student, compounded by the acceptance of bribes. Director Sun stood speechless, his mouth agape. It and Apos' fake. This video must be fake. Lin Yu blurted out. Oh, why not listen more closely? Lin Xiao dragged the video to a specific timestamp and amplified the sound. The unmistakable voice of the school broadcast echoed in the background, accurately announcing the date, day of the week, and even the weather. By the way, Director Sun, didn't you just say you were going to call the police? I believe Lin Yu's doubts are quite prudent. Perhaps we should have the authorities investigate and see if the records from the broadcasting department align with my video. Lin Xiao's tone remained sincere, exuding a facade of concern for everyone. Director Sun was on the brink of collapse. He had never anticipated that this individual would have recorded the entire ordeal. Calling the police is unnecessary. I can simply have a student check with the broadcasting department. Besides, regardless of who instigated trouble, you seem unharmed now, right? My students are the ones injured. I propose a mutual apology and let this matter rest. Lin Xiao was taken aback by Director Sun and Apos' audacity. Just moments ago, he had nearly been expelled, and now it was all about apologies? At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. Lin Baixian had arrived. Sister, Lin Yu exclaimed, surprised to see Lin Baixian in this place. Director Sun, initially anxious, relaxed upon realizing it was Lin Yu's sister. He approached with a disingenuous smile, greeting her politely. The second miss of the Lin family. How do you do? Li Xiaoli regarded Lin Baixian with suspicion. If her memory served her right, this woman had accompanied Lin Xiao to complete his enrollment procedures just half an hour prior. She had even called this woman to inform her of Lin Xiao's predicament. How had she suddenly become the sister of a witness? Sister, Lin Xiao called out. Director Sun froze, astonished as he turned to see Lin Xiao approaching Lin Baixian with an innocent expression. Sister, trouble found me as soon as you left. Without waiting for others to speak, he presented the video to Lin Baixian. This recording had only recently ceased, capturing Director Sun's earlier threats and Lin Yu's sudden nonsensical outburst. Lin Baixian's expression darkened. She shot Lin Yu a cold glare before addressing Director Sun in a frosty tone. Now that the truth is laid bare, how do you intend to handle this? Just now, Director Sun suggested we apologize to each other and let this matter be forgotten. Lin Xiao interjected with an innocent demeanor. As expected, Lin Baixian and Apos' frown deepened. If Director Sun was at a loss for how to resolve this, then perhaps it would be best to simply call the police. She concluded stoically. No, please don't. Director Sun panicked. Among the bullies, there were one or two with considerable family backgrounds. He had initially sought to ingratiate himself, but had unwittingly stepped into a quagmire with the Lin family. He was still unaware of the nature of Lin Xiao and Lin Yu's relationship, but understood that if the police were involved, the school's higher-ups would also see the video. He would be in dire straits. How about this? I'll have them apologize. Director's son suggested, signaling to the group. They quickly understood the implications of offending the Lin family and bowed their heads in submission. They formed a line, each bowing to Lin Xiao in apology, promising to respectfully address him as Brother Xiao whenever they encountered him at school. After a discussion with Director's son, they compensated Lin Xiao with 500,000 in total, a significant portion of which came from Director's son himself. He simply wanted to quell the situation. As long as he could keep his job, this sum was easily pocketed. Lin Xiao, uninterested in further argument, accepted the money and departed cheerfully. As they walked through the school, Lin Yu incessantly explained to Lin Baixian, "Sister, listen to me. I was threatened. They said if I didn't testify for them, I would be the next victim. Sister, I swear it's the truth." However, Lin Baixian remained silent. Her mind conflicted. She grappled with whether to believe Lin Yu. He had been such a charming and obedient child. She could hardly fathom how he had turned into his current self. Suddenly, she heard Lin Xiao and Appo's voice in her mind. Still pretending. These individuals were clearly bribed by Bai Feng after Lin Yu incited them. If Lin Yu claims ignorance, I wouldn't believe it for a second. Bai Feng. How does he relate to my sister's fiancé? Lin Baixian was taken aback. After resting at home for a few days, she was increasingly confident that she was not mentally ill and could indeed hear Lin Xiao and Appo's thoughts. However, to validate this, she decided to investigate further. She instructed Lin Xiao and Lin Yu to return to their classes while she returned to the office building below. Before long, she spotted the earlier group of students emerging. The leading boy was on the phone, seemingly frustrated. Lin Baixian followed them outside the school, where she indeed saw Bai Feng's car parked by the roadside. A few boys were arguing with Bai Feng. Moments later, several stacks of cash were thrown from the car, which then drove away. Lin Baixian was suddenly exhilarated. She was indeed not mentally ill, and the voices she heard were not figments of her imagination. This was nothing short of a miracle. She resolved to thoroughly investigate Lin Xiao. Chapter 19. The Thunder Summoning Technique. Upon entering the academy, Lin Xiao embarked on a methodical routine. He attended classes, indulged in leisurely pursuits, and reveled in his newfound tranquility. He also selected several elective courses according to his interests, among which a class on the appreciation of domestic and foreign literature piqued his curiosity. The classroom was situated within the library, creating an exceptionally pleasant atmosphere. However, to his astonishment, on his first day, he encountered Lin Yu. Lin Yu was the type who often neglected to bring textbooks to class, so his presence here was nothing short of baffling. It soon became apparent that Lin Yu was engrossed in conversation with a beautiful girl clad in a white dress, speaking animatedly. Yet, the girl seemed utterly disinterested, her slightly furrowed brow betraying her impatience. Moments later, a few other girls entered the room. The girl in white appeared to see her saviors and waved them over. When those girls approached, Lin Yu reluctantly vacated his spot, but he seemed undeterred, opting to sit directly behind the girl in white. Lin Xiao settled into a quiet corner. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged male professor entered the classroom. After surveying the room, he cheerfully announced that a book club would be established following this course, encouraging students to become acquainted with one another. As a warm-up for the first class, he suggested everyone introduce themselves, starting from one side of the room. Students began to rise in succession, offering brief introductions. When it was Lin Yu's turn, he waved his hand dramatically, proclaiming, "I am Lin Yu. Yes, that Lin from the Lin Group. Those towering buildings in the business district belong to my family." His ostentatious introduction immediately captured everyone's attention, prompting whispers among the students. "Wow, that's rather flamboyant. He is the young master of the Lin Group. Such extravagance is to be expected. But this is school after all. What is he trying to prove?" Despite the murmurs, Lin Yu remained unfazed. He exchanged glances with his sycophantic followers and cheerfully declared, "I have prepared a little gift for everyone today." This statement promptly quelled much of the negative chatter. After all, who could complain about receiving free gifts? The young master's penchant for showboating seemed to take on a more favorable light, with some girls even casting admiring glances at his generosity. Is this the allure of supernatural abilities? As the gift boxes were distributed, Lin Yu personally delivered the present to the girl in white. It appeared that he had prepared for this moment, as he had even practiced a magic trick. With an air of mystery, he gestured toward her and conjured a rose from thin air. The surrounding students erupted in cheers. "Oh, isn't she the renowned Ice Queen of the art department? The young master of the Lin family and the Ice Queen do seem well matched. But will this icy demeanor melt?" Yet, The girl remained expressionless, her hand tightly clenched beneath the table, as if she were enduring some unseen torment. Her nearby friends seemed to urge her to accept the rose, but her face grew even more rigid. At that moment, an incongruous voice rang out from the corner of the classroom. TSK. The sound was soft, but it stood out against the previous uproar, drawing everyone's attention. The students turned to see Lin Xiao sitting in the corner, disdainfully regarding Lin Yu. Is that the best you can do? A truly cringeworthy magic trick? He scoffed. Lin Yu, incensed and unwilling to curse in front of so many, retorted provocatively. Well then, why don't you show us something less cringeworthy? Expecting Lin Xiao to back down. After all, he was merely a student here. Lin Yu was taken aback when Lin Xiao rose confidently, nodding affirmatively. Sure, I shall present something far less cringeworthy. With that, Lin Xiao discreetly checked the time and appeared to be counting down in his mind, seemingly waiting for something. After several seconds passed without movement, Lin Yu mockingly exclaimed, Lin Xiao, you're not going to waste our time, are you? His entourage joined in the laughter. He clearly has nothing to offer. How could he possibly conjure anything from thin air? A couple of minutes later, the rest of the students began to grow impatient. Just as the professor was about to intervene, Lin Xiao suddenly raised his head. Silence, everyone. His sharp command silenced the room. With both hands forming a gesture, he pointed toward the sky. Summon the thunder technique. Such a theatrical display left everyone momentarily stunned. But before they could erupt in laughter, a resounding boom echoed from outside. A bolt of lightning indeed struck down. In an instant, all were left bewildered. Just moments ago, the sun had been shining brightly. How could it suddenly turn to thunder? With another pointed gesture, Lin Xiao commanded, strike. Another thunderous roar ensued, even more deafening than the first. The ground trembled, and the overhead lights swayed ominously. What on earth was happening? Could it possibly be an earthquake? It felt as though lightning had truly struck here. Panic spread among the students. Outside, chaos erupted. Fire! The top floor is ablaze. Quick, extinguish the flames. Before long, a librarian burst through the door, urgently shouting, everyone evacuate. The top floor has been struck by lightning and is on fire. Students scrambled to their feet, rushing toward the exit. Lin Xiao followed closely behind, appearing remarkably composed amidst the commotion. In no time, everyone had been evacuated. As they looked up at the charred roof of the library, they were struck by disbelief. Despite the presence of lightning rods, how could it have sustained such damage? Just how powerful was that lightning? Suddenly, someone pointed at Lin Xiao. It was him. He summoned the lightning. Yes, I saw it too. Word of Lin Xiao and Appo's feet spread rapidly, and soon, nearly everyone was aware of his actions. Lin Xiao gazed at their reactions, momentarily at a loss for words. No, it was merely a small performance, he thought. Surely, these people could not genuinely believe it? Chapter 20. Trust in Science. Lin Xiao never anticipated that these individuals could take a joke so poorly. This was not some fantastical realm. How could they genuinely believe that he had summoned the lightning? It was utterly absurd. Soon enough, the incident regarding Lin Xiao calling down lightning reached the ears of the responsible teacher. As expected, he was once again summoned to meet with his parents. Originally, Lin Baishuan's vacation had concluded, and she was preparing to return to work today. Little did she know, she would receive a call from the school. Upon hearing of Lin Xiao's predicament, she felt overwhelmed. Had she known this troublesome boy would cause such a ruckus, she would have declined to be his contact. Wait, are you saying my brother invoked lightning and blew up the library? Lin Baixian questioned incredulously while seated in the school office, suspecting that they were jesting with her. According to the accounts of the students present at the scene, it appears that, of course, we do not wish to jump to conclusions. Verification is essential. A bespectacled, conservatively dressed middle-aged woman stated with utmost seriousness. She was the librarian of a university and the individual in charge. Verification? Lin Baixian was even more astonished. Did such a matter truly require verification? Was it necessary? Internally, she scoffed, though her face maintained a polite smile. Rest assured, if it was not Lin Xiao who did this, we would never wrongfully accuse a student, the librarian insisted, her expression still stern. Lin Baixian turned to Lin Xiao, her face devoid of expression as she inquired, Lin Xiao, why don't you clarify what exactly transpired? It was merely a coincidence, Lin Xiao replied with an awkward smile. At that moment, Lin Baixian heard Lin Xiao's thoughts. Oh my goodness, I only intended to show off. I never imagined it would escalate to this. I merely had a premonition that the library would be struck by lightning and made a few gestures. Had I known it would lead to this, I would have refrained from drawing attention. Fortunately, only the rooftop was damaged with no casualties. Otherwise, it would have been truly complicated. Understanding the truth, Lin Xiao let out a slow sigh of relief. She knew that the world had not yet descended into madness. Although Lin Xiao possessed the ability to foresee the future, and she could hear his thoughts, if she were to discover that he could also summon the elements, it would undoubtedly shatter her long-held belief in science. In the office, there were several eyewitnesses, including Lin Yu, who stepped forward at an opportune moment. Second sister, this isn't a major issue. After all, father has recently expressed interest in donating to our school. Why not have him fund a new library? Upon hearing this, the librarian's eyes brightened. She had just learned of the identity of the woman before her, Lin Xiao, the second daughter of the Lin family. If there was a chance to secure a donation, it would be advantageous for the school, and she would bear less responsibility. In fact, it doesn't even require complete reconstruction. The lower levels of the current library are fine. We only need to refurbish the upper sections, the librarian stated with a cheerful demeanor. Lin Xiao silently nodded. The Lin family was not short on funds, and if it could help mend Lin Xiao's reputation among his peers and teachers, it would be a positive outcome. However, at that moment, she heard Lin Xiao's thoughts again. Sigh. While the Lin family helping to refurbish the library isn't a problem, I can't trust Lin Yu not to meddle and cut corners, resulting in a shoddy construction job. Not long after completion, it would likely collapse and cause casualties. Then, our parents, who were once viewed as philanthropists, would become targets of public scorn, exacerbating the already precarious state of the Lin family. Poor dad would be severely injured by the family of the deceased. It would be tragic. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's pupils dilated in shock. She had initially considered calling father on Lin Yu's behalf to finalize the renovations, but now realized that this matter required careful consideration. Leaving the office, Lin Yu could not help but complain to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, do you realize how terrifying your lightning summoning is? It's going to cost father a fortune. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. What era are we in? You should believe less in superstitions. If I could truly summon lightning, you would have been struck dead by now. Lin Yu was left speechless, his chest tightening in frustration. You must believe in science, understand? Lin Xiao shot Lin Yu a disdainful glance. However, he soon realized that Lin Yu was not the only one clinging to superstition. As they left the school, the gazes of their classmates were peculiar, tinged with curiosity and a hint of the uncanny. Lin Xiao could only helplessly rub his forehead. It seemed this matter would not be easily clarified anytime soon. Today was Friday, and Lin Xiao and Lin Yu returned home with Lin Xiao. Once home, Lin Xiao collapsed onto the sofa, allowing Lin Yu to animatedly recount the day's events to their parents, embellishing the story as he went. Lin Yu had intended for them to chastise Lin Xiao for causing trouble for the Lin family. However, to his surprise, Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei showed no signs of blame. Instead, they found the incident quite amusing. Are you saying Lin Xiao has become the thunder god at school? How intriguing. Lin Xiao, sitting nearby, refrained from saying much. Her mind was preoccupied with Lin Xiao's earlier thoughts. Soon, Lin Yu shifted the conversation to the topic of helping the school repair the library. Dad, Mom, the rumors at school are particularly unfavorable for Lin Xiao. If this affects the company later on, that would be unfortunate. Helping to repair the library would also serve as an apology to the school on Lin Xiao's behalf. This insinuation directly cast blame onto Lin Xiao. Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei, oblivious to Lin Yu's manipulation, had always been inclined toward philanthropy, since this issue involved their son. Assisting in the library's repairs seemed a trivial matter. Observing them agree on the spot, Lin Xiao hesitated, wanting to intervene but ultimately deciding against it. The ramifications of this situation were too significant. She could not confirm whether Lin Xiao's thoughts were genuine. Misjudging Lin Yu would not bode well. However, if it were true, she would never allow Lin Yu to ruin the Lin family. During dinner, the family gathered around the table. Lin Xiao was already famished and was about to indulge when he suddenly paused. No way, he murmured to himself. What is it? Su Xiaomei asked with concern. If you don't like the soup, we can have Aunt Lu prepare something else. Lin Xiao shook his head, glancing at the bowl of soup, and said softly, Dad, Mom, you might want to avoid eating this tonight. Chapter 21. The cooking oil scandal. What happened? The others were taken aback by Lin Xiao's words and momentarily set down their chopsticks. The meal today was lavish, a grand table laden with a delightful assortment of dishes, complemented by fragrant soup, the fruits of Aunt Lu's labor after a long day. A significant portion was prepared specifically for Lin Yu's palate. Hearing Lin Xiao's remark, Lin Yu's displeasure was palpable. Lin Xiao, what do you mean by that? Aunt Lu has worked tirelessly for an entire afternoon. If you choose not to eat, that's your decision. But why deprive our parents and sister of their meal? I haven't stopped you. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at Lin Yu. As if you could actually stop me. Lin Yu scoffed, seemingly intent on opposing Lin Xiao, as he scooped a generous ladle of soup and brought it to his lips. After savoring it, he smacked his lips in appreciation. Lin Xiao merely smiled, saying nothing. At that moment, the other members of the Lin family, apart from Lin Yu, began to hear Lin Xiao's inner thoughts. How absurd. This food is all made from gutter oil, and he's actually tasting it. Aunt Lu must have secretly sold all the good imported oils and replaced them with gutter oil, believing we wouldn't venture into the kitchen. So she didn't even bother to hide it, just leaving it in the cabinet beneath the stove. TSK, previously undetected, and now she's bought even lower quality, with remnants of duck neck in it. Upon hearing this, their expressions shifted dramatically. The once appetizing dishes now appeared unpalatable. Only Lin Yu, oblivious to the anomaly, continued to feast heartily. Noticing the other's reluctance, he kindly urged, Dad, Mom, second sister, don't mind his dramatics. We're all here to enjoy a meal together. And he's just being difficult. Aunt Lu had been with the Lin family for 2 years. Although Mr. and Mrs. Lin were still inclined to trust her, they dared not gamble with their health. Reflecting on the meals over the past period, they realized that the flavors had indeed been somewhat peculiar. They instinctively attributed this to Aunt Lu's culinary skills, never considering the possibility of foul play. If that oil truly posed a risk, wouldn't they be? In any case, until the truth was revealed, it seemed none of them could eat another bite. I'll go grab a small bowl, Lin Baixian offered casually, making her way to the kitchen. At that moment, Aunt Lu was engrossed in her phone in a corner of the kitchen, entirely oblivious to anyone passing by, and even more so to someone approaching the stove. Before long, with expectant gazes from Mr. and Mrs. Lin, Lin Baixian returned, her complexion pale. She held a tub of golden oil and asked blandly, Dad, Mom, this oil you used to have someone buy from abroad, it shouldn't look like this, right? The container bore no labels, crudely made of flimsy plastic. Most alarmingly, the oil appeared to have black sediment within. At that moment, even the dimmest of them realized something was amiss. Su Xiaomei trembled with rage, slamming her chopsticks onto the table. Aunt Lu. Huh. Madam, what's wrong? Aunt Lu, startled by the noise, hurriedly approached. Upon seeing the tub of oil on the table, her face drained of color. This. Aunt Lu, frightened, collapsed onto the floor, speechless. What on earth is happening? Lin Xingshan's anger flared. Knowing she could no longer hide the truth, Aunt Lu stammered her confession. Echoing Lin Xiao and Appo's earlier thoughts, she had learned of the prices for the imported oils and, driven by greed, secretly sold them at slightly below market value, then procured gutter oil from unsavory places in the market. To put it bluntly, even among gutter oils, this was the most inferior quality, and scrupulous vendors provided her with bulk seasonings, claiming that by adding these to the food, the unpleasant taste of gutter oil could be masked, making the dishes more palatable. Tempted by the prospect of profit, Aunt Lu purchased several tubs. The one on the table was the last and the worst quality, poorly filtered, containing substantial sediment. Fortunately, this tub was just opened today, only used for this meal. The entire family, apart from Lin Yu, had not consumed any of it. Lin Yu, unable to contain himself midway through Aunt Lu's confession, rushed to vomit, desperately gagging, wishing to expel everything from his stomach. Upon returning, he kicked Aunt Lu, shouting, We never mistreated you, you vile woman. How could you be so malicious? Just wait until I deal with you. He was ready to unleash a flurry of blows. But it was only with the intervention of Su Xiaomei that he refrained from continuing his assault. Out of respect for their 2 years together, Su Xiaomei chose not to report Aunt Lu to the authorities. Instead, after demanding a hefty sum in compensation, she was forcibly expelled from the Lin household. The meal before them had been discarded by the other servants, yet all remained seated at the table, exchanging bewildered glances. They were disgusted, both hungry and nauseated, unsure of how to proceed. Shall we go out to eat? Lin Yu suggested, patting his flat stomach. We could order takeout. I know a place with exceptionally clean, spicy crayfish. Lin Xiao offered a dissenting opinion. Lin Yu shot him an irritated glance, scoffing. How clean can takeout really be? Isn't it all just gutter oil anyway? Lin Xiao arched an eyebrow, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Without soliciting further opinions, He pulled out his phone to place an order. With a sigh, Lin Xiao remarked, "You all can eat what you wish. Your mother and I will skip the meal." With that, he and Su Xiaomei rose to head to the living room to enjoy some fruit. Lin Baixian, too, lost her appetite and quietly retreated to her room upstairs. Lin Yu, deciding to leave the house, contemplated visiting a five-star hotel to bring back some food, hoping to win the favor of his parents and sister. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao awaited his takeout. Before long, 2 large bags of takeout arrived. The aroma of crayfish wafted through the air as Lin Xiao happily began to feast at the dining table. "I once worked at this restaurant. Their crayfish are handled with utmost care from farming to serving, and the kitchen is impeccably clean, using only high-quality oils, albeit at a higher price, but it guarantees safety. Oh yes, and the flavors are delightful too." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's thoughts and witnessing his enjoyment, the Lin couple finally began to salivate in anticipation. Chapter 22. Provoking public outrage. The Lin couple, having been raised in a modest environment, seldom had the opportunity to indulge in street food. Their curiosity was piqued by the enticing aroma and spiciness of the dishes. At last, Lin Xingshan could no longer contain himself. The fruit he had earlier consumed had only intensified his hunger. He glanced at Lin Xiao and asked softly, "Ah Xiao, do you have enough? If not, your father can order more for you." "I ordered enough for 4. Lin Xiao replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Lin Xingshan was taken aback, but then a smile spread across his face as he exchanged a glance with Su Xiaomei, filled with pride and a touch of embarrassment. Indeed, their son was quite considerate. This eased their tension, and they took their seats at the dining table, enjoying the meal together with Lin Xiao. Su Xiaomei accepted the gloves Lin Xiao offered and began preparing the food herself. It must be said, the flavors of these young people and Apos' favored dishes were truly delightful. Indeed, when they next hire a cook, they should find one skilled in preparing crayfish, so they could enjoy it at home in the future. As Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei exchanged compliments, Lin Xiao felt a wave of happiness. Raising his small bowl, he beamed, "Second sister, come join us. I've already peeled some for you." Lin Baixian hesitated but eventually descended the stairs. Feeling somewhat awkward, she said, "Since you've already peeled them, I suppose I should give them a try." Thus, the 4 began to enjoy the crayfish heartily. When Lin Yu returned, he found everyone satiated, unable to eat another bite. "Father, mother, I've packed some AO long, king crab, and East Star grouper." Lin Yu entered with a cheerful demeanor, only to be met with the sight of his family happily replete. The servants were busy clearing the shells of the crayfish from the table. "Xiao Yu, you're back. We've already had our fill," Lin Xingshan remarked, his spirits high, not noticing the change in Lin Yu's expression. Lin Yu's smile faltered, and feeling somewhat awkward, he asked, "I brought these from the Dihao Hotel. Would you like to have some more? I even got your favorite caviar." No, we truly cannot eat another bite." Su Xiaomei and Lin Baixian both shook their heads in refusal. Lin Yu could no longer contain himself. He tossed the food to a nearby servant and coldly commanded, "Throw it all away." At this statement, everyone present paused in shock. Logically speaking, these items could easily be stored in the refrigerator for tomorrow, or at the very least. The servants had yet to eat, so sharing with them would not be an issue. The servants, seeing the fine food in their hands, hesitated and tentatively asked, "Young master, discarding these would be wasteful. We haven't eaten yet. May we have them?" Under normal circumstances, Lin Yu would have been indifferent to the servants' desires, allowing them to eat as they pleased. However, today, in his fury, he shouted, "Can't you understand human language? I said to throw it away. Are you beggars?" The servant was taken aback, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes glistening. At her age, being humiliated by someone of the same age as her son was unbearable, and the feelings of grievance and sorrow overwhelmed her momentarily. Enough of this nonsense. Lin Xingshan's good mood was shattered. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Lin Yu, why are you throwing such a tantrum? Is this how I raised you?" Though the Lin and Su families were affluent, they were not ostentatious. Thus, despite having a higher standard of living and education, they instilled in their children the importance of not wasting food. Lin Yu's blatant wastefulness and his disrespect toward the servant were intolerable. Clenching his fists tightly, Lin Yu walked up the stairs in silence. Upon returning to his room, he slammed the door shut with force. Su Xiaomei sighed softly and approached the servant, expressing her sincere apologies. "Sister Zhao, I am truly sorry. We have failed to educate our son properly. I will ensure he is disciplined. Please take this food and share it with others." "Madam, please do not say that. You and Mr. Lin are both kind-hearted individuals, the servant sniffed. A year ago, when her son fell ill and required $1 million for surgery, Su Xiaomei lent her the money without a moment's hesitation. With such a great kindness bestowed upon her, she held no grievances. Yet, in her heart, she lamented the significance of blood ties. Lin Yu's temperament was starkly different from that of the Lin couple. It was Lin Xiao, the newcomer, who truly embodied the kindness of the Lin family. On Monday, Lin Xiao returned to school, initially believing that the rumors surrounding him would have diminished after the weekend. However, he was surprised to find that while the tales of his attracting lightning had faded, the news of Lin Yu's initiative to fund the library repairs had spread like wildfire. Curiously, the narrative was laced with derogatory remarks about him. That Lin family young master is truly generous, offering his time and money to fix the library. Indeed, that is far better than that so-called lightning attractor. How amusing. He even tried to pull off a lightning scam, and now he expects others to clean up after him. But I heard that the lightning attractor was rather ungrateful and treated Lin Yu poorly. Really? On what grounds? After listening for a while, Lin Xiao realized that the lightning attractor they spoke of was none other than himself. How had he transformed from their god of thunder last Friday to this ridicule today? At noon, Lin Xiao, under the gaze of his peers, made his way to the school cafeteria. To his dismay, as soon as he sat down, a group approached and began banging on his table. Hey, how do you still have the face to eat here? I bet he'll raise his hand to the sky again in a moment. Haha, yes. Watch out for a lightning strike that might destroy the cafeteria. As they mocked, they took seats around him. The ringleader even picked up Lin Xiao's tray and casually dumped its contents into the nearby trash bin. After their taunts, they prepared to leave. Lin Xiao coldly remarked, "Hey, I paid for that lunch. Are you planning to compensate me?" At this, the group erupted in laughter, as if hearing a joke. Huh, you want me to pay you back? The leader stepped forward, intending to teach Lin Xiao a lesson. Just then, he spotted Lin Yu approaching, and his eyes lit up. Young Master Yu. Lin Yu also noticed Lin Xiao surrounded by troublemakers. Understanding that Lin Xiao was in a predicament, he came to enjoy the spectacle. The boy yanked Lin Xiao's arm, sneering, "I think it's you who should be compensating young Master Yu. He is using his family's resources to clean up your mess. How will you repay him?" Before Lin Xiao could respond, the boy feigned realization. "Oh, I forgot. You have no money. But even if you're broke, you should at least show some gratitude. Since there are plenty of witnesses, why not kneel and thank young Master Yu?" Chapter 23. The invitation from a beauty. These young men were mere sycophants of Lin Yu, perpetually seeking to curry favor with him during their idle hours. Upon discovering Lin Yu's disdain for Lin Xiao, they seized the opportunity to torment him. Lin Yu, reveling in the spectacle, stood by and watched as Lin Xiao was bullied. "Lin Yu, you are well aware that certain truths cannot remain concealed for long, are you not?" Lin Xiao remarked, casting a cool glance toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu understood the implications of Lin Xiao's words, but was indifferent to the consequences. After all, even if others were to discover the truth, Lin Xiao was the legitimate heir of the Lin family, which would not significantly impact him. As long as Lin Xiao remained within the Lin household, these ingratiating individuals would continue their obsequiousness. The surrounding crowd continued to jeer, some even resorting to physical shoving, attempting to force Lin Yu to kneel. At that moment, a clear, resonant voice broke through the commotion. "What are you all doing?" The crowd turned to see none other than Xiao Xiaoyan, the art department's belle whom Lin Yu had previously courted. Clad in a black tracksuit, her hair tied back, she exuded a youthful vibrance, her beauty undiminished. She surveyed the crowd, her expression neutral, until her gaze landed on Lin Yu. Lin Yu, taken aback by Xiao Xiaoyan's sudden appearance, quickly attempted to adjust his demeanor. However, Xiao Xiaoyan disregarded him and directly approached Lin Xiao. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lin Xiao replied with a nonchalant smile. Casting a disdainful glance at those nearby, he turned to Lin Yu and said, "Since you are unwilling to clarify matters with your sycophants, I shall take it upon myself." Clearing his throat, Lin Xiao continued, "The one responsible for the renovation of the library is my father. I am the true son of the Lin family, while he is merely a foster child of my parents." A smirk crept onto Lin Xiao's lips as he displayed a hitherto unseen arrogance. Disdainfully addressing Lin Yu, "My parents kindly allowed you to remain in the Lin family. They did not intend for you to spew nonsense outside." Lin Yu had not intended to maintain the deception indefinitely, yet he had not anticipated such a revelation would come forth in this manner. Lin Xiao, who had always been timid, was unexpectedly brazen today, rendering Lin Yu and Appos, prepared retorts obsolete. Indeed, Lin Xiao and Apos' declaration stunned everyone present. Initially, the onlookers believed Lin Xiao had lost his mind, but upon witnessing Lin Yu's reaction, they began to realize that Lin Xiao's claims might hold some truth. Lin Xiao fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, grinning. Why the silence? Lin Yu, lacking confidence, retorted, the Lin family has supported me for 20 years. I have even been allocated shares in the Lin Corporation. Do you genuinely believe that a country bumpkin like you has a chance to inherit the Lin family? Dream on. With that, he turned and walked away. The entourage, unable to discern the current situation, followed suit. Regardless of the outcome, they had benefited from Lin Yu's influence in the past, and Lin Yu had promised them positions within the Lin Corporation upon graduation. Thus, they felt compelled to continue their allegiance to him. Once they had departed, the restaurant fell into a tranquil silence. Lin Xiao turned to Qiu Xiaoyan and sincerely expressed, "Thank you for your timely intervention. Allow me to treat you to a meal." Qiu Xiaoyan's expression shifted slightly, hesitating before she nodded. Lin Xiao inquired, "What would you like to eat?" Expecting that someone as beautiful as Qiu Xiaoyan would indulge in lavish choices, he braced himself for a hefty bill. To his surprise, she ordered a meal costing only a few dozen yuan. After confirming that Qiu Xiaoyan truly desired only this modest fare, he joined the queue at the counter. However, when it was his turn, he discovered that the meal card he had kept in his pocket was missing. The counter did not accept alternative payment methods, leaving Lin Xiao frozen in place. If it were only for himself, he could endure a missed meal, but with Qiu Xiaoyan present, he felt utterly at a loss. "Hey, are you going to buy something or not? If not, step aside," the impatient patrons behind him urged. Just as Lin Xiao awkwardly considered yielding his spot, a slender, fair arm reached out and placed a meal card on the machine. Beep. Lin Xiao looked over to find it was Qiu Xiaoyan, intensifying his embarrassment. They returned to their table, and Lin Xiao sheepishly remarked, "This, what was supposed to be my treat has turned into you treating me." Qiu Xiaoyan lowered her gaze, softly replying, "It's fine. Consider it a fee for my previous visit." "Fee for visiting?" Lin Xiao echoed, puzzled. "Yes, for your thunderbolt technique." It was truly impressive. At the mention of this, a flicker of excitement danced in Qiu Xiaoyan's eyes, though she quickly lowered her head, reverting to her previous aloof demeanor. Observing her somewhat awkward expression, Lin Xiao began to comprehend something. Many at school referred to Qiu Xiaoyan as an ice queen due to her perpetually frosty disposition. Yet, it appeared her character was not as frigid as it seemed. Perhaps she was merely socially anxious. After their meal, Lin Xiao assured her, "I promise to treat you. This time does not count." "All right, how about this weekend?" Qiu Xiaoyan suggested, taking the initiative. "Sure, let us connect beforehand," Lin Xiao replied, waving his phone. "Good." Qiu Xiaoyan nodded before departing alone. Lin Xiao observed her retreating figure with intrigue. He realized that aside from her beauty, Qiu Xiaoyan was indeed an interesting individual. He found himself unexpectedly looking forward to the weekend. Upon leaving the restaurant, he did not return to his dorm, but instead called the police. He had sensed something was amiss earlier, and suddenly recalled that the boys who had urged him to kneel before Lin Yu had seemingly rummaged through his pocket. Otherwise, how could his meal card have vanished without a trace? The police arrived promptly to review the surveillance footage, corroborating his suspicions. "Student Lin, if it's just the meal card, it might not meet the threshold for a case. That is sufficient. I have over 5,000 yuan in my account." Lin Xiao did not mention that this money had just been transferred via his mobile phone. Having publicly revealed his identity today, he aimed to decisively overshadow Lin Yu. "Over 5,000? Are today's youth so affluent?" The officer muttered in astonishment, quickly dispatching personnel to locate the involved parties and the school authorities. Shortly thereafter, the boys who had bullied Lin Xiao were brought in. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, the ringleader appeared perplexed. But as he learned of the 5,000 yuan in Lin Xiao's meal card, his expression shifted dramatically. "Lin Xiao, you did this on purpose." Chapter 24. Divination. What does it matter if I intentionally harm you? It was not I who compelled you to steal from me. Lin Xiao merely watched with a smile in his eyes as the police escorted the boy away. This time, Lin Yu had lost a subordinate and incurred the disdain of the goddess. He certainly would not let this go easily. Yet, Lin Xiao remained indifferent. When faced with adversity, he would confront it head-on, curious to see what tricks Lin Yu had left up his sleeve. Having suffered such a significant loss, Lin Yu's first instinct was to go home and complain. However, he suddenly realized that those who once cared for him most, his family, now seemed unwilling to take his side. With no other recourse, he sought out by phone directly. Contrary to the rumors of being a modest gentleman, Bai Feng was, in fact, a true playboy. As one of the few privy to his true nature, Lin Yu made his way to an underground bar that Bai Feng frequented without prior notice. Upon pushing open the door to the private room, he found Bai Feng wrapped around a scantily clad woman, joyfully sipping his drink. "What brings you here?" Bai Feng asked, seemingly impatient at Lin Yu's unexpected visit. Lin Yu plopped down beside him, casting an annoyed glance at the woman. "Brother Feng, you haven't even married my sister yet. Don't you fear being discovered by her while you indulge like this?" Bai Feng replied dismissively. "As long as you keep quiet, she won't find out." "Did you come here just to say this?" Realizing Bai Feng's irritation, Lin Yu hesitated to push his luck and awkwardly said, "It's that Lin Xiao again. Not only did he embarrass me in public, but he also took my woman." To Lin Yu's surprise, Bai Feng laughed. "Ah, young and impetuous. She's just a woman. What is the harm in wanting a different one? Why stoop to competing with that country bumpkin?" Lin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. "Don't worry, once I marry your sister, I will deal with him in due time," Bai Feng said earnestly, patting Lin Yu's shoulder. "Soon, I'll find you a girl who is 100 times prettier than her." Lin Yu was aware that the women surrounding Bai Feng were of dubious reputation, and he had always considered them beneath him. Thus, he concocted an excuse to leave. After departing the bar, Lin Yu felt a growing frustration. He gathered a few subordinates and headed to a barbecue stall to drown his sorrows in drink. After several rounds, they became increasingly uninhibited in their conversation. "Bro you, that Lin Xiao is just asking for trouble. If it comes to it, let us just eliminate him." "Exactly. Let us take him out." One of them chimed in. "My cousin knows some people who can make it clean." With the encouragement of those around him, Lin Yu's anger flared. Reflecting on the grievances of recent days, he decisively exclaimed, "All right, let us kill him." As the new semester began, Lin Xiao faced minimal academic pressure. His parents frequently expressed their longing for him, prompting Lin Baixian to bring him home for dinner every few days. One afternoon, Lin Xiao again found himself in Lin Baixian and Appo's car. Their conversations had blossomed during their time together, with Lin Baixian occasionally showing concern for Lin Xiao, warming his heart. However, amidst this harmonious atmosphere, Lin Xiao's expression suddenly shifted. He jerked his head up, noticing they were approaching an intersection where the traffic lights had been malfunctioning for some time. Vehicles were moving at a snail's pace, creating little congestion. Suddenly, a car sped out from the opposite direction, barreling straight towards Lin Baixian's vehicle. "Watch out." Lin Xiao had no time to warn her and instinctively reached for the steering wheel. Lin Baixian was frozen in fear, watching helplessly as Lin Xiao managed to steer the car to the side. Though they grazed another vehicle, thankfully, no one was harmed. Infuriated, Lin Xiao flung open the door, ready to confront the reckless driver. To his astonishment, the car accelerated away. Standing there, Lin Xiao's mind echoed with the system's voice. The realization ignited his fury. "Lin Yu, you wretched scoundrel. Fooling around is one thing, but now you seek to take a life?" Such seething thoughts jolted Lin Baixian out of her stupor. Was this Lin Yu's doing? How could that be? No matter how reckless he is, he would never go so far as to want someone dead. Lin Baixian's hands trembled, whether from the shock of surviving or the weight of Lin Xiao's thoughts. "I'll call the police," she declared, stepping out of the car. She was unwilling to wrongly accuse an innocent nor let a villain escape unpunished. Calling the authorities was the wisest course of action. Lin Xiao nodded silently, standing there in contemplation. What troubled him now was another matter. Previously, he had enjoyed passively observing the little skirmishes with the system's assistants, finding amusement in the chaos. Yet, with recent encounters of increasing peril, he recognized that remaining a passive bystander would eventually lead to his demise at the hands of Lin Yu or other ill-intentioned individuals. "Hey, system, do you have any functionality beyond simply spectating? Compared to others' golden fingers, yours seems rather lackluster." Lin Xiao questioned inwardly. "Who said I lack other functionalities? We're all systems. Who doesn't have a few abilities?" The system's voice sounded somewhat uncertain. After a brief silence, it continued. "Every 50 instances of passive observation grants a chance to draw a prize. The rewards are quite varied. Skills like divination, golden eyes, and various items such as luck pills and enhancement elixirs." The system boasted confidently. Lin Xiao could not help but roll his eyes. This seemed like a hastily added feature. Yet, since an opportunity had presented itself, he figured it was better than nothing. Having surpassed 50 instances of passive observation long ago, he promptly requested the system to draw a prize. Draw now? With so many enticing items, Don't think you can con me with a mere thank you for your patronage. He preemptively blocked the system's escape route, ensuring it could not offer him something subpar. Drawing begins. Congratulations, host. You have obtained basic divination. Divination? Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Host, in the future, when you miss an opportunity to observe, you can divine it yourself. After all, I am merely an observation system and cannot foresee every event. Lin Xiao sensed a hint of sarcasm in the system's tone, laced with a touch of bitterness. It mattered little. Just as the system indicated, some matters might not qualify as mere observations, and it would not proactively alert him to those. Regarding matters of life and death, the system always tended to gloss over them. Now equipped with the skill of divination, he had gained an additional ability. At that moment, Lin Xiao's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the name on the screen, a smile graced his face. Xiao Xiaoyan, have you decided what you want to eat this weekend? However, on the other end of the line, there was only a cacophony of noise. After a considerable pause, a faint voice emerged. Lin Xiao, help me. Chapter 25. The Straight Man's Rescue. Upon hearing the faint voice of Xiao Xiaoyan on the other end of the line, a wave of cold sweat washed over Lin Xiao. Where are you? Huayao Hotel. I'll be right there, Lin Xiao exclaimed, intending to urge Xiao Xiaoyan not to hang up the phone. However, before he could utter a word, a cacophony erupted from her end, and the call was abruptly terminated. This is bad. Xiao Xiaoyan's attempt to seek help has likely been discovered. Sister, handle things on your end for now. I have something urgent to attend to, Lin Xiao declared hastily, flagging down a taxi and departing in a flurry. Lin Baixian had never witnessed Lin Xiao in such a state of urgency and could not find the time to inquire. As he journeyed, the system and Appo's voice echoed in Lin Xiao and Appo's mind. It was yet another scheme devised by Lin Yu. System, your timeliness is increasingly poor. Lin Xiao could not help but scoff. If it were any later, it would be as though he had said nothing at all. The system, slightly embarrassed, provided a patient explanation. The timeliness of gossip is closely linked to the relationship between the gossip subject and the host. Incidents involving family or the host themselves are reported promptly, while cases like Xiao Xiaoyan, whom the host has only met a few times, might not be as timely. Lin Xiao could hardly afford to dwell on such details. Upon arriving at the entrance of Huayao Hotel, he realized he had no knowledge of Xiao Xiaoyan's room number. The front desk staff clearly would not divulge that information easily. In a moment of desperation, he recalled the recently acquired divination technique. Focusing intently, a hexagram materialized in his mind. He swiftly posed his question. Soon, the hexagram began to rotate, seemingly guiding him. Following its direction, Lin Xiao ascended the stairs, eventually halting at the door of a guest room. This must be it. At that moment, he overheard voices from the adjacent room. Why hasn't brother you arrived yet? Isn't it unsafe to leave that girl locked up next door? In such a short time, nothing will happen. Brother, you will be back soon. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao knocked on the neighboring door. Hello, your delivery has arrived. Delivery? The individuals inside sounded puzzled, but opened the door promptly. Seizing the moment before they could react, Lin Xiao delivered a swift punch, then forced his way inside, swiftly incapacitating both men. He retrieved the room card from one of them, then bound them with 2 data cables he found, gagging them as well. The entire operation was fluid, and by the time the two regained consciousness, Lin Xiao had already departed. They were bound securely, unable to escape, reduced to muffled whimpers that would hardly attract outside attention, leaving them to wait helplessly for rescue. With the room card in hand, Lin Xiao unlocked the door to the room. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Xiao Xiaoyan sprawled on the bed. Her hands were bound, her eyes barely open, and her heavy breathing indicated distress. She appeared dazed, as though under the influence of some drug. No wonder Lin Yu's underlings chose to remain next door instead of staying with her. Lin Xiao quickly untied the ropes binding Xiao Xiaoyan's hands. However, to his surprise, the moment her hands were free, she clung to his neck, pressing her body against him. Hey, Lin Xiao exclaimed, taken aback and stumbling back. I feel unwell. Xiao Xiaoyan's face was flushed, exhibiting signs of discomfort. Lin Xiao reached out to touch her forehead. She was burning with fever. Without hesitation, he scooped her up and headed toward the bathroom. Xiao Xiaoyan nestled against him like a small kitten, her face rubbing against his chest, her lips parting as she leaned closer to his face. Yet, Lin Xiao promptly placed her into the bathtub, and before she could react, a cascade of icy water fell upon her. Ah! Xiao Xiaoyan gasped, the sound escaping her lips like a delicate moan, influenced by the drugs in her system. Lin Xiao, a normal man himself, felt a stir of emotions. Yet he refused to take advantage of her vulnerable state, aware that it would render him no different from Lin Yu. His focus remained solely on alleviating the effects of the drug from Qiu Xiaoyan's system. Gradually, Qiu Xiaoyan regained her senses, her mind still conscious of her actions. Though her body felt beyond her control, before long, she was fully submerged in the bathtub, the frigid water providing her with a semblance of relief. She gazed up at Lin Xiao with a hint of reproach, her hair dripping and her appearance disheveled. "Are you feeling better?" Lin Xiao asked with genuine concern. Qiu Xiaoyan, sulking, replied, "Not at all." She was beginning to doubt her own allure or whether Lin Xiao was truly a man. His lack of response to her flirtation was one thing, but his complete disregard for her plight was another. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Qiu Xiaoyan. Suddenly, an idea struck him. This drug affects the mind significantly. Hold your breath for a moment. Qiu Xiaoyan, uncertain of his intent, instinctively nodded. In the next instant, he submerged her head beneath the water. Approximately half an hour later, Qiu Xiaoyan found herself lying on a bed in another room. The effects of the drug had completely dissipated, much to her relief. Otherwise, she could only imagine the ordeal Lin Xiao, that foolish boy, might have put her through. Lin Xiao was seated on a nearby sofa, engrossed in his phone, oblivious to her presence. Taking a deep breath, Qiu Xiaoyan said, "Lin Xiao, thank you." "No need for thanks," he replied without looking up. Qiu Xiaoyan felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Observing Lin Xiao's demeanor, she couldn't help but question whether she had misjudged him. Indeed, that day in the elective course was not her first encounter with Lin Xiao. Approximately 15 years prior, when she was merely 5 years old, she had fallen into the water during a visit to the countryside with her parents. Fortunately, a young boy nearby, fishing, had noticed her and saved her. She had been bewildered by how a boy seemingly her age could possess such bravery. She could not fathom why such a mundane incident had lingered in her memory for 15 years. She had thought she would never cross paths with that boy again. Yet here they were, reunited after all these years. Although she no longer recalled his appearance, the crescent-shaped birthmark on his arm was etched in her mind. That very birthmark was on Lin Xiao's arm. The day Lin Xiao summoned lightning, Qiu Xiaoyan had recognized it instantly. She was unsure whether to feel grateful that the boy had saved her once more, or to lament that he seemed to have forgotten her entirely. Chapter 26. A spectacle after becoming lost in memories. Qiu Xiaoyan's gaze toward Lin Xiao softened slightly. Lin Xiao's appearance was different from her expectations, which was entirely understandable. After all, 15 years had passed, and at that time, she had still been a child. The impressions she had accumulated over these 15 years were largely products of her own imagination. However, given that Lin Xiao had rescued her once again, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance toward him. Should she witness a captivating scene? Suddenly, Lin Xiao lifted his head, a mischievous smile gracing his face. "What?" Qiu Xiaoyan barely managed to avert her gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed as she lowered her head. "Don't you wish to take revenge on those who have wronged you?" Lin Xiao asked with a smile. "Of course I do." Qiu Xiaoyan had already donned the new clothes Lin Xiao had purchased for her. She turned and sat up on the bed, inquiring, "What do you need me to do?" "Nothing at all. Just wait patiently," Lin Xiao replied, reclining on the sofa, quietly closing his eyes to rest. Qiu Xiaoyan was unsure of Lin Xiao's intentions and could only sit beside him with patience. Before long, she suddenly heard footsteps and the sound of a door opening next door. Her expression changed abruptly. If Lin Xiao hadn't brought her out, she would have likely been in grave danger. Soon, a roar of displeasure echoed from next door. "You can't even keep an eye on someone. A group of useless fools." That voice, was it Lin Yu? Qiu Xiaoyan looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. She had thought she was being targeted by local delinquents, only to discover that the mastermind was Lin Yu. Despite being a university student, he had committed such an outrageous act. Qiu Xiaoyan felt a surge of anger and immediately wanted to confront him. Lin Xiao softly advised, "Don't be hasty. If you go out now, you won't achieve anything beyond scolding him." Reminded, Qiu Xiaoyan realized the truth and slumped back onto the sofa, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Was it permissible for the wealthy to act with such impunity? Her voice trembled slightly, uncertain if she was asking Lin Xiao or herself. Had Lin Xiao not saved her today, she shuddered to think of the humiliation Lin Yu might have inflicted upon her, which would have ruined her life. Yet, at this moment, she found herself utterly powerless against this beast. It seemed she had forgotten that Lin Xiao was also a member of the Lin family. One of those affluent individuals, she lamented. With a gentle sigh, Lin Xiao, who was not particularly adept at comforting others, spoke softly, "Rest assured, evil deeds will be met with retribution. At the very least, this matter will not be left unresolved." After saying this, he swiftly typed on his phone. Approximately 10 minutes later, footsteps echoed again from outside, knocking at Lin Yu's door. At this moment, Lin Yu was still seething with anger. He had sought out his subordinates in the adjacent room, but no one answered the door. His calls went unanswered as well. He had made significant preparations for a passionate night with Qiu Xiaoyan, even taking some substances himself to ensure the evening was filled with fervor. Yet now, with the person missing, he felt as if he were ablaze, especially in his lower abdomen, which felt as though it might explode. Hearing the knock, he assumed it was his subordinates returning and rushed to open the door. To his astonishment, he found a stunningly attractive woman, clad in revealing attire, standing before him. "You. Who are you looking for?" The fire within Lin Yu flared even hotter. If he had understood the situation, he would have been tempted to pounce on this enchanting creature. However, in the next moment, the woman unexpectedly leaped into his arms. "Hey, handsome, can you let me stay for the night? I'm open to anything." Her sultry voice shattered Lin Yu and Appo's remaining defenses. He swept her into his arms and tossed her onto the bed. "Hello, officer. I wish to report that the Huayao Hotel is involved in prostitution." Qiu Xiaoyan watched in astonishment as Lin Xiao made the phone call with utmost seriousness. Could this even be done? She had assumed that Lin Xiao, being another young master of the Lin family, would resort to unsavory methods for revenge, yet he had chosen to call the police instead. The Lin family held considerable influence in the capital, and causing a scandal would be highly embarrassing. How could he appear so unconcerned? After completing the call, Lin Xiao silently stood by the window, gazing below. Upon spotting a police car, he inquired, "Would you like to go out and see? Or would you prefer to watch from here?" "I'd rather stay here," Qiu Xiaoyan replied, not wishing to see Lin Yu or be seen by him. Lin Xiao said nothing further and resumed his seat on the sofa. What transpired next unfolded precisely as he had planned. The police proceeded to check the rooms. When they arrived at Lin Yu's, he was utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. In his confusion, the half-naked woman on the bed waved to the officers. "Hey, officers, fancy seeing you again." Upon recognizing her, the officers bypassed the usual inquiries. This woman was notorious in the area, frequently appearing in prostitution raids. Unfortunately, she was resolute in her profession and seemed to revel in it. No matter how the police tried to persuade her while in custody, she returned to her work upon release. However, this familiarity provided the officers with some convenience. Upon spotting her, they simply took her away without needing to question anyone else. Thus, Lin Yu found himself bewilderedly escorted away. "All right, I'll take you home first, and then I must attend the next scene," Lin Xiao said with a smile. "If you wish to watch, I can give you a live broadcast." Qiu Xiaoyan's lingering fears from her earlier abduction began to dissipate, thanks to Lin Xiao's intricate schemes. Upon returning to school, she eagerly messaged Lin Xiao to inquire about the situation. At that moment, Lin Xiao was at the police station. In truth, he could have chosen not to be there, but he came purely for the spectacle. Lin Yu and Appo's involvement in prostitution had enraged the Lin family, particularly Lin Qingshan and Su Xiumei, who were furious and refused to go to the police station, insisting that the police handle the matter according to protocol and let Lin Yu fend for himself. However, such issues required someone to intervene, and thus Lin Baixian became the unfortunate one to deal with it. The police, seeing that Lin Yu was still a student and had committed an offense, opted only to impose a fine rather than detain him. Soon, he returned to the Lin family, dejected alongside Lin Baixian and Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, you must be the one who caused this trouble for me. I know you set me up." As Lin Yu entered, noticing his parents' displeased expressions, he shouted loudly, attempting to shift the blame onto Lin Xiao. Disoriented from the ordeal, he was consumed with the desire to drag Lin Xiao down with him, no matter the cost. Chapter 27. Qiu Xiaoyan's gratitude upon hearing Lin Yu's remarks. Lin Qingshan and Su Xiumei's expressions darkened further. Before they could respond, Lin Baixian interjected coldly. "Lin Xiao has been with me all along. We were in an accident on the way. How could he possibly scheme against you?" Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing something. The very accident had been orchestrated by him to ensure the successful abduction of Qiu Xiaoyan. He never anticipated that this seemingly meticulous plan would backfire, resulting in his own downfall. It left him utterly speechless in his misery. Lin Qingshan and Su Xiumei quickly grasped the crux of Lin Baixian's statement. An accident? What was happening? Lin Baixian, still shaken, recounted the events of the accident succinctly. The police had already sought out the driver responsible and would surely have answers soon. Oh, finding the driver is the police and Oppo's job. I want to know if the two of you are all right. Su Xiaomei hurriedly approached Lin Baixian and Lin Xiao, scrutinizing them for any signs of injury. Did you go to the hospital? Such matters can be serious. What if you were hurt? Mom, truly, I'm fine. Lin Baixian quickly interjected, hoping to halt her inquiries. If this continued, both she and Lin Xiao might end up subjected to a full medical examination. Lin Xiao also quickly assured them that he was unscathed, merely that the car had sustained some scratches. Finally, Lin's parents sighed in relief. Watching their concern for Lin Xiao, Lin Yu's heart seethed with indignation. Clenching his fists tightly, he could no longer contain his frustration and questioned, "Do you not care about me at all?" The room fell silent, as everyone momentarily forgot Lin Yu and Oppo's presence. They felt embarrassed by his actions today and were at a loss for what to say. After a brief pause, Lin Baixian, adhering to her professional demeanor, reminded him, "The police mentioned that woman is a habitual offender. Lin Yu, you should consider getting a medical examination soon." Lin Yu was at a loss for words, his anger only intensifying. Observing his oblivious expression, Lin Baixian's tone grew slightly impatient. "After all, we will continue to live under the same roof. If you contract some vile disease, it could affect others. Is that all you care about?" Lin Yu's eyes widened, searching his family's faces for a hint of concern. Yet, none was to be found. Realizing this, Lin Yu's fury morphed into bitter laughter as he coldly remarked, "Ever since Lin Xiao returned, you no longer regard me as family. Very well, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and slammed the door behind him. Previously, Lin Yu would occasionally throw tantrums, but his family would typically soften and resolve the conflict. This pattern had undoubtedly shaped his character. Perhaps this incident was too egregious. Though Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei felt sorrowful, they did not immediately intervene. Concern for his well-being, was that not a form of care? Su Xiaomei sighed softly, shaking her head in silence. "Mom, let it be. Xiao Yu's recent behavior has indeed been excessive. He needs time to reflect." Lin Baixian gently consoled her mother. For the next 3 days, Lin Yu was entirely untraceable, and the atmosphere at home became increasingly tense. For Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei, Lin Yu was their child, raised for 20 years, even without blood ties. They could not turn a blind eye. Worrying about Lin Yu's safety, they hesitated before deciding to send someone to look for him. Just then, they overheard Lin Xiao's thoughts. What's there to worry about? Lin Yu is likely having the time of his life. He's probably spending his days gaming with that group of friends, enjoying food and drinks, and when tired, retreating to the nearby hotel for a comfortable rest. Struggling? He can't endure even a modicum of hardship. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei's concerns indeed lessened. To verify the truth, Lin Xingshan arranged for an assistant to investigate. Soon, they discovered Lin Yu's recent ID card usage, confirming that he had been frequenting a nearby internet CAF and hotel, just as Lin Xiao had said. He certainly does not spare himself. Lin Xingshan's initial worry transformed into anger. Therefore, he decided against searching for Lin Yu. It was time to teach his spoiled son a lesson, regardless of Lin Yu's antics. Lin Xiao maintained his normal university life. One day, he unexpectedly received a message from Qiu Xiaoyan, requesting to meet. Assuming she had been bullied again, he promptly agreed to the rendezvous. To his surprise, Qiu Xiaoyan arrived with a gift box, beaming as she led him to a restaurant near the school. "Lin Xiao, thank you for saving me last time. This is a gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it." Qiu Xiaoyan spoke shyly, her cheeks flushed, as she pushed the gift box towards him. "Oh, why so courteous?" Lin Xiao opened the box to reveal a wooden bracelet, intricately carved with unique designs. "I made this by hand," Qiu Xiaoyan murmured. Unsure of Lin Xiao's preferences, she figured that, being the scion of the Lin family, he likely had no shortage of luxury items, so she took a different approach and crafted this bracelet. Lin Xiao slipped the bracelet onto his wrist, gently stroking it. "It's beautifully made. I truly adore it." "That's wonderful," Qiu Xiaoyan replied with a soft smile. Though typically reserved and socially anxious, her heart was elated, even if her expression remained understated. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, her demeanor shifting to seriousness. "By the way, I heard Lin Yu's lackeys are still searching for you. They may try to cause you trouble." "That's all right. Let them come," Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly as he continued eating. His calm demeanor captivated Qiu Xiaoyan. She was drawn to his steadiness, in stark contrast to Lin Yu's boisterous nature. "You have a plan?" Indeed, I have a few strategies. Lin Xiao said with a faint smile. Just keep your distance from them. If they failed last time, I wonder if they will dare attempt again. Qiu Xiaoyan nodded. I understand. I've informed my father about the previous incident. He was furious and has contacted the counselor. Lin Yu should have received a warning. Although her family lacked the vast influence of the Lin family, they were not to be trifled with, especially since her father maintained a good relationship with the police. If Lin Yu dared to target his daughter again, he would surely face consequences. After dinner, they headed to an elective course on literary appreciation. As Lin Xiao and Qiu Xiaoyan approached the library, they spotted Lin Yu's lackeys loitering in the corridor, wearing malicious grins. Clearly, they harbored ill intentions. Chapter 28. Allow me to show you a malady. Lin Xiao smiled benignly at them, appearing utterly harmless. Yet in the next moment, he seized the nearest underling and thrust him into the classroom. With a loud crash, a bucket of water was overturned, drenching the unfortunate fellow. Clearly bewildered, he stood there. Stunned. Just a bucket of water? I thought someone intended to douse him with acid. Even a bucket of excrement would have sufficed. Lin Xiao shook his head in mild disappointment. You. The other underlings were left speechless, pointing at Lin Xiao in disbelief. However, Lin Xiao strode confidently into the classroom, paying them no mind. He made his way to his customary spot in the corner. Though he noticed the underlings' eyes were fixated upon him, glimmering with a hint of expectation. Ah, the antics of elementary school children. Lin Xiao chuckled softly, disregarding them altogether as he settled into a nearby seat. He was no fool. Their expressions, coupled with the overwhelming scent of glue in the air, made it clear that he was not about to fall for their tricks. As anticipated, when he did not take his usual position, a flicker of disappointment crossed their faces. Yet they continued to watch him intently, as if waiting for something to unfold. Suddenly, Lin Xiao felt a cool sensation on his arm. Glancing down, he was met with the sight of a small black snake. Had it been anyone else, the mere sight of the serpent might have induced panic. Yet Lin Xiao merely paused, reaching out to gently stroke the creature's head. Lost and alone, are we? Ah, so they captured you while you were asleep? How despicable. Lin Xiao conversed with the snake effortlessly, a spectacle that left the onlookers bemused, as they perceived him to be losing his sanity. Initially disappointed that Lin Xiao was unfazed by the snake, the underlings could not help but begin to mock him. Hey, stop pretending. What are you mumbling about? Ha ha ha, looks like he has gone daft, seeing things that aren't there. Unfazed by their ridicule, Lin Xiao found the little snake to be utterly adorable as it nestled against his hand, seemingly seeking affection. Gradually, some nearby girls began to take notice. Oh, why does that snake suddenly seem rather cute? Its tail is wagging like a little dog. I want to pet it. This elective course was a humanities class, and with a predominance of female students, they soon clustered around Lin Xiao, captivated by the scene. Among them were several girls who had caught the attention of the underlings, which only fueled their irritation. I advise you to keep your distance. That snake might be venomous. Someone quipped sarcastically. As anticipated, the girls took a few steps back. Lin Xiao placed the snake on the desk, smiling as he reassured them. Rest assured, it's harmless. It and Appos, es just recently hatched. There and Appos, es no need for alarm. By the way, I can have it perform a little trick for you. With that, he began to tap his fingers rhythmically on the desk. The little snake seemed to sense the beat, writhing in tune with the sound. As the tempo quickened, so did its movements, lifting its head in apparent delight. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Many even took out their phones to record the remarkable display. Soon enough, the snake tired, coinciding with the professor's approach outside the classroom. Lin Xiao gently placed the snake in his pocket, whispering, "You can take a nap here for a while. I'll return you home after class." The snake's performance undoubtedly elevated Lin Xiao's status once more. The underlings, feeling thwarted, glared at him with fiery eyes. Lin Xiao, however, relished their discomfort. This little snake may be harmless for now, but once it matures, it will bear venom. And it holds grudges. Those who dare to abduct it should be wary, for its mother and siblings are not to be trifled with. This remark sent shivers down the spines of the underlings. A university, it was built against the mountains, with a vast expanse of wilderness behind it. Only a small portion near the school had been developed. The rest remained untouched, often home to various creatures. This little snake was one of them. When they first spotted it, they intended to play a prank on Lin Xiao, but inadvertently placed themselves in jeopardy. Fearing retribution from the snake, they hastily vacated the classroom, hoping that its youthful nature would render them forgettable. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yu's prior scandal involving solicitation had cast a negative shadow, prompting the school to arrange a special educational session. They invited an external doctor to conduct a lecture in the auditorium, educating students on matters pertaining to gender. The primary aim was to equip these newly minted adults with the knowledge to protect themselves from unsavory influences. Attendance was mandatory for all freshmen, a semi-coercive measure. Most girls, feeling bashful, sat in the back, while some audacious boys took seats at the front, jesting amongst themselves. Coincidentally, the school had invited Lin Xiao, a skilled surgeon, to impart this knowledge. Initially, such a task was beneath her, but when the originally scheduled doctor fell ill, and given Lin Xiao's expertise in the field, she was called to assist. Lin Xiao was strikingly beautiful. The boys seated at the front, initially playful, soon found their attention diverted to her captivating presence. The loudest whispers came from Lin Yu's companions. Upon discovering that the lovely doctor was Lin Yu's sister, they initially refrained from speaking too freely, fearing Lin Yu's ire. However, when they realized he seemed unfazed, occasionally interjecting with teasing remarks, they grew increasingly brazen. Lin Xiao, seated not far behind them, overheard their comments clearly. Frowning, he could hardly fathom how these young university students could harbor such vile thoughts. Moreover, how could Lin Yu, despite being Lin Xiao's brother, tolerate such lewd remarks? This realization ignited a spark of anger within Lin Xiao. Damn it! How dare these fools speak ill of my sister? He seethed. Once the lecture concludes, I shall summon them to the rooftop. I must teach these shameless individuals a lesson. At that moment, Lin Xiao paused her lecture. Having caught wind of Lin Xiao's thoughts and the malicious glances from Lin Yu's acquaintances, realizing the situation, she felt a surge of indignation and decided to deviate from her planned material. All right, everyone should grasp the theoretical knowledge by now. We still have time. I can assist some students with their ailments. You there, would you please come up? With a graceful gesture, she pointed at the boy sitting beside Lin Yu. Chapter 29, Commanding Respect Through Strength. Upon Lin Xiao's utterance, the auditorium descended into an almost palpable silence. The once lively murmurs from the audience ceased abruptly, as every gaze turned toward the direction she indicated. The boy beside Lin Yu appeared bewildered, hesitantly pointing to himself with a look of uncertainty. Me? Yes, you. Come up. Lin Xiao replied, her expression still adorned with a gentle smile, betraying no hint of displeasure. The boy, perplexed, hesitantly rose and made his way to the stage. Now, I shall pose a few questions, and you are to answer truthfully. All right, the boy nodded. Seemingly mindful of his nervousness, Lin Xiao began with relatively easy inquiries. Gradually, she delved into more personal matters regarding his health. She then observed his tongue closely. TSK, she sighed, shaking her head with a hint of regret. I had expected university students to be in good health, yet it seems there are considerable issues. What issues? The boy and Apos' demeanor shifted to panic. Lin Xiao furrowed her brow, fixing her earnest gaze upon him. Without delving into other concerns, the most pressing issue is your kidney deficiency. This proclamation was met with an initial hush from the audience, soon followed by a chorus of laughter. Particularly, the boy's companions found amusement in his embarrassment, caring little for his dignity. Lin Xiao raised her hand, signaling for silence. You should refrain from watching inappropriate videos. Otherwise, if this continues, you may face lifelong impotence. Her tone was serious, devoid of any jest, prompting an even louder uproar from the crowd. The boy's face flushed with mortification, wishing fervently for the earth to swallow him whole. Eventually, he retreated in haste. Lin Xiao then turned to the other boys, inquiring, who else wishes to come up? In an instant, they all averted their gazes, resembling ostriches unwilling to face public humiliation. With a light laugh, Lin Xiao gracefully shifted away from the topic and resumed her lecture. After the session concluded, Lin Xiao lingered, waiting for the crowd to disperse before assisting Lin Xiao in tidying up her materials. To his surprise, Lin Yu and Apos' entourage remained, one of whom, despite having just lost face, approached Lin Xiao with a cheeky grin, seeking her contact information. With that time, you might as well take some medicine to bolster your health, lest you find your family line at risk of extinction, Lin Xiao mocked, casting a knowing glance toward the boy. The latter's expression darkened, and he retorted, You, Lin Xiao, Don and Apos, stir up trouble here, or else. Or else what? Will you use your frail body to threaten me? Lin Xiao and Apos' laughter grew more pronounced. You. The boy cast a wary glance at Lin Xiao. Gritting his teeth, he declared, If you have the guts, let's discuss this outside. Perfectly agreeable, Lin Xiao replied, raising an eyebrow as he sauntered toward the auditorium's rear exit. Behind the auditorium lay a secluded area cluttered with discarded items, seldom traversed by others. Lin Xiao casually picked up a wooden stick, turning to the group of boys. Shall you face me one by one, or all at once? Initially, those boys harbored hopes of currying favor with Lin Yu, envisioning a scenario where Lin Xiao would kneel before them in apology, thus pleasing their leader. However, as they beheld Lin Xiao and Appo's current demeanor, an unsettling chill crept into their hearts. Why do you still wield a weapon? One boy protested. Oh, then let it be barehanded. Come forth. Lin Xiao carelessly tossed the stick aside and beckoned them with a gesture. Despite discarding the so-called weapon, Lin Xiao's nonchalant demeanor only amplified their trepidation. Yet, with matters having escalated to this point, retreat was not an option. Together, then, one boy gritted his teeth and advanced toward Lin Xiao. The outcome was swift. With a single punch, he was sent staggering back. You. He could scarcely comprehend how Lin Xiao had delivered that blow. Only feeling a sharp sting across his face, dizziness enveloping him, nearly causing him to collapse. You all should come at me. His voice trembled, tinged with desperation. The others hesitated, witnessing the scene. One boy, steeling himself, his eyes glinting with malice, picked up a metal rod and hurled it at Lin Xiao. Oh, so you resort to weapons while decrying mine. How cowardly. Lin Xiao scoffed. As the boy swung the iron rod, he boasted. Only fools adhere to rules at a time like this. Encouraged by his bravado, the others scrambled to seize various tools, charging at Lin Xiao. Yet, his agility allowed him to evade their attempts effortlessly, not only avoiding their strikes, but also remaining untouched by their clumsy assaults. Gradually, they began to falter, losing cohesion. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao grabbed the iron rod from one of them with a swift motion, wrenching it away, and raised it high to strike down upon the boy and Appo's head. If the blow landed, it could prove fatal or at the very least, grievously injurious. The boy, wide-eyed with terror, realized too late that he could only gawk as the rod descended. Now do you know fear? Lin Xiao mused with a light chuckle. The boy, unable to maintain his composure, collapsed to the ground. The remaining boys no longer dared to advance. When Lin Baixian arrived, she witnessed this tableau. Lin Xiao stood at the center of the clearing, a pallid-faced boy sprawled before him, while the others regarded Lin Xiao with expressions of sheer horror. Upon seeing Lin Xiao lower the rod, another boy rushed forward to hoist his fallen companion upright. Without a moment's hesitation, they scattered in haste, but not before issuing their parting threats. Lin Xiao, don't think this is over. One day, you'll regret this. Chapter 30. Lin Yu returns Lin Xiao. Do they often trouble you? Lin Baixian gazed at the departing figures, her brow furrowing in concern. Lin Xiao merely smiled faintly, remarking that they were merely asking for trouble. Lin Baixian could not fathom the source of Lin Xiao's confidence, but seeing his nonchalance eased her worries. Sister, have you considered becoming the school doctor at our university? Lin Xiao suddenly inquired. They have mentioned it, but I am still contemplating, Lin Baixian replied, shaking her head. In the past, she might have outright declined, as she desired to develop her career. However, after the recent incident involving mental health disturbances and witnessing Lin Xiao being bullied today, she found herself contemplating the notion of a comfortable life as a school doctor, accompanying her brother along the way. At that moment, she heard Lin Xiao's thoughts. If sister could become the school doctor and leave that hospital, perhaps it would alter the dismal fate of her injured hands. Lin Xiao had finally broached the subject again. Lin Baixian perked up her ears. Alas, one cannot deny how unfortunate sister is. Not only has she faced adversity in her career, but her marriage has also been fraught with difficulties. Never mind. I shall wait until the opportune moment to remind her. Why would one simply dismiss such a crucial point? Just as they were about to delve deeper, Lin Baixian felt a surge of frustration, akin to a blockage in her chest, almost ready to explode. She longed to confront Lin Xiao and inquire thoroughly. Yet she feared that if he realized she could hear his thoughts, he might cease to express them. Thus, Lin Baixian reluctantly held her tongue. That evening, the Lin family gathered joyfully for dinner when a commotion from outside caught their attention, followed by the announcement from a servant. Master, madam, young master Yu has returned. The family at the dinner table displayed little reaction. They had already gleaned from Lin Xiao's thoughts that Lin Yu was returning, and it was due to his funds running out, forcing him to come back. However, upon seeing Lin Yu's disheveled state, they were taken aback. His hair was in disarray. His clothes were covered in dust, and his body bore numerous bruises. It was evident that he had been in a fight. Despite their hardened hearts, Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei could not help but feel a pang of sympathy at Lin Yu's wretched appearance. What happened? Lin Xiao asked, furrowing his brow. Lin Yu was filled with indignation. Despite being away for several days, not one member of his family had reached out to him. This had never occurred before, and he blamed Lin Xiao. He shot Lin Xiao a furious glare and exclaimed, Lin Xiao, I know my friends offended you, but we share the same roof. Why did you send someone to attack me? Xiaoyu, do not speak recklessly. A Xiao has been at home all day. Lin Baixian instinctively defended Lin Xiao. Sister, how could you be deceived by him? Even if he is home, it does not prevent him from contacting those thugs. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with resentment. Lin Baixian was at a loss for words at Lin Yu and Appo's unreasonable demeanor. She had witnessed Lin Xiao and Appo's abilities. If he truly wished to teach Lin Yu a lesson, he would not need to enlist any thugs. Just as Lin Yu was about to continue his tirade, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he hung up without a second thought. However, the call came through again, and he answered with annoyance. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Did you make a mistake? No, wait, I will come right away. Lin Yu's demeanor visibly turned frantic. After hanging up, he abandoned any explanations to his family and hurriedly left. Lin Xiao chuckled coldly, unfazed as he continued to enjoy the fruit platter before him. In that moment, his thoughts echoed in the ears of the other Lin family members. What is meant to happen will eventually come to pass. This time, I am eager to see how you will explain yourself. You thought you could simply throw money at the situation and it would disappear? How naive. You have encountered a formidable challenge. Even if they do not seek monetary compensation, they will ensure you face consequences. Upon hearing these thoughts, Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Lin Yu had actually assaulted someone to the extent of hospitalization? If this news spread, the repercussions for the Lin Corporation would be dire. A drop in stock prices would leave them unable to account to their shareholders. They had to resolve this matter before the media caught wind of it. Prepare the car. Lin Xiao, disregarding any hesitation, quickly changed his clothes and strode outside. Su Xiaomei recognized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly followed suit. They rushed to the hospital without delay, yet they were still a step behind. Upon ascending the floor, they heard Lin Yu's familiar voice. Do you know who I am? I am the young master of the Lin family. The Lin family. One you cannot provoke in your lifetime. You should take a look at yourself before threatening me with the police. Take the money and leave quietly, or I will make you regret your existence. Such arrogant words sent a jolt through Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei. They could hardly believe that such audacious remarks were emanating from their well-raised son. All along, they had hoped that Lin Yu was merely throwing a childish tantrum, believing he was not inherently bad. Yet, he was using the Lin family's name to bully others, which was utterly unacceptable. Lin Yu. Lin Xiao could no longer contain his fury and shouted. Lin Yu jumped in surprise, turning to see his parents had arrived. A cold sweat breaking out on his back. His concern over the situation escalating stemmed not from fear of the police, but rather from dread of his parents. If they were to disown him, that would be the end for him. Father, mother, what are you doing here? Lin Yu managed a stiff smile, then pointed at a yellow-haired thug lying on the hospital bed, saying, It was him. Lin Xiao instructed him to attack me. Huh. The yellow-haired thug, unfazed, spat angrily. Lin Yu, do you have any idea how much you owe me? Perfect timing for your parents to arrive. Pay me back first before discussing your assault on me. You are talking nonsense. I am a member of the Lin family. How could I owe you money? Lin Yu protested, though his voice lacked conviction. Chapter 31. Online First Love, What on Earth is Going On? Lin Xiao inquired, his countenance stern. Dad, don't listen to his nonsense, Lin Yu attempted to refute, but was swiftly interrupted by Lin Xiao. Silence. I am questioning him. Lin Xiao directed his gaze toward the bedridden youth, demanding, Are you asserting that my son owes you money? Lin Yu. I wondered how you could possibly play tricks with just a meager sum of over 100,000. Turns out you were concealing it from your father. The young man on the bed sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yu before addressing Lin Xiao. Indeed, your son owes me over 100,000. The deadline for repayment has long passed. Today, I went to deliver my final ultimatum, only to find this brat resorting to violence against me. Mr. Lin, no matter the circumstances, you are a businessman and a prominent figure in the capital. If you have any sense of dignity, you should swiftly repay the debt. Although the young man and Appo's tone was harsh, it was not overly aggressive. Observing the situation, it was evident that Lin Yu was in the wrong. The young man had not even mentioned pursuing charges for the assault, merely demanding repayment, which was already a concession. Lin Xiao trembled with rage. "Leave me your number. I will have my assistant contact you shortly." With that, he shot Lin Yu a fierce glare. Lin Yu, oblivious to his culpability, retorted, "Who told you to freeze my card? I can't withdraw a single cent. Do you expect me to borrow over 100,000 from others? Are you implying that we are to blame?" Lin Xiao's anger erupted into an ironic laugh. Perhaps intimidated by his father's furious demeanor, Lin Yu dared not continue his defense. Su Xiaomei, visibly displeased, remarked, "Your father only froze your card the day before yesterday. How did you manage to accumulate a debt of over 100,000? Lin Yu, defiantly raising his chin, replied, "When out and about. ISN and Oppos. It normal to incur substantial expenses? Haha, it seems you are unaware of your precious son and Oppos' activities outside." The young man on the bed suddenly burst into laughter. "You affluent individuals live extravagant lives, engaging with internet celebrities and young models. Shut your mouth." Lin Yu seethed, advancing toward the young man in an attempt to deliver another blow. The young man hastily shouted, "Lin Yu, I advise you to refrain from overstepping, otherwise, even with your parents present, I will not hesitate to call the police." Lin Yu's hand, poised in midair, froze. The young man's words struck a nerve. After considerable effort to downplay the situation, he recognized that escalating matters would lead to irreparable consequences. At that moment, Lin Xiao and Lin Baixian arrived at the hospital. From a distance, they discerned the standoff. Lin Xiao glanced at the young man and could not help but chuckle. Lin Baixian, curious, looked over, soon hearing Lin Xiao's inner thoughts. "Haha, it appears Lin Yu and this young man are quite fated. Years ago, this young man was actually Lin Yu's online romantic partner. Both of them masqueraded as females in online games, amusingly believing each other to be genuine girls. Unfortunately, their online romance was discovered by Lin Yu's mother, who secretly altered his password, thereby forcing an end to their relationship. The young man has since spent countless hours in internet cafes, yearning to rediscover his lost love. Goodness, it seems they were each other's first love. Who would have thought it would escalate to this point? Truly, fate is a curious thing." These revelations left the Lin family in stunned silence. Their expressions varied. Lin Baixian appeared as a bystander, while Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei held their heads in resignation, reflecting on their parenting. Observing Lin Yu and the young man still at odds, Su Xiaomei hesitated before sternly addressing Xiao Yu. "You've been at the internet CAF these past few days, haven't you?" "Well, not really, just playing around," Lin Yu replied, his voice tinged with guilt. "From childhood. How could you develop such a gaming addiction?" Su Xiaomei scoffed, raising her voice deliberately. "Do you remember a few years back when you were involved in an online romance? You didn't even know the other person's gender." "Mom." Lin Yu did not expect his mother to air his past indiscretions before so many witnesses, leaving him momentarily speechless. "I recall you went by the name. Pure Little Miss? Xiao Yu, regardless of the circumstances, you are a boy. Engaging in an online romance is one thing, but pretending to be a girl? How shameful." As Su Xiaomei recounted this episode, she could hardly contain herself. Her gaze shifted to the young man on the bed. Sure enough, upon hearing the name Pure Little Miss, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. "Wait." The young man raised his hand, pointing at Lin Yu. "What game were you playing? What business is it of yours?" Lin Yu, irritated at the sight of the young man, refused to answer. Su Xiaomei interjected, "I believe it was called something like Affection, clearly a game for girls." "Huh. Your online partner even changed their name too. Spoiled Little Miss, for you." In an instant, the young man sat upright on the bed, seemingly oblivious to the pain from his bandaged body. You are pure." The young man's expression darkened, a mix of astonishment, disbelief, and anger flooding his features. Lin Yu, equally bewildered, realized he had not been called pure in many years. Quickly recovering, he exclaimed, You are spoiled?" The two locked eyes for several seconds, exclaiming in unison, "Damn you." The atmosphere swiftly spiraled into chaos once more. Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei exchanged resigned glances before vacating the hospital room. Regardless of the outcome, they could only hope Lin Yu would learn from this experience, just as they thought the situation had concluded and they could return home. Lin Xiao's inner voice echoed in their minds. It seems Dad also dabbled in online romance, and even after marriage, Mom remains blissfully unaware. The atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point once again. Chapter 32. The Lin couple's scheme. Lin Baixian was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape. Had she not been reluctant to reveal her ability to hear Lin Xiao's thoughts, she would have swiftly covered his mouth and dragged him away. Her mind raced as she desperately sought a way to divert the conversation. Should she ask Lin Xiao if he was hungry? Yet they had only just finished dinner before Lin Yu returned home. Or perhaps inquire if he was tired. But with it being just past 8, such a question would seem rather abrupt. Lin Baixian had always prided herself on her intelligence, yet now she found herself at a loss for any plausible excuse. However, as she observed Su Xiaomei's increasingly sour expression, she realized that time was running out. Heh, Lin Xingshan, I was curious, who did Xiaoyu learn this internet romance habit from? It wouldn't be you, would it? Su Xiaomei's smile was present, yet it did not reach her eyes, which glimmered with a hint of frost. Lin Xingshan hastily replied with righteous indignation, how could that be? I'm not his father. It has nothing to do with me. Oh, is that so? Are you implying that you've never engaged in such frivolities in the past? Su Xiaomei's tone, while inquisitive, possessed an air of certainty that rendered Lin Xingshan momentarily speechless. No, absolutely not, he exclaimed, almost in tears. He felt as though he could never clear his name. Yet he honestly could not recall ever having participated in any online romance. In fact, he was not particularly adept with technology. Managing the myriad of responsibilities at work left him little time for such frivolities. Besides, with a devoted wife and understanding daughters at home, he would have to be quite irrational to jeopardize everything by engaging in an internet romance. With this thought, he cast an irritated glare at Lin Xiao, wondering how this young man had managed to conjure such a situation just when he believed his thoughts were being taken seriously. Lin Xiao sensed a chill creeping up his spine as he turned to see Su Xiaomei's icy demeanor and Lin Xingshan's awkward smile. Haha, it seems Dad is indeed under Mom's thumb. Perhaps Dad has forgotten that back when the internet was just emerging, he fancied employing such unconventional methods to inject some novelty into their marriage. Unfortunately for him, Mom has never been swayed by such antics, no matter how he tried to charm her. This time, it was Lin Baixian who buried her face in her hands. She lowered her head, discreetly glancing at her parents. In her memory, they hailed from a prestigious lineage, maintaining a relationship characterized by mutual respect and restraint. She had never anticipated such a revelation. Hearing Lin Xiao's thoughts, Lin Xingshan finally recalled the incident. He had once found the idea of young people engaging in online romances novel and, influenced by his subordinate's suggestion that couples should surprise each other, created a false identity to pursue an online romance with Su Xiaomei. To his dismay, Su Xiaomei had shown little interest, often replying only after he had sent a barrage of messages, before eventually blocking him altogether. This left him feeling both elated and disappointed. Su Xiaomei, too, vaguely recalled the incident. Realizing that the person who had harassed her was none other than Lin Xingshan, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Yet the most mortifying aspect was that their childish antics had become common knowledge to both their son and daughter. I just remembered that I have some work at the office. I'll be staying late. Lin Xingshan hastily fabricated an excuse to escape. Su Xiaomei chimed in. Oh right. Aunt Lu invited me to play cards today. They're short one player. I'll head over now. You two can go home. With that, she quickly departed. Lin Baixian understood her parents' sudden urgency, but Lin Xiao remained oblivious, staring blankly at the retreating figures of Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei. These two were indeed peculiar. In the following days, Lin Yu finally quieted down, seemingly aware of his missteps and behaving obediently. Yet Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei were not deceived by this fade. Lin Yu had lost their trust after repeatedly causing trouble. Had they not overheard Lin Xiao's thoughts urging them to intervene, the family's reputation would have suffered irreparable damage. To prevent such incidents from recurring, the Lin couple devised a solution: to send Lin Yu abroad. After all, following his failure in the college entrance examination, he had persistently expressed a desire to study overseas. Initially, they had deemed him too immature to manage on his own in a foreign country, preferring instead to invest in his education at a domestic university. In hindsight, this had been a grave error. Fortunately, it was not too late to rectify it. They resolved to send Lin Yu abroad, and after a period of adjustment, they would sever ties with him. Indeed, they contemplated a formal disavowal, though they had previously hesitated. Lin Yu's recent behavior left them with no choice but to proceed. Even if the disavowal was merely superficial, they could continue to provide support in secret, but they could not allow Lin Yu to continue wreaking havoc. The Lin couple decided not to consult anyone else in the family, planning to execute their scheme after a year or two abroad. However, contrary to expectations, Lin Yu, usually not the sharpest, keenly sensed the shift in his parents' demeanor. After several eavesdropping sessions, he learned of their intentions, igniting feelings of fury and dread within him. He did not want to leave. He could not leave. As long as he remained in this household, he still had a chance for redemption. Once he departed, he would have nothing. After much contemplation, Lin Yu devised a plan. One day, he returned to an underground bar and sought out Bai Feng. "Brother-in-law, you must help me this time," he exclaimed upon entering. Bai Feng initially dismissed him, waving his hand to suggest he either drink or leave. Yet this time, Lin Yu was no longer the subservient figure he had once been in Bai Feng's presence. His eyes glinted with malice. "Bai Feng, if you refuse to assist me, do not blame me for being ruthless." At these words, Bai Feng's expression darkened. He fixed Lin Yu with a cold stare and said, "Lin Yu, do you comprehend the gravity of what you are saying?" Leaning back against the sofa, Lin Yu forcefully placed a bottle of liquor on the table. "If you help me, I will continue to support you in the future. But if you refuse, do not expect to marry my sister." Chapter 33. The cruel ruse. Bai Feng realized that Lin Yu was indeed serious. After a moment of silence, he raised his hand to dismiss the women around him. "Lin Yu, don't think that just because you have helped me in the past, you can threaten me like this." Bai Feng narrowed his eyes, a sinister glint flickering within them. As the future heir of the Bai family, it had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Lin Yu clenched his fists, fully aware that he could not afford to offend Bai Feng. Yet, at this juncture, he found himself with no other choice. "Brother Feng, this is not a threat. I truly have no other way. They intend to send me abroad and sever all ties with me. Just think about it. If I leave the Lin family, who will be able to assist you in the future?" Lin Yu appealed to both reason and emotion, employing a mix of gentle persuasion and firm resolve. Although Bai Feng remained displeased, he managed to suppress his anger and asked, "How do you need me to help you?" Upon seeing Bai Feng relent, Lin Yu quickly leaned in closer and whispered something in his ear. Bai Feng maintained a stoic expression. "Very well, I shall assist you once more." On a weekend morning, the doorbell rang at the Lin residence. At this hour, the housekeeper had gone out for groceries, and the younger members of the family were typically still asleep, leaving only Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei practicing in the yard. Upon noticing the delivery person standing outside, Su Xiaomei felt a twinge of confusion. "Why is this delivery arriving so early?" she mused, wiping the sweat from her forehead as she approached the door. "Perhaps they have too many items to deliver and decided to come early." Lin Xiao wiped his own brow and paid little mind, following Su Xiaomei and thinking he could lend a hand if the delivery was substantial. However, when the delivery person handed a box to Su Xiaomei, Lin Xiao suddenly caught sight of a glint of cold steel beneath the box. "Be careful." By the time Lin Xiao reacted and rushed forward, it was too late. The delivery person flipped the cardboard box and lunged at Su Xiaomei with a knife. Su Xiaomei stood paralyzed in shock, her face draining of color, unable to even attempt to evade. At that moment, another figure dashed forward, standing resolutely in front of Su Xiaomei. "Mom, watch out." It was Lin Yu. In the blink of an eye, the knife plunged into Lin Yu's shoulder with a sickening thud. "Ah!" Lin Yu screamed in agony, the sharp pain draining the color from his face. Yet, instead of retreating, he shouted at the assailant, "How dare you harm my mother? I will fight you." Perhaps taken aback by Lin Yu's fierce demeanor, the delivery person discarded the knife and fled without a backward glance. Lin Xiao rushed over, his body trembling with rage upon seeing Lin Yu's bloodied shoulder. "Call the family doctor, and immediately notify the police. Hurry." Just then, the housekeeper returned from her errand. Witnessing the chaos, she was horrified and quickly dialed for help while assisting Lin Yu back to the living room. Before long, the family doctor arrived with an assistant. When Lin Xiao emerged from his room, he was met with the disarray below. Lin Yu lay pallid on the sofa, being examined by the family doctor, while Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei sat nearby, their faces etched with worry and anxiety. Su Xiaomei's eyes were slightly reddened as she gazed at the blood seeping from Lin Yu's shoulder wound. Lin Baixian sat not far away. As a physician, she had witnessed many intense situations, but her brow furrowed slightly, betraying little emotion. In this early morning, Lin Yu has already been injured? Lin Xiao wondered, perplexed. Perhaps due to the remnants of sleep, he had been oblivious to the unfolding drama. He decided to once again employ his divination technique to discern the truth of the matter. As the arrangement of the trigrams appeared in his mind, a simple thread of events soon unfolded. "Ah, Another self-directed play. Lin Xiao smirked coldly upon grasping the situation. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lin Yu lay on the sofa, still feigning weakness, occasionally groaning as the doctor tended to his wound. This only deepened Su Xiaomei's sense of guilt, for Lin Yu had been injured while protecting her. Reflecting on their earlier considerations to send Lin Yu away, she felt an even greater discomfort. Perhaps, in certain matters, they had indeed misunderstood Lin Yu. At heart, he remained a good child. Xiao Yu, if you feel unwell at all, be sure to inform the doctor. It's essential to have a thorough checkup. Su Xiaomei admonished gently. Mom, Don and Amp. Oppos, T worry. Lin Yu replied with a faint smile, his voice soft. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. We're fine, Su Xiaomei uttered, her heart heavy with sorrow as her voice choked, tears welling in her eyes. At that moment, Lin Xiao's inner voice unexpectedly echoed in her ears. Lin Yu's cruel ruse is indeed. I didn't anticipate this fellow to be so ruthless toward himself, orchestrating such a scene to garner family sympathy. Yet he has succeeded. A cruel ruse? A self-directed play? Su Xiaomei's tears halted abruptly. Based on previous confirmations, they had come to trust Lin Xiao's insights. She couldn't help but scrutinize Lin Yu with a newfound curiosity. I truly am fine, merely a slight injury. As long as I can protect you, I fear not death. Lin Yu remained oblivious to the shifting perceptions around him, lost in his own world. By the way, Xiao Yu, I recall you usually sleep until noon on weekends and seldom have breakfast. Why are you awake so early today? Lin Baixian, who had been silent until now, suddenly inquired. Lin Yu seemed taken aback by the unexpected question, momentarily stunned before stammering. I don't know why, but I couldn't sleep. I wanted to join Mom and Dad for morning exercises. Oh, how fortuitous. Had you not risen early, who knows what might have happened to your mother? Lin Baixian remarked thoughtfully. Just then, footsteps approached from outside. The police had arrived. The situation was straightforward, and the officers quickly grasped the circumstances. However, unexpectedly, the surveillance camera at the front door had malfunctioned, leaving no one aware of the assailant's appearance except for those directly involved. You need not worry. The surveillance cameras on the nearby streets have just been upgraded to high definition. Even with a hat and mask, we can identify suspects through ocular and physical characteristics from the data, one officer assured them patiently. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the Lin family finally eased somewhat. Yet Lin Yu's eyes flickered with a trace of panic. Chapter 34. Kickbacks. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's inner thoughts, the Lin family focused their attention on Lin Yu's countenance. The hint of panic on Lin Yu and Oppos' face was distinctly captured. Being astute individuals, they quickly deduced the underlying truth. Xiao Yu, are you certain you did not catch a glimpse of that person's appearance? Su Xiaomei inquired one last time. Mother, I truly did not. The situation was too urgent, and my mind went blank. Lin Yu continued to adhere to the premeditated excuse. Yet this time, he sensed a flicker of helplessness in his mother and Amp, Oppos' eyes. It dawned on him that the concern his family once exhibited had vanished without him realizing it. Aside from his mother, both his father and elder sister wore expressions of resignation. Father, Mother, why do you look like that? Lin Yu's heart raced anxiously. He contemplated the possibility that he had already revealed too much, but quickly dismissed the notion. This matter had been conducted with utmost secrecy. There was no way he could be discovered, especially since even the police had no evidence. They could hardly suspect him. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu resolutely raised his head. Father, Mother, I truly did not see that person's face clearly. You witnessed the situation. Had I not intervened in time, Mother would have. Su Xiaomei, observing Lin Yu's stubborn denial, felt a wave of discomfort swell within her, yet she could not utter a word. After nurturing her son for 20 years, she was reluctant to sever ties completely. Regardless of the circumstances, she wished to maintain some semblance of dignity for all involved. The others likely shared her sentiments. They merely advised Lin Yu to take good care of his injuries before turning their attention away from him. Seeing the indifference of his family, Lin Yu began to grasp certain truths. Although he could not pinpoint where he had faltered, it seemed that exposure was an inevitable fate. Indeed, in the following days, he often caught glimpses of his parents engaged in hushed discussions in the study. Whenever he approached, they would abruptly halt their conversation. Moreover, he discovered documents regarding foreign schools in the study's wastebasket. It appeared they were resolutely determined to send him away. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of agitation, yet he found himself devoid of alternatives. He understood that by phone would not assist him in the near future. After pondering for several days, An idea suddenly struck him. He promptly went to school and sought out the head of the logistics department responsible for the library renovations. This individual, surnamed Li, was a man in his 40s, tall and slender, with a shrewd expression. After Lin Xiao had finalized the agreement to renovate the library for university, Lin Yu had approached this director. As anticipated, Director Li was a man of avarice. They quickly reached an agreement to profit from the materials, splitting the earnings 50-50. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Director Li donned a forced smile. "Ah, young Master Lin, what brings you here?" He welcomed Lin Yu while busily pouring tea, though the smile was decidedly insincere. Faced with these affluent second-generation heirs, it irked him to have to curry favor with someone so young. However, he felt powerless in the face of their influence. Lin Yu nonchalantly seated himself on the sofa, accepted the teacup, and remarked, "Director Li, the funds from the Lin family should have been transferred by now. Why is there no movement on your end? You wouldn't be contemplating embezzlement, would you?" "Of course not," Director Li hastily explained, glancing towards the door to ensure no one was listening. He lowered his voice. "Young Master Lin, did we not agree to distribute the funds after the renovations are completed?" Lin Yu rolled his eyes in irritation. "It's only a matter of a month. What difference does it make?" In truth, Lin Yu felt a twinge of anxiety. They had indeed agreed to wait until the project's completion to divide the funds, yet he was running out of time. He had no idea when his parents would decide to send him away, and if he was unprepared, he would be left helpless. Thus, he needed to secure as much money as possible, but he could not afford to display any urgency. He had to maintain his arrogant demeanor. Director Li was evidently intimidated by Lin Yu's attitude and patiently continued, "Young master, many materials have yet to arrive, and we are unsure how much will remain." Lin Yu frowned. "Do you think I am uninformed? Such project plans are typically drafted in advance, complete with details. However, there can be unforeseen circumstances." Director Li attempted to elaborate further, but Lin Yu interrupted impatiently. "Regardless of any unforeseen circumstances, the amount shouldn't vary significantly. You can bear the risk yourself. Don't forget, without my involvement, you wouldn't earn a single penny." Confronted with Lin Yu's threatening demeanor, Director Li felt a surge of anger. It was one thing to backtrack on their agreement, but to be coerced was intolerable. Yet, he could not express his ire. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously inquired, "Young Master Lin, are you in urgent need of funds? If necessary, I could advance you some money." Lin Yu would not admit to it, casually stating, "I've set my sights on a new car. I'm a bit short on pocket money." Director Li clenched his fists tightly. At his age, he labored daily. And to earn a mere kickback, he had to live in constant anxiety. Yet here was Lin Yu, fretting merely over a car purchase. Taking a deep breath, Director Li endeavored to keep his tone even. "Young master, you should be aware that every transaction requires layers of approval. Until the project concludes, a significant portion of the funds cannot be released." Lin Yu coldly replied, "Then you may front the amount due to me. When the funds arrive, you can take all of it." Seeing Lin Yu's determination to secure the funds, Director Li realized he had little choice. With a heavy sigh, he pulled out his phone. "Very well, I will transfer all my personal savings to you." Before long, Lin Yu received a notification of the transaction. This brought him a sense of relief, and his demeanor brightened considerably. "All right, we are settled. I'm leaving now." With the money in hand, Lin Yu was eager to depart without delay, proceeding with his next plan. Unbeknownst to him, the notification of the transaction on his bank card was not solely received by him. Chapter 35. Expulsion from the Lin family. After Lin Yu stirred up such a commotion, the Lin family, though outwardly silent, resorted to covert surveillance to prevent further repercussions. Particularly concerning financial matters, whenever the funds deposited into Lin Yu's bank account surpassed a certain threshold, the bank would duly inform the relevant authority, Lin Xiao. Desiring to spare her parents from further heartache over Lin Yu's actions, she willingly assumed the responsibility of monitoring him. It did not take long for her to trace the source of these funds. She recalled Lin Xiao's heartfelt sentiments and discovered that the project funds had indeed been embezzled by Lin Yu, with the materials for the library renovation substituted with shoddy alternatives. This raised grave concerns, as it was highly probable that, as Lin Xiao had feared, a collapse could occur, leading to a cascade of irreparable consequences. Sighing heavily, Lin Xiao lamented. Her intention was never to eradicate Lin Yu completely. However, the enormity of his transgressions left her no choice but to protect the Lin family from being dragged down with him. Ordinarily, such matters would fall to her elder sister, Lin Xiao, to handle. Yet, since her sister had gone abroad, she had yet to return, and issues at the branch company seemed to have arisen, leaving Lin Baixian to bear the brunt of the turmoil caused by Lin Yu. In the following days, Lin Baixian mobilized individuals her parents had previously arranged to keep a vigilant watch on Lin Yu's movements. To her astonishment, Lin Yu, emboldened after acquiring a substantial sum, had begun borrowing money from several prominent families that had previously maintained amicable relations with the Lin family, all under the guise of the family name. Although he did so discreetly, word eventually reached Lin Xiao. Enraged, he promptly dispatched a message asserting that Lin Yu's borrowing was a personal endeavor, wholly unrelated to the Lin family. The other affluent families, astute as they were, quickly deduced the implications of Lin Xiao's reaction, recognizing it as a clear signal to sever ties. Naturally, those driven by self-interest would not engage in losing ventures. Consequently, they outright rejected Lin Yu's requests and expelled him. Faced with repeated failures, Lin Yu's irritability escalated. "You lowly ingrates! Do you dare to believe that I can have my father terminate all collaborations with you? You shall regret crossing me." He spat. However, all his frantic outbursts ceased upon hearing a singular warning from within. Should he continue, the authorities would be alerted. The memory of his previous humiliation at the hands of the police came rushing back, and he fervently wished to avoid a repeat of such an experience. Yet, he was still taken away. Lin Yu's recent antics threatened to tarnish the Lin family's reputation. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Lin Baixian, accompanied by bodyguards, forcibly returned Lin Yu to their home. Upon realizing he was back, a slight sense of relief washed over him. However, as he stepped inside and sensed the oppressive atmosphere, his composure faltered. "Father, mother, he began, but a teacup flew toward him, shattering against the wall and scattering fragments and tea across the floor. Stunned into silence, he looked up to find Lin Xiao's face contorted with fury, his gaze devoid of any prior affection. It was a stark contrast to the leniency shown during Lin Yu's childhood mischief, where even the harshest reprimands lacked such finality. He shifted his gaze to his mother, only to find that Su Xiaomei's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. "Lin Yu, what have we done to you to warrant such behavior?" She trembled. "Mother, Lin Yu stammered, cold sweat trickling down his back as his legs weakened. For the first time, he truly contemplated whether he had erred. Lin Xiao scoffed. "You are nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Remaining in this household will inevitably lead to the Lin family's downfall." The topic had finally been broached openly. Clenching his fists, Lin Yu felt a surge of fear. The thought of leaving the comforts of the Lin family after 2 decades was unimaginable. He could not bear to envision a life akin to that of a pariah. Scurrying away in shame, overwhelmed by despair, he suddenly sank to his knees. "Father, mother, I am sorry. I realize my mistakes, I truly do." Tears streamed down his face as he crawled to his mother's feet, begging for forgiveness. Yet, Su Xiaomei's disappointment was palpable, and she could not bring herself to extend compassion. They could not take the risk. Should Lin Yu revert to his old ways, they would be left to clean up the mess once more. Lin Yu clung to Su Xiaomei's legs, pleading incessantly, but today, his mother refused to meet his gaze. In the past, she would have been unable to bear witnessing his current state, which only deepened his desolation. "Lin Yu, do not put your mother in a difficult position. We have decided that you are no longer a member of the Lin family." Lin Xiao sighed, his tone devoid of warmth. "Dad." Lin Yu attempted to kneel before his father, but Lin Xiao turned away, ascending the stairs. Su Xiaomei followed suit, sighing heavily. "Father, mother," Lin Yu called, desperate to pursue them, but Lin Baixian stepped in his path. "Lin Yu, do not burden our parents further. The Lin family has never wronged you. Yet you persist in your reckless behavior. They have resolved to provide you with a monthly allowance and have arranged accommodation near your school. If you truly seek their forgiveness, you must learn to live independently." Understanding that her parents did not wish to annihilate Lin Yu entirely, Lin Baixian conveyed their intentions. Clenching his teeth, Lin Yu stood in silence, unable to respond. To claim he harbored no resentment would be disingenuous. Yet, beneath the anger, fear loomed larger. He dreaded losing everything he had once known. Chapter 36. The faux young master Lin Yu departed from the Lin family, yet after merely a brief spell of despondency, he found himself out with a group of raucous companions the very next day. It was as though he had rebounded from his earlier desolation, adopting an audacious and rebellious demeanor in front of his peers. Within the dimly lit private room, Lin Yu occupied the center, still exuding the air of a privileged scion. Beside him sat Liang Xiaoxue, the former belle of Lin Xiao's school. Liang Xiao, already adorned in alluring attire, was dressed even more provocatively that day. Pressing herself against Lin Yu with fervor, her ample bosom seemed to yearn to rest directly upon his arm, leaving Lin Yu in a state of delightful disarray, momentarily casting aside the reality of his expulsion from the Lin household. In fact, he felt a flicker of relief. His allowance had not diminished significantly. He was liberated from the confines of home, and no one was there to impose restrictions upon him. Was this not, in essence, a greater freedom? As the revelry continued, the inebriated camaraderie led to increasingly reckless banter. Initially, the group lavished praise upon Lin Yu while deriding Lin Xiao. However, someone, perhaps emboldened by drink, boldly interjected, "Hey, you go, what did that fellow say? He claims to be the true heir of the Lin family. Who knows if there and Opos is any truth to it?" The speaker, clearly intoxicated, slurred his words, but the atmosphere shifted dramatically as silence enveloped the room. This was a topic known to all present, yet with Lin Yu's reticence, his followers dared not inquire further. Yet, emboldened by liquor, the subject had now surfaced openly. All eyes turned toward Lin Yu, leaving them at a loss for words. Lin Yu's expression soured, and he exclaimed, "What else with those looks? So what if I'm not a Lin family member? Have I ever wronged you?" One of his subordinates hurriedly interjected with a forced smile, No, you go, don't take their nonsense to heart. They're just talking rubbish." This topic struck a nerve with Lin Yu, igniting a fire within him that would not easily be extinguished. Without a second thought, he rose to his feet, shouting even louder, "Even if I'm not a Lin family member, even if they cast me out, so what? I'm still formidable." Exactly. Yu Gu is the greatest. Without Yu Gu, the Lin family has lost out. They will soon come begging for his return. His companions chimed in. Yet Liang Xiaoxua's countenance darkened slightly. She pursed her lips and murmured, So what those people said was true. I thought they were deceiving me." Lin Yu's already fragile heart flared with indignation at her words. "What do you mean by that? Regretting it now?" No. Liang Xiaoxua sensed the tension and instinctively refrained from admitting her feelings. However, Lin Yu seized her arm tightly, bellowing, "You wretched girl, are you regretting it?" Liang Xiaoxua winced in pain, her patience wearing thin. "I've already told you no. What are you acting like this for?" Slap. Before she could finish her protest, a resounding slap met her cheek. Liang Xiaoxua looked up in disbelief, her voice trembling with astonishment. You actually dared to hit me?" "I hit precisely that wretched girl." Lin Yu, fueled by alcohol, tightened his grip, poised to strike again. Liang Xiaoxua, terrified, shouted, "Lin Yu, if you dare strike me again, I will accuse you of assault." The mere utterance of those words extinguished half of Lin Yu's fury instantly, akin to being doused with cold water. His expression soured considerably. It seemed he finally regained composure, reflecting upon his current predicament. Were these individuals truly intent on escalating matters to the police? Lin Yu no longer wished to confront Liang Xiaoxua head-on, yet faced with so many of his subordinates, he felt unable to relent. He suppressed his irritation and coldly warned, "I advise you to behave, or I shall reveal all your sordid past." Liang Xiaoxua, regaining her composure, clenched her teeth in defiance and chose to remain silent. This farce left those present contemplating their own thoughts. They had initially believed that Lin Yu would maintain dominance over Lin Xiao due to his connection with the Lin couple. Yet now he had been cast out. Although they were unaware of whether Lin Yu would ever return to the Lin family, they recognized that he had genuinely been bested by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao proved to be far more formidable than they had anticipated. And in the eyes of the Lin family, he was far more significant than they had imagined. This revelation gave rise to their own calculations of advantage and disadvantage. Liang Xiaoxua, too, was filled with regret. Had she known that Lin Yu was merely an impostor and that Lin Xiao was the true heir of the Lin family, she would never have ignored Lin Xiao previously. Now, not only had she gained nothing, but she had also entangled herself in troubles. After much deliberation, she resolved to seek out Lin Xiao. After all, they were both men, inherently similar. She believed in her own allure. How could a mere country bumpkin possibly be more challenging than the affluent second-generation heirs? However, Liang Xiaoxua was unprepared for the reality that awaited her. The unfolding events would prove to be entirely contrary to her expectations. Chapter 37. The unexpected arrival of Liang Xiaoxua on this day. Lin Xiao was dining with Qiu Xiaoyan at an off-campus restaurant. Recently, their encounters had become more frequent, and Qiu Xiaoyan's initially reserved nature had finally warmed up. She harbored a certain fondness for Lin Xiao, drawn to both their childhood memories and his recent demeanor. However, Lin Xiao seemed oblivious, often displaying remarkably straightforward behavior that left her both amused and exasperated. Despite not appearing to have a poor memory, he seemed unable to recall any details from their childhood. While waiting for their meal, Qiu Xiaoyan rested her chin on her hands, quietly observing Lin Xiao. She was adorned in a lovely pale yellow dress, her hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a charming blend of brightness and sweetness. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Lin Xiao inquired, raising a hand to touch his cheek. "No, I'm merely curious. You, the true heir of the Lin family, seem excessively low-key," Qiu Xiaoyan replied with a smile, her gaze drifting to the large window nearby. However, her distraction was short-lived as she spotted a strikingly alluring woman approaching them, her attire revealing yet tasteful, and her gaze fixated on Lin Xiao with an unmistakable excitement. Before Qiu Xiaoyan could inquire, the woman reached the window and gently tapped on the glass. Lin Xiao turned in confusion and was startled to find it was Lin Xiao. Since their less than pleasant encounter outside the luxury car dealership, he had not seen her again. He recalled that Lin Xiao was not a student at their school, making her presence here all the more puzzling. With her lips slightly moving, Lin Xiao seemed to say, "Wait for me," before she gracefully circled around to enter the restaurant. Without hesitation, she plopped down into the seat beside Lin Xiao, clearly intending to sit uncomfortably close to him. Lin Xiao frowned slightly, shifting away in an attempt to maintain some distance from the woman, perplexed by her intentions. "Lin Xiao, what a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here," Lin Xiao said, her radiant smile unperturbed by the icy demeanor emanating from Lin Xiao. Her tone was reminiscent of a long-lost friend, devoid of any hint of awkwardness. Qiu Xiaoyan instinctively felt an aversion towards this unfamiliar woman, whether due to her overly familiar demeanor or her sultry appearance. Yet, uncertain of Lin Xiao's relationship with Lin Xiao, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. "Lin Xiao, do you have something to discuss?" Lin Xiao's expression remained frosty. The overpowering scent of Lin Xiao's perfume was rather unpleasant to him. Undeterred, she flicked her hair back and leaned in closer, playfully pouting. "Lin Xiao, after all, we were classmates once. What's with the cold shoulder when we finally meet?" With a teasing flick of her tongue and playful eyes, she added, "You used to like me, didn't you?" At these words, Qiu Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief, her thoughts racing as if a herd of alpacas had just passed by. Could it be that Lin Xiao was attracted to such a type? The fiery red lips, the cascading waves of hair, and the alluring curves. As she thought this, Qiu Xiaoyan instinctively glanced down at herself. As a woman, Lin Xiao perceptively noticed her reaction and puffed her chest out, her eyes filled with provocation. "Wait a moment, Lin Xiao," Lin Xiao suddenly interjected, interrupting the silent duel between the two women. Believing Lin Xiao was succumbing to her allure, Lin Xiao turned with a flirtatious smile. "What's wrong, Lin Xiao?" In most instances, any man would find it hard to resist her charm. Yet, in Lin Xiao's eyes, she saw a clear distaste. "Lin Xiao, if you're here to eat, I can treat you, but please keep your distance. Your scent is overwhelming," Lin Xiao stated, waving his hand in front of his nose. His voice was loud enough that the restaurant, which had been quiet, turned to look. Some patrons stifled laughter while others whispered amongst themselves, pointing at Lin Xiao. Her smile faltered, frozen on her face. She had meticulously prepared for this encounter, even applying perfume, yet Lin Xiao had the audacity to complain about her fragrance? One might think she hadn't tea-bathed in days. Qiu Xiaoyan could no longer contain her laughter, offering a serious reminder. "Excuse me, miss. Hasn't anyone told you that too much perfume can be off-putting?" She waved her hand dismissively, as if to emphasize her point. Lin Xiao, feeling a mix of humiliation and anger, trembled with rage. Yet, in front of so many witnesses, she refrained from lashing out. However, she was not one to easily surrender. She had lingered outside the school for several days, hoping for a chance encounter with Lin Xiao. Now that she had finally succeeded, she was determined to seize the opportunity. Moments later, she composed herself, signaling for a waiter to bring an additional chair, and promptly seated herself between Qiu Xiaoyan and Lin Xiao, even ordering dishes for the table. Chapter 38. The little girlfriend Lin Xiao's audacious maneuver left Qiu Xiaoyan utterly astounded. She had never fathomed that such brazen individuals existed in this world. Lin Xiao, too, was taken aback by Lin Xiao's boldness. He glanced at her with a nonchalant expression and remarked, "Let's South try another place." "Sure," Qiu Xiaoyan concurred, promptly grabbing her bag and rising. The nearby waiter, slightly anxious, interjected, "Your meal has already been paid for, please enjoy." Lin Xiao waved his phone dismissively. Having said that, he and Qiu Xiaoyan made their way out. Lin Xiao was incensed by Lin Xiao's blatant disregard for her, her face turning a deep shade of anger. Yet, unwilling to concede, she followed closely behind. The waiter watched the trio depart with a bemused expression, thinking how extravagant modern university students appeared. The thought of a complimentary meal brought a smile to his face. As Lin Xiao and Qiu Xiaoyan contemplated changing venues, they grew increasingly vexed to see Lin Xiao trailing them. "What exactly do you want?" Lin Xiao demanded, his expression darkening as they walked through the sparsely populated street. Feeling a twinge of anxiety at Lin Xiao's evident anger, Lin Xiao decided to throw caution to the wind. She stepped forward, linking her arm through his. "Lin Xiao Gidge, please don't be so cold to me," as she pouted, attempting to charm him. Lin Xiao, overwhelmed with irritation, forcefully shrugged her off. Lin Xiao lost her balance and stumbled backward, landing unceremoniously on the steps. The brevity of her dress left little to the imagination, attracting unwarranted attention from passers-by, who leered at her with lewd expressions. After several rejections, Lin Xiao's patience finally waned. "Lin Xiao, how dare you be so ungrateful?" She sprang to her feet, swinging her bag at him. However, her high heel caught in a crevice of the pavement, causing her to stumble. The bag missed Lin Xiao and instead struck Qiu Xiaoyan. Instinctively, Qiu Xiaoyan recoiled, only to realize too late that a motorcycle was barreling toward her. In a panic, she attempted to evade the oncoming vehicle, but her body failed to react swiftly enough. "Watch out," Lin Xiao shouted, catching Qiu Xiaoyan just in time, narrowly avoiding the motorcycle. Yet, Qiu Xiaoyan twisted her ankle in the process. "Hiss," she gasped, trying to steady herself, but ended up collapsing into Lin Xiao's embrace. The faint scent of his presence stirred something within him, but he quickly regained his composure, helping her to sit down nearby. Bending down, he examined her ankle. "Does it hurt here?" "Yes," Qiu Xiaoyan replied, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, wary of putting weight on her foot. "I recall you have no classes this afternoon. Let me take you to my sister," Lin Xiao said without hesitation, turning his back to her, signaling her to climb onto his back. Seeing Lin Xiao's concerned expression and sturdy shoulders made Qiu Xiaoyan's heart race. She carefully climbed aboard. Suddenly, she felt that twisting her ankle might not be such a misfortune after all. With Qiu Xiaoyan on his back, Lin Xiao proceeded to the roadside to hail a taxi. Behind them, Lin Xiao's sharp voice pierced the air. "Lin Xiao, come back." "Lin Xiao, my foot is hurt too. You can't just leave me," she cried. Yet, no matter how she shouted, Lin Xiao refused to glance back. A few bystanders, initially inclined to assist, recoiled at Lin Xiao's aggressive demeanor and retreated awkwardly. Lin Xiao was left to struggle as she extracted her heel from the pavement, clumsily picking herself up while retrieving her bag. Her eyes filled with resentment as she watched Lin Xiao and Qiu Xiaoyan depart. "Is she okay?" Lin Xiao's sister inquired at the hospital. Lin Xiao expressed his concern. "Is Qiu Xiaoyan all right?" Lin Baixian glanced at the x-ray and gently patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. "Don't worry, your little girlfriend isn't seriously hurt. No fractures. She just needs some rest." "That's a relief," Lin Xiao sighed, but then quickly clarified, "Sister, don't say that. She is not my girlfriend." "Really?" Lin Baixian, despite having never been in a relationship herself, was not oblivious. The way that girl looked at her brother was unmistakably affectionate. Denying any feelings seemed implausible. Shaking her head in exasperation, she thought, what a foolish little brother. Though frustrated, Lin Baixian decided not to interfere. Young people should navigate their own affairs. Satisfied that Qiu Xiaoyan was fine, Lin Xiao resolved to escort her home. As they were about to leave, Lin Baixian suddenly asked, "By the way, Lin Xiao, are you free tonight?" "I am, why?" Lin Xiao nodded. "There's a social gathering at the hospital tonight. I initially intended to skip it, but Lin Baixian disliked crowded and noisy environments. However, after skipping out previously, she felt she needed to attend this time to avoid further disapproval from her peers. Bringing Lin Xiao along would also help alleviate her discomfort. "Sure, I'll accompany you," Lin Xiao readily agreed, recalling the gossip he had heard about Lin Baixian. He was eager to uncover who might be scheming against his sister in the hospital. Chapter 39. The incessant gossip in the evening. A private dining establishment near the hospital buzzed with liveliness. Over 20 doctors and nurses gathered around 2 long tables, indulging in their meal while joyfully engaging in conversation. "Oh my, Bai Xian, I had no idea your brother was so handsome." "Indeed, Bai Xian, had I known your brother was this dashing, I would have introduced him to my aunt's niece." "Your brother is at a university? Truly impressive." Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, despite his efforts to diminish his presence, he became the target of playful banter. Among the crowd were older women in their 40s and younger ladies around Lin Bai Xian's age, all seemingly intrigued by him, bombarding him with incessant questions. Lin Xiao cast pleading glances towards Lin Bai Xian, but she merely kept her head down, absorbed in her meal, adopting an expression of oblivion. With no other option, he maintained an awkward smile, addressing their inquiries one by one. Lin Bai Xian, on the other hand, was taken aback by her brother's unexpected popularity. However, since the focus had shifted away from her, she found herself relieved. Not only was the ambience around her lively, but Lin Xiao's internal gossip system incessantly chimed in his mind. Initially, he found the noise bothersome, wishing for the system to be silenced temporarily. Yet, upon hearing several juicy tidbits, his curiosity was piqued. "Oh wow, that little nurse is actually having an affair with a male doctor over there. But he looks old enough to be her father. So it's an extramarital affair? How scandalous. Wait, the children of that model couple in the department aren't even the husbands? TSK, they look so happy and harmonious, yet appearances can be deceiving. That pregnant nurse is expecting a super son? She knows, but can't bear to terminate the pregnancy? What? This child might grow up to be an extraordinarily dangerous criminal? Note to self, keep my distance in the future." Lin Xiao was taken aback. The amount of gossip he gathered that night far exceeded what he would typically encounter in a month. It was utterly riveting. He suddenly found the older women less bothersome. What Lin Xiao did not realize was that Lin Bai Xian was relishing the evening even more. All night long, she was neither interrogated nor bothered by the others, instead enjoying the shared gossip with her brother. Most importantly, the gossip Lin Xiao shared was entirely new to her, completely unbeknownst to anyone else in the department, save for those directly involved. This realization filled Lin Bai Xian with an inexplicable thrill. She had previously believed herself disinterested in such matters, yet now found herself increasingly addicted to the gossip. Could it be that human nature is inherently curious? Lin Xiao, parched from answering questions, was relieved when the crowd began to disperse around 10 o'clock. However, at that moment, a male doctor, reeking of alcohol, staggered towards Lin Bai Xian. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiao's alarm bells rang in his mind. Simultaneously, the gossip system in his head promptly updated with new information. "Dr. Lin, it's still early. Shall we continue the festivities together?" The male doctor plopped down beside Lin Bai Xian, his gaze laden with implications. "I'm sorry, but I need to take my brother back to school soon," Lin Bai Xian replied, maintaining her impassive demeanor and a distant tone. "Oh, come on. Your brother is already 20. Can't he take a taxi by himself?" The male doctor, emboldened by his inebriation, leaned closer to Lin Bai Xian, insisting they should enjoy the night to the fullest. Lin Bai Xian subtly moved away, reiterating her refusal. "I'm sorry, you all have fun without me." Such an explicit rejection would have prompted a more respectable individual to relent. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the male doctor persisted, continuing to speak as if undeterred. Lin Bai Xian frowned slightly, unwilling to prolong the interaction. Before she could rise, the male doctor suddenly grasped her arm. "Dr. Lin, even if you find my approach forward, there are things I must say to you." His voice was loud enough to attract the attention of those around them. Being colleagues, the others did not initially perceive this as harassment. Instead, they found it amusing, beginning to tease. "Xiao Lu, are you about to confess your feelings? Wow, how romantic." The attendees, having consumed considerable amounts of alcohol, failed to notice Lin Bai Xian's face darkening with discomfort. Lin Xiao immediately stood up, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Bai Xian. To preserve his sister's dignity, he refrained from escalating the situation immediately. "Sir, you seem to have had too much to drink." Lin Xiao maintained a polite smile, though internally he was seething with indignation. Damn it, what a shameless creep. Never encountered such a brazen individual before. His orientation is clearly male, yet he acts like a complete sleaze. How disgusting. He has no shame whatsoever, thinking he can take advantage of my sister while pretending to be drunk. Lin Bai Xian, listening to Lin Xiao's thoughts, was equally appalled. She had collaborated with this male doctor before and considered him a colleague. She never expected him to behave in such a repugnant manner. Unable to resist, she scrutinized him, her gaze briefly lingering on his inappropriate attributes. A dual orientation? That implies Lin Xiao was unable to suppress her imagination, nearly retching from the repulsion of her previous meal. Chapter 40. The melon turns on itself. A wave of intense physiological discomfort compelled Lin Xiao to maintain a few paces from the male doctor. The doctor, feigning hurt, expressed with a semblance of deep emotion, "Dr. Lin, I truly like you, but do you really despise me this much?" Such a humble inquiry stirred the hearts of those present, prompting a sense of sympathy. This male doctor generally enjoyed a good rapport in the department, being attentive and considerate, particularly close to the senior nurses. Perhaps due to traditional mindsets, no one had entertained thoughts in that direction. "Shaolin, I think Xiao Lu is quite decent. After all, you are single right now. Why not give it a try? Who knows what might blossom?" Others echoed, "Yes, Dr. Lin, both you and Dr. Lu are surgeons. You could support each other in the future." Amidst the clamor, Lin Xiao realized that if she remained silent, she might inadvertently lend credence to their assumptions. After a moment's contemplation, she lifted her gaze and fixed it upon the male doctor. "Dr. Lu, are you certain you like me?" The male doctor, confronted by Lin Xiao's frosty stare, felt an unsettling uncertainty creep into his heart. Yet, having already declared his feelings before so many witnesses, he could only nod affirmatively. "Of course, I like you." However, before he could complete his sentence, Lin Xiao produced her phone. "Dr. Lu, I've recorded this. I hope you will think carefully about your next words. Regardless of what transpires in the future, or who may come seeking me, I shall bear no responsibility." A significant meaning glimmered in her eyes. The male doctor was rendered speechless. He had merely sought to take advantage of Lin Xiao in his intoxicated state. Such matters could easily be denied later. Yet, with Lin Xiao elevating the stakes, his confidence began to wane. Though single, he had numerous ambiguous relationships. And should they discover this, his standing in the community would be jeopardized. The male doctor's embarrassment was palpable, and the onlookers took note. Sensing the potential for a scene, they began to intervene. "Dr. Lin, are you perhaps being a tad too serious? We have so many witnesses here. Is a recording truly necessary?" Some believed the male doctor was upset for this reason. Others urged, "Xiao Lu, regardless, this is a confession. It's perfectly fine for a girl to record it as a cherished memory, right?" Only a few individuals detected an anomaly in the peculiar exchange. "Dr. Lin, what did you mean by that? Who would come looking for you? Or is it that Dr. Lu already has?" Their words trailed off as the rest of the group caught on, all eyes turning inquisitively to Lin Xiao. Curiosity bubbled forth. Did Dr. Lu truly have a girlfriend, yet still dared to profess affection to others? Observing the increasing tension on the male doctor's face, Lin Xiao's smile bore a hint of menace. "Dr. Lu, I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. I advise you to tread carefully. Or how will you explain to your boyfriend should they come looking for you?" At this proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Boyfriends? The implication was, gay? All eyes scrutinized the male doctor. Some seemed prepared to speak, but only silence followed as they hesitated. The male doctor's face flushed crimson, struggling to muster a response. "Why, you mustn't speak nonsense. I have no boyfriends." Yet his demeanor suggested otherwise, resembling a petulant spouse, delicate and flustered. Initially, no one had suspected anything amiss, merely perceiving him as more attentive than most men. However, in light of Lin Xiao's words, their perceptions began to shift, questioning his actions. "Ahem. How come I never noticed that Xiao Lu's pinky raises when he speaks? Stop it, I hadn't noticed either. Could it truly be as Dr. Lin suggests? I think it's quite possible." The surrounding chatter grew hushed, but in the oppressive silence, even the faintest whisper was magnified. The male doctor trembled with indignation, unable to fathom how Lin Xiao had uncovered his secret. It was one thing for her to discover it, but to announce it before so many witnesses was unfathomable. How could he possibly continue his career in the hospital after this? Fortunately, someone recognized the tension and promptly shifted the topic. "It's getting late. We ought to disperse." "Oh dear, I've had too much to drink. My head is all a whirl. I must head home for rest. Indeed, we have work tomorrow." As they spoke, the group began to dissolve. Lin Xiao, disinterested in further entanglements with such individuals, gathered her belongings and started toward the exit with Lin Xiao. However, just as she reached the doorway, she noticed Lin Xiao quickening his pace. Simultaneously, she caught a glimpse of his thoughts. "How did I end up in this mess? This pervert just won't quit. Let us hurry." Don't look at me. Don't cling to me. Just go away. Intrigued, Lin Xiao halted. Lin Xiao appeared visibly flustered. Did he have his own secrets? Her curiosity piqued. She decided to linger a moment longer. Sister? What's wrong? Lin Xiao inquired, perplexed. Nothing. Perhaps I had a bit too much to drink. The wind gives me a headache. I just need a moment. Lin Xiao offered a casual excuse while keenly observing her surroundings. For these past few days, it had been Lin Xiao consuming their gossip. It was only fair for her to indulge in a morsel of her dear brother's intrigue. Chapter 41. A lie is just a word. A refutation requires swift legs. Not feeling well. I shall fetch you some water. Lin Xiao was quite reluctant to linger here any longer. He had already spotted a few individuals striding towards him with an intimidating demeanor at the intersection ahead. Just as he reached the entrance of the convenience store, a high-pitched voice called from behind. Don't even think about running away. In an instant, his arm was seized by someone. Turning around, he found it was the male doctor. Most of the hospital staff had departed, and the doctor decided to drop the pretense. He tugged at Lin Xiao while beckoning to the others nearby. Ladies, come here. It's him. As the group approached, Lin Xiao discerned both men and women among them. The men, akin to the doctor, were adorned with makeup and exhibited effeminate behaviors, while the women appeared relatively normal. However, the expressions directed at Lin Xiao were rife with anger and hostility. Hey, I don't know any of you, so don't start trouble for no reason. Lin Xiao retreated hastily, wishing to avoid entanglement with these individuals. Having gleaned their intentions through a gossip system, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him at the mere thought of lingering for another second. You little rascal, seducing someone else's boyfriend and pretending to be innocent? One of the effeminate men exclaimed loudly. Feeling the curious gazes of passers-by, Lin Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment. Unable to restrain himself, he cursed, I seduce your grandfather. You. How dare you even think of seducing my grandfather? The effeminate man became even more incensed. Lin Xiao, momentarily at a loss for words, desperately tried to signal Lin Xiao, who stood some distance away. Yet, she merely rested her head on her hand, not glancing in their direction at all. Given the ruckus, it was improbable that she hadn't heard. Was she truly inebriated? Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao was not nursing a headache from drunkenness, but was instead stifling laughter, her hand shielding her face. It was her first time witnessing Lin Xiao in such a predicament, and it proved to be quite amusing. Lin Xiao felt like he was losing his mind. If it were anyone else causing trouble, he could simply resolve it with a few well-placed punches. But now, confronted with these delicate individuals, he feared that even a single strike might send them into tears. In the midst of the scuffle, Lin Xiao exerted a bit of force and finally managed to break free. He immediately pointed in another direction and exclaimed, Look, there's a handsome guy over there. The group froze momentarily, instinctively glancing in the direction he indicated. However, it was empty. There was no one there. When they turned back, they discovered Lin Xiao had vanished. Second sister, run. Lin Xiao grasped Lin Xiao's arm and bolted. Fortunately, a taxi had just pulled up at the curb. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao dragged Lin Xiao into the vehicle. As the car sped away, he gradually relaxed. This was madness, pure madness. The scent of strong perfume clung to him, and images of the earlier encounter flashed through his mind. It seemed that amidst the chaos, someone had taken the opportunity to touch him. It's over. He felt sullied. Lin Xiao initially believed this was merely a fleeting farce. However, he was unaware that someone had recorded that night's events and posted them online. Even with faces obscured, those familiar with him recognized Lin Xiao immediately. The incident spread like wildfire, reaching his school in no time. Lin Xiao, your orientation isn't truly male, is it? The way you're acting makes us feel very unsafe. His roommates could not resist teasing him, feigning alarm as they adjusted their collars, pretending to worry about being targeted. Lin Xiao felt overwhelmed. After watching the video online, he quickly contacted the individual to have it removed. Yet, the speed of its dissemination was astonishing. And even if that person deleted it, many had saved and shared it. While his dorm mates' jokes were one thing, the outside world seemed to take the rumors seriously. As he walked through the campus, he often caught complex glances, some filled with disdain, others with contempt, and some with an ambiguous allure that sent chills down his spine. He even received anonymous love confessions. Qiu Xiaoyan had naturally heard the rumors as well. To support Lin Xiao, she made a point to have lunch with him almost every day, deliberately displaying affection. However, this behavior did little to clear his name. In fact, posts condemning him began to appear on the school forum, with sensational titles suggesting Lin Xiao was deceiving beautiful women while secretly favoring men. Even Xiao Xiaoyan's friends advised her to distance herself from Lin Xiao, cautioning her not to be misled by a charming fade. Lin Xiao initially thought that since it was merely a rumor, it would eventually dissipate on its own. Rather than exacerbate the situation, he contemplated simply lying low. However, upon returning home for the weekend and witnessing his parents' hesitance to speak, he realized the matter could not be brushed aside. Ahem, Lin Xiao. It's not that we believe the rumors, but we are concerned you might be led astray. At the dinner table, Lin Xingshan hesitated before awkwardly broaching the subject. Indeed, after all, you are our only son. What would we do if you strayed? Su Xiaomei chimed in earnestly. Dad, Mom, why are you also? Lin Xiao felt a headache coming on again and turned to Lin Baixian for help. Yet, she merely focused on her meal, showing no inclination to aid him in explaining. Lin Xiao rested his forehead in defeat, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, Lin Xingshan suddenly exclaimed, by the way, your elder sister will return in a couple of days. There's an event next weekend that you and she can attend together. That should help dispel the rumors. Lin Xiao was somewhat perplexed. How could attending an event possibly clear up the rumors? However, 2 days later, when he saw the outfit his sister Lin Chuj had prepared for him, he was left speechless. Sister, are you certain this attire is meant for me to wear to the event? Lin Xiao exclaimed, holding up a pair of oversized shorts, his eyes filled with astonishment. Chapter 42. Announcing the breakup. Lin Chuj seemed to have anticipated Lin Xiao's reaction, maintaining a smile on her face, with her arms crossed over her chest. Her expression was playful. Did your parents not inform you that the weekend banquet is a bikini party? Bikini party. Lin Xiao's mouth fell open in disbelief. He never imagined that his first event representing the Lin family would be a bikini party. The thought of everyone present being in such attire made him feel a slight itch in his nose. He quickly sniffed to prevent a nosebleed. However, he soon realized his parents' intentions. It must be due to the rumors circulating that they had arranged for him to attend such a gathering. Having already agreed, he had little choice but to comply. Grabbing his shorts and a few light jackets, Lin Xiao hurried upstairs. Lin Chuj cheerfully reminded him, make sure to try them on first. If they don't fit, I'll get you a different size. Got it, Lin Xiao replied. His face flushed as he shut the door to his room. On the weekend, at the entrance of a villa courtyard filled with luxury cars, the roar of engines soon caught the attention of the wealthy heirs, who turned to look outside. A striking red supercar pulled up, and from it emerged a man and a woman, both exuding exceptional charm. The woman, with her alluring figure, had cascading waves of hair draped over her shoulders, wearing sunglasses and fiery red lips. Beneath her short skirt were long, captivating legs that drew the gaze of onlookers. The necklace and bracelet she wore were limited edition pieces from this season's collection, valued at 7 figures. The man beside her was equally impressive, tall and slender, dressed in a thin V-neck shirt that showcased his muscular arms and the hint of his chest. His shorts revealed well-defined calves, and his accessories, a limited edition watch and shoes, highlighted his sophisticated aura. Sister, we're certainly not being subtle today, Lin Xiao remarked, feeling somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny of those around him. Lin Chuj had driven a particularly flashy sports car from their home, clearly intending to make a statement. After all, it was her first time taking Lin Xiao out, and she aimed to present the family in a favorable light, especially with the recent scandal surrounding Lin Yu. As they entered the villa, Lin Chuj removed her sunglasses, her demeanor becoming more approachable. Soon, familiar faces approached them with warm greetings. Chuj, you finally made it. I knew only a young lady from a prominent family could make such an entrance. Seeing it's you is no surprise. Wow, Chuj. I've been waiting for that bracelet for ages. How did you manage to get it? A flurry of greetings and compliments ensued, revealing Lin Chuj's esteemed position among the affluent crowd. Given the Lin family's status as a prominent family in the capital, and Lin Chuj being the youngest female president, reportedly the family's future heir, she was certainly not on the same level as ordinary rich daughters. Lin Chuj graciously responded to the flattery. Noticing their glances towards Lin Xiao, she took the initiative to introduce him, saying, let me formally introduce my younger brother, Lin Xiao. Oh, so he is your brother. One girl exclaimed, covering her mouth with a knowing smile. Haha, Chuj, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought you found a new boyfriend. Another girl chimed in. The expressions of 2 nearby men shifted slightly, their eyes darting elsewhere. Lin Xiao turned to see Bai Feng lounging by the pool, surrounded by several attractive women. However, Bai Feng appeared disinterested, unlike his usual self in the underground nightclubs. In front of their acquaintances, he maintained a demeanor of a refined gentleman. The earlier girl noticed their gaze and joked, "Hey, I was just kidding. Surely no one would report this, right?" "Of course not. Who doesn't know that Miss Lin and young Master Bai are practically engaged? Their bond is so deep that mere words can't affect it," the men quickly assured. But Lin Xiao merely smiled lightly, saying nonchalantly, "I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that Bai Feng and I have broken up." As she spoke, she lifted a glass of champagne from a passing server and took a delicate sip, her demeanor as casual as if discussing the weather. Yet, those around her were left in stunned silence. "Chuch, you must be joking. Everyone knows your families have long arranged your marriage," a familiar girl said awkwardly. "I'm not joking. We really have broken up," Lin Xiao stated flatly. This news would be public knowledge soon enough, so she saw no harm in disclosing it today. Although the breakup was only communicated to Bai Feng, who stubbornly clung to her, she was determined not to be deceived by such a scoundrel any longer and would not allow anything detrimental to the Lin family to occur. Thus, she had made up her mind to announce it, hoping to avert unnecessary troubles. "Sister," Lin Xiao gently tugged at Lin Xiao's sleeve, shaking his head silently. He admired her decisiveness in ending the relationship, yet felt that making such an announcement publicly would undoubtedly humiliate Bai Feng. Such a base individual might resort to unscrupulous tactics. After all, there are thieves with 1,000 days, but no defenses for 1,000 days. He believed Lin Xiao need not place herself in peril. Chapter 43. The Siege of Beauties. Indeed, as the discussions around grew increasingly fervent, Lin Xiao sensed a chilling presence behind him. Turning around, he discovered that Bai Feng had mysteriously vanished. Lin Xiao sighed softly, realizing that Lin Xiao had underestimated the situation. It was understandable, after all. Bai Feng had always been exceedingly cautious in his pretense, shrouded in an impenetrable facade. Only a few, like Lin Yu, who held leverage over him, truly knew his genuine nature. They would never dare to divulge even the slightest hint of his true self if they wished to continue navigating this circle. Moreover, Bai Feng had never once revealed a hint of his duplicity in front of Lin Xiao. Even if they were to part ways for some reason, Lin Xiao would not suspect Bai Feng of any ill intentions towards her. With these thoughts weighing on him, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of concern. He was well aware that Bai Feng was not one to let matters rest easily. Determined to remain by Lin Xiao's side throughout the day, he sought to shield her from any hidden dangers. However, fate often takes a contrary turn. "Oh dear, what's your name again?" "Ah yes, Lin Xiao is it? Let me call you a Xiao." A charming older sister approached him, eyes sparkling with mischief. My, young Master Lin. I didn't expect such a fine physique at your tender age. Oh, look at those abs. May I have a touch? Just one little poke?" Lin Xiao had intended to stay close to Lin Xiao, but once she was called away by friends for a nostalgic chat, he found himself surrounded by a gaggle of alluring older sisters. To be frank, these women possessed remarkable figures. Some boasted ample curves, others had skin as delicate as a petal, and a few exhibited long, slender legs that were strikingly fair. Each had her own unique allure, clad in bikinis. Some wore sheer cover-ups that only heightened their sensuality. Several had just emerged from the water, droplets cascading from their hair and tracing down their collarbones. As Lin Xiao beheld this captivating scene, his heart raced and his cheeks flushed. This reaction only piqued the sister's interest further. "Oh dear, why is our little brother blushing?" A beautiful sister in a red bikini sidled up to him, wrapping her arm around his. "Come, let us share a moment together, and let me have a feel." At that moment, Lin Xiao felt a sudden chill against his chest. He realized that, unbeknownst to him, all the buttons of his shirt had come undone, exposing his firm pectorals and abs, while the delicate fingers of the beautiful sister rested lightly on his chest. "Are you free tonight, little brother? I'll be home alone." She winked at him, her gaze laced with playful intent. Lin Xiao's mind spun in confusion. He was merely a 20-year-old naïf, unaccustomed to such bold advances. Heat coursed through him, and his throat felt parched. No, he couldn't allow this to continue. If this persisted, something regrettable might transpire. As he noticed more sisters inching closer, Lin Xiao discreetly extricated himself. I need to visit the restroom." With that, he hurriedly made his way into the villa. The women paused, then burst into laughter. "Look at how frightened he is. At this rate, he might end up in bed with one of us." Hearing their banter sent a jolt through Lin Xiao, prompting him to quicken his pace. The villa was mostly empty, with only a few servants preparing drinks and refreshments. Once inside the restroom, he finally exhaled in relief. The various lingering scents of perfume enveloped him, leaving him feeling utterly bemused. Had he known the gathering would unfold in such a manner, he would have abstained from attending. The thought of losing his innocence in such a muddled way was daunting. Although, as the women had suggested, he wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage. He was still new to this world, unfamiliar with its denizens and their motives. Who could say whether he was heading into an enticing embrace or a den of wolves? If such a scandal were to tarnish the Lin family's reputation, it would spell disaster. Yet, to speak candidly, those beautiful sisters were undeniably tempting. Lin Xiao found himself unable to shake the vivid images from earlier. No, this was perilous. Realizing the gravity of his thoughts, he abruptly closed his eyes and began reciting a calming mantra. After a considerable time, he regained his composure and exited the restroom. However, as he passed through a secluded corridor, a familiar voice pierced the air. "Judge, I was wrong before. Please forgive me." It was by phone. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Xiao, prompting him to stealthily approach. He observed by phone grasping Lin Chuj's hand, his expression one of contrition. "Chuj, we've been together for so long, and my feelings for you are sincere," by phone professed earnestly. His tone was filled with conviction, and his striking appearance easily evoked sympathy. Lin Chuj regarded by phone, her expression betraying a flicker of softness. Just as she was about to respond, a voice echoed in her mind. "Please, do not be deceived by this scoundrel's sweet nothings. It is all an act. Once my sister relents, he will surely concoct a spiked drink, and then... Oh dear, this must not occur, but how can I intervene?" Lin Chuj furrowed her brow, catching a glimpse of Lin Xiao's shirt from the corner of her eye. This inner voice had reached her before her departure abroad, and its authenticity was compelling. Yet to confirm, she devised a plan in her mind. "By phone, if I were to forgive you, how would you make amends?" Chapter 44. A lesson for By phone. By phone seemed utterly astonished that Lin Chuj had so readily acquiesced. A look of delight spread across his face as he reached for the wine glass that had been prepared nearby, presenting it to Lin Chuj. "Chuj, this is a special concoction I and Oppos VE made just for you, tailored to your favorite flavor. Do give it a try." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Chuj narrowed her eyes slightly, slowly accepting the glass. In truth, her mind was racing, overwhelmed by the persistent voice of Lin Xiao echoing in her head, warning her that the drink was tainted. Naturally, she had no intention of consuming it. She merely wished to make things difficult for By phone. Noticing the shadow lurking in the corner, poised to intervene, Lin Chuj smiled faintly and remarked, "By phone, I've always wanted you to experience my favorite flavor. How about you drink this glass instead?" By phone was completely taken aback by Lin Chuj's unexpected suggestion. Caught off guard, and without a premeditated response, his smile faltered. It took him a moment to hurriedly explain. "Chuj, you know I rarely drink in such settings. My tolerance is quite poor, and it would be unwise to overindulge." "Oh, and what if I were to drink too much?" Lin Chuj asked with a smile. "Aren't you concerned that I might make a mistake?" "How could that be?" "If you were to drink too much, I would take care of you." By phone quickly donned a fresh smile. "Then I could take care of you if you drank too much. Or do you not trust me?" Lin Chuj's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. By phone was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. It became increasingly evident to Lin Chuj that By phone was indeed hiding something, and she could now almost confirm that the drink was compromised. How foolish she had been to associate with such a despicable individual. Taking a deep breath, she slowly set the wine glass aside. Bai Feng's gaze remained fixated on the glass, his mind racing with schemes to compel Lin Chuj to drink. He was oblivious to the growing chill in Lin Chuj's eyes and the arm she was raising. In the next moment, a sharp crack echoed as Bai Feng's face was struck, turning him to the side. He was bewildered, trembling as he touched his cheek, the searing pain almost shattering his polished demeanor. "Chuj, what is the meaning of this?" Bai Feng gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. "Do you truly not know what I mean?" Lin Chuj swiftly raised her hand and delivered another slap to the opposite side of Bai Feng's face. "Lin Chuj." At last, Bai Feng's fury ignited. He seized Lin Chuj's arm as she attempted to raise it again, gripping her wrist with an ironclad hold. He could no longer maintain his facade. Despite his perceived humility, he found himself subjected to such humiliation. When had the esteemed heir of the Bai family ever endured such indignity? "Lin Chuj, you are truly inviting trouble. If that is the case, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Bai Feng seethed, his teeth clenched. With a forceful grip on Lin Chuj's arm, he began dragging her toward a nearby room, his eyes scanning her with a malevolent and lecherous glint. "You wish to break up? Very well. We shall see how you manage that when everyone witnesses you in my bed." By phone, you have truly lost your mind. Lin Xiao exclaimed with fury, stamping her foot upon Bai Feng's instep. Bai Feng gasped in pain but did not relinquish his grip. Instead, he tightened it further. This caused Lin Xiao to panic. After all, she was a woman, and in terms of strength, she was no match for Bai Feng. Desperately, she glanced toward the corner and shouted, Lin Xiao, how long are you going to just watch? Huh. Lin Xiao had intended to rush out and assist, but was surprised that his sister was aware of his presence. He had been contemplating a heroic rescue. With a playful grin, Lin Xiao strolled out, unfazed, and approached the two. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Bai Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had just confirmed that no one else was present. How could this brat have appeared? Wait, you? Bai Feng attempted to dismiss Lin Xiao, but in the next instant, he was met with a fist hurtling toward him. Bang! Bai Feng was knocked backward, crashing to the ground. Lin Xiao rubbed his knuckles and looked down at Bai Feng. Which hand was it that grabbed my sister? This one. He then placed a foot upon Bai Feng's left wrist. Ah! Bai Feng let out a scream from deep within his throat. However, the waitstaff had long since been sent away, and the laughter and revelry outside muffled any sounds of struggle. What had been meticulously planned to ensnare Lin Xiao had now turned into his own undoing. Oh, and this hand has been used too, has and Apos, it? Lin Xiao leisurely walked to the other side of Bai Feng, lifting his foot, ready to stomp down. Bai Feng recoiled in terror, yet Lin Xiao's foot remained suspended in the air. Bai Feng trembled as he raised his head. Hey, just kidding. Lin Xiao flashed a radiant smile, and then brought his foot down squarely onto Bai Feng's face. Since you have no regard for your own dignity, you need not preserve that face. He exclaimed. Ah, still clinging to my sister even after the breakup, are we? You brought this upon yourself. Oh, daring to impose upon my sister, are you? Seeking a death wish, perhaps? With each taunt, Lin Xiao pressed down harder upon Bai Feng's face. Initially, Bai Feng resisted with all his might, but he soon realized that before Lin Xiao, he was as powerless as a fledgling chick. A profound fear began to well up within him. Could it be that this boy truly intended to kill him? After all, he was the esteemed heir of the Bai family. Yet, Lin Xiao was the sole heir of the Lin family. Should he perish today, the Lin family would undoubtedly marshal all their resources to protect him. The more Bai Feng pondered, the more despairing he felt, ultimately succumbing to sheer terror and wetting his pants. Chapter 45. A grand scene of social embarrassment. What is that smell? It's utterly foul. Lin Xiao certainly had no intention of truly harming Bai Feng. Upon witnessing Bai Feng's unfortunate accident, he waved his hand in disgust. Sister, I can't believe you once had a penchant for someone like this. Lin Xiao gazed at Bai Feng's disheveled state, feeling a sense of satisfaction. However, she was taken aback when Lin Xiao unexpectedly shifted the focus of the conversation onto her, leaving her somewhat flustered. Who said I liked him? It was merely for the sake of a marriage alliance. Besides, who hasn't been foolish in their youth? Lin Xiao explained awkwardly, casting an admonishing glare at Lin Xiao as a warning to cease his nonsensical remarks. All right, it's not my sister's fault. It's this guy's pretense. Lin Xiao kicked Bai Feng once more. Seemingly fatigued from the exertion, he felt a twinge of thirst and casually grabbed a drink from the table, downing it in one go. Wait, Lin Xiao exclaimed, but it was too late. He had gulped down the entire glass. After finishing, Lin Xiao looked up to find Lin Xiao's astonished gaze and then glanced at the empty cup in his hand. Could it be? Lin Xiao opened his mouth and quickly turned to the table, realizing there was no other drink left. In other words, he had indeed consumed the spiked beverage. What a blunder! He rushed into the restroom, desperately trying to induce vomiting. However, having eaten little prior, the alcohol and the drug were absorbed into his system with alarming speed. Moreover, Bai Feng had ensured the dosage was substantial for maximum effect. Before long, Lin Xiao felt a strange warmth spreading throughout his body. Ah Xiao, hurry out, I'll take you to the hospital. Lin Xiao called anxiously from outside. Realizing he could no longer stay there, Lin Xiao rushed out, and the siblings dashed downstairs. As they passed through the courtyard, Lin Xiao's gaze fell upon the sisters clad in bikinis, their alluring figures only intensifying his discomfort. Alarmed, he quickly shut his eyes, allowing Lin Xiao to guide him into a sports car. Many onlookers, curious about their frantic demeanor, attempted to inquire, but were deterred by Lin Xiao's chilling glare. On the way to the hospital, Lin Xiao took the opportunity to call Lin Baixian. By the time they arrived, Lin Baixian was already waiting for them. What on earth happened? She asked, eyeing Lin Xiao, who appeared as if he had been boiled alive, his skin remarkably flushed. while helping Lin Xiao onto the hospital bed. Lin Chuj explained, "That scoundrel by phone drugged me, and as a result, Xiao drank it." "By phone drugged you?" Lin Baixian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly connected the dots and rushed to inform the emergency department doctor of the situation. Observing Lin Xiao's condition and piecing together the events, she surmised the nature of the drug. In the treatment room, Lin Baixian collaborated with the attending physician to administer N4, hoping to dilute the drug's effects, and then prepared to conduct further examinations. However, their attention was soon drawn to a particular area of Lin Xiao's body. Though he still wore loose shorts, it became evident that he was quite tinted beneath this. The attending physician, relatively young and inexperienced with such cases, suddenly appeared flustered. The other nurses followed her gaze, equally astonished by the remarkable sight. "It's quite large," one of them blurted out, only to realize her faux pas, her face flushing crimson. At that moment, the door swung open, and a male urologist entered, accompanied by several female interns. By instinct, they surveyed the patient, inadvertently catching sight of Lin Xiao's impressive display. The room was now filled with an even deeper shade of embarrassment. Throughout their journey to the hospital, Lin Xiao had been in a hazy stupor, his consciousness hazy. However, after receiving some fluids, the effects began to wane, and he slowly regained awareness. Yet, upon opening his eyes, he was met with the shocking sight of numerous white-coated figures surrounding him, all fixated on his lower half. He glanced down and immediately understood the gravity of the situation. If only he could disappear from existence. Cough, cough, cough. As the patient stirred, the surrounding personnel snapped back to reality. The urologist quickly signaled the nurses to add medication to Lin Xiao's four to expedite the elimination of the sedative from his system. "All right, you can continue lying down. I will conduct further examinations." Turning to the emergency doctor and Lin Baixian, the urologist continued, "You may leave. I can handle it from here." I haven't encountered a patient like this before. May I stay to observe?" The emergency doctor cautiously inquired. "We'd also like to stay," chimed in the other nurses. Reluctant to depart, the urologist, perceptive to their underlying motives, recognized that, according to protocol, it was permissible. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao sensed the undertone of the situation, wishing fervently to vanish from this grand scene of social embarrassment. But to his astonishment, he heard Lin Baixian's voice. "I am his sister. I will stay too." Chapter 46. Delivery personnel, not admitted. Lin Xiao could scarcely recall how he had departed from the hospital. The only memory that lingered was of being the subject of prolonged scrutiny. Not only did the urologist seize the opportunity to utilize him as a teaching aid, but the interns also capitalized on this vivid learning experience. Additionally, Lin Baixian, who had long aspired to become a urologist, did not miss the chance to indirectly fulfill her dream. The end result was that only Lin Xiao emerged from this ordeal wounded. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao languidly spent the day in a daze. Having already endured the pointed stares at school, the added attention from the hospital staff left him feeling utterly despondent. His advisor sent a message stating that, given the recent light course load, he could take a few days off to recuperate at home, so as not to be affected by idle gossip. The Lin couple, finally realizing that the issue did not lie with their son, devised various ways to cheer him up at home. Nearly every meal was prepared with his favorite dishes, and they would occasionally bring fruits to his room. 2 days later, Lin Xiao began to feel somewhat better and was able to temporarily set aside the events of the hospital. "Xiao, the soup I made today is quite good. You should drink more," Su Xiaomei said, thoughtfully taking Lin Xiao and Appo's bowl to fill it. "By the way, Xiao, if you have time later, could you take some soup to your elder sister?" Lin Xingshan chimed in. Recently, Chu Gu has been overwhelmed with work ever since she returned from abroad. She hasn't had a moment's peace. Lin Xiao, feeling increasingly restless at home, agreed to the request. After the meal, he took a thermal bag and made his way to the Lin Group building. This marked his first visit to the family business. Gazing up at the towering structure, Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the Lin family's enterprise is truly impressive. While he expressed admiration, there was no trace of jealousy in his heart regarding his elder sister's position. Among the Lin family, which comprised 6 daughters and 1 son, only Lin Gu had taken the reins of the company, serving as its female president. The others appeared indifferent to the family's business affairs, and Lin Xiao was no exception. Upon learning that Lin Gu was the heir to the Lin family legacy, he felt a sense of relief. Setting aside the possibility of the Lin Group's future collapse, He preferred to avoid complications and found comfort in being a leisurely rich second generation. As he pondered, he walked toward the lobby, only to be abruptly halted upon entry. Deliveries must be left at the door. Delivery personnel are not permitted inside, the security guard declared, propping his chin up with an air of indifference. Oh, I'm not a delivery person. I'm here to bring food to my sister, Lin Xiao patiently explained. The guard slowly lifted his head, scanning Lin Xiao with evident disdain. Having made a spur-of-the-moment decision to deliver the meal, Lin Xiao was dressed casually. Yet his attire was clean and tidy enough not to warrant scorn. Nevertheless, the guard's gaze conveyed unmistakable contempt. Bringing food? You claim you're not a delivery person? The guard scoffed mockingly. Lin Xiao felt a mix of irritation and amusement. What's the matter? Don't you have family? How can you speak like that? The guard slammed his hand on the table and stood, brandishing a baton as he approached Lin Xiao, exuding the demeanor of a petty thug ready for a confrontation. This tactic had proven effective previously. Whenever he adopted such a fierce stance, most individuals, whether out of fear or disinterest in confrontation, would relent, bolstering his confidence. However, this time, he encountered a formidable opponent. Instead of recoiling in fear, Lin Xiao's smile grew even brighter. He stood his ground, gazing steadily at the guard. What a disgrace it is for the Lin family's security. Lin Xiao's expression mirrored the guard's mockery. You. The guard's eyes widened in anger as he raised his hand to push Lin Xiao's shoulder. Yet, as soon as he lifted his arm, Lin Xiao seized it. Still want to make a move? Lin Xiao chuckled softly, effortlessly tossing the guard aside, who collided with the table with a resounding thud. You're truly asking for trouble. The guard's fury intensified as he lifted his baton, charging at Lin Xiao. Unmoved, Lin Xiao appeared unconcerned, his smile radiant. Suddenly, the sound of the elevator chimed. The doors to the elevator leading to the president's office opened, revealing two women who stepped out. Leading the way was Lin Xiao, adorned in a striking red dress that exuded both professionalism and flair. Following closely behind was a strikingly tall young woman clad in a sleek black business suit, her demeanor cold. What are you doing? The professional beauty inquired, her eyes sweeping over the guard with a sense of detachment. President Lin, assistant in. The guard and Oppo's expression morphed into one of obsequiousness upon recognizing the newcomers. After bowing and greeting them, he shot a furious glare at Lin Xiao. Company policy prohibits delivery personnel from entering. But this guy insisted on barging in and even insulted our Lin family. Sister, Lin Xiao exclaimed, grinning as he stepped toward Lin Xiao. Sister? The guard's face froze in shock as he watched Lin Xiao approach Lin Xiao. Reflecting back, he recalled that Lin Xiao had mentioned delivering food to his sister. Could it be? The guard's incredulous suspicion was swiftly confirmed as he witnessed Lin Xiao presenting the thermal bag to Lin Xiao. The world seemed to tilt on its axis for him. President Lin, I'm sorry, I didn't know. The guard stammered, attempting to explain himself. Yet, Lin Xiao merely shot him a glance, her eyes brimming with anger. Ordinarily, this would indeed be a misunderstanding that could be resolved with an apology. In the guard's mind, their esteemed female president was not entirely devoid of compassion. However, this time, he sensed that something was amiss. This incident was indeed peculiar, not merely due to the guard's disrespectful remarks towards Lin Xiao, but because Lin Xiao had heard the unspoken thoughts of her brother. Chapter 47. The remarkable secretary. Just moments ago, Lin Xiao's thoughts suddenly resonated in Lin Xiao's ear. This security guard is quite intriguing. Clearly a spy sent by the opposing faction, yet he dares to be so arrogant. Does he not fear being exposed? Or perhaps, after the two thefts last month, the mission ended, and he feels he can act with impunity? Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiao felt a chill run down her spine. Last month, the company experienced two incidents of missing documents. Although the files were not of great significance, they nonetheless caused considerable trouble for the company. She had initially suspected her secretary of betrayal, believing she had accepted bribes from the opposing faction to orchestrate these minor disturbances. To her astonishment, the true culprit turned out to be this inconspicuous security guard. Thankfully, today she learned the truth from Lin Xiao. Otherwise, she might have wronged her loyal secretary and lost her most vital ally. The opposing faction was indeed insidious, engaging in such underhanded tactics to steal company secrets and even attempting to sow discord. The mere thought of it darkened Lin Xiao's expression. Arrest him and call the police. Lin Xiao commanded without hesitation. The beautiful secretary promptly stepped forward and firmly seized the guard's arm. Although she was unaware of Lin Xiao's reasons for escalating this minor issue, she knew her boss had her reasons and simply needed to comply. The security guard was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Ms. Lin, what are you doing? I have always performed my duties diligently. Even if I mistakenly accused your brother, he never clarified the matter first, and I have already apologized. You cannot hold a grudge over such a trivial issue." His voice rose, soon drawing the attention of surrounding employees, who paused to observe the unfolding situation. After a brief assessment, most sided with the guard, believing Lin Xiao was abusing her power. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over a minor misunderstanding? Some even pulled out their phones, intending to capture the moment and share it online, titling the video, "Rich Girl Bullying Honest Security Guard for Her Brother." Surely, it would attract considerable attention. Lin Xiao, however, remained unfazed. She had earned her position through merit and was no fool. There had been rumors about Lin Corporation before, and those who spread them did not fare well. "Who sent you? Speak up," Lin Xiao asked as she approached the guard, her tone steady. The guard's eyes widened in surprise, his heart racing with trepidation. He was confident in his ability to conceal his motives. Yet Lin Xiao's unwavering demeanor left no room for doubt. "I refuse to believe that anyone can act without leaving a trace. If you confess now, I will let you go. If you do not, I will call the police and let them investigate," Lin Xiao stated coldly. The guard was utterly flummoxed. It seemed that regardless of whether she possessed evidence, she had already concluded he was guilty. No matter how he tried to explain himself, he feared he could not mitigate the situation. "Ms. Lin, please let me go. I can explain everything to you." The guard changed his demeanor and pleaded for mercy. Lin Xiao signaled her secretary, who released the guard's arm. Yet, as soon as she did, the guard forcefully shoved her aside and fled toward the exit. "Bring him back." Lin Xiao's expression darkened. The beautiful secretary obeyed the command, quickly pursuing him. She caught him by the shoulder and yanked him back. The guard, now furious, turned and swung his baton at her face. The secretary reacted swiftly, dodging to the side and grasping his wrist, twisting it gently. The guard winced in pain, releasing his grip as the baton clattered to the ground, rolling away. Seizing the opportunity, the secretary once again restrained the guard, this time with even greater force. The guard grimaced, begging for mercy, but the secretary was resolute in denying him any chance of escape. Lin Xiao watched in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, sister, this beautiful lady is truly skilled." Lin Xiao shot him a disapproving glance. "A Xiao, don't think I haven't warned you. Luo is my capable assistant. Don't even think about making a play for her." "I didn't tea." Lin Xiao hurried to clarify. He genuinely had not. His admiration stemmed purely from the secretary and Oppo's impressive abilities and her striking appearance. Unexpectedly, while observing her, a new notification appeared in the system. How unfortunate for such a remarkable secretary. Today, while working overtime with the lady, she may encounter falling objects. Caught off guard, she might be fatally struck. Oh, how should I warn her? Just as Lin Xiao was about to tease Lin Xiao further, she overheard these thoughts, and her heart skipped a beat. Luo might die? Regardless of the truth, she could not allow such a fate to befall her. Luo. Lin Xiao called out to the secretary, who was about to head upstairs. "Ms. Lin, what is it?" The beautiful secretary maintained a respectful demeanor, her expression neutral. A month had passed since the previous theft report, and Lin Xiao worried the police might have forgotten some details. "You should go over now and discuss everything in detail with them. Then you can leave for the day," she suggested, offering a fabricated rationale. Though the secretary was puzzled by this sudden decision, she understood her role was to execute orders without question. Nodding, she turned to follow the police. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, Lin Xiao sent the secretary a message. "It seems there have been instances of objects falling from heights nearby. Please be cautious and keep your distance from those buildings." Chapter 48. Keeping a Gigolo? Having completed his task of delivering lunch, Lin Xiao initially intended to return home directly. However, Lin Xiao insisted on keeping him around to introduce him to Lin Corporation, in case he wished to work there in the future. With little else to occupy his time, Lin Xiao accompanied his sister as she guided him through the upper floors. One must admit, the scale of Lin Corporation is truly impressive. The main hall is adorned in splendid opulence, while the design and layout of the other floors are equally meticulous. The office area is thoughtfully organized, complemented by spacious recreational zones and an afternoon tea area. Unlike other companies, the afternoon tea here is rather sophisticated, often featuring gourmet pastries crafted by hotel chefs. This philosophy was instilled by their grandfather. emphasizing the importance of a comfortable work environment for employees to diligently contribute to the company's success. In a good mood, Lin Xiao led Lin Xiao through the various floors, and as it was lunchtime, many employees were resting in the break area. Lin Xiao did not make a grand announcement, nor did she disclose Lin Xiao's identity to others. Yet, the employees, astute as they are, recognized that he was under the direct guidance of the president, treating him with great respect. When they reached the sales department and passed by the manager's office, they encountered Manager Wang, a middle-aged man in his 40s, short and stout, with beady eyes that darted around shrewdly. Lin Xiao typically harbored little fondness for such characters, but Lin Corporation valued competence above all else. As long as one exhibited no significant moral flaws and possessed exceptional skills, they would be promoted. Although Lin Xiao had no intention of lingering, Manager Wang seemed to sense Lin Xiao's scrutinizing gaze and emerged with an eager demeanor. "Ah, if it isn't President Lin," he exclaimed, his squinty eyes narrowing into slits. Lin Xiao offered a mere nod, choosing not to elaborate. Lin Xiao, sensing his sister's apparent distaste for the manager, couldn't help but observe him more closely. He soon discerned that while Manager Wang's expression was one of flattery, his eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. It appeared he was yet another duplicitous character. Lin Xiao had not planned to engage in conversation, yet Manager Wang, perceiving Lin Xiao's appraisal, became irate. "President Lin, may I inquire who this is?" he asked with feigned politeness, but before Lin Xiao could respond, he continued. "Could it be that this is the new boyfriend of President Lin? I never knew you favored this type." Such an impudent remark caused both Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao to furrow their brows. How dare a subordinate speak so brazenly to a superior? "Do you even realize what you are saying?" Lin Xiao retorted indignantly. "Ah, just a gigolo being kept by the president. What gives you the right to speak to me in such a manner?" Manager Wang shot back, his eyes widening in anger. Lin Xiao, seething with rage, could only laugh incredulously. "And what gives you the entitlement to shout like that? Do you think this is your own home?" Manager Wang, taken aback by the audacity of this youthful individual, sneered and turned his attention back to Lin Xiao. "President Lin, while this company may belong to your family, as president, you must embody the role. We toil day in and day out, earning our keep, not for you to indulge a gigolo." Listening to his condescending remarks, Lin Xiao suppressed her anger and replied coolly, "Such an adept educator you are. Those in the know recognize you as the manager here, while those unaware might mistake you for my father, the chairman." Uncertain if he was clever or foolish, Manager Wang failed to grasp the sarcasm, mistakenly interpreting it as praise. "Oh, President Lin, you flatter me. While I may not quite measure up to the chairman, I could offer you guidance from time to time." Lin Xiao couldn't and oppose to help but chuckle at the absurdity. "Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Who are you to offer guidance?" "Why you, President Lin?" Manager Wang, taken aback by such blatant ridicule, felt his pride wounded and immediately sought to complain to Lin Xiao. Yet Lin Xiao preempted him, stating, "Do not bother. What he said reflects my sentiments as well." "Lin Xiao, have you lost your mind?" This time, Manager Wang dropped his pretense, the disdain on his face unmistakable. "I am the manager of the sales department. Do you realize that at least half of this company's profits are due to my efforts? Should you provoke me? Do you believe I won't take my entire team and leave?" Lin Xiao's gaze turned icy. Was he openly threatening her? "Manager Wang, are you intending to openly contravene company regulations?" The senior executives of Lin Corporation had all signed non-compete agreements, forbidding such team departures. Manager Wang, however, scoffed. "Do you think that after I resign, that flimsy regulation will bind me? I have plenty of ways to circumvent it." Lin Xiao fell silent. From a personal standpoint, she certainly despised this old fool. Yet, in terms of the company's welfare, Manager Wang had indeed contributed some value. Just as she hesitated, Lin Xiao's inner voice resonated once more. Chapter 49. The Greater Good versus Familial Bonds? Ah, yet another spy. While spies from other families operate stealthily, how is it that the infiltrators within the Lin family are so brazen? Do they truly believe they can evade suspicion with such audacity? Oh, Manager Wang is not merely an agent sent by the family. He seems to be colluding with Bai Feng as well, exploiting his position. He has embezzled public funds multiple times. TSK, how criminal indeed. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's thoughts, Lin Xiao felt as though darkness enveloped her. Another spy? How could this be? She had believed herself to be meticulous in her hiring practices, having conducted thorough background checks. How could such incidents occur in succession? At this moment, Lin Xiao contemplated dismissing Manager Wang. Yet, She had only heard Lin Xiao and Apos' thoughts and possessed no concrete evidence. That rascal Lin Xiao, why did he not elaborate further? Lin Chuj felt a surge of impatience. There was no choice but to engage in a roundabout conversation with Manager Wang, hoping Lin Xiao would share more details soon. Seeing Lin Chuj still willing to engage in discourse, Manager Wang assumed she had surrendered, and thus became increasingly unrestrained, uttering increasingly infuriating remarks. As expected, under such provocation, Lin Xiao's thoughts resounded once more. That rotund fool dares to boast. Does he truly believe he can withstand a thorough investigation? The actions he has taken should indeed be classified as economic crimes. This is not a trivial matter that can be resolved at the police station. It falls under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau. If something is truly uncovered, he might very well find himself imprisoned for a lengthy term. Although Lin Xiao did not present any direct evidence this time, his unwavering tone served as a reassurance to Lin Chuj. Without hesitation, she took out her phone and dialed the police, thinking, "Manager Wang, I hope you maintain this confidence when faced with an investigation." Manager Wang was taken aback by Lin Chuj's audacity to report him, his expression shifting dramatically. "Are you truly going to go this far? The Lin family is vast. Do you think it is entirely unblemished? Even if they trace it back to me, you will surely bear the consequences." A cold smile graced Lin Chuj's lips. "You need not concern yourself with the Lin family's integrity. Rather, ponder how you will explain yourself to your backers." With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Lin Xiao hurriedly followed, unable to suppress his admiration. "Sister, you are truly formidable. It is time to rectify these unscrupulous individuals." Lin Chuj smiled lightly, offering no further comment. Noticing her good spirits, Lin Xiao mustered the courage to inquire, "By the way, is there truly nothing improper about the Lin family?" His question was delicately phrased. Yet Lin Chuj's expression hardened abruptly. "What? Do you doubt our parents, or me? Do you believe our family cannot earn a living through legitimate means?" "Oh, I didn't mean it that way. I'm merely concerned that Manager Wang's mad dog might bite indiscriminately." Lin Xiao hastily waved his hands in explanation, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Is that so?" Lin Chuj halted, turning to face Lin Xiao, her gaze darkening as she scrutinized him. "What if I said there is?" Lin Xiao felt a chill run down his spine under her penetrating gaze, struggling to find his voice. Regret washed over him. Why did he have to broach such a sensitive topic? Would it not be better to simply enjoy life as a wealthy heir? Even if the Lin family were to face ruin, he could still amass a fortune and lead a comfortable life. Today, in his recklessness, he risked finding himself on the same sinking ship. Sister, just forget I said anything." Lin Xiao forced a strained smile. Before he could elaborate further, Lin Chuj suddenly laughed. "Oh dear brother, how easily you are frightened. I was merely teasing you. Remember, our family's guiding principle is to abide by the law, to refrain from wrongdoing, and to only earn what is rightfully ours. Do you understand?" Lin Xiao, drenched in sweat from fright, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Chuj's serious expression. "Sister, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I was genuinely worried you might do something drastic, forcing me to take a stand against you. You are quite the jokester." The atmosphere lightened once more. Reflecting on previous events, Lin Chuj concluded that since Lin Xiao possessed such capabilities, she might as well make use of them. She settled him in her office and instructed her assistant to summon all team leaders and above to the large conference room for a meeting. She intended to root out all those with ulterior motives within the company while Lin Xiao was present. Lin Xiao, feeling somewhat fatigued, intended to excuse himself. "Sister, you carry on, I'll head home." "Wait, you are coming to the meeting with me." Lin Chuj replied coolly. "What? I'm not even part of the company. Why should I attend?" Lin Xiao was bewildered. "It's nothing significant. I merely want you to meet the people at the company and witness its normal operations. Since you've taken leave from school, rather than lying at home, why not come here to gain some insight?" Lin Chuj smiled, adding a touch of sarcasm. "So that when you contemplate turning against your kin, you at least recognize the staff." Chapter 50. How did I fall asleep? "Sister, what are you saying? How could I possibly betray my family?" Lin Xiao understood that Lin Chuj was still concerned about his earlier display of distrust towards the Lin family. He could only respond earnestly and hastily shift the conversation. "Let us proceed with the meeting, but please refrain from revealing my identity for now. It might create an uncomfortable atmosphere." "Very well." Lin Chuj also had no intention of disclosing Lin Xiao's identity directly. After all, she was counting on him to help her identify the spies within the company. The assistant was remarkably efficient. Within less than half an hour, All employees above the team leader level were gathered in the conference room. Lin Xiao instructed Lin Xiao to enter first and blend in with the crowd, to avoid drawing too much attention by appearing together. Given the vastness of Lin Corporation, it was perfectly normal for individuals from different departments to have never met. Upon entering the conference room, Lin Xiao settled into a relatively inconspicuous corner. As he observed the steady stream of people arriving, he couldn't help but marvel at the considerable size of Lin Corporation. Just the employees above the team leader level filled the expansive conference room to capacity. Soon, Lin Xiao arrived and took a seat at the front. Today's meeting primarily aims to discuss a few matters with you all. Lin Xiao surveyed the room. Speaking calmly, Lin Xiao propped his head up with one hand, feeling bored, and began to scrutinize those around him. When Lin Xiao mentioned the spies sent by other companies, he noticed a slight shift in the expressions of a few individuals. Unlike those whose initial reaction was shock, these individuals wore a hint of tension on their faces. Lin Xiao began to pay closer attention to them. Before long, he indeed heard the system's voice in his mind. Well, I didn't expect there to be so many spies embedded within Lin Corporation. Lin Xiao chuckled softly. At the same moment, Lin Xiao also picked up on Lin Xiao's thoughts, her heart soaring with delight. She discreetly marked those individuals based on Lin Xiao's mental commentary. Of course, she wouldn't confront them directly in front of so many people. Moreover, these individuals were unaware that they had been exposed, so they would likely remain unguarded, making it easier to gather evidence. After identifying those individuals, Lin Xiao grew bored. Lin Xiao's voice began to sound like a lullaby, lulling him into a drowsy state. Unbeknownst to him, he truly fell asleep, mumbling incoherent words as he did so. Hearing the commotion, Lin Xiao paused her speech and turned her gaze in that direction. To her surprise, it was Lin Xiao, leaving her somewhat speechless. Though the meeting was more serious, it shouldn't be so dull as to induce sleep, especially in front of so many people. Not only had he fallen asleep, but he was also speaking in his sleep. Concerned that Lin Xiao might inadvertently reveal something inappropriate, she quickly signaled to her assistant. The assistant, aware of Lin Xiao's identity, promptly approached and gently tapped Lin Xiao on the shoulder. "Wake up, wake up," the assistant called softly without using a title. Lin Xiao shook his head and groggily opened his eyes. For a moment, he was disoriented, forgetting where he was until he noticed all the gazes fixed upon him. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Lin Xiao lowered his head in embarrassment. Lin Xiao remarked coolly, "Either wake up or step outside." Lin Xiao contemplated this. He was indeed still somewhat drowsy, and if he remained here listening to the meeting, he would likely fall asleep again. Thus, he had no choice but to leave. With that thought, he stood up, offering an awkward smile. "I suppose I'll step outside for now." Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped in shock. They began to silently mourn for the foolish young man who dared to disregard the president's authority in front of so many people. They doubted he would be able to stay in the company much longer. Lin Xiao's expression soured as she regretted not simply ordering Lin Xiao to exit rather than allowing him to choose. It was incredibly embarrassing for her. Fortunately, Lin Xiao was not her employee. She could reprimand him later at home. Thus, Lin Xiao exited the conference room under the watchful eyes of all. However, without Lin Xiao's permission, he would not leave outright. Moreover, he was still quite concerned about the spies he had just identified and wondered if there was a way to warn them. As he lingered near the door, two female employees approached. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, their eyes lit up. "Sister, I always inform you first whenever I receive insider news. Isn't that quite loyal of me?" One of them whispered conspiratorially. "Hey, who would have thought our president would be so elusive? If it weren't for your sister attending the same university as this young master from the Lin family, I might have missed such a splendid opportunity." The other said confidently, her eyes sparkling. "Rest assured, I will not let my sister down. I will definitely win him over." Lin Xiao wandered outside the conference room, completely unaware that he had attracted attention. Hearing the sound of high heels approaching from behind, he turned to see a young female employee dressed in a professional suit, her figure graceful. "Hi, why are you here all alone? Sister, would you like to join me for a cup of afternoon tea over there?" The young employee blinked her large eyes, her gaze shimmering with allure. Before coming, she had deliberately unbuttoned an extra button on her blouse. As she leaned forward, glimpses of her cleavage subtly emerged. Chapter 51. An unchangeable fate. Lin Xiao scrutinized the female employee before him. This particular style was not to his liking. Though her eyes held a hint of allure, they conveyed a stronger sense of purpose. It was likely that her intentions were less than honorable, prompting him to dismiss her outright. Just as he was about to refuse, a voice echoed in his mind. desperately trying to ensnare a wealthy heir, yet never truly being taken seriously, consistently toyed with. Over 20 boyfriends and 5 abortions? Is she still holding on despite all this? This sister is remarkably resilient. Lin Xiao's gaze towards the female employee shifted continuously. The employee, somewhat bewildered, noted that while she had encountered many wealthy heirs, their initial glances often betrayed a desire for possession. Yet, in Lin Xiao's eyes, she found no trace of such emotion, only an odd sense of admiration. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xiao truly admired her, particularly her robust physique. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was in the conference room, continuing to delegate tasks when Lin Xiao's thoughts intruded upon her mind. She glanced towards the entrance, vaguely spotting a figure lingering outside. Why was he just standing there so straightforwardly, instead of retreating to the lounge for a drink? Lin Xiao felt a headache coming on. Had she known, she would have instructed her assistant to keep Lin Xiao at a distance. After all, aside from matters concerning herself and the company, she held little interest in anything else. Once Lin Xiao's thoughts concluded, she resumed speaking, albeit with a sense of weariness. Outside, Lin Xiao remained oblivious to the unfolding gossip. Oh dear, I never realized this sister was involved with our manager. But he's nearly 50, old enough to be her father. Wait, is there also someone trying to shortcut by latching onto a wealthy woman? How indiscriminate. Hey, this sister has undergone so much plastic surgery that even her mother wouldn't recognize her, all in pursuit of marrying into wealth. Wow, it seems there are many admirers of the elder sister. Indeed, she is the most formidable female CEO. I stand in admiration. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, the cacophony in her mind making it apparent that the meeting could not continue. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had already identified the spies among them, and the remaining issues were minor. All right, let it oppose. Adjourn, she declared, waving her hand dismissively, one hand pressed against her forehead. Her assistant, mistaking her gesture for discomfort, approached with concern. Lin Xiao reassured her, then stood to fetch the loquacious Lin Xiao from the doorway. Just as she reached the entrance, her work phone buzzed. Only her secretary and assistants used this line. With her colleagues nearby, the only person who could contact her was her secretary. Remembering Lin Xiao and Apos' earlier thoughts, a sense of foreboding gripped her. She quickly retrieved her phone to find a message from her secretary. Luo, President Lin, I'm sorry. I've been injured and may need to take a leave tomorrow. Lin Xiao immediately called her, and the line connected swiftly, though the voice on the other end sounded weak. President Lin, I'm at the hospital in the capital. I'm fine, just sustained a minor injury. Before she could finish, the call was abruptly cut off. Lin Xiao instructed her assistant to return to work and hastily pulled Lin Xiao toward the elevator. Hey, sister, what's wrong? Lin Xiao asked, perplexed. Luo has been injured. You're coming with me to the hospital, Lin Xiao briefly explained. What? Lin Xiao was equally confused. He had indeed learned from the system that the secretary would be struck by a falling object, but he recalled it was supposed to happen after work hours. It was still not yet 4 o'clock. Surely that didn't qualify as overtime? Was the system malfunctioning? Curiosity piqued. He joined Lin Xiao in her car as they sped towards the capital hospital. Throughout the ride, Lin Xiao's thoughts were in turmoil. She understood Luo's character. She would never disregard her warnings. This meant that regardless of precautions, Lin Xiao's thoughts would come to fruition. If that were the case, what lay ahead for the Lin family? The chilling thought sent shivers down her spine. Upon arriving at the hospital, they quickly located Luo's room. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao pushed the door open, anxious about what she might find. However, upon entering, she discovered Luo comfortably seated on the bed, cradling a large cup of milk tea, leisurely sipping. President Lin, what brings you here? Luo appeared equally bewildered. Lin Xiao even noticed 2 tapioca pearls stuck in her straw, neither here nor there, neither drinkable nor spit out. After a careful examination, Lin Xiao noted that Luo's left shoulder was bandaged and her arm suspended in a sling, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to inquire further, a curious voice from outside the room interrupted. Isn't that Lin Doctor's younger brother? Oh my, it truly is you, little brother. What a surprise. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Xiao and Apos' heart sank. The last experience at the hospital had left him feeling mortified. Had he not been intent on confirming the accuracy of his system, he would have avoided this place entirely. He had intended to leave quickly after checking in, but now he had been spotted. Sister, I just remembered I have something to attend to. I won't stay here with you. I'll just be on my way. Lin Xiao stammered before covering his face and fleeing without looking back, desperate to escape the laughter that followed him. Once Lin Xiao departed, Lin Chuj finally turned her attention to Luo Luo's condition. Upon mentioning the incident, Luo Luo's eyes glistened with tears. President Lin, you truly are my savior. Had you not warned me to be cautious of falling objects, I might not have been here to tell the tale. Chapter 52. How to allocate. Reflecting on the recent events, Luo Luo still felt a lingering sense of trepidation. After leaving the police station, she made her way straight home. Recalling Lin Chuj's admonition to avoid getting too close to the adjacent buildings and to walk as centrally as possible on the path. Occasionally, she glanced upward, wary of any high-altitude workmen, ensuring she kept her distance. As she neared her home, she suddenly noticed several individuals suspended from a building, installing glass. Determined to maintain her distance, she was nonetheless alarmed to see an elderly woman obliviously passing beneath the building. An ominous premonition gripped her heart. Had it not been for Lin Chuj's warning, she would have followed her usual routine and walked along the innermost edge of the path, just like that woman. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a sharp crack resonated from above. She looked up to witness the supposed sturdy glass facade of the building splitting open in the center. The cables supporting the glass could not withstand such a rupture. Surely, fragments would come crashing down. At that height and weight, the consequences would be catastrophic if they struck a person. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Luo dashed forward, yanking the elderly woman backward. Startled, the woman fell to the ground, and Luo Luo had no choice but to lift her up. Just as she barely escaped the area, a piece of glass plummeted down. Shards from the impact grazed her leg, leaving several cuts. An unfortunate yet fortunate turn of events. And your arm? Lin Chuj inquired, still puzzled after hearing Luo Luo's account. The old lady was initially uncooperative, and I accidentally twisted my arm while lifting her, Luo Luo replied with an awkward smile. Lin Chuj let out a slow breath of relief. It seemed that her preventive measures had indeed borne fruit, indicating that the impending financial ruin of the Lin family was not an insurmountable predicament. Rest well over the next few days. There's no rush to return to work. Focus on recuperating. By the way, this incident will be classified as a work-related injury. In addition to the standard compensation, the company will provide extra assistance. Consider this your vacation. Lin Chuj was not one to be stingy with her loyal secretary. After ensuring everything was in order and reiterating her instructions, she departed the hospital. Instead of returning to the office, she went straight home. She understood that her parents could also hear Lin Xiao's thoughts. Given the substantial assistance Lin Xiao's insights provided to the company, it was imperative to discuss with her parents how to best leverage this advantage to navigate the Lin family's looming crisis. Is it truly possible to utilize this? Lin Xingshan exclaimed in astonishment after hearing Lin Chuj's explanation. Previously, whenever they had heard Lin Xiao's thoughts, they merely regarded them as idle gossip. Even if such insights revealed some hidden matters, they always felt they were more serendipitous than actionable. They never envisioned they could actively exploit this ability to resolve concealed troubles. Ah Xiao is indeed our family's blessing. Su Xiaomei beamed with maternal affection, wishing to provide her son with even more opportunities. It seemed that if Lin Xiao desired the stars, they would even consider reaching out to the space agency for assistance. Perhaps I should involve Ah Xiao in important projects moving forward, Lin Chuj mused with a smile. Su Xiaomei rubbed her hands together, brimming with anticipation. For significant gatherings, I must bring Ah Xiao along. I want to see what those seemingly cordial socialite wives are truly scheming. Lin Xingshan nodded in agreement. Indeed, if we can gather leverage on their husbands, it would be advantageous for us. Even if we choose not to confront them, we could safeguard our interests. Upon returning home from work, Lin Baixian was greeted by her parents and sister's lively discussion. After learning of the situation, she joined in, proclaiming, in that case, I should also bring him along to work. I want to see who harbors ill intent against me. After leaving the hospital, Lin Xiao took public transport home, which proved to be significantly slower than Lin Chuj's journey. Upon entering the house, he felt the weight of four piercing gazes upon him. What's going on? Lin Xiao stammered, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Su Xiaomei smiled gently. Ah Xiao, come sit with us. We were just thinking that if your studies aren't too demanding lately, you could spend more time with family. Exactly, Lin Chuj and Lin Baixian chimed in unison. Lin Xiao sensed something amiss. How should I spend time with you? Simply visit the company more often. Spend time with your mother and meet those aunts. Come to the hospital for regular checkups, they suggested. Lin Xiao, perplexed, responded, Ultimately, It was Lin Xiao who decisively announced the plan. Regardless of how Lin Xiao chose to arrange his future, he intended to host a banquet to formally announce Lin Xiao's identity. This would not only provide Lin Xiao with an additional layer of protection against unwarranted bullying, but would also gather the families of high society, enabling Lin Xiao to discern who among them was genuine and who was not. Lin Xiao had no objections to this arrangement, understanding it was inevitable. Coincidentally, the car he had ordered had also just arrived. He planned to pick it up on the morning of the banquet and then make his way to the venue. The Lin couple felt uneasy but ultimately acquiesced to Lin Xiao's steadfastness. Chapter 53. Are you still here? Lin Xiao swiftly completed the necessary paperwork and successfully acquired the car keys. The staff kindly assisted him by bringing the vehicle from the parking lot and positioning it by the roadside. Everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly. However, as Lin Xiao opened the door and settled into the car, the gravity of the situation dawned on him. He possessed a driver's license, both before his transmigration and in this world. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he had scarcely driven a car, let alone such a luxurious vehicle. Upon starting the engine, he felt somewhat flustered. While he could probably manage to drive it away, he was reluctant to take the risk of becoming a menace on the road. Perhaps he should call for a chauffeur? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Xiao abruptly heard a screeching halt nearby, swiftly followed by the sound of a collision. The area was rather secluded, with few people on the road. A quick glance revealed a rather adorable pink car had overturned into a nearby ditch. Passers-by merely slowed down to take a look before continuing on their way. Lin Xiao hurried over, attempting to open the car door. To his surprise, a young girl emerged, looking quite disheveled. "Can you help me get out of here?" The girl's face was pale, evidently shaken. Lin Xiao extended his hand, struggling to pull her from the vehicle. However, the hem of her skirt tore, revealing a pair of fair legs. "Oh, how unlucky can I be?" she lamented, clutching her hair in despair. "I just had the film applied to my little pink car, and now it's totaled after just an hour." Lin Xiao peered at the vehicle. It was a Mercedes Smart, inherently light. It seemed that during a sharp turn, a wheel had gotten stuck in the ditch, causing the entire car to flip. Fortunately, the ditch was not particularly deep, so the damage should be minimal. Observing the girl's distressed state, he suggested, "I believe it might still be salvageable." "Really?" The girl lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. "Yes, but you may need to call someone to assist in extracting the car." Lin Xiao was capable of pushing the vehicle himself, but to prevent further damage, it was prudent to leave such matters to professionals. The girl nodded and promptly made a phone call. Upon hearing the response, her brow furrowed slightly as she replied with a hint of impatience. "All right, I'll send you the location. Please come over and handle it." After ending the call, she murmured under her breath, "The more urgent the matter, the more complications arise." With a soft sigh, she carefully lifted her skirt and stepped into the shallow ditch, retrieving a large bag from the trunk. "Great, now my dress is ruined," she exclaimed, collapsing once more into despair. Lin Xiao observed this girl, oscillating between despair and normalcy. Though she was undeniably pitiable, he couldn't help but stifle a smile. Just as he began to smile, she suddenly turned to him. "Benefactor, could I possibly ask you for another favor?" "Huh." Lin Xiao quickly composed himself. "It's quite difficult to hail a cab here. Could you take me to the city center, please?" The girl clasped her hands together, her expression earnest. Lin Xiao glanced at the car he had just acquired. He had initially contemplated calling for a chauffeur, and ideally, having someone else drive would be the best option. However, given that she had just driven her own car into a ditch, her reliability was questionable. Yet, it was true that this area was too remote, making it challenging to find taxis or chauffeurs. After a moment of contemplation, he cautioned, "I'm a novice driver. Are you sure you want to ride with me?" "Absolutely. I have an urgent matter to attend to today. I'm entrusting my life to you," the girl proclaimed with a determined expression, feeling honored by her trust. Lin Xiao decided against further refusal. He began driving with the girl alongside him, heading toward the city. However, when the 20th bicycle whizzed past them, she began to lose her composure. "Big brother, why don't we just stop driving?" she suggested. "This speed is hardly faster than walking. Would you like to drive instead?" Lin Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. The girl nodded eagerly. "All right, let me take the wheel. Don't worry, I'll be careful." With that, they switched seats. Surprisingly, despite having just crashed her own car, she drove Lin Xiao's vehicle with remarkable speed and steadiness. They soon arrived at the parking lot of a luxury shopping mall. "All right, I'll get out here. Thank you so much." The girl expressed her gratitude earnestly before quickly making her way away. Lin Xiao returned to the driver's seat. only to discover a more pressing issue. This parking lot seemed even more challenging to navigate than the roads outside. He suddenly regretted purchasing such a large vehicle. Had he known, he would have opted for a Smart that could easily weave through traffic. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to exit the parking lot. Once back on the road, he resolved to call for a chauffeur. Just as he took out his phone, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Hey, why are you still here?" Lin Xiao turned to see the girl, now clad in a new elegant dress and a trench coat, emerging from the mall. Upon noticing Lin Xiao fiddling with his phone beside the car, she suddenly recalled something. You didn't just come from the parking lot, did you?" Chapter 54. Denied entry. Lin Xiao pressed his forehead, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The girl chuckled lightly. "I still have a bit of time. Since you helped me, I shall be your driver for free. Where are you headed? I'll take you there." Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, realizing that the hotel hosting the banquet was not far away, and he revealed the location. The girl gasped, "What? You're also attending the Lin family banquet?" Yes. And you are too." Lin Xiao curiously examined the girl from head to toe. "Indeed. I didn't want to go initially, but my parents insisted. It's on my way. Let me drive you there." The girl returned to the driver's seat and drove Lin Xiao towards the hotel. Before long, they arrived at the hotel entrance. The girl teasingly asked, "Do you need help parking?" "No need. This time, I'll handle it myself. I've already embarrassed myself enough today. I must redeem my dignity." "All right then, my parents are calling. I'll head in first." The girl smiled and exited the vehicle, walking toward the hotel. Lin Xiao settled back into the driver's seat and took a deep breath. It's just parking. How hard could it be? He was determined not to be defeated. Perhaps it was the spacious parking slots, but after some effort, he indeed managed to park the car. However, regret soon washed over him. This upscale hotel offered valet service. One could simply drive to the entrance, and attendants would park the car for them. Sighing softly, Lin Xiao exited the car and walked toward the hotel entrance. Yet, before he could step inside, a security guard rushed toward him. Hey, ride-hailing cars cannot park in our lot." Lin Xiao was puzzled. "Ride-hailing car? What ride-hailing service is this expensive? Have you mistaken me for someone else?" The security guard swiftly approached, pointing at his car parked nearby. "That green license BYD cannot stop here." Lin Xiao was even more bewildered. The green plate was accurate. He had purchased a hybrid. But what was this BYD nonsense? Had his green plate Bentley offended anyone? "Excuse me, sir, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Lin Xiao attempted to clarify with the guard. The guard, however, looked at him with disdain. "Stop pretending. I saw you drop off a girl. Look around. All the cars here are luxury vehicles. This is not a place for you. I've seen many like you, taking advantage of dropping someone off to mooch food and drink." Lin Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling absurdly misunderstood. "Listen, I'm not a ride-hailing driver. I'm here to attend the banquet." "Someone like you attending a banquet?" The guard scrutinized Lin Xiao, snickering. Lin Xiao glanced down at his attire. He had planned to change into his formal wear when his sister arrived with his outfit, so he was currently dressed in casual attire. And having gotten mud on his pants while rescuing the girl, he certainly did not appear to be a guest at a banquet. Noticing the time, Lin Xiao reluctantly took out his phone to call his sister. After several rings without an answer, he tried his second sister and then his parents. But again there was no response. It made sense. At such a gathering, they rarely carried their phones. If anything important arose, they would contact their assistant. Lin Xiao did not have their assistant's number. Feeling anxious, Lin Xiao craned his neck to peer inside, hoping to spot his sister or someone familiar. Unfortunately, the Lin couple had not formally introduced him to anyone in this circle, and he was essentially a stranger here. As he searched, Lin Xiao was suddenly jostled from behind. "Step aside, can't you see a car coming?" The push came from several burly bodyguards, their expressions impatient. Yet, there was no one blocking the entrance, rendering the disruption unnecessary. The security guard, who had previously been obstructing Lin Xiao, seemed to notice his confusion and scoffed. "See that? These wealthy folks look down on others. I advise you not to think about mingling in here. If discovered, you might find yourself in a tight spot. I don't want to be implicated." Lin Xiao was momentarily speechless. Technically, he too was among the affluent, yet he lacked the audacity to flaunt it and couldn't even gain entry. After the bodyguards cleared the area, a luxury vehicle slowly pulled up. The door opened, and a young woman in a purple dress emerged, flanked by an entourage of bodyguards and assistants. With her high heels clicking on the red carpet, she gracefully made her way toward the entrance, resembling a star on the red carpet. Though her features were rather ordinary, her attire and accessories were evidently extravagant. As she surveyed her surroundings, Her demeanor radiated superiority. As she passed Lin Xiao, she unexpectedly halted, scrutinizing him from head to toe. With a sneer, she remarked, "What's this? Another person trying to sneak in?" Though framed as a question, her tone dripped with sarcasm. The security guard quickly chimed in. "He's just a ride-hailing driver trying to sneak in for a free meal." The woman scoffed, waving her hand dismissively. "Get rid of him. This is a Lin family banquet. We can't have such eyesores around." "Understood, miss." The bodyguards promptly moved to escort Lin Xiao away. Frustrated at being unable to enter, Lin Xiao's temper flared with indignation. He dodged the bodyguards and retorted coldly, "You know this is a Lin family banquet. Who do you think you are to dictate terms here?" The woman, about to proceed inside, paused at Lin Xiao's words. Seemingly taken aback that someone dared to challenge her, especially in front of so many witnesses. "Huh, my family, the Song family, is set to marry into the Lin family, and I will be the future mistress of the Lin household. I can not only dictate here, but I could crush you as easily as stepping on an ant." With that, she signaled to her bodyguards, who immediately advanced to seize Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao swiftly toppled two of the bodyguards and couldn't help but laugh. "You think you can marry into the Lin family? What a joke. Why don't you ask me if I'd be willing to marry you first?" Chapter 55. A standoff. The gathered crowd was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lin Xiao as if he were a madman. What had he just said? He wanted to marry Miss Song? Had he lost his mind? Given that Song Rui was nearby, the bodyguards refrained from speaking, silently observing Lin Xiao, curious to see how he would meet his demise today. After a brief moment of shock, Song Rui's expression darkened considerably. Did he even comprehend the implications of his words? "I am Lin Xiao, the young master of the Lin family. Even if I were to marry a pig, it would never be you," Lin Xiao stated, locking eyes with Song Rui, enunciating each word with clarity. Faced with Lin Xiao's earnest demeanor, a fleeting moment of panic washed over Song Rui. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, as if she had just heard the most ludicrous joke. "Did you all hear that? This ride-hailing driver dares to claim he is the young master of the Lin family. What? Has the Lin family gone bankrupt or changed professions?" Realizing that no one around him believed his words, Lin Xiao understood that mere verbal assertions would not suffice. He would need to wait for the Lin couple and his elder sisters to acknowledge him. Just as he was about to make another call, a new voice emerged from behind him. Hey, long time no see, and yet you, ugly creature, still speak so harshly? What is wrong with being a ride-hailing driver? Am I an affront to you by earning my living through honest work?" The voice was clear and familiar. Lin Xiao turned to see the girl from the banquet hall stepping forward. Upon seeing him, the girl appeared surprised. "How did you get cornered?" Lin Xiao sighed, pointing at the security guard. "He said I'm just a ride-hailing driver." "Really?" The girl looked momentarily taken aback. Lin Xiao added, "He said I drive a BYD." Gazing at the distant green plate Bentley, the girl shot a surprised look at the security guard, her lips tightly pressed together, evidently stifling laughter. In such a setting, laughter was inappropriate. She struggled to maintain her composure and attempted to change the subject. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Bai Yueling from the Bai Group." Bai Group? Lin Xiao had some recollection of the Bai family. Previously, when Lin Yu was cast out by the Lin family and sought loans, it was the head of the Bai family who first approached Lin Qingshan to explain the situation. He had heard that the Bai family was renowned for their integrity and uprightness. The collaboration between the Lin and Bai families had endured for years. However, Lin Xiao could scarcely believe that this girl, who had carelessly driven her car into a ditch, was indeed a member of the Bai family. Moreover, it seemed she was acquainted with the insufferable woman beside him. Song Rui, observing from the sidelines, could not resist the urge to mock. "I was wondering who it was. Turns out to be you, a woman of no standing. You two seem well suited for each other. Since you enjoy defending such lowly creatures, perhaps you should marry him." "Oh dear, what foul creature is making such noise in broad daylight?" Bai Yueling waved her hand dismissively, as if repulsed by an unpleasant odor. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to Song Rui, feigning surprise. "Ah, how unfortunate to see you, ugly thing. Such bad luck." As a child, Song Rui had suffered facial injuries. Despite spending lavishly on reconstructive surgery and diligently maintaining her appearance, the faint scars remained visible without makeup. While these scars were not significantly detrimental to her beauty over the years, the psychological impact they had on her was indelible. Her friends had always refrained from mentioning the incident in her presence. She never expected Bai Yueling would dare speak so freely in front of so many people. You, Song Rui stammered, rendered speechless by indignation. Hey, 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 don't get angry. You were already ugly, and now you've become even more abstract. Bai Yueling was unrelenting in her jibes, showing no mercy towards Song Rue. Noticing that time was slipping away, she grew weary of lingering there. Taking hold of Lin Xiao's arm and leading him toward the banquet hall. While others might be oblivious, she was not foolish. Setting aside the fact that Lin Xiao was not a ride-hailing driver, the green plate Bentley, though somewhat unconventional, was certainly not inexpensive. Anyone capable of owning such a luxury vehicle could hardly be a pauper. Yet, Song Rue was evidently unwilling to let the situation rest. She commanded her bodyguards to block their path. Bai Yueling, since you choose to associate with him, perhaps there is no longer a reason for you to attend this banquet. After all, I was the one meant to marry into the Lin family. It would be wise for you to recognize reality sooner rather than later. Huh, ugly creature. Do you think everyone is as fixated on marriage as you are? I had no real interest in that young master of the Lin family. If it weren't for my parents pushing me to come, I wouldn't care less. Bai Yueling replied with a light laugh, her indifference palpable. Is that so? Then why are you still lingering here? Shouldn't you be leaving? Song Rue appeared to dismiss Bai Yueling's words entirely. Since I have promised my parents, I must be present. Bai Yueling's expression shifted to one of impatience, her gaze growing colder. Song Rue, do you truly dare to obstruct me? The Song and Bai families had never seen eye to eye, and Song Rue and Bai Yueling had harbored mutual disdain since childhood, given the parity of their family strength. Their encounters had typically devolved into mere squabbles. While Song Rue might act imperiously before others, she dared not confront Bai Yueling directly. However, given the numerous onlookers, she found it difficult to yield. Just then, the sound of high-heeled shoes echoed from within, followed by a commanding voice. What is happening here? Who dares to cause a commotion at our Lin family banquet? Upon hearing this voice, both Song Rue and Bai Yueling felt their hearts skip a beat. Only Lin Xiao wore a radiant smile. It was Lin Xiao who had arrived. Chapter 56. Where it's cool, stay there. Lin Xiao was about to speak when unexpectedly, Song Rue stepped forward, affectionately linking her arm with Lin Xiao's. Ah, sister, what brings you here? There's a commotion, but I can handle it myself. You needn't have troubled yourself to come. Lin Xiao could hardly suppress his eye roll. How could this woman possess such audacity? Were their families even that close? He had been home for quite a while, yet he had never heard anyone mention this Song family as young lady. He was also unaware of the sudden intimacy between her and Lin Xiao. Bai Yueling intended to greet them, but upon witnessing Song Rue's demeanor, she halted in her tracks. Hey, if you must attend this gathering, perhaps you should leave early. Otherwise, you'll surely be subjected to their ridicule. Bai Yueling whispered beside Lin Xiao. I'll just go inside to greet my parents and then return to find you. This gathering, where people look down on others, isn't worth attending. Her indignation was palpable, clearly irritated. Lin Xiao chuckled softly. Don't go, there's a show to watch. What? Bai Yueling blinked in confusion. Next, you merely need to observe from here. Lin Xiao's words stemmed from noticing Lin Xiao's increasingly displeased expression. The arm entwined with Song Rue was subtly withdrawn. Yet Song Rue remained oblivious, busy disparaging Lin Xiao and Bai Yueling. As Lin Xiao strolled towards Lin Xiao, Song Rue attempted to intervene. Elder sister, Lin Xiao said with an edge of displeasure, do take a look at how many calls I've made to you. Lin Xiao sighed helplessly. Today has been quite hectic. I should have sent someone to fetch you earlier. My apologies. Upon hearing this, Song Rue froze, her expression one of shock. Bai Yueling, too, appeared bewildered at first, but soon a smile broke through. Impressive. You truly are the young master of the Lin family, aren't you? Lin Xiao shrugged, casting a pointed glance at Song Rue. It's a pity some individuals deem me lowly. TSK, I wonder how my parents would react if they heard such words. No, Song Rue stammered, flustered and at a loss. I didn't know you were the young master. You never mentioned it. Wait, Lin Xiao interjected, if I recall correctly. You did indeed say that, but you simply didn't believe me. Lin Xiao would not grant Song Rue any opportunity to fabricate excuses. What exactly did you say back then? Need I jog your memory? Song Rue felt an icy chill surge through her. How could she forget her own words? If those statements reached the Lin family's ears, the repercussions would be dire. Lin, young master, I wasn't aware. Ignorance is no crime, right? Song Rue forced a strained smile, struggling to explain. Besides, we are meant to be united in marriage. Her voice dwindled, losing conviction. Lin Xiao could not contain his laughter. He simply could not fathom how this woman had the nerve to bring it up. Was she a fool? Or did she think he was one? Miss Song, you should also remember that I categorically stated I would rather marry a pig than you. Lin Xiao nonchalantly waved his hand, unceremoniously declaring, you annoy me just by standing here. Go wherever it's pleasant. Young Master Lin, Song Rue attempted to explain further, but Lin Xiao had already strode away with purposeful strides. Bai Yueling seized the opportunity to berate Song Rue, passing by her with various sardonic remarks, concluding with a cheeky grimace. Watching Song Rue's increasingly dismal expression, Bai Yueling felt a wave of exhilaration wash over her. Simultaneously, her resistance to the gathering dissipated, and she cheerfully made her way in the direction Lin Xiao had departed. In the dressing room, the stylist had long been awaiting his arrival. As soon as Lin Xiao entered, the transformation began. His disheveled attire was replaced, and his wild hair was tamed. Within half an hour, Lin Xiao emerged looking entirely revitalized. When his parents and second sister entered, they were greeted by an entirely different Lin Xiao. Their expressions filled with delight. Lin Xiao gazed at his reflection in the mirror, momentarily entranced. He had never anticipated that after a bit of grooming, he could appear so striking. The impeccably tailored suit accentuated his tall frame, rendering him even more distinguished. His neatly styled dark hair highlighted his handsome features, resembling a celebrity. My son is truly handsome, Su Xiaomei praised with a beaming smile. Indeed, one's appearance is paramount. Brother, from now on, you should don this attire consistently. Lin Xiao, equally pleased, promptly rewarded the stylist with a generous red envelope. Feeling slightly bashful from the compliments, Lin Xiao swiftly shifted the topic. Dad, Mom, shouldn't you be attending to the guests? Su Xiaomei recalled their purpose for visiting Lin Xiao. Xiao, I just heard your sister mention that you're on good terms with that young lady from the Bai family. If you fancy her, we could speak with Uncle Bai and Aunt Bai about a potential union. Lin Xiao grasped Su Xiaomei's intentions and quickly clarified, it was merely a chance encounter. I find her intriguing, but I wouldn't say I have feelings just yet. Oh, I see, Su Xiaomei replied, a hint of disappointment in her nod. She had been contemplating a union between the families, having long desired to be in-laws with Aunt Bai. Lin Xiao was aware that his mother had ulterior motives. Chapter 57. Selecting a marriage partner due to the complexities surrounding the Bai family. Lin Xiao's former boyfriend, Bai Feng, is the illegitimate son of the eldest son of the Bai family. Originally raised outside the family, he was not intended to be brought back home. However, the patriarch of the Bai family has 3 sons, none of whom have produced a grandson. The eldest son has no children aside from this illegitimate child, while the second and third sons each have only 1 daughter. In such traditional families, sons are typically given precedence for inheritance. Only under exceptional circumstances, where there are no other options and the daughter is exceptionally talented, would a daughter inherit the family business, much like Lin Xiao. Yet, the remaining daughters of the Bai family have little interest in the family business. Bai Yueling spends her days seeking life experiences, completely devoid of the demeanor expected of a young lady. Her cousin is no better, being consumed by her passion for art and aspiring to be a free-spirited painter. The elderly patriarch of the Bai family, left with no choice, has decided to bring Bai Feng back to train him as the heir. Bai Feng appears to be putting in the effort, and if he were to marry Lin Xiao, it would be seen as a significant success. Alas, Lin Xiao's actions have thwarted this plan. The Lin couple shares a good relationship with the third branch of the Bai family. Prior to locating Lin Xiao, they had considered arranging a marriage between Lin Yu and Bai Yueling. However, Lin Yu's nonchalant demeanor proved unappealing to Bai Yueling, leading to the abandonment of that idea. They had hoped that Lin Xiao would prove himself this time, but once again, disappointment loomed. Matters of youth cannot be forced by us adults. Let Xiao make his own decisions, Lin Qingshan mused with a sense of acceptance. Although his marriage with Su Xiaomei was also a union of families, they had grown up as childhood sweethearts, establishing a foundation of affection. Naturally, they hoped that their children's marriages, even if arranged, would be based on mutual fondness. Seeing the Lin couple's open-mindedness, Lin Xiao let out a quiet sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, his attitude had left someone feeling a bit disheartened. At the entrance of the dressing room, Bai Yueling felt a tinge of disappointment. She had initially greeted her parents and intended to find Lin Xiao here. However, upon arriving, she overheard Lin Xiao's rejection of the marriage proposal and his lack of affection for her. Though they had only recently met, she found Lin Xiao quite intriguing. If given the chance, she would not mind exploring a relationship. Yet, Why did he reject her so decisively? Had she truly failed to make a favorable impression? This was unexpected. As the banquet commenced, Lin Xiao led Lin Xiao to the front stage and solemnly introduced him to the assembled guests. Despite the high status of many attendees in the capital, few children had achieved notable success. Lin Xiao, being an exceptional student admitted to the prestigious University's finance program, garnered considerable envy. Growing up in the countryside only heightened their admiration. Most of the attendees were adults, who would not indulge in juvenile notions that being raised in rural areas was a disadvantage. Instead, they viewed Lin Xiao's ability to thrive in such challenging conditions as a testament to his remarkable personal capabilities. With the Lin family's support, he was destined for greatness. In the ensuing moments, numerous parents approached to introduce their children to Lin Xiao, eager to forge connections with the Lin family. A significant portion of these were parents bringing their daughters, as it was widely accepted that their children would need to consider arranged marriages. With only one son in the Lin family, those with daughters were keen to seize the opportunity. Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei welcomed these introductions, believing that meeting more young ladies could prove beneficial. Who knows, he might find someone he likes. "Ah Xiao, this is your Uncle Lu and his younger daughter," Lin Xiao cheerfully introduced. Lin Xiao merely glanced over and subtly shook his head. The girl was undeniably beautiful, with an admirable figure, seemingly flawless in appearance. However, as he observed her, his internal gossip system activated, revealing thoughts that echoed in the minds of the Lin family members present. She looked so refined, yet behind the scenes. She's a nightclub queen. Last year, she took a handsome college student from a nightclub, forcibly took him away for the night, and ended up pregnant. Too domineering. Not someone to be trifled with. In an instant, the expressions of the other four Lin family members shifted. Lin Chuj and Lin Baixian, engaged in conversation with their friends, exchanged knowing glances with their parents, revealing a hint of amusement. They were well aware of their parents' intentions to select a suitable partner for their brother. Observing the line of people waiting to meet Lin Xiao, it seemed that the day's gossip would be quite entertaining. Having weathered considerable storms in life, Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei's initial shock quickly transformed into smiles. "Oh, old Lu, I recall your daughter previously had a good relationship with that young man from the Yang family. I must advise you, let the children handle their own affairs. As adults, we should not interfere too much, lest we drive them away," Lin Xiao casually remarked, deftly deflecting the meeting. Even if Mr. Lu sensed some underlying tension, he would not dare to offend Lin Xiao. The two quickly shifted their conversation to other matters, postponing any further discussion about introducing the children. However, as one potential match departed, another quickly took their place. "Ah Xiao, this is your Aunt Zhao and her daughter. Let us introduce you," Su Xiaomei said, spotting a familiar woman and eagerly stepping forward. Confident in her judgment, she believed this Zhao family matron was cultured, and her daughter would certainly be well-mannered. Lin Xiao scrutinized the girl again. She was indeed attractive, tall, with long legs. Yet, he soon understood the reason behind her seemingly cold gaze. This girl is lovely, but she simply does not fancy men. Sigh, Mom, save your breath. We're not even in the same league. Chapter 58. The arrival of Baifeng's parents. The expression on Su Xiaomei's face was visibly flustered. Mrs. Zhao, however, appeared oblivious to Su Xiaomei's discomfort, relentlessly promoting her daughter's credentials, her graduation from a prestigious foreign university, her amiable disposition, and her empathetic nature. Yet, Su Xiaomei could not absorb a single word. As Lin Xiao had just articulated, the preference for boys was evidently not shared. They were simply not on the same wavelength. What use was excellence in such a scenario? Observing her mother's predicament, Lin Chuj stifled a laugh as she approached, casually providing an excuse to escort Mrs. Zhao and her daughter away. She did not venture far, as there were still numerous individuals queuing, and she was curious to uncover the secrets that might lie beneath the surface of these prominent families' daughters. Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei took a deep breath, rekindling a glimmer of hope. With so many attendees, they could not believe there was not a suitable match among them. The earlier encounters were surely anomalies. After all, these individuals hailed from esteemed families. It was unreasonable for them to be so far removed from propriety. However, each subsequent introduction seemed to challenge their resolve. "Oh dear, this one's a masochist. You can't tell from the exterior. How bizarre. This young lady is intriguing. Having lacked paternal affection, she exclusively favors those over 40. Lo and behold, this girl enjoys having others nibble at her toes. How fortuitous, she could pair up with the one before. Gradually, the light in Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei's eyes dimmed. In their helplessness, a flicker of anger emerged. They could not fathom that these individuals genuinely failed to understand their children. Was it not evident that they sought to exploit Lin Xiao and Apos' youth and inexperience within this affluent circle to their advantage? Did they truly consider them naive as parents? Nevertheless, had it not been for Lin Xiao's heartfelt reflections, some of these people might have indeed managed to deceive them. Fortunately, amidst the multitude of guests, a few relatively normal individuals emerged, with whom Lin Xiao established some level of acquaintance, presenting potential for future connections. As the introductions neared completion and Lin Xiao prepared to depart, a sudden sound of shattering glass echoed nearby. Turning to investigate, she spotted Lin Chuj standing at a table, visibly displeased, confronting a couple seated before her. The wine glass on the floor appeared to have been broken by Lin Chuj. Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei noticed the commotion as well, their expressions darkening. How did they arrive here? I distinctly recall not sending them an invitation. Su Xiaomei remarked coldly. After all, they were prominent figures in the capital. Their mere presence at the gathering was inconsequential, yet it seemed more complex than that. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xingshan decided to approach. Lin Xiao hastily followed suit. True to his seasoned business acumen, Lin Xingshan, who had just displayed a discontented visage, donned a smile upon reaching the couple. Brother Bai, sister Bai, what brings you here? Another family from the Bai clan? And they directly sought out Lin Chuj. Could they be the parents of Bai Feng? The man, Bai Yuan, appeared to be of a similar age to Lin Xingshan. He promptly rose and courteously stated, Old Lin, as you know, there was a misunderstanding between Feng and Chuj earlier. We are here to extend our apologies on his behalf. Indeed. We mean no harm, his wife, Lu Qing, added, looking notably younger, perhaps in her early 40s, her face etched with remorse. Upon realizing that their visit was indeed related to Bai Feng, Lin Xingshan hesitated momentarily before responding coolly. If you wish to clarify the misunderstanding, let us discuss it privately. Previously, Bai Feng had attempted to drug Lin Chuj and impose himself upon her. Although he had failed, Lin Chuj had not let the matter rest and had reported it to the authorities. The police investigation uncovered evidence of Bai Feng's wrongdoing, resulting in his detention. The Bai family, being affluent, could typically resolve such matters financially or secure a letter of understanding from the victim. However, this time, they had provoked the Lin family, who would never entertain any semblance of compromise. Lin Chuj not only refused to negotiate, but also would not even meet them face to face. Thus, they found themselves here. In a small meeting room at the back of the banquet hall, the Lin family sat on one side, while the Bai Yuan couple occupied the opposite side. Please, proceed with your matter directly, Lin Xingshan urged, unwilling to engage in pleasantries. They were already aware of Bai Feng's attempts to bully their daughter. This was not mere hearsay gleaned from Lin Xiao's sentiments. It was a concrete occurrence. They could not possibly adopt a favorable stance toward it. Lu Qing promptly recognized the gravity of the situation and hastened to apologize. The previous incident was indeed a fault of Feng's. Chuj, you shared a significant history together. Surely, there were feelings involved. Can you bear to see Feng imprisoned? Lin Chuj coldly snorted, her expression unwavering. Auntie, your words imply that I am the one sentencing him. He is an adult. He must face the consequences of his actions. Surely you understand that? Lu Qing frowned, struggling to articulate her thoughts. But he, Bai Yuan, discerning Lin Chuj's resolute stance, turned directly to Lin Xingshan. Old Lin, given our long-standing friendship, must we escalate this matter? Every child makes mistakes. As long as they do not lead to dire consequences, cannot we find a resolution? Upon hearing this, the Lin family's ire was barely containable. Chapter 59. Turning the tables, the couple, Bai Yuan and his wife, professed to be there to apologize. Yet their words lacked sincerity. Lu Qing observed the Lin family's silence and mistakenly assumed they were prepared to compromise. She shamelessly added, indeed, nothing significant has occurred. And even if it had, it matters little since you all intend to marry. At last, the Lin family could no longer endure her audacity. Lin Chuj spoke first. Wait a moment. Have you misunderstood something? Do you genuinely believe your son is a catch that I would eagerly marry? Lin Xiao scoffed. How absurd. It seems these two have yet to grasp reality. Even in the past, your son was merely a step up from my elder sister. Now, after creating such a spectacle, how dare you utter such words? Lu Qing was evidently taken aback by the Lin family's blatant disregard for her. She quickly turned to Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei, coldly demanding, "Is this how the Lin family raises its children?" Su Xiaomei, who had been seething with anger, retorted without reservation. "How we educate our children is none of your business, especially not for the parents of a rapist." Lu Qing's face flushed with rage, rendering her momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, Bai Yuan cast a sinister look at Lin Xiao. "Old Lin, do you truly wish for this to escalate?" Lin Xiao sighed. "I never anticipated our families would come to this. However, perhaps you should inquire within your own family, for our daughter has done nothing wrong throughout this ordeal." Bai Yuan's expression darkened further. It was evident that they had not foreseen the situation spiraling out of control, with the Lin family refusing to yield even under the threat of their relationship. Lin Xiao, unwilling to endure any longer the shamelessness of the couple, threatened outright. "Let me be frank. We are well aware of the sordid affairs your son has been entangled in. Out of respect for our past relations, we have refrained from involving the authorities. However, if you continue to provoke us, we would not hesitate to ensure he faces the consequences." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's face drained of color. She was acutely aware of her son's misdeeds, and the implications of a criminal record were already unbearable. The thought of those secrets being revealed could very well ruin him. "Very well, since you are so heartless, do not blame us for being ungracious." Bai Yuan's eyes glinted with malice as he pulled out his phone and tapped a few times. Mere seconds later, 3 men in black burst through the door, brandishing knives and heading straight for Lin Xiao. "If you wish to destroy my son, I shall do the same to yours." Bai Yuan sneered cruelly. The Lin family was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei instinctively shielded Lin Xiao from the approaching assailants. "Bai Yuan, have you lost your mind? There are people outside. Do you truly believe you can escape after committing such an act?" Lin Xiao bellowed. "Huh? Those people outside? They wouldn't dare interfere." Bai Yuan's gaze was wild as he signaled the attackers to proceed. As the blade swung toward Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao reacted swiftly. Leaping onto the table, maneuvering around his parents, and delivering a swift kick to the lead assailant's face. The assailant stumbled back, clutching his nose, blood seeping through his fingers. Lin Xiao wasted no time, charging at the 2 remaining attackers, disarming and incapacitating them with fluidity and precision. He twirled the knives effortlessly, his cold gaze fixed on Bai Yuan and Lu Qing, who were now paralyzed with fear. "Is this the best you could muster? How utterly pathetic." Lin Xiao scoffed, flinging the knives toward them. In that instant, not only were Bai Yuan and Lu Qing rendered speechless, but even the Lin family watched in horror. Unable to intervene as the blades sailed through the air, they envisioned the gruesome sight of the couple bleeding out before them. Fortunately, the knives merely grazed Bai Yuan and Lu Qing's cheeks, leaving shallow cuts before embedding themselves in the wall behind. Both stared wide-eyed, terror etching their features, barely managing to stave off their panic. "Murder, murder!" Lu Qing stammered, trembling as she touched her stinging cheek, her fingers stained with blood. Lin Xiao regarded her with disdain. "Really, with such cowardice, you should reconsider any thoughts of hiring a hitman." He then turned to Bai Yuan. "Hey, Uncle Bai, are you back with us? What do you want from me?" Bai Yuan stuttered, recoiling against the wall, nearly impaled by one of the knives. Lin Xiao perched himself on the table before Bai Yuan, maintaining a disarmingly warm smile as if the earlier chaos had never occurred. "My apologies for frightening you, Uncle Bai. As a gesture of goodwill, allow me to share a secret." He leaned in, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Bai Yuan, still dazed, instinctively asked, "What secret?" Lin Xiao smirked. "Wasn't your son, Bai Feng, born prematurely? Have you never questioned this over the years?" Bai Yuan froze, finally coming to his senses. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Xiao erupted into laughter. "At your age, you still need me to clarify? What I mean is, Bai Feng is not your son." Ha ha. Chapter 60. The spectacle of scandal. Amidst Lin Xiao's raucous laughter, the attendees found themselves in a state of bewilderment. "What did you just say?" Bai Yuan questioned, convinced he had misheard. It would have sufficed to merely apprehend them and escort them to the police station, but the unexpected revelation was decidedly peculiar. At that moment, footsteps echoed once more at the entrance. "Dad, Mom, what on earth is happening?" Lin Baxian exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight within the room, particularly at the figure sprawled on the floor. She had intended to join them, but was compelled to remain in the banquet hall to attend to the numerous guests outside. A panicked waiter had hurriedly informed her of the unfolding situation, prompting her swift arrival. Curious onlookers from outside began to gather, drawn to the commotion. Lin Xiao leaned forward. his gaze piercing through the crowd to identify a particular individual. "Ah, there he is, your son's biological father." Bai Yuan followed Lin Xiao's finger to see his uncle, Bai Yin, standing there, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. "Yes, indeed, as you surmise. You and your son ought to be referred to as cousins." Lin Xiao relished the unfolding drama, glancing at Lu Qing and inquiring, "Am I not correct?" He chuckled to himself, asserting that even if it were denied, a paternity test could easily clarify the matter in this era. Though unable to produce immediate evidence, Bai Yuan, no fool despite his years, sensed that Lin Xiao's audacity was backed by some form of certainty. Furthermore, his wife had remained utterly silent since the revelation, her face a mask of fear, the cause of which eluded him. "Lu Qing, what is the meaning of this?" Bai Yuan demanded, struggling to contain his rage. This is not what you think," Lu Qing stammered, utterly at a loss for words. The reality before them rendered any explanation futile. The spectators, now acutely aware that they had stumbled upon a monumental secret, held their breath, cautious not to disrupt the unfolding drama. Lin Xiao, ever the helpful narrator, elaborated. "Over 20 years ago, your wife was the housemaid for your uncle, and while still a minor, she became pregnant with his child. Your aunt was stringent, compelling your uncle to conceal the birth, yet he could not bear to abandon the child. Thus, he reached out to your then-girlfriend, who, for reasons unknown, agreed to feign a pregnancy and leave the capital. After the birth of Bai Feng, the child was returned to you under the guise of being hers. Subsequently, your uncle orchestrated your marriage to Lu Qing, enabling him to raise his biological son in secret." As Lin Xiao recounted the tale, Bai Yuan's countenance shifted dramatically, memories resurfacing from years past. He recalled whispers of his uncle's indiscretions, tales of affairs, and unacknowledged progeny. At the time, he had dismissed them as mere gossip, typical of a debauched aristocrat. Little did he know he had been ensnared in a web of deceit for decades. It made sense now why Lu Qing had shown little resistance when he brought home the illegitimate child, and why she had treated Bai Feng with such affection while neglecting to bear him a child of their own. Bai Yuan had believed her actions stemmed from kindness, an unwillingness to burden him. The truth was far more humiliating. He had unwittingly aided in the perpetuation of a ruse. "Ha ha ha, splendid." Bai Yuan and Apos' expression twisted into one of madness as he stormed toward Lu Qing, raising his hand to strike her. "Hey, what are you doing, you wretched brat?" A voice erupted from the crowd. An elderly man, over 60, charged forth, brandishing a cane and swinging it at Bai Yuan. It was Bai Yin, regardless of the circumstances. Lu Qing was the mother of his child, and he could not stand idly by. At this point, there is nothing left to conceal. "Bai Yuan, if you wish to abandon this family, I shall take Lu Qing with me, and you will henceforth refer to her as aunt," Bai Yin proclaimed, striking his cane emphatically. Bai Yuan nearly choked on his indignation. After being duped for over 20 years, deprived of his own child, he now faced the absurdity of being commanded by these impertinent fools. In a fit of rage, he seized a nearby chair and hurled it at the audacious duo. A chaotic brawl ensued, with the three men entangled in a fray. The Lin family, positioned nearby, narrowly escaped the fracas. Lin Chuj frowned in discontent, raising her hand to summon assistance to remove the unruly trio. Yet Lin Xiao interjected, gesturing toward the captivated audience. "There are so many spectators eager for this spectacle. Let us not be hasty in dispersing them." Turning to witness the throng, Lin Chuj noted the guests, enthralled by the unfolding drama, their expressions alight with excitement. Reluctantly, she conceded, allowing the farce to continue a while longer. Lin Xiao leaned toward a nearby server, whispering a few directives. Chapter 61, The Straightforward Man Before Long. The waiter arrived with a large plastic bag, distributing sunflower seeds to the onlookers. The Lin family shot an exasperated glance at Lin Xiao, realizing that he was indeed reveling in the chaos. Bai Yueling was also present among the crowd, observing the spectacle with keen interest. Watching Lin Xiao leisurely munching on the seeds, she found him increasingly intriguing. Should she attempt to win him over? In a gathering meant for the elite, a farcical scene unfolded, reminiscent of the antics found in the streets. The guests present felt fortunate to witness such an event, knowing that the Bai family scandal would linger for some time to come. Inside the room, the three entangled in a scuffle finally grew weary, collapsing to the ground while exchanging fierce glares. Bai Yuan was acutely aware that being the subject of ridicule was quite humiliating. However, considering he had been the butt of jokes for over 20 years, he dismissed the momentary embarrassment. Ultimately, it was the elder Bai who, upon hearing of the incident, dispatched an assistant to escort the three away. Gradually, the remaining guests began to disperse. Bai Yueling lingered at the back, discreetly keeping her gaze fixed on Lin Xiao. Having made the decision to pursue him, she resolved to set her plan in motion. With a glint in her eyes, she devised a simple strategy. Lin Xiao was just a step behind her. If she were to feign a stumble, it could lead to an intimate encounter. Previously, she had looked down upon such tactics. Yet she could not deny their effectiveness. She adjusted her stance, aiming for the right angle. With a dramatic gasp, she pretended to twist her ankle and fell backward. Lin Xiao, lost in thought, remained oblivious to Bai Yueling's scheme. As he sensed something approaching, he instinctively blocked it, pinning her against the wall, not in a flirtatious manner, but simply pressing her there, as if nailing a board. Both Bai Yueling and Lin Xiao were momentarily taken aback. Lin Xiao, perplexed, looked at Bai Yueling and asked, "What on earth caused you to fall?" She was momentarily speechless, unable to admit that she intended to feign a fall for a romantic embrace. Instead, she awkwardly complained, "It's all this high heel's fault. It's so difficult to walk in." While speaking, she removed the shoe and tossed it aside in frustration. "Hey, why are you throwing things around?" Lin Xiao bent down to retrieve the high heel, casually returning it to her arms, muttering, "What if you trip someone else and they end up falling like you did?" Bai Yueling stared at the shoe in her hands, initially believing Lin Xiao to be a gentleman who acted with consideration. Now, she sensed a slight misjudgment in her perception. It seemed Lin Xiao's actions were merely expressions of goodwill, detached from worldly notions. If it were anyone else, disappointment would surely ensue, leading to a loss of interest. Yet Bai Yueling was different. She was a lady of privilege who relished experiencing life in various forms. She had worked at small companies, walked dogs, and even delivered food. In essence, she was enamored with all things novel. Lin Xiao's peculiar demeanor only intensified her fascination. As she quietly donned her shoes, she pondered her next steps to deepen her connection with him. Since their acquaintance began with the car, she decided to approach that angle. "By the way, Lin Xiao, I seem to have dirtied your car today. How about I take it to get washed?" "No need, I can handle it myself." "Well, since you helped me, let me treat you to a meal." "That's unnecessary. You brought me here, so we're even." Bai Yueling, feeling desperate, proposed, "How about I teach you to drive then?" Finally, Lin Xiao halted. Assuming she had finally swayed this steadfast man, she eagerly continued, "You see, although my skills aren't exceptional, I believe I can manage to teach you. Otherwise, the next time you go to the parking lot, you might struggle for ages to get out." Lin Xiao sighed, recalling the difficulties he faced while driving that day, and ultimately shook his head. "Forget it. I'll just hire a driver next time." Bai Yueling was utterly bewildered. Could there truly exist someone so utterly oblivious to romantic cues? Any normal person would have sensed something amidst her attentiveness. Yet Lin Xiao remained entirely unresponsive, presenting an intriguing challenge. Bai Yueling, the type to rise to the occasion, felt her determination strengthen. Rather than feeling disheartened, she resolved to muster her spirit. Watching Lin Xiao and Appo's retreating figure, she encouraged herself, convinced that, given enough time, she would succeed in capturing the heart of this peculiar man. Chapter 62. A war without smoke. Rumors at school always arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly. Not long after the banquet, Lin Xiao returned to school to resume his classes. Qiu Xiaoyan was among the first to learn of Lin Xiao's return and promptly invited him to dine together and visit the library. During Lin Xiao's days of leave, she felt a certain void, as if something essential was missing from her life, an absence that could hardly be filled by other pursuits. Especially upon hearing that the Lin family had hosted a banquet to announce Lin Xiao's identity as the young master of the Lin family. A sense of crisis stirred within Qiu Xiaoyan. It felt akin to a cherished treasure, once solely known to her, being suddenly revealed to the world. Lin Xiao was that treasure. On one hand, she was pleased that Lin Xiao was finally recognized, believing that this would shield him from the bullying he had endured at school. Yet on the other hand, she feared losing the person she held dear. This conflicting sentiment lingered until she met Lin Xiao. Upon seeing him still resembling the familiar figure she once knew, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Lin Xiao initially believed that everything had returned to normalcy. However, during a public class, he spotted Bai Yueling. He recalled that she was not a student of their school and wondered why she was present. Lin Xiao merely glanced at Bai Yueling before settling into his usual seat in the corner of the classroom. Moments later, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Looking up, he noticed Bai Yueling had taken the seat beside him, seemingly unbothered. I thought you were a diligent student, but it seems you're just like those spoiled rich kids. Preferring to sit at the back and slack off, she remarked nonchalantly. I sit at the back precisely because I no longer need to study, leaving the front seats for those who do. Lin Xiao had no intention of clarifying, but considering Bai Yueling's status, he felt compelled to explain himself. Initially, she seemed skeptical of his words, but when the professor entered and engaged in friendly conversation with Lin Xiao regarding a previous project, she began to understand that Lin Xiao was indeed sincere. Girls are often drawn to strength, and hearing about his prowess from others and witnessing it firsthand are two vastly different experiences. Consequently, Lin Xiao's image in her eyes became somewhat more formidable. However, this feeling was soon disrupted by another emotion. Just before class commenced, a striking figure appeared at the classroom door, a beautiful girl who instantly captured the attention of many. She peered in, seemingly searching for someone, and when her gaze landed on Lin Xiao, she paused momentarily before taking a seat beside him. Xiaoyan, I didn't expect you to actually come, Lin Xiao said with a smile, noting that girls studying liberal arts typically showed little interest in finance. That only proves I am not an ordinary person, Qiu Xiaoyan retorted with a playful smile. By the way, I brought you the books you mentioned last time. Lin Xiao retrieved 2 finance textbooks from his backpack and handed them to Qiu Xiaoyan, who accepted them cheerfully, expressing her gratitude with a sweet thank you. She had already noticed Bai Yueling and sensed that this girl was no ordinary competitor. It seemed she had deliberately chosen to sit next to Lin Xiao. Although uncertain of their relationship, Qiu Xiaoyan resolved to remain unfazed and interact with Lin Xiao as if nothing were amiss. Whoever faltered first would be the loser. Bai Yueling appeared to grasp this unspoken tension as well and maintained a composed demeanor, listening attentively during class and occasionally posing questions to Lin Xiao. Though not a student of the school, she too studied finance, allowing her to engage in meaningful discussions about the professor's topics with Lin Xiao. Throughout the class, the 2 girls surrounded Lin Xiao, creating an atmosphere that, while seemingly serene, felt as though a battle was quietly unfolding. At first, Lin Xiao was oblivious to the underlying tension, but gradually, he sensed that something was amiss. Unable to voice his concerns due to the ongoing class, he eagerly awaited its conclusion, hoping to escape this contentious environment. However, both girls stood up simultaneously. Lin Xiao, it and Oppos. That's my first time at your school. One and Amp. Oppos, do you show me around? Bai Yueling asked with a smile. Qiu Xiaoyan, unwilling to relinquish her claims so easily, gently tugged at Lin Xiao and Amp. Oppos' sleeve and whispered, Lin Xiao. We agreed to go eat at that new place by the school entrance yesterday. The underlying conflict became increasingly evident. Clearly, Lin Xiao would have to make a choice between the two. Neither wished to emerge as the defeated party. Lin Xiao found himself in a quandary. He wasn't particularly close to Bai Yueling and had no reason to show her around. While he had already promised Qiu Xiaoyan to dine at the new restaurant, though not necessarily today, perhaps it was the peculiar atmosphere that spurred his rebellious spirit. In any case, Lin Xiao simply wished to be alone today, desiring no company whatsoever. Chapter 63. In the next life. Be a pig. Qiu Xiaoyan had a relatively good understanding of Lin Xiao. Noticing his displeased expression, she recognized that he might be upset. Previously, she would have never been so insistent, but with such a captivating rival present today, she dared not let her guard down. Fearing that a single step back might lead her to relinquish the exceptional Lin Xiao to someone else. Bai Yueling, however, was devoid of such concerns. She cared little for Lin Xiao's thoughts and directly linked her arm with his, playfully demanding, Look at me, having come all this way to your school. Aren't you going to show me around? Can you bear to leave me unattended? Lin Xiao immediately withdrew his arm. As it happened, the class had just ended. The 2 beautiful girls naturally drew attention, and with Bai Yueling's loud voice, Lin Xiao felt the gaze of the surrounding crowd converge upon them. There was envy, jealousy, and for those unfamiliar with Lin Xiao, confusion about why they felt out of place. Some bolder individuals even contemplated approaching them, but before they could get close, they were met with a stern glare from Bai Yueling that sent them scurrying back. Lin Xiao, who had always preferred to keep a low profile, found himself becoming the center of attention once again. A headache began to form as he casually waved his hand and said, Xiaoyan, I have matters to attend to today, so I won't be joining you for lunch. And Bai Yueling, if you wish to explore our school, perhaps you should see if Xiaoyan is willing to accompany you. I'm leaving now. Without waiting for either girl to respond, he exited the classroom. He initially planned to return to his dormitory, but suddenly received a message from Lin Baixian. She was on a day off and intended to visit the campus hospital to see an old friend, bringing him some soup from home. Feeling it would be impolite to decline his sister's thoughtful gesture, Lin Xiao changed his direction and headed towards the hospital. Lin Xiao was acquainted with Lin Baixuan's friend, the campus doctor. He made his way to the doctor's office and, seeing the doctor busy in the treatment room, took a seat in the office to wait for Lin Baixian. Just then, a flamboyantly dressed boy with dyed yellow hair approached, seemingly there for a consultation. Not seeing the doctor, he rudely called out, "Hey, are you the doctor?" Lin Xiao felt irritated by such individuals, keeping his head down and pretending not to hear. The yellow-haired boy moved closer, continuing, "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Lin Xiao remained unresponsive, as the system in his mind had already begun to reveal the boy's background. The yellow-haired boy came from a family involved in the stone gambling business, an uncultured nouveau riche. He himself was a spoiled playboy, indulging in frivolous pursuits, and had acquired a shameful disease. His attendance at this school was only possible due to substantial financial contributions from his family, which had managed to secure a spot for him in the adult education college. He rarely attended, and when he did, it was primarily to chase girls. My dad was right. Nowadays, doctors don't even know how to serve their patients. The yellow-haired boy exclaimed, nonchalantly tossing his registration slip onto the desk. "I've paid. If you don't want to be reported, you better treat me properly." Lin Xiao finally lifted his head, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "Treat you? What seems to be the problem with your health?" Since the boy mistook him for a doctor, Lin Xiao decided to play along. You're a doctor, and I'm supposed to know what's wrong without asking you?" The yellow-haired boy retorted rudely. Clearly, he was one of those who regarded doctors as fortune tellers. Ironically, although Lin Xiao lacked medical skills, he possessed some knowledge of fortune-telling. Utilizing his understanding of the I Ching, he easily discerned the boy's fate. "No need for treatment. Your time is short. You should choose a burial plot in the southwestern direction so that in your next life, you might be reborn as a pig. Otherwise, in your next life, you will only amount to a rat in a filthy gutter." Lin Xiao spoke with brutal honesty. What nonsense are you spouting?" The yellow-haired boy, furious, leapt to his feet and grabbed Lin Xiao by the collar. Lin Xiao remained unperturbed, gazing calmly at the boy, a smile still gracing his face. If one cannot handle the truth, they should not seek confrontation in a hospital. "I'll kill you." The boy fumed, raising his hand to strike. "Stop." A voice suddenly rang out from behind. Lin Baixian stood at the office door, her expression stern. "Who asked the blind fool now?" The yellow-haired boy turned with irritation, but his demeanor shifted entirely upon seeing Lin Baixian. He immediately released Lin Xiao and approached her with an ingratiating grin. "Hey there, beautiful sister, we were just joking around." Ignoring him, Lin Baixian turned her gaze to Lin Xiao, asking, "Are you all right?" "All good," Lin Xiao replied, straightening his clothes. The yellow-haired boy, realizing he was being disregarded, scowled. "Oh, so you two are in cahoots. I came here to see him, and he said such offensive things. You ought to apologize on his behalf." "Oh, and how do you propose I apologize?" Lin Baixian inquired, intrigued to learn that Lin Xiao had been pretending to be a doctor. "Well, you must treat me." The boy pointed provocatively at Lin Baixian. "It has to be you personally who examines me." Lin Baixian realized that if she allowed this boy to continue his antics, her friends would likely have to intervene. To spare her friends further trouble, she decided it wouldn't and oppose. Hurt to stay a little longer. "Fine, I and oppose. LLC you." She stepped into the office, and Lin Xiao promptly stood up to move his chair aside. "Now, tell me, where do you feel unwell?" Lin Baixian asked casually, playing with a pen. Lin Xiao initially thought the yellow-haired boy would continue his irrational behavior. However, to his surprise, the boy pointed directly at his crotch. "Right here it hurts." Chapter 64. Lin Baixuan's crisis. Lin Xiao immediately grasped Huang Mao's implication, and his expression darkened. He had long suspected that there was something amiss with Huang Mao, and his visit to the doctor was likely related to that. However, Huang Mao's current demeanor was evidently nefarious. Lin Baixian furrowed her brow slightly and glanced in the direction Huang Mao indicated, her expression remaining largely unchanged. This deeply frightened Lin Xiao. He was well aware that Lin Baixian once aspired to be an andrologist, and he worried she might succumb to her professional instincts and examine Huang Mao. He quickly cautioned, "Second sister, this person is afflicted. Do not let your eyes be sullied." Lin Baixian shot a disdainful glare at Huang Mao. She had been preoccupied with defending Lin Xiao, but upon closer inspection, she noticed several exposed patches of skin on Huang Mao displaying red, ulcerous marks. It was indeed a sign of illness. Despite her keen interest in andrology, Lin Baixian felt repulsed by such a filthy individual. She promptly raised her hand to shoo him away, insisting, "Leave. You need to go to a proper hospital. Do not trouble our school doctor. You just wait." Huang Mao began to retort, but was interrupted by a throng of students passing outside. It appeared someone had injured their leg while playing basketball, and a group was accompanying them for assistance. Not wanting his issues to spread, Huang Mao could only leave with a threatening remark. Lin Xiao watched as Huang Mao's figure vanished at the end of the corridor, allowing a slow breath of relief to escape him. Phew. Thankfully, I do not have to witness those ghastly sights. To his surprise, as he turned around, he found Lin Baixian staring at him intently, unmoving. What's wrong? Lin Xiao touched his face. Is there something on my face? Lin Baixian slowly shook her head, squinting slightly, her gaze scrutinizing. I merely wish to inquire how you knew Huang Mao was afflicted. You too wouldn't. Lin Baixian involuntarily recalled the rumors surrounding Lin Xiao. He quickly raised his hand to halt her. Second sister, it would be prudent to abandon that dreadful line of thought. And why is that? Lin Baixian lifted an eyebrow, a smile dancing at the corners of her mouth. Because a mosquito told me. Lin Xiao could not divulge the systematic nature of his knowledge. After all, he had previously mentioned to Lin Baixian that he could understand animals. A mosquito was, indeed, an animal, so it was not entirely implausible. Oh, a mosquito? Lin Baixian stood up gradually, moving closer to Lin Xiao as she scanned the surroundings. She then clapped a hand on his shoulder. Let us set aside the weather. Where would there even be mosquitoes? Even if there were, could a mosquito possibly relay such information to you? You were trying to pull a fast one on me. As Lin Xiao attempted to evade her grasp, he explained, well, I am not entirely certain it was a mosquito. It could have been a fly or perhaps a cockroach in any case. They told me. Otherwise, how could I know such private matters upon meeting Huang Mao for the first time? While Lin Baixian recognized Lin Xiao was not being entirely truthful, she found some merit in his reasoning and chose not to press further. At that moment, she suddenly heard Lin Xiao's inner thoughts. Goodness, what a joke. Huang Mao is completely uninhibited in that regard. He does not discriminate between genders and even disregards boundaries with animals. He truly deserves his plight. There is no way I could ever disclose such information. It makes me feel nauseous. What if I taint second sister's ears with such filth? That would be a grave sin. Attempting to appear unfazed, Lin Baixian felt her stomach churning. She had intended to dine with friends, but now felt utterly devoid of appetite. Ding! Lin Baixian's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she answered promptly. Hello, director. Understood. I will return immediately. After hanging up, Lin Baixian's demeanor turned serious. She called out to the office. Old Qian, there is an emergency at the hospital. I must leave at once. What? So urgent? A young woman in a white coat hurriedly exited, disappointment etched across her face. I just finished my tasks, and now you are leaving? Lin Baixian nodded. There has been an explosion at a factory in the west. What? That's serious? You should hurry back. Dr. Qian gasped, no longer attempting to retain her. Listening to Lin Baixian's words, Lin Xiao suddenly recalled something. The factory explosion incident was the pivotal event that would alter Lin Baixian's fate. No matter how one tries to prepare, some events are simply inevitable. Lin Baixian noticed Lin Xiao's grave expression and seemed to sense something amiss. Ah Xiao, will you accompany me? Of course. Even if Lin Baixian had not requested it, Lin Xiao would have followed. He could not allow his second sister to face danger alone. The two quickly departed the school and made their way to the hospital. En route, they encountered a traffic jam, likely due to an influx of vehicles transporting the injured. Fortunately, traffic police arrived promptly to direct the flow at several intersections, clearing a path for the ambulances. After identifying herself, Lin Baixian drove closely behind the convoy of ambulances. Simultaneously, she gleaned from Lin Xiao's thoughts the gravity of the fate awaiting her. She could hardly fathom that what seemed like a mere overtime shift could lead to a cataclysmic shift in her future. Chapter 65. The Perverse Among Us. Based on Lin Xiao's heartfelt thoughts, Lin Baixian grasped the general situation. As events unfolded, she would head to the hospital to rescue the injured. Tragically, one of the victims succumbed to his injuries despite attempts to revive him, prompting his family to create a scene at the hospital. She found herself betrayed by a colleague, becoming a casualty at the hands of those frenzied individuals. Lin Baixian recognized the imminent danger she faced, yet as a physician confronted with such a grave incident, she could not simply stand by and watch the injured await their fate. The resources available at her hospital were undeniably insufficient, and enlisting help from other hospitals would require time that could cost lives. A moment's hesitation could lead to yet another victim perishing due to inadequate care. "Please wait for me here. I must attend to urgent matters," Lin Baixian instructed Lin Xiao, settling him on a bench in the emergency room. She wished to remain close to him, fearing any change in circumstances that might prevent her from hearing his thoughts. Lin Xiao, equally apprehensive, kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings to avert any unforeseen occurrences involving Lin Baixian. Clad in her white coat, Lin Baixian dove into her work. The scene before her was even more harrowing than she had anticipated. The expansive emergency department was filled to capacity, echoing with cries of anguish and despair. Doctors and nurses moved frantically, assessing the injuries of the victims, prioritizing those in critical condition. Lin Baixian, possessing exceptional medical skills, willingly took on the task of treating the severely injured. She understood that this role was fraught with risk should a critically injured patient fail to survive. She would undoubtedly face repercussions. Yet, the sanctity of life outweighed her concerns. As she labored tirelessly, drenched in sweat, she was suddenly alerted by a shout from across the room. "Dr. Lin, come quickly." In the next moment, a bloodied figure was wheeled in. Upon seeing the name tag hanging from the victim's neck, Lin Baixian froze. Li Dashan, he was the very individual Lin Xiao had mentioned, the one who had passed away despite efforts to save him, and whose family would soon erupt in chaos. At this juncture, she faced a choice. If she delegated this patient to another doctor, she could safeguard herself. However, all the other doctors were preoccupied, leaving little chance for assistance. A few intern doctors had just finished attending to less severe cases. Perhaps they could be summoned. Yet, doing so might incite the ire of the victim's family. Recalling the bright-eyed young doctors who had just begun their careers, Lin Baixian felt a pang of sympathy for them, not wishing them to be disheartened by the wrath of grieving relatives. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Baixian resolutely approached Li Dashan, determined to do everything possible to save him. Now that she was acutely aware of the unfolding events, was there not a possibility of preserving this life? If successful, perhaps all ensuing tragedies could be averted. However, fate proved unyielding. Li Dashan succumbed to his injuries. The damage was too severe. A metal shard had penetrated his lung. Its surface rusted and contaminated, further complicating his condition. Moreover, Li Dashan's age and declining health contributed to his inability to withstand the trauma. Despite employing every possible measure, he breathed his last on the operating table. Gazing at Li Dashan's lifeless body, Lin Baixian felt an overwhelming sense of disorientation. She had faced the failure of resuscitation before. Yet this particular instance left her with an inescapable feeling of helplessness. "Baixian, do not be disheartened. This is not your fault," a voice called out from her side. Instantly, Lin Baixian stiffened upon recognizing the speaker, Song Lanlan, the very architect of her troubles, as revealed by Lin Xiao's insights. Song Lanlan was once her close high school friend. They had both aspired to attend medical school together and had later joined the same hospital. However, according to Lin Xiao's revelations, Song Lanlan had been concealing her true feelings for years, harboring a deep-seated jealousy towards Lin Baixian for her privileged background and academic success. This envy had warped Song Lanlan's mind, compelling her to manipulate Lin Baixian's aspirations by altering her college application choices, resulting in them both pursuing surgery. The thought sent a shiver down Lin Baixian's spine. "Baixian, what troubles you?" Song Lanlan inquired, noticing Lin Baixian's distress. She stepped closer, reaching out to gently pat Lin Baixian's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, but Lin Baixian instinctively recoiled. As she observed Song Lanlan's hand suspended in the air, she recalled Lin Xiao's revelation about another unsettling facet of Song Lanlan's behavior, her obsessive and distorted feelings, which had led her to prevent Lin Baixian from pursuing a specialty in urology, fearing it would expose her to male anatomy. Despite being a woman, Song Lanlan had begun to fantasize about being male and had even taken to surreptitiously photographing Lin Baixian. The realization left Lin Baixian feeling physically ill. She struggled to accept that her former friend harbored such twisted thoughts. Yet, upon reflection, she recognized that Song Lanlan had been the sole individual privy to her college application intentions. Overwhelmed by the weight of these revelations, Lin Baixian found herself at a loss on how to confront Song Lanlan. Fortunately, the emergency room was bustling with many more patients. Allowing Lin Baixian to focus on her work, simply acknowledging Song Lanlan before immersing herself back into her duties. Time passed, and suddenly, A furious voice pierced through the chaos. Who is responsible for my father's death? Chapter 66. I want to report. Lin Baixian felt a chill run down her spine as she lifted her gaze towards the entrance. A group of men approached, the leader among them radiating fury as he strode directly toward the emergency room. The nurse beside her whispered in hushed tones, "Oh no." It's no wonder that old man looked familiar. He is indeed the father of that Xiao. Isn't he the one who caused a commotion in the internal medicine department? Yes, that old man had been unwell for over a week after taking the prescribed medication, and his family came to create a scene. I remember now. The head nurse there used to work in nearby county hospitals and mentioned years ago that she suspected his son was abnormal. They took him for an examination, and it turned out he was Xiao. How unfortunate. Given that old man's circumstances, having such a child is truly a burden on the family. Oh, let us not dwell on that. I can't shake the feeling that Xiaoxing's gaze is quite terrifying. Indeed, it does seem quite frightening. I hope nothing unfortunate occurs. Listening to the murmurs around her, Lin Baixian's heart sank further. Reason could still be applied to a rational person, but with someone like Xiao, there was simply no reasoning to be had. As she pondered, the furious man approached rapidly. Who killed my father? Come out now. In light of the situation, the doctors and nurses fell silent, while the other injured individuals and their families held their breath, fearful of being dragged into the chaos. The man continued to roar, his expression increasingly savage. Lin Baixian clenched her fists. Though she was not one to cower, she was not foolish either. To step forward and confront such an irrational individual would only lead to a tragic outcome, especially when she noticed a glint of cold steel peeking from the man's sleeve. A knife. He had come prepared. At such a moment, regardless of who it was, any attempt to intervene could yield unimaginable consequences. Lin Baixian observed as the medical staff near the entrance discreetly sought security. If they could just stall long enough for the security personnel to arrive, the man could be escorted away. However, Song Lanlan moved. Although she merely distanced herself from Lin Baixian, her avoidance was glaringly obvious. She glanced between the man and Lin Baixian, appearing as if she wished to say something but hesitated. Lin Baixian noticed everything. She could not believe that Song Lanlan was unaware of the gravity of the situation. They stood in similar positions. If she could see the knife in the man's sleeve, then surely Song Lanlan could as well. Song Lanlan could have chosen to remain still and await rescue, but her conspicuous actions suggested otherwise. The man glanced at Song Lanlan, then fixed his cold gaze on Lin Baixian. Is it you? Without waiting for Lin Baixian to respond, he advanced toward her. It was clear that her answer held little importance to him now. The other medical staff, oblivious to Song Lanlan's actions, scrambled away in fear as the man approached. Lin Baixian too retreated step by step, discreetly reaching for a bottle of alcohol behind her. You vile creature. You dared to kill my father. I will kill you. The man bellowed as he raised the knife and lunged at Lin Baixian. The sight of the blade sent the others into a panic, screaming and scattering in all directions. Lin Baixian ceased her retreat, brandishing the alcohol and spraying it directly into the man's face. The man's bulging eyes stung as the alcohol splashed onto them, prompting him to howl in agony. Yet, the scream lasted only a few seconds before it was replaced by a muffled groan, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Lin Xiao stood behind the man, a glint of coldness in his eyes. In truth, even had Lin Baixian not acted, he had been prepared to intervene. The moment the man dared to go berserk, he would have taken action. He anticipated that Lin Baixian would act first, rendering his intervention seemingly unnecessary. Impressive. Second sister, Lin Xiao exclaimed, as he grabbed a bandage to bind the man's hands. He looked up and flashed a radiant smile. Lin Baixian breathed a sigh of relief, raising her gaze toward the group that had accompanied the man. These individuals were not Xiao. Their minds were entirely sound, and they were not direct relatives of Li Dashan, merely there to observe the spectacle. The moment they witnessed the man's outburst, they had panicked but dared not intervene. Now, meeting Lin Baixian's gaze, they hurriedly waved their hands. It's not our fault. We were just here to visit. With that, they hastily made their exit. At this moment, the police and security personnel arrived. After assessing the situation, the police detained the man and prepared to leave. Just then, a sudden voice broke through the crowd. Officer, wait. I have something to report. It was Lin Xiao who spoke. As the police approached, they inquired sternly, what is it? I wish to report her. Lin Xiao raised his hand, pointing through the crowd at the retreating Song Lanlan. Chapter 67. Irrefutable evidence. All present were momentarily stunned. Many had witnessed Lin Xiao and Lin Baixian together, seemingly allied with the medical staff. Yet, the sudden call to report the doctors here was perplexing. After a fleeting moment of panic, Song Lanlan quickly regained her composure. With a smile, she addressed Lin Xiao. You must be Baishuan's brother, right? Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding. You can discuss this privately with me. We wouldn't want to impede the police's work. Oh, discuss it privately? What if you flee? Lin Xiao retorted with a cold snort. Song Lanlan's smile faltered. As a friend of Lin Baixian, she never anticipated Lin Xiao would be so unyielding. She turned to Lin Baixian, awkwardly chuckling. Baixian, your brother is. His words are undoubtedly justified. If you have done nothing wrong, there's no need to be anxious, Lin Baixian replied, her expression equally frosty. After such an incident, if she were to show any leniency towards this pervert, it would be sheer folly, despite her ignorance of Lin Xiao's intentions. The police furrowed their brows in confusion. Young man, do not blame me for not warning you. If there is a dispute with the hospital, evidence must be presented. We cannot act recklessly. I understand, and I certainly possess evidence, Lin Xiao replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. He spoke in a voice loud enough for all to hear. I wish to report Dr. Song Lanlan for the abuse and desecration of corpses in the hospital's morgue. At this declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The attendees doubted their own ears. A doctor abusing corpses? It was utterly grotesque. Moreover, looking at the young and attractive Song Lanlan, how could she be capable of such an atrocity? Lin Baixian was equally bewildered. These revelations were beyond anything she had anticipated from Lin Xiao. Nonetheless, her faith in him remained unwavering. The police were equally taken aback. They had indeed received several reports about the desecration of corpses in this morgue, but due to a lack of leads, the case had been stalled. Could this case finally be on the verge of resolution? Song Lanlan's expression shifted for a brief moment upon hearing Lin Xiao's accusation. However, believing her actions to be sufficiently discreet, she quickly composed herself. Young Master Lin, do you truly understand the gravity of your words? Fabricating stories is a crime. And with so many witnesses, this jest is rather excessive. Whether I jest or not, you know in your heart, Lin Xiao asserted with unwavering conviction. A flicker of excitement and hope ignited in Lin Baishuan's heart. She harbored immense anger towards Song Lanlan for her deliberate malice, yet lacked the evidence to confront her. Suffering in silence. If Lin Xiao could indeed provide proof and imprison Song Lanlan, it would be a tremendous relief. Feigning concern, she urged, Ah Xiao, if you possess evidence, you must present it to the police promptly. After all, this is a grave matter, and misunderstandings benefit no one. It's quite simple to acquire evidence. The surveillance footage from the security room, he began, deliberately glancing at Song Lanlan. She maintained a facade of calm, and he suspected she had tampered with the footage, emboldening her reckless demeanor. The security footage would surely be untraceable, as no one would dare commit such acts in plain sight. However, due to her arrogance in altering the footage, she likely overlooked other aspects, such as her backpack. As he spoke, he scrutinized Song Lanlan's expression. Dr. Song, would you permit the police to inspect your backpack? Lin Baixian chimed in, Lanlan. That large canvas bag you carry every day must be in your office cabinet, correct? Instantly, Song Lanlan's face drained of color. I today. Spare us the excuses. I distinctly saw you with that bag when you arrived today. Before Song Lanlan could offer further explanations, Lin Baixian interrupted without hesitation. The police, keen observers, found Song Lanlan's unnatural demeanor exceedingly suspicious. Dr. Song, would you kindly allow us to take your bag for inspection? The officer's inquiry, though framed as a question, carried an unmistakable air of authority. He gestured for Song Lanlan to lead them to her office. Under the scrutiny of so many, she found it difficult to refuse. Reluctantly, she returned to her office and retrieved the large canvas bag from the cabinet. The police examined it closely, bringing it to their noses. Soon, one officer furrowed his brow. Song Lanlan, undeterred, insisted, I often take this bag to the market for meat. A hint of blood is entirely normal. The scent is faint and masked by cosmetics, scarcely detectable at a distance. Yet the police were familiar with the odors of victims and corpses. The scent emanating from the bag was not one of mere blood. It was unmistakably the stench of decay. The officer promptly handed the bag to a colleague, stating coldly, Take this back for examination. Turning to Song Lanlan, his gaze turned serious. Dr. Song Lanlan, due to public allegations, we suspect you are implicated in multiple cases of corpse desecration. Please accompany us. Pale as a ghost, Song Lanlan was left without a defense. Deep down, she understood that this bag was the evidence of her crimes. Once tested, it would reveal the DNA of the desecrated corpses. She carried it daily, seeking a perverse thrill, especially when the faint scent reminded her of the pleasure derived from manipulating those corpses. This twisted psychology ensnared her. Yet she never anticipated that the police would uncover her bag without any leads. Glaring at Lin Xiao with eyes full of resentment, she suddenly broke free from the grasp of the police, charging directly towards Lin Baixian. Chapter 68. Breaking free from the torments of fate, none of the onlookers anticipated that Song Lanlan, merely a female doctor, would dare to escape under the watchful eyes of the police. Lin Xiao, concerned that Song Lanlan might act irrationally and harm Lin Baixian, resolutely positioned himself in front of her. Given Song Lanlan's strength, it was impossible for her to breach Lin Xiao's defense. Moreover, with the police pulling her back, she was swiftly subdued once more. Yet, her gaze remained fixated on Lin Baixian, her expression brimming with fervor. Baixian, I love you. Everything I have done is for you. I have cherished you for so many years. Why won't you even spare me a glance? She screamed, her face contorted in anguish. The surrounding crowd was taken aback by her explosive declarations. Lin Xiao quickly interjected. Hey, stop spouting nonsense. You are the one defiling those bodies. Your twisted mind has nothing to do with my sister. After which, he turned to explain to the police. Officers, please do not heed her wild claims. Naturally, the police were not easily swayed by the words of a suspect, especially one who was already mentally unstable and clearly spiraling into madness. They assured that they would conduct a thorough investigation and proceeded to escort Song Lanlan away. As she was led away, she continued to shout defiantly, but the handcuffs rendered her escape futile. It wasn't until she was placed in the police car that the atmosphere finally quieted. Lin Baixian watched their figures vanish, letting out a soft sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. Dr. Lin, we have wrapped things up here. Perhaps you should head home to rest? The other physicians in the department, noticing Lin Baixian's fatigue, urged her. She nodded in agreement and left with Lin Xiao. Although she appeared weary, her heart was filled with joy. The turmoil that had threatened her fate had finally been resolved. She would not be harmed, nor would her career be jeopardized. Overwhelmed with happiness, she even felt an urge to weep. Upon returning home, her family was gathered. Lin Baixian recounted the events of the day at the hospital. Initially, they were concerned, but soon their understanding deepened. They had already sensed Lin Xiao's thoughts and were aware that Lin Baixian was facing a calamity. Now that the crisis had been averted, their excitement was palpable. Ah Xiao, we owe you so much. Su Xiaomei's eyes glistened with tears, and as she spoke, her voice faltered, the joy of the moment overwhelming her. She wiped her eyes, trying not to let the happiness turn to tears on such a celebratory occasion. Her exhilaration was shared by everyone present, except for Lin Xiao. Ever since they learned of Lin Baixian's impending misfortune, they had been anxious. Now, they could finally put their worries to rest. Lin Chuj gently held her mother's hand, offering comfort. Mom, Ah Xiao is our family's lucky star. Let us think of a way to reward him. Lin Qingshan quickly chimed in. Yes, indeed. Ah Xiao, what gift do you desire? Ask away. Anything within my means will be yours. Lin Xiao, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head. He was unaware that his family could hear his thoughts, which left him puzzled as to why they were so jubilant today. In the past, he had helped resolve several issues, yet they had never been this excited. Besides, Lin Baixian's safety was primarily due to her own quick thinking rather than his intervention. However, since his family wished to reward him, he decided to indulge them. Ahem, actually, I don't really want anything. I just don't want to go to the company anymore. He sighed, for he was utterly exhausted. From Monday to Friday, he attended classes, and on weekends, he worked at the company. Although this work merely entailed lounging in Lin Chuj's office, enjoying food and leisure, he felt an unsettling sense of obligation, as if Lin Chuj intended to keep him tethered to her side. He suspected that Lin Chuj was weary of her CEO role and was grooming him to take over once he graduated. But that was unacceptable. Being a wealthy second-generation heir, he should relish the luxury of wealth and leisure, not be burdened with the chaos of corporate management. However, as soon as he uttered his thoughts, Lin Chuj promptly rejected his plea. No, you are the only son of the Lin family. In the future, your father and I will bequeath the company's shares to you. You must learn to manage it. Otherwise, how will you take over the company? Lin Chuj stated with utmost seriousness. The rest of the family remained silent, fully aware of Lin Xiao's lack of interest in the company. They understood that Lin Xiao was merely trying to leverage Lin Xiao's sentiments to alleviate some corporate burdens. Nevertheless, in light of the company's future, they chose to support Lin Xiao. Ah Xiao, your sister is only looking out for your best interests. Here's the deal. As long as you go to the company, your father will pay you a salary of 500,000 a month. Of course, your black card still has no spending limit. Buy whatever you desire. Lin Xiao said with a smile. 500,000. Lin Xiao gasped. That was an amount that an average family wouldn't earn in a year. And all he had to do was casually visit the company on weekends to earn such a sum. Truly, this was the realm of the affluent. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced. Having experienced so much, his perspective had shifted. Initially, upon arriving in this world, he was solely focused on saving money to escape when he learned that the Lin family business would collapse. Now, faced with a family that genuinely cared for him, he couldn't bear to abandon them. Earning 500,000 a month would be a means to support them. Even if the Lin family fell on hard times, they would not be destitute. Yet, in this joyous atmosphere, no one anticipated that while Lin Baishuan's troubles had been resolved, another dilemma was brewing. Chapter 69. Lin Zhao's elder sister. The following day marked the weekend, and Lin Jia's sixth daughter, who had not returned home for quite some time, finally came back. Lin Zhao's sister, only slightly older than him by less than half a year, was not born of Su Xiaomei. It is said that she was the daughter of a dear friend of Su Xiaomei, whose family tragically perished in a car accident, leaving behind only a small girl. The Lin family took her in as their own, naming her Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan possessed a rather introverted nature, embodying gentleness and kindness. She attended the Women's Academy in the capital, a school distinguished by its strong sense of seclusion. Furthermore, Lin Wanwan had chosen to complete her coursework ahead of time, resulting in her absence for 3 consecutive months. Upon hearing of her impending return, the entire Lin household rejoiced. Su Xiaomei prepared a variety of Lin Wanwan's favorite dishes, while Lin Xiao and Lin Baixian each prepared gifts. Even Lin Xiao ventured out to purchase a bracelet for his sister, who was of a similar age. Though they had not had the opportunity to meet frequently, occasional video calls with their parents allowed Lin Xiao to interact with Lin Wanwan, rendering them somewhat familiar with one another. In the evening, the driver brought Lin Wanwan home. As soon as she stepped through the door, the family surrounded her, showering her with questions. Lin Wanwan responded to each inquiry with a cheerful smile. It was Lin Zhao's first time seeing his sister in person, and he felt a surge of happiness. However, in such a bustling environment, he found little opportunity to speak. Lin Wanwan was petite, standing at around 1.60 meters, and donned the uniform of her school, which accentuated her delicate stature. Yet, upon closer observation, Lin Xiao noticed something amiss with her complexion. Although she smiled, her eyes lacked the warmth of genuine joy, appearing somewhat strained. Moreover, she walked with an unsteady gait. Others quickly caught on to this observation and began to inquire. Wanwan, what happened to your foot? I twisted it. I came back to rest for a while. Lin Wanwan feigned nonchalance, waving her hand lightly. It's nothing serious. I just twisted it a bit. I didn't mention it over the phone to avoid worrying you. Oh dear, come in quickly. Let your second sister take a look. Su Xiaomei, flustered, hurriedly guided Lin Wanwan into the house. Once Lin Wanwan settled onto the sofa, Lin Baixian began to examine her ankle. Upon seeing the swollen, fair ankle, Su Xiaomei felt a pang of concern. Baixian, is it serious? Should we take her to the hospital? It's not too serious, Lin Baixian reassured after her examination, exhaling slowly. It's merely a soft tissue contusion, no fractures. Ice it today and tomorrow, then switch to heat the day after. Thank you, second sister, Lin Wanwan thanked her obediently. Standing nearby, Lin Zhao's brow furrowed deeper. Just moments ago, he had heard the voice of the system. What the hell? Is it really school bullying? Who dares to bully the youngest daughter of the Lin family? And to think it was in an attempt to save another girl from bullying, only to be betrayed by her. Is there no justice left in the world? Upon hearing this, the family fell into an eerie silence. The teacup that Lin Xiao had just lifted froze in midair, his eyes igniting with fury. Su Xiaomei glanced around in a slight panic, seemingly seeking confirmation that she had not misheard. Both Lin Xiao and Lin Baixian clenched their fists tightly. The most bewildered among them was Lin Wanwan. She too had heard Lin Zhao's thoughts, but was utterly confused about what was transpiring. The matters spoken of by that voice coincided with her own experiences. How could anyone know about such a confidential issue? Or perhaps she had been under so much stress lately that she was hallucinating. Ah Xiao, I forgot to buy your sixth sister's favorite spark cake today. Why don't you go pick one up? Lin Xiao, having been a capable president for many years, quickly grasped the situation and spoke with a smile. I don't mind whether I have the cake or not, or we could order takeout. Lin Wanwan attempted to decline, not wanting to burden her brother, who had just returned home. However, Lin Xiao placed a hand on her shoulder and insisted, have you forgotten? The one you love doesn't offer takeout. It's a rare occasion for you to return, and you must indulge. Xiao, what do you think? Absolutely. I shall go buy it now. Lin Xiao sensed that his eldest sister was subtly trying to send him away. He thought perhaps they had noticed Lin Wanwan's discomfort and wished to discuss matters that might be inappropriate for him to overhear as a young man. It mattered little. After all, his system had already provided him with a general understanding of the situation. Lin Wanwan had endured such considerable grievances. It was indeed time for her to enjoy some delightful little cakes. As for those who had wronged her, they would surely face the consequences once she spoke up. After Lin Xiao departed, a profound silence enveloped the household. All eyes turned to Lin Wanwan. The earlier anger had subsided slightly, and they pondered how to broach the subject without causing her distress. At last, it was Lin Xiao who broke the silence. Wanwan, you heard that voice just now. Didn't you? Lin Wanwan looked up in astonishment. You all heard it too? What was it? That was Zhao's inner voice, Su Xiaomei sighed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. My dear daughter, after such a grave incident, why didn't you confide in your father and me? Lin Wanwan had initially intended to keep the bullying incident a secret, but now she was taken aback to discover that even her brother, whom she had just met, was aware of it. Moreover, it seemed that everyone in the family could hear his thoughts. This realization rendered her incapable of concealing the truth any longer. Chapter 70. A brilliant scheme. Lin Wanwan, possessing a reserved disposition and a hint of timidity, is nonetheless endowed with a kind heart. A month prior, she witnessed a female student being bullied at school. Summoning her courage, she intervened, only to be met with threats from the aggressors. Subsequently, the girl she rescued expressed her gratitude, and they forged a friendship. However, much to her dismay, just last night, a group of individuals ambushed her on her usual route back to the dormitory. Every Friday, she assists a teacher with organizing materials, a fact known only to a select few. Reflecting on recent events, she quickly realized that the very girl she had saved had betrayed her. The bullies assaulted her, capturing the ordeal on video, and menaced her with the threat of disseminating the footage online should she dare to speak out. Fearing repercussions for her family, she chose to endure the torment in silence. Upon hearing Lin Wanwan's harrowing account, her family was filled with indignation. How outrageous! Lin Xingshan exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table with a resounding thud. Su Xiaomei gently tugged at Lin Wanwan's sleeve, her heart aching at the sight of the bruises adorning her arms. Wanwan, you should have confided in us. We would have protected you. Since her arrival at the Lin household, Lin Wanwan had always been obedient and compliant. This excessive understanding only served to accentuate her emotional distance. Deep down, she feared that despite her closeness to the Lins, she would never truly belong, worrying that she might be abandoned once more, left without a home. Her family discerned her feelings, which intensified their concern for her. Wanwan, do you remember what those individuals looked like? Lin Xiao inquired, her expression stern. They wore masks. I couldn't see their faces, Lin Wanwan replied, biting her lip and shaking her head softly. Lin Xiao furrowed her brow, recognizing that the perpetrators likely evaded surveillance. This situation was proving to be more complicated than she had anticipated. Seeing Lin Xiao's grave demeanor, Lin Wanwan's tears began to flow again. Mom, Dad, sister, I can handle this on my own. Really, you don't need to worry. With that, she dashed upstairs, retreating to her room in tears. In the living room, the atmosphere grew tense. Lin Xingshan's fingers cracked as he clenched his fists. Su Xiaomei glanced at her phone, contemplating whether to call the school authorities. Lin Xiao pondered potential solutions. Finally, Lin Baixian, who had remained silent, spoke up. We lack evidence. If we confront the school leaders directly, they will either shirk responsibility or suggest transferring Wanwan, which one truly resolve the issue. Indeed, Wanwan's emotional wounds far exceed her physical ones. Avoidance will not remedy the situation, Lin Xiao concurred with Lin Baixian. Su Xiaomei, realizing this truth, hesitated to make the call, her heart heavy with guilt. It's our fault. We failed to protect her. Lin Xingshan gently wrapped an arm around Su Xiaomei's shoulders, soothing her. There is still a chance for redemption. Lin Xiao added, Yes, Mom. I will conduct a private investigation and ensure we find those responsible. Actually, there is a simpler solution, Lin Xiao mused, a sly smile creeping onto her face. I suspect those bullies won't simply let this go. If someone infiltrates the school and stays close to Wanwan. The other 3 members of the family suddenly brightened at the prospect. But who will take on this role? With our younger sisters absent, we hardly appear to be students. Lin Xiao lamented. Lin Xiao chuckled mischievously. We still have a university student in the family, don't we? The 3 others exchanged looks of surprise, quickly realizing the implications. What a brilliant idea. When Lin Xiao returned with a small cake, he was met with the scrutinizing gazes of the 4 family members. What is going on? He sensed trouble, but was too late to evade it. Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao seized him and pushed him onto the sofa, stripping him of his outer clothing and donning him with an oversized school uniform. They proceeded to apply various cosmetics to his face and topped it off with a wig. Perfect. Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao admired their handiwork, while Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei nodded in approval. Who would have thought that a little makeover could make Xiaosuo so lovely? It was not until Lin Xiaosuo stood before the mirror that he snapped out of his stupor. He never imagined he could appear in such a manner. His features, usually sharp, were softened under the layers of makeup. Yet, he lamented his physique, lacking the curves typically associated with femininity. Nevertheless, standing there, he radiated an aura akin to an international model. Wait, what are you planning to do by dressing me like this? Lin Xiaosuo finally grasped the absurdity of the situation, his face a mask of disbelief. Lin Xiao approached him casually, patting his shoulder. We've arranged everything with the girls' school. Next Monday, you will accompany Wanwan. You'll be in the same class and share a dormitory. Lin Xiaosuo's eyes widened in horror as he realized they were completely serious. The typically composed couple, Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei, would never endorse such a scheme lightly. A Xiaosuo, you wouldn't want Wanwan to be bullied again, would you? Su Xiaomei gazed at him expectantly. I wouldn't, but... Lin Xiaosuo stammered, struggling to devise a better plan. The distance from the bullying system had left him uninformed about the identities of the aggressors. It seemed that infiltrating the situation was the only way to uncover the truth. Don't worry, we've already arranged for you to take leave from your school. This week, you will stay at the girls' school. I'm confident those bullies won't be able to persist for long, Lin Xiao assured him, fastening a bracelet around his wrist. Adorned, he appeared even more feminine. Chapter 71. Senior Black. On a Sunday evening, Lin Xiao, clad in women's attire, sat in the car with Lin Wanwan. As the family driver brought them to the entrance of the girls' school, just as the vehicle came to a halt, Lin Wanwan intended to alight, only to be halted by Lin Xiao, who grasped her arm firmly. Wait, let me prepare myself. Lin Xiao felt a flutter of anxiety within. After all, there was not a single male student in sight, and he felt akin to a sheep entering a den of tigers. Yet, upon reflecting that he was there to investigate and confront the bullies in order to avenge his 6th sister, a flicker of resolve ignited within him. Noticing the changing expressions on Lin Xiao's face, Lin Wanwan spoke up. Ah Xiao, perhaps it would be best if you returned. I feel rather uncertain about this. Typically, Lin Wanwan was the elder sister. However, due to her personality, she lacked the authoritative presence that Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao possessed in front of Lin Xiao. Nevertheless, as the elder sister, she was reluctant to allow Lin Xiao to fall into peril and trouble. Sensing Lin Wanwan's apprehension, Lin Xiao embraced her shoulders and declared with conviction, "Since we have come this far, there is no reason not to proceed. Rest assured, I will unearth those bullies." With that, he stepped out of the car with confidence. Though after a couple of strides, he felt he might be overdoing the masculinity and shifted to a more delicate gait. Lin Wanwan watched from the side, unable to suppress a laugh. Lin Wanwan was naturally beautiful, and her laughter imbued her with vitality. Lin Xiao turned back to smile. "Sister, this is the demeanor befitting you." Realizing something, Lin Wanwan exhaled deeply. Indeed, her spirits had been rather gloomy these past few days. The light-hearted banter from Lin Xiao helped her regain some composure. Upon entering the school, Lin Xiao finally experienced the advantage of monetary influence. From the main gate to the classrooms and dormitories, they encountered no hindrance. Aside from a few sidelong glances due to his height, there were no unforeseen incidents. As soon as they entered the dormitory, messages began to flood in from the family group chat. "Ah Xiao, please take good care of the 6th sister. Lin Xiao, you must protect your sister and expose that bully. Ah Xiao, we believe in you. If you cannot find that scoundrel and avenge your sister, do not return." Reading the incessant messages, Lin Xiao silently pressed his forehead. It was as if they had issued a death warrant. In truth, from the moment he entered the school, The gossip system in his mind had already revealed the identity of the bully. However, without evidence, even if he found her and taught her a lesson, it would be too lenient. For someone so young and yet so thoroughly corrupt, they must pay a price. Wan, this is. Suddenly, a timid voice came from behind. Lin Xiao turned to see a petite girl, about the same height as Lin Wan, gazing up at him. Ah, Xiaoyi, you're back. This is my sister, who has also transferred to our school, Lin Wan explained somewhat awkwardly. Oh, your sister is so tall. I envy her. Luo Xiao, he seemed to be one of those rather innocent girls. Following Lin Wan's introduction, she naturally accepted the explanation and sincerely complimented Lin Xiao. According to Lin Xiao's previous understanding, the dormitories in this girls' school were typically quadruple rooms. However, affluent students could opt for double or single accommodations. Lin Wan's dormitory, aside from herself, only had Luo Xiao remaining. Observing how readily Luo Xiao accepted the addition of another person to the dormitory, Lin Xiao felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed the atmosphere in Lin Wan's dormitory was rather pleasant. Just as he relaxed, an incident occurred. While Lin Wan was tidying her bed, she suddenly let out a startled scream. Lin Xiao hurried over to investigate, only to find a fake dead mouse lying on the bed. Sister, it's fine. It's just a prop, Lin Xiao reassured her, lifting the faux rodent. However, Lin Wan's expression remained grim, clearly troubled by something. At that moment, laughter echoed from the doorway. Hey, did you hear that scream? It cracked me up. Ha ha. What a coward. Lin Xiao frowned and opened the door. Standing there were 4 or 5 girls, giggling uncontrollably. Their laughter ceased when they saw Lin Xiao. Who are you? Isn't this Lin Wan's dorm? One of the girls demanded. I am your ancestor. Lin Xiao cursed inwardly, but restrained himself. He raised the fake mouse, scoffing. Is that all you can do, scaring people with toys? Why not bring in a real mouse for some fun? The girls' smiles faded as they realized this unfamiliar tall girl was not as easily intimidated as Lin Wan. Humph, do you think we wouldn't tea if we could? There are no real mice in this school. Another girl retorted mockingly. Is that so? Lin Xiao chuckled lightly, placing his fingers to his lips to produce a sharp whistle. In a moment, a black stray cat trotted over. This was the very cat that had assisted Lin Xiao in discovering the dismembered corpse in the park earlier. He had spotted it downstairs and, after a brief exchange, learned that the cat preferred the fare at the school over the park, which was why it had crossed the street. Seeing the cat's noticeably plumper form, Lin Xiao knew it spoke the truth. Stray cats in the school were generally well fed, but it came at a cost. The cat seemed to sense Lin Xiao's thoughts and shyly turned its head away from its emaciated belly. The appearance of the black cat left the girls dumbfounded. Isn't that Senior Black? It usually ignores people. Why is it here now? Luo Xiao questioned in confusion. Lin Xiao chuckled. Of course, it has come to help me catch mice, so that some people can stop pretending to be tough. The girls were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Wait, did I hear that right? She wants a cat to catch mice? Hilarious. Who does she think she is? A Disney princess communicating with animals? What a delusional mind. Lin Xiao paid no heed to their mockery and confidently picked up the black cat. So, are you willing to place a bet? Chapter 72. The Clever Little Black Senior, a wager? The laughter of the girls grew louder, as if they had just heard the most amusing joke. Even Lin Wan believed that Lin Xiao was merely posturing, gently tugging at his sleeve and whispering, Ah Xiao. Don't act impulsively. Lin Xiao lightly patted Lin Wan's shoulder in a gesture of comfort and inquired once more. What's the matter? Are you afraid? The girl scoffed, exclaiming, What is there to fear? If you wish for your demise, so be it. Another asked, What are the stakes? Speak your terms. Lin Xiao replied dismissively. The girls exchanged glances, seemingly struck by an idea, and a malicious smile crept onto their lips. All right, if this cat can indeed bring us a mouse, we'll concede and kneel to sing conquer. If it fails, you shall run naked on the playground. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes in irritation. Such an unfair wager. And you dare to utter it. What do you propose then? The girls were slightly vexed. I demand fairness. If I must run naked upon losing, then you must do the same should you lose. Deal. The girls, however, did not truly regard the wager with any seriousness. To put it bluntly, they did not believe they would lose. After all, they had never encountered a mouse in school. Even if there were one, they could not fathom that this cat would obediently fetch it upon Lin Xiao's command. With the stakes settled, Lin Xiao crouched down and gently stroked the black cat's head. You must show some spirit and catch the mouse for me, or else I shall inform your friends in the park about your little secret. Upon hearing this, The black cat shuddered, utterly humiliated. It cast an unwilling glare at Lin Xiao before sashaying out. Rest assured, I won't take the mouse you catch. It will all be yours afterward. Lin Xiao waved goodbye to the black cat as it departed. This inspired a flicker of determination in the cat, and its steps quickened slightly. The onlookers were taken aback by this scene. However, Lin Wanwan remained unconvinced. Realizing the situation had escalated to this point, she felt further intervention would be futile. Deep down, she believed Lin Xiao had little chance of success. She bit her lip, fists clenched tightly. What is just a university? If I must withdraw, so be it. I will not allow my brother to suffer even a sliver of harm. Time ticked by slowly. The girls appeared quite patient, lounging against the corridor wall, chatting idly while they awaited the outcome. They even discussed how to capture the best angle for photographs when Lin Xiao would inevitably run naked. Lin Wanwan's anxiety grew with each passing moment. She could not allow Lin Xiao to bear such humiliation. She had already devised a plan for confronting the girls and appealing to the counselor and dean for a withdrawal. Before long, the sound of pattering footsteps echoed from down the corridor. Everyone turned to see the black cat returning, its mouth empty. Huh, how hilarious. Look, even the cat. However, the girls' mockery was cut short as several other cats entered in succession. These cats, with their various colors and less than pristine appearances, were clearly the school strays. Each cat carried a mouse in its mouth, some large, some small. One even had two. Lin Xiao, observing the smug demeanor of the black cat, affectionately ruffled its furry head. Well done. In such a short time, you've become quite the leader. Meow. The black cat, with an air of pride, raised its head and sat beside Lin Xiao, signaling the other cats to drop their catches. The cats complied, albeit reluctantly, as these morsels were hard-won treasures. Lin Xiao chuckled. I want to eat these. Just let me see them for a moment, and you can take them back afterward. The cats relaxed at this assurance. The onlookers were utterly astonished by the sight before them. Particularly, witnessing the cats obediently lining up to drop off their mice left them speechless. A few of the mice, not yet lifeless, struggled to escape, only to be swatted back by the nearest cat. So what do you think of this welcoming gift? Would you like them to leave them on your beds? Lin Xiao smiled at the girls, who turned pale with fear, hastily retreating to their dorms and slamming the doors shut. Don't you like this? Lin Xiao kicked a half-dead mouse toward the group, prompting a chorus of shrieks as they scrambled to evade it, desperately calling for someone to dispose of the dead creature. Huh, with such faint-heartedness. How dare you try to intimidate others? Lin Xiao scoffed. The cats, witnessing the humans' aversion to the mice, were expressions of sympathy. Such delectable treats. Yet these humans truly lacked an appreciation for fine things. Once the display was complete, Lin Xiao signaled for the cats to take their catches. The cats, pleased, each carried away a mouse. A few remained, intended as offerings for the black cat. Observing the black cat's anxious demeanor as it struggled to carry its share, Luo Xiaoyi kindly offered a plastic bag. The clever cat promptly placed the mouse inside and scampered off with the bag in tow. Indeed, the little black senior is quite astute. Luo Xiaoyi couldn't help but exclaim. After sending off the black cat, Lin Xiao noticed the girls attempting to sneak away. He called out, Hey, why do you wish to leave after losing the bet? What about the stakes? As he spoke, he took out his phone, ready to record. You. The girls glared at him in anger. Just you wait. You'll regret this. With that, they stormed back to their dorms and slammed the doors behind them. Lin Xiao had anticipated this outcome. He never expected the wager to compel them to run naked. His true aim was merely to diminish their arrogance. This act of retribution was just the beginning. Chapter 73. The troubles of the girls' dormitory. Lin Xiao emerged victorious this time. Yet after a brief moment of joy, Luo Xiaoyi and Lin Wanwan were still etched with concern. Alas, they would not let this matter rest easily. Lin Xiao, you have indeed crossed paths with individuals you should not have antagonized. Luo Xiaoyi languidly rested her head on the table, her visage reflecting her despondency. Noticing that Luo Xiaoyi seemed privy to some information, Lin Xiao feigned indifference and remarked, They are merely a few students. What is there to fear? It is understandable that you are unaware, given your recent arrival at this school. The girl leading them, the one in the pink dress, is Lu Fei, the daughter of the vice principal. She often parades around school in a haughty manner, and many steer clear of her. I cannot fathom how one managed to offend her. Luo Xiaoyi offered, seizing the opportunity while Lin Wanwan was away fetching water to impart her wisdom. Lin Xiao scoffed inwardly. He was all too aware that Lu Fei was the very person who had previously tormented Lin Wanwan while masked. The root of this vendetta lay in Lin Wanwan's act of rescuing a girl who had been bullied by Lu Fei. Who would have thought that this Lu Fei was the vice principal's daughter? Even more astonishing was her audacity to brazenly enact such cruelty. Luo Xiaoi, observing Lin Xiao's silence, mistook it for fear and urged, as ordinary students, we need not provoke those school bullies. However, now that we are in this predicament, perhaps you and your sister should consider transferring to another school. After all, your sister excels academically. It should pose no issue. Oh, is that so impressive? Lin Xiao smiled faintly at Luo Xiaoi, expressing gratitude for her concern. I shall discuss this with my sister. He was taken aback by how discreetly Lin Wanwan had navigated her existence at school. Even her dorm mates were oblivious to her identity as the daughter of the Lin family. No wonder that mere vice principal's daughter had the audacity to act so arrogantly. Reflecting on Lin Yu's brazen demeanor during his university days, it struck Lin Xiao how drastically their experiences as children of the Lin family diverged. Fortunately, he had now arrived, eager to witness what further mischief the so-called bullies could conjure. Before long, Lin Wanwan returned, pouring Lin Xiao a glass of water before resuming her efforts to tidy her bed. However, as she continued, her expression grew increasingly grim. Lin Xiao glanced up to see not only two fake mice on her bed, but also an unknown dark substance splattered across it, emitting a pungent odor. With no time to procure new bedding, it was evident that she could not sleep there tonight. They had truly gone too far. Luo Xiaoi, incensed at the sight of Lin Wanwan's bedding, shared in her outrage. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing an overlooked detail. How did they gain entry to your dormitory? He inquired curiously. Our dormitory's lock is outdated and easily opened from the outside. The school gate is strictly monitored, and entry to the dorm requires a card swipe, along with surveillance in the hallways. Therefore, the lock has been neglected, Luo Xiaoi explained. Lin Xiao let out a cold laugh. Are they not afraid of being reported for trespassing? Luo Xiaoi sighed softly. Such matters do not concern them. Those they bully are powerless students who dare not confront them. Besides, they merely engage in pranks and do not actually steal anything. Even if someone were to report them, it would likely come to nothing. Lin Wanwan, having heard of similar incidents, felt her anxiety mounting. She quietly advised Lin Xiao, Ah Xiao, perhaps you should return home. I can handle this situation on my own. What if they target you? Sister, have you forgotten why I am here? I am precisely hoping for them to make a move against me. Lin Xiao replied with a mischievous grin. Seeing the concern etched on Lin Wanwan's face, Lin Xiao felt a wave of warmth. Despite her usual timid demeanor, her instincts as an older sister were commendable. He resolved to support her through this ordeal. Later that evening, trouble loomed. The school lacked spare bedding, and the shops had closed for the night. Lin Xiao contemplated calling his eldest sister to have someone deliver a blanket, but Lin Wanwan vehemently opposed the idea, not wishing to alarm their family. With no alternatives, he reluctantly acquiesced. Wanwan, why don't you and your sister share a bed for the night? Luo Xiaoi suggested reassuringly. Absolutely not, Lin Wanwan exclaimed, waving her hands emphatically. Noticing Luo Xiaoi's puzzled expression, she quickly clarified, my sister is too tall. She probably wouldn't fit. Turning to Luo Xiaoi, she asked, would it be all right if I shared with you for the night? Ah, that makes sense. Then you can sleep with me tonight. Luo Xiaoi glanced at Lin Xiao, who appeared somewhat cramped on a single bed, and readily agreed. Lin Xiao remained silent, yet his thoughts were rife with amusement. That was close. I almost had to share a bed with my sixth sister. Yet, she does smell lovely. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. Heh. Oh no, what an inappropriate thought. Lin Wanwan, overhearing these inner musings, felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation, yet she could not expose her feelings. However, the next moment, an even greater discomfort approached. Luo Xiaoi gathered her toiletries and pointed towards the bathroom, saying, I'm going to take a shower first. Would you like to join me for a little scrubbing? Chapter 74. The youthful vigor of a young man. The words of Luo Xiaoi startled Lin Wanwan. Especially after catching a glimpse of Lin Xiao's somewhat lascivious thoughts earlier, she was increasingly apprehensive that this fellow might act impulsively and commit an indiscretion. Xiaoi, I'll wash with you. He can manage on his own later. Our bathroom is small. It can hardly accommodate 3 of us, Lin Wanwan said, gently nudging Luo Xiaoi into the bathroom. As she closed the door, she turned back to glare at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao found it amusing to observe the flustered expression on Lin Wanwan's gentle face. He couldn't quite understand what she was guarding against. Did she truly consider him a pervert? Did he really appear to be someone capable of such lewd acts? Soon, the sound of running water filled the bathroom. Through the frosted glass, Two silhouettes became faintly visible, their curves igniting a flurry of thoughts. The steam from the hot water rendered these figures even more ethereal. Though Lin Xiao wished to avert his gaze, he found himself irresistibly drawn in. After all, he was a young man brimming with vitality. Feeling nothing at all would have been abnormal. Listening to the occasional laughter emanating from within, Lin Xiao felt increasingly lightheaded. Who would have thought that living in a girl's dormitory would lead to such an experience? Truly, it's hard to say, hard to say. Fortunately, Sixth Sister can't see what is happening in there. No, I must find something to occupy myself with, otherwise. When they come out and find me staring intently at the bathroom, it would be terribly embarrassing. But surely, I can gaze for a moment before they emerge. Ever since I arrived here, I've inexplicably felt rather sleazy. Lin Xiao's inner monologue continued unabated, causing Lin Wanwan in the bathroom to feel an increasing headache. However, more than that, she felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Although Lin Xiao's thoughts were contradictory, recognizing he shouldn't feel this way, yet unable to control himself, Lin Wanwan lost the desire to continue her wash. After a brief rinse, she stepped out of the bathroom. Just as Lin Xiao had mused, he was intently fiddling with the books on the table. These items were merely for show, as he had no intention of staying long at this school, nor any need to study their fields. Lin Xiao's demeanor was evidently distracted, yet he pretended to be engrossed. "Ah Xiao," Lin Wanwan approached him, a teasing smile on her face. "Oh, are you studying? Is there something you don't understand? Would you like your sister to explain it to you?" "Oh, no. Lin Xiao hastily waved his hands, earnestly explaining, "I'm just reviewing tomorrow's syllabus. What if our professor is particularly strict and likes to ask questions? I wouldn't want to be caught off guard." "Oh, I see," Lin Wanwan replied. "But you've got the wrong book. This semester, we're studying this one." She unhesitatingly revealed the correct book from the shelf, one she had previously marked and clearly informed him about. "Huh, you can't even pretend properly," she scoffed. "Sister, I just forgot," Lin Xiao stammered, striving to justify himself. He could never admit to being absent-minded. He certainly didn't want to be perceived as a deviant by Sixth Sister. As Luo Xiaoi prepared to exit the bathroom, Lin Wanwan chose not to expose Lin Xiao's little ruse. Instead, she coldly warned, "Ah Xiao, you must behave yourself here and not entertain any improper thoughts." Yes, I understand." Rest assured, Lin Xiao nodded vigorously, feigning compliance. Lin Wanwan decided against saying more, as she settled onto Luo Xiaoi's bed, preparing to sleep. Once Lin Wanwan and Luo Xiaoi were both asleep, Lin Xiao cautiously climbed into bed, drawing the curtain tightly, leaving no gap. This was his first night in a girl's dormitory, and he felt a flutter of anxiety. He had come to assist Lin Wanwan with her troubles, but could not reveal his identity or inadvertently bring her unnecessary trouble. This worry rendered him sleepless. In a daze, he thought he heard faint sobs. Straining to listen, he discerned they were indeed coming from Lin Wanwan. With utmost caution, he slid out of bed and crossed to the other side, discovering that both Lin Wanwan and Luo Xiaoi were asleep. Lin Wanwan's eyes bore traces of tears. His heart ached for her. He could not fathom the extent of her grievances hidden within. When awake, she appeared unfazed, yet in slumber, she wept, unable to resist. He reached out to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. However, the moment he made contact, Lin Wanwan seemed to sense something, and she swung a fist toward him. Caught completely off guard, Lin Xiao was knocked off the bed. Covering his pained eyes, he dared not make a sound, even feeling a flicker of relief. If only Lin Wanwan could exhibit such fierce tenacity during the day, perhaps no one at school would dare to bully her. Lin Xiao hardly slept at all that night. The following morning, he woke before Lin Wanwan and Luo Xiaoi, hastily washing up and tidying himself. By the time Lin Wanwan rose, Lin Xiao was already seated, engrossed in a book. This time, he was genuinely focused, dismissing all distracting thoughts as he diligently reviewed their course materials. However, upon turning around, Lin Wanwan was taken aback, for Lin Xiao was sporting a distinct pair of panda eyes. Chapter 75. Please begin your performance. What on earth is going on with you? Lin Wanwan exclaimed, startled. Lin Xiao let out a resigned sigh. It appeared that Lin Wanwan truly had no recollection of the events. The tears shed the previous night, and that punch were merely unconscious actions in her sleep. Noticing Lin Xiao's silence, an unsettling suspicion began to rise within Lin Wanwan. She glanced back at Luo Xiaoi, who was still engrossed in her morning routine, and lowered her voice to question, "Ah Xiao, you didn't sneak out last night, did you?" "Huh." Lin Xiao momentarily failed to grasp her words. Ah Xiao, be honest with me. Did you sneak out last night to do something nefarious and end up getting beaten? Lin Wanwan fixed a serious gaze upon Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, taken aback, opened his mouth in surprise, finally managing to utter, "No, sister, is that really what you think of me?" Lin Wanwan suddenly realized how she had unwittingly cast Lin Xiao in a rather twisted light. Yet, she couldn't entirely fault herself. After all, Lin Xiao had harbored some rather unsavory thoughts in the past. Lin Xiao sighed in resignation, choosing not to elaborate further. Well, I can't exactly say I was concerned about Six Sister crying in her sleep and ended up getting punched, can I? If I did, with her temperament, she would surely feel embarrassed. Never mind, never mind. A little ice on the eyes will suffice. Upon hearing these thoughts, Lin Wanwan's expression stiffened. Had it not been for her family's repeated reminders at home to keep the fact that they could hear Lin Xiao's thoughts a secret from him, she would have surely lost her composure. Even so, she was still quite astonished. Turning away, she took a moment to regain her composure. So, Lin Xiao's panda eyes were a result of her? She had no idea when she had started crying in her dreams. She had merely thought that the discomfort in her eyes upon waking was due to lack of sleep. Moreover, she couldn't fathom that she had actually struck someone in her dreams. Cough. Ah Xiao, since we have no important classes this morning, why don't you rest and ice your eyes in the dormitory? We can head to our afternoon classes together, Lin Wanwan suggested. Ordering a few ice packs through a food delivery app, Lin Xiao shared her sentiment. He had not slept well the previous night and wished to catch up on rest during the day. Once Lin Wanwan and Luo Xiaoyi had left for the library, Lin Xiao settled down to ice his eyes while dozing off. By the afternoon, Lin Xiao accompanied Lin Wanwan to class. The atmosphere in an all-girls school was indeed distinct from that of a typical university. Even before the teacher's arrival, the classroom was relatively quiet, with students either reading or conversing softly. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted by the sound of laughter approaching from a distance. Lu Fei entered the classroom with a few girls, their loud laughter filling the air. A flicker of displeasure crossed the faces of some girls in the room, yet none dared to express their feelings openly. No one wished to provoke the school bully and invite unnecessary trouble. Clearly, Lu Fei and her companions were indifferent to whether they were bothersome as they made their way to the back of the classroom. Upon spotting Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan, their expressions shifted slightly before they settled into seats not far from them, flashing provocative smiles. It seemed they had truly forgotten past grievances. Lin Xiao remained unfazed. He had 100 ways to deal with such individuals. Moreover, the gossip system had just provided him with some juicy tidbits. Before long, the teacher arrived. Lin Xiao's tall stature immediately caught the teacher's attention. "We have a new student today?" "Yes." Before Lin Xiao could respond, a girl beside Lu Fei interjected sarcastically. "And this new student is quite impressive." "Oh, really?" The teacher, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tone of the girl's words, inquired with curiosity. "Does this new student possess any talents?" Another girl chimed in. "Of course she does. We've all seen it. She must perform for the class again today." At this, the girls surrounding Lu Fei began to cheer. The teacher, noticing the atmosphere, smiled and said, "It seems everyone is eager to see your talents, dear new student. Would you mind performing a little something after your self-introduction?" "Not at all," Lin Xiao replied, a smile gracing his face. He had anticipated Lu Fei's malicious intent and was ready to seize this opportunity. It was time to show Lu Fei the consequences of her actions. After a brief self-introduction, Lin Xiao slowly revealed his talent. "I'm not afraid to tell you that I can hear animals speak, and they often share secrets with me that no one else knows." The moment those words left his lips, not only did Lu Fei's group become intrigued, but so did the rest of the class. After all, who could resist a bit of juicy gossip? With a faint smile, Lin Xiao continued, "I understand that you might find this hard to believe, so today, I will share a few secrets that the animals have told me. These are secrets that only the involved parties are aware of. Once I reveal them, you will surely see them in a flurry, allowing you to discern the truth." Chapter 76. The grand gossip gathering. Lin Xiao's words ignited an unparalleled curiosity among the students present. All eyes were fervently fixed on him, including those of the girls from Lu Fei's side, who were merely waiting for Lin Xiao to falter. "Go on, speak up. Don't worry, we'll be watching closely. If anyone gets exposed, we'll be the first to help you out." These seemingly supportive remarks veiled a subtle threat, implying that if they failed to uncover any discrepancies, they would question the veracity of Lin Xiao's statements. Lin Xiao maintained a smile, responding, "Thank you in advance. I trust you will observe closely." He then cleared his throat, and began to narrate his tale with vivid detail. In our class, there is a girl from a well-off family. However, due to her father's relentless work ethic, he neglected her during her formative years, resulting in her yearning for paternal affection. As she grew older, she became rebellious, frequenting nightclubs and seeking the company of older men, even choosing to become a mistress. Eventually, she became pregnant by one of these older gentlemen, and as fate would have it, her father discovered the situation. A fierce confrontation ensued, with her father insisting on meeting the man who had impregnated his daughter. It just so happened that this meeting occurred at a distant relative's banquet. To her father's shock, he found that the man was none other than his own cousin. Upon concluding his story, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. Soon, skepticism arose. Wait, are you saying that the girl was involved with her own cousin? Did his wife know? Come on, don't be foolish. Cousins are hardly distant relatives. How could she not recognize her own cousin? That's debatable. Many relatives lose touch after disputes. So it's not impossible. As doubts about the story's authenticity circulated, Lu Fei's friends seized the opportunity to challenge Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, you just guaranteed that this tale is true, yet we haven't spotted anyone acting suspiciously. Exactly, this sounds fabricated, chimed in several girls. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and spoke with a hint of intrigue. Are you all certain you've been observant enough? Perhaps you should take another look. Let us observe. The girls began scrutinizing their classmates' expressions meticulously. However, after a thorough examination, they still found no anomalies. Fei Jia, this must be a fabrication, don't you think? One girl inquired somewhat obsequiously to Lu Fei. Yet, when she turned, she noticed Lu Fei's peculiar demeanor, her face pale, her pupils twitching, lips pressed tightly together as if suppressing her anxiety. Lu Fei, who was usually domineering, had been seething with resentment over the previous day's events and awaited her chance for revenge. Logically, she should have remained silent in such a moment. Soon, others began to notice her unusual behavior. A somewhat slow-witted girl asked hesitantly, Fei Jia, it couldn't possibly be about you, could it? Before she could finish, another girl hastily covered her mouth and shot her a fierce glare. Other girls quickly jumped in to defend. I believe this is just nonsense. How dare he spread rumors about Fei Jia? Before she could finish her thought, Lin Xiao interjected. You know, this girl is quite unfortunate. She could have dealt with her pregnancy privately. Unfortunately, her roommate discovered the pregnancy test, a roommate who seemed supportive but harbored jealousy, ultimately revealing the situation to the girl's father, which led to the explosive confrontation. It feels like a palace intrigue. Other students quipped, unable to contain their amusement. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Lu Fei suddenly turned her gaze to the girl who had defended her earlier. It's you, isn't it? At this moment, Lu Fei was on the brink of losing control, disregarding the presence of others as she seized the girl's collar. The girls in the back startled and hurried to mediate. Fei Jia, calm down. This is merely Lin Xiao's fabrication. Don't take it to heart. Lu Fei, seemingly realizing the inappropriateness of her actions, slowly released her grip. At that moment, Lin Xiao continued. And this is merely the tip of the iceberg. There's more to unravel. The unrelated students had long been captivated by the intricate layers of gossip. Hearing that there was more to come, they all leaned in with keen interest. The girl may have seemed formidable on the surface, yet she had been thoroughly manipulated by those around her. Take her acquaintances, for instance. She believed her encounters with older men were romantic happenstances, when in reality, each meeting was orchestrated. Wealthy older gentlemen often indulged in extravagant exploits, forming small circles that organized group activities, and due to their affluence, they attracted beautiful women who, in their quest for wealth, would pull their friends into the fray. The older man that had initially captivated the girl had been introduced to her through this very scheme, meaning she had been playing with the leftovers of others. In such instances, it's easy to think darkly. Indeed, the girl's friend had deliberately arranged for her to meet her cousin, having inadvertently discovered the truth. After all, such a revelation was thrilling. Lin Xiao's final word hung in the air, leaving the room enveloped in silence. Chapter 77. Taken away by the director, the students slowly shifted their gazes towards the girl seated behind Lu Fei, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. They began to realize that the protagonist of Lin Xiao's tale was, in fact, Lu Fei herself. It became clear that anyone who dared to defend Lu Fei would inevitably be entangled in a web of related gossip. Thus, it could be inferred that the individual Lin Xiao had just mentioned was the girl seated behind Lu Fei. At that moment, Lu Fei seemed to recall something. slowly turning her head to look back, incredulously exclaiming, "I remember. It was you who invited me to that gathering. How could you treat me this way?" The girl opened her mouth as if to explain, but under the scrutiny of so many eyes, she hesitated briefly before suddenly breaking into a mocking smile. "You should be grateful to me, shouldn't you? After all, I knew you had a penchant for those older men, so I introduced you to them, just as you wished. I saw you having quite a good time during that period. What makes you want to turn against me now? You." Lu Fei trembled with rage. The girl, evidently pleased with Lu Fei's distress, continued, "Enough with the act of being a victim. Do you not recognize your own sordid nature? It's as though you would have indulged on your own if it weren't for me." With that, she rolled her eyes at Lu Fei. Lu Fei was on the verge of fainting from anger. In the past, had anyone spoken to her in such a manner, she would have retorted furiously. Yet today, the situation had changed repeatedly, and having been betrayed by those around her, her mind was in disarray, leaving her uncertain of whom to trust. Finally, unable to endure any longer, she erupted, "I have always treated you well, and yet you dare to harm me. I will not let this go." Grabbing a textbook from her desk, Lu Fei hurled it at the girl behind her. The girl, equally incensed, seized Lu Fei's hair and retorted, "You spoiled brat. All you do is bully others. When have you ever been kind? Recognize your true self." Saying this, she raised her hand and poured a cup of milk tea over Lu Fei's face. The surrounding students hurriedly dodged, none daring to intervene. The noise escalated, prompting the teacher to finally recognize the gravity of the situation. "You too, calm down. Please, calm down." However, the two combatants were already consumed by rage. Ignoring her pleas, they clawed at each other's clothes and hair, resembling wild animals in the streets. Their garments were torn, revealing glimpses of flesh, while strands of hair were forcefully ripped out, littering the floor. At a loss, the teacher hastily contacted the administration. Before long, the director of the College of Arts, accompanied by two female security guards, rushed in. The guards swiftly intervened, managing to separate the two girls after a struggle. The director, Mr. Zhou, a man in his 40s, turned his head away upon seeing the disheveled state of both girls, waving his hand dismissively. "What a sight! Shouldn't you hurry and change your clothes?" Though Lu Fei and her opponent felt a sense of indignation, they could not deny their own disarray. Moreover, after such an extended confrontation, their strength had waned. Thus, with the help of others, they exited the classroom. Director Zhou surveyed the classroom with an air of displeasure and inquired, "What on earth happened? How could a class result in a brawl?" The teacher, realizing she might be held accountable, hastily recounted the events that had transpired during the lesson. Though Mr. Zhou was angry, he recognized that such incidents could occur unexpectedly, making it difficult to assign blame. However, upon spotting Lin Xiao, the instigator of the turmoil, a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes, and his expression turned stern. "So, you mean to say that this student is the cause of the chaos?" Yes. "It seems she's a new transfer student," the teacher replied, bewildered by the director's sudden shift in focus. "Then, you, young lady, will accompany me to my office." Mr. Zhou gestured towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, perplexed, pondered why the two fighters were allowed to leave while he was summoned to the office. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to follow and ascertain the situation. Lin Wanwan, worried for Lin Xiao, attempted to accompany him, but was stopped by Director Zhou. "The rest of you, continue with your class." Reluctantly, Lin Wanwan returned to her seat. In her memory, Director Zhou was not overly strict, and she wondered what had transpired today. Upon leaving the classroom, Lin Xiao followed Director Zhou upstairs to his office. The room was not particularly spacious, yet it was solely occupied by Director Zhou. As soon as Lin Xiao stepped inside, he heard a click. The director had locked the door behind him. Feeling an unsettling premonition from the director's unusual demeanor, Lin Xiao sensed that something was amiss. Simultaneously, the gossip system in his mind activated, revealing information regarding Director Zhou. The system's revelations deepened Lin Xiao's unease. Chapter 78. My size exceeds yours in the classroom. Although lessons had commenced, the students' minds remained far from focused. Many who typically harbored disdain for Lu Fei and his entourage were now exhilarated, whispering excitedly amongst themselves. They believed that Lin Xiao was extraordinarily handsome, deftly orchestrating the internal strife among the bullies without implicating themselves in any way. Yet, Lin Wanwan wore a troubled expression. While she was indeed pleased with Lu Fei's downfall, the fact that Lin Xiao had been summoned by Director Zhou left her feeling uneasy. "Don't worry, Wanwan. It should be fine. Director Zhou merely enjoys asserting his authority. He wouldn't make things difficult for students, Luo Xiaoi reassured her. I know, but Lin Xiao isn't a girl. She replied, her concern deepening. She had just messaged her sister for advice, and her sister had informed her that to protect Lin Xiao's identity, they had only briefed the principal and the dormitory management, leaving out figures like the department director entirely. What if Director Zhou discovered Lin Xiao's true identity? The thought exacerbated Lin Wanwan's anxiety as she realized there were still over 40 minutes until class ended, making time feel interminable. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was not faring any better. Faced with the lecherous gaze of Director Zhou, he recalled the system's warning, causing his expression to shift uneasily. The system had described the director's peculiar preferences, indicating that he was attracted to tall, muscular women with flat chests. This meant that Lin Xiao's somewhat unconventional female disguise aligned perfectly with Zhou's aesthetic. No wonder the director had looked at him so oddly in class. At that moment, Director Zhou scrutinized Lin Xiao with evident satisfaction. Tall enough, robust build, and importantly, flat-chested. Truly exquisite. Lin Xiao felt a chill run down his spine under the director's gaze and quickly attempted to retreat. Director, I acknowledge my fault in this matter. If necessary, I can submit a written reflection. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, he said while turning to exit. However, Zhou seized his wrist in an unyielding grip. Lin Xiao recoiled at the touch, feeling as though he had encountered something repulsive, and repeatedly tried to shake free. Each time he loosened his grip, Zhou's hand reappeared, clamping down once more. Disgusting. Utterly revolting. Lin Xiao wanted to scream, but as he turned back, he was met with Zhou's lewd grin. Hey there, new student. What's your name? How come you've arrived at school without checking in with me? Did you forget? Forgetting incurs penalties, you know. Zhou threatened with a greasy smirk. Finally, Lin Xiao's rage erupted. To hell with your penalties, he shouted, landing a punch squarely on Zhou's face. Caught off guard, Zhou stumbled backward onto the sofa, astonished. You dare to strike me? Do you believe I won't record a demerit against you? Lin Xiao, upon hearing this, was enraged to the point of laughter. Another penalty, another demerit? What exactly do you intend to do? Zhou, oblivious to Lin Xiao's fury, mistook it for fear and resumed his earlier demeanor, leisurely reclining on the sofa, beckoning Lin Xiao closer. I don't intend to do anything. I merely wish to remind you that if you want to avoid punishment, you ought to come over obediently. Oh, so you want me to approach? Lin Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile as he began to walk toward Zhou, cracking his knuckles as if preparing for another confrontation. As Lin Xiao drew nearer, Zhou began to sense something amiss. This did not resemble a girl's submission. Rather, it felt as if a malicious demon was plotting something sinister. Wait, don't come any closer. Stay back, Zhou stammered, attempting to halt Lin Xiao's advance, but Lin Xiao showed no signs of stopping. Fear surged within Zhou as he instinctively retreated, appearing as though he intended to flee. Hey, don't run off. Didn't you just ask me to come over? Lin Xiao pursued Zhou, who found himself bewildered, unsure of why he was running. Under normal circumstances, he would relish such attention from a girl like Lin Xiao, but his instincts screamed that he must not allow her to catch him, or the consequences would be dire. In his distraction, Zhou tripped over the edge of a desk and fell to the floor. Lin Xiao quickly bent down, capturing Zhou's ankle. Why run? Look, I've got you now, he said with a sinister grin. Zhou, terrified, continued to retreat until, in his struggle, he unwittingly loosened his belt. As he scrambled away, he suddenly felt a chilling breeze against his lower half. Lin Xiao, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the pants in his hand, raised his gaze and felt as though he might faint. Seriously? You dare to bully girls in school with that little thing? He exclaimed in exasperation. Do you believe I could easily outsize you? Why you're talking nonsense? This is not small. Even if it were. Wait, what did you say? Zhou stammered, forcibly denying Lin Xiao's claim, only to suddenly realize something. He scrutinized Lin Xiao once more. Over 6 feet tall, a strong physique, flat-chested, and that. Adam's apple? You are a boy? Zhou's expression shifted instantly from embarrassment to one of determination. So, you've been masquerading as a girl to infiltrate our school. Do you think I won't expose you right now? This isn't just a school demerit. The police will have you arrested. Despite Zhou's bluster, his lack of pants rendered him comically vulnerable. Lin Xiao tossed the pants aside and boldly seated himself on the sofa. Oh, you plan to expose me? You might want to think that over carefully. What is there to consider? Zhou scoffed, hastily pulling on the pants. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. If I were to visit the police station, I might just share some of your less than savory activities with them. For instance, accepting bribes, colluding with certain higher-ups, coercing impoverished girls into serving drinks, embezzling funds, and— Stop. Don't say another word. Zhou's face turned ashen. He believed he had concealed his misdeeds well. Yet this boy disguised as a girl was articulating them one by one. Was this student sent to investigate him? If so, his fate was sealed. Chapter 79. Provoking the honest man to anger. As Lin Xiao emerged from Director Zhou's office, his classmates had already finished their classes. In the distance, he spotted Lin Wanwan scanning the surroundings. Upon noticing him exit the office, she hurried over. How did it go? Lin Wanwan asked, trying to peek into the now-closed office door. It's nothing to worry about, Lin Xiao replied with a gentle smile. Observing the concern in Lin Wanwan's eyes warmed his heart. Yet, in the next moment, the system cruelly reminded him that Lin Wanwan was worried he might cause a scene in the office. This realization caused his smile to falter. Initially, Lin Wanwan was indeed worried about Lin Xiao. After class, she quickly called her older sister to inquire if she should take any action. Lin Chuj revealed Lin Xiao's impressive skills, which eased Lin Wanwan's mind momentarily. However, she soon began to fret that Lin Xiao might act impulsively and harm Director Zhou. Being inherently sensitive and prone to overthinking, this thought took root, compelling her to rush to the office. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had not acted rashly. Sister, well, if there's nothing else, I'll treat you to a meal. What shall we eat? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. The cafeteria, of course. What else could there be? Lin Wanwan replied, puzzled. Don't you remember our school is closed off? Oh. Lin Xiao suddenly found himself nostalgic for the days spent wandering the campus, searching for food with Qiu Xiaoyan, particularly for the restaurants nearby. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Lin Xiao was momentarily dazzled by the array of food options. I told you, in places with many girls, how could there be a lack of delicious food? Without hesitation, he bought a generous selection from various stalls. Just as he was about to sit down, he noticed several familiar figures approaching, those who had previously followed Lu Fei. Though Lu Fei was absent, their arrogance remained. As they shouted and laughed boisterously in the otherwise tranquil cafeteria, they soon spotted Lin Wanwan, and one of the girls, after exchanging glances with her companions, sauntered over with a mocking expression. Oh, look who it is, our little fortune teller. Care to show us? Lin Wanwan, unwilling to engage with them, lifted her tray, intending to leave with Lin Xiao. However, Lin Xiao remained unfazed, responding with a light chuckle. Sure, but are you certain you want me to show you? He cast a meaningful glance at the other girls. The girl's expression faltered, revealing her uncertainty. The fallout from Lu Fei's fallout with the others had left a significant impact on them. Despite their reluctance to let it slide for the sake of their friend, the fear of their secrets being exposed kept them apprehensive. Huh, playing tricks? Do you really think you're some kind of oracle? The girl sneered at Lin Xiao's calm demeanor, growing increasingly irate. In a fit of rage, she grabbed a bowl of soup and hurled it at them. Lin Xiao reacted swiftly, pulling Lin Wanwan aside just in time to dodge the onslaught. If you're unwell, seek treatment. He snapped, feeling irked. Had it been a boy in front of him, he would have retaliated without hesitation, but faced with a girl, he had to suppress his impulse. Wow, what a tough guy. If you're so brave, come and hit me. The girl taunted, emboldened by Lin Xiao's anger, seizing more food to throw at him. Despite Lin Xiao's agility, some soup inevitably splattered onto his clothes. Just as he was about to retaliate, a trembling voice broke through. You are going too far. Lin Xiao turned in surprise. The ever-kind expression on Lin Wanwan's face had vanished, replaced by a fierce determination. Clenching her fists, her shoulders trembled with suppressed rage. Before anyone could react, Lin Wanwan seized the largest tray on the table and slammed it down onto the girl. The scene stunned not only the other girls, but even Lin Xiao himself. The honest person had finally reached their breaking point. Once he regained his composure, Lin Xiao felt a surge of satisfaction. When patience is exhausted, action is the first step toward changing one's fate. He had no intention of intervening. Instead, he cheered her on. Sister, well done. Keep going. Smash them. In that moment, Lin Wanwan resembled a balloon that had burst, releasing all her pent-up grievances and fury. Without regard for her image, she seized anything within reach to hurl at her adversary. When nothing was left, she resorted to tugging at the girl's hair. Realizing her companion was losing ground, the other girls rushed to assist. But Lin Xiao was not about to give them that opportunity. He stood tall, effortlessly pushing them back with ease, ensuring that Lin Wanwan could unleash her frustrations without interference. The commotion soon caught the attention of others, and before long, someone shouted that a teacher was coming. Lin Xiao looked up to find that it was none other than Director Zhou. Having been threatened by Lin Xiao earlier, Director Zhou was already seething with anger. Hearing the commotion, he rushed over, determined to discipline some students today. However, upon seeing Lin Xiao's threatening gaze, he felt an overwhelming urge to flee the scene. Chapter 80. Turning the tables, Director Zhou sought an excuse to depart, yet several students nearby appeared visibly shaken by the commotion and insisted on his intervention. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and approached the fray. What on earth is happening here? He interjected, his tone more symbolic than authoritative. As he recognized his position as a leader within the academy demanded some respect from the students. Gradually, the brawlers parted, revealing Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan amidst the chaos. Lin Wanwan's hair was disheveled, lending her an air of disarray, while another girl bore torn clothing and several scratches across her arms and face, looking quite worse for wear. Had Director Zhou not arrived, it seemed imminent that she would have been begging for mercy. Lin Xiao discreetly gave Lin Wanwan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Sister, you're incredible." Lin Wanwan, regaining her composure, observed Director Zhou's stern expression and felt a twinge of anxiety. "Ah Xiao, you must tell them it was I who fought with them." "Not you," she urged, reverting to her timid demeanor. Lin Xiao flashed a confident smile, reassuring her, "Sister, trust me. Just remain silent. I'll handle this." Lin Wanwan looked at him quizzically, puzzled by his unflappable demeanor and curious about his intentions. "Ahem, what exactly is going on here? Fighting in public? How disgraceful." Director Zhou directed his admonishment at the girls involved, wary of offending Lin Xiao, fearing repercussions if Lin Xiao chose to reveal his past misdeeds. Yet the girls seemed oblivious to his trepidation, believing him to be their ally as they began to lament their plight. "Director, it was them. During class, they bullied Fei Fei, and now they're tormenting us." One girl cried, "Especially that newcomer. She is so tall and uses it to her advantage to hit us. And look at what Lin Wanwan did to my clothes. If you hadn't come, they would have beaten me to a pulp. They are utterly outrageous and deserve punishment. No, they should be expelled." The girls embellished their grievances, casting all blame onto Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan. As Director Zhou's frown deepened, they reveled in their perceived victory, confident that their privileged backgrounds would sway the director in their favor, especially given their history of gifting him during holidays. However, Director Zhou remained silent for a prolonged moment, long enough that the girls struggled to find new words for their complaints. Finally, Lin Xiao broke the silence. "Aren't you all tired of this? Isn't there a surveillance camera over there? Let us just check the footage and uncover the truth." He gestured toward a nearby ceiling camera, its red light blinking menacingly. The lead girl's expression faltered. They had been bullies for so long without anyone ever mentioning the surveillance. Most of those they had tormented had chosen to avoid confrontation, fearing retaliation. Director Zhou glanced at the camera and hesitated, visibly torn. "Director." The anxious girl rushed to his side, whispering, "My father mentioned that the item you spoke of before will be delivered to you soon." "You see." At these words, Director Zhou instinctively looked towards Lin Xiao, who was quietly rubbing his wrist, seemingly unaffected. Yet this subtle gesture sent a chill down Zhou's spine. The item the girl referred to was a limited edition watch promised by her father. He was uncertain whether Lin Xiao was aware of this, but he realized that offending him today could have dire consequences. Nonetheless, the girls had previously provided him with favors, and he couldn't afford to be overly harsh without risking exposure. Director Zhou felt the weight of an unprecedented dilemma, beads of sweat forming on his brow. After what felt like an eternity, he finally resolved, there's no need to check the footage. It's merely a minor dispute among classmates. It's not a grave matter. As he spoke, he cautiously observed Lin Xiao's reaction. Noticing Lin Xiao's slight frown, he quickly added, "However, given the circumstances, it's evident that Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan were outnumbered. Hence, they are not entirely at fault." The girls, initially elated by the prospect of avoiding scrutiny, were left bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. What is happening? Why does it sound like Director Zhou is defending Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan? One girl began to interject, but was silenced by a fierce glare from the director. "I've said it before, let us not escalate this." Director Zhou's tone grew serious. "You have acted unjustly by ganging up on them. Regardless of the reasons, your actions are indefensible. You are to clean this mess immediately. We will discuss the matter further at a later time." With that, he cast a cautious glance at Lin Xiao, relieved to see his expression relax. However, the girls, taken aback and eager to argue, were met with Zhou's impatient wave. "No more excuses. Go clean this up. Look at the state you've left it in. Move quickly. With that, he turned to leave, not wishing to linger any longer. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow at the girls before guiding Lin Wanwan away. After purchasing more food and sitting down, Lin Wanwan appeared hesitant to speak. Lin Xiao, did you really do something to Director Zhou? Chapter 81. Betting with him that no one can default. What did Lin Xiao do to Director Zhou? Lin Xiao felt a strange sensation upon hearing those words. What could he possibly do to that perverse individual? Nevertheless, to alleviate Lin Wanwan's concerns, he refrained from divulging Director Zhou's sordid affairs and had no intention of reporting the matter to the principal. At times, the mere presence of a sword hanging overhead can wield a greater deterrent effect than a direct confrontation. After dinner, Lin Xiao took Lin Wanwan for a leisurely stroll around the school. Upon reaching the foot of the dormitory building, he suddenly halted. His expression turned serious as he received an unexpected reminder from his internal system. Sister, do we have any elective classes or study sessions tonight? Lin Xiao inquired abruptly, glancing at the dormitory balcony. We do have an elective class. I recall that quite a few people chose it. Most of our major opted for it. Lin Wanwan replied after a moment of contemplation. Then why didn't you choose it? Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, fearing Lin Wanwan might be facing exclusion. Lin Wanwan hurriedly clarified, because I took it last semester, and this semester's credits have been adjusted. Many who previously had no surplus credits need to select 1 or 2 additional courses. The teacher for this class is quite interesting, so everyone chose this one. Oh, I see. Lin Xiao nodded silently, but remained rooted to the spot, showing no intent to ascend the stairs. What's wrong? Lin Wanwan sensed Lin Xiao's unease. Lin Xiao cast a glance to the side and smiled. It seems there are reporters over there conducting live broadcasts and interviews. Let us go take a look. Lin Wanwan followed his gaze and indeed spotted several individuals holding their phones aloft, streaming live. She typically had little interest in such activities and was reluctant to participate in street interviews. Just as she hesitated, Lin Xiao had already pulled her along. Since we have nothing else to do, let us just observe for a while, he said with keen interest as they joined the crowd. To be honest, such events were rather dull. However, he could not ascend the building now, lest he miss an entertaining spectacle. In the midst of her confusion, Lin Wanwan suddenly heard Lin Xiao's inner thoughts. In a moment, Lu Fei's dormitory will catch fire, and they will rush out in their bare skin. Such a delightful occurrence must be witnessed in person. Fortunately, it's just a small flame. It won't affect anyone else, and it serves as a lesson for them. Upon hearing these words, Lin Wanwan was left speechless. Lu Fei's dormitory was directly across from them. Would it truly remain under control? Lin Wanwan felt anxious but was powerless to act. Even if she dashed to Lu Fei's dormitory to warn them, they would likely dismiss her as deranged. Besides, these were merely Lin Xiao's thoughts. Their authenticity was uncertain. Just as Lin Wanwan was grappling with her thoughts, the school bell rang, and a stream of students began emerging from the lecture building, heading towards the dormitory. At that moment, a series of piercing screams erupted from the dormitory building. Ah, it's on fire. Quick, put it out. Lin Wanwan's pupils dilated in shock. Was it truly ablaze? The thick smoke emanating from that location indeed indicated Lu Fei's dormitory. How could this happen? Lin Wanwan seemed to be questioning Lin Xiao, while also speaking to herself. Lin Xiao gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, don't worry. The fire truck is already at the school entrance. Lin Wanwan sensed that Lin Xiao had likely summoned the fire truck in advance. Fortunately, amidst the chaos, no one seemed to notice the suspiciously prompt arrival of the fire truck. Some students rushed to shout for help, while others took out their phones to capture the scene from a distance. The reporters who had been live streaming also crowded in, seeking the best angles to document the incident. Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan silently found an optimal vantage point. Suddenly, several girls burst from the dormitory, shrieking and fleeing. In their haste, they appeared to have neglected their attire, nearly exposing themselves. It was indeed them. They had actually emerged in such a state. Lin Wanwan recognized the faces of those girls with astonishment. Wow, that is quite the sight, Lin Xiao remarked with a smirk. Initially, when the system had informed him that the dormitory would catch fire, he had felt a twinge of concern. However, upon learning that the fire originated from Lu Fei's dormitory and would result in no injuries or property damage, he felt reassured. The cause of the fire stemmed from their neglect in turning off a curling iron, which overheated and ignited the curtains. Initially, the fire was quite small. Had they simply turned off the device and doused it with water, it could have been extinguished easily. Alas, These pampered girls had never encountered such a situation and were paralyzed with fear, knowing only to flee. Thus, after confirming that most students on their floor had gone to class, Lin Xiao decided to observe the unfolding drama. These girls had consistently disregarded dormitory regulations. It was time they faced some consequences. The fire truck arrived swiftly and extinguished the flames. The fire's intensity was even less than anticipated, damaging only the curtains and a nearby desk. However, despite its minor scale, the incident left a profound psychological impact on Lu Fei and her companions. School officials, upon hearing the news, rushed to the scene. After learning the cause of the fire, they reprimanded Lu Fei and her friends harshly, issuing them disciplinary actions. As Lin Wanwan witnessed the unfolding chaos, a sudden realization struck her, and she looked at Lin Xiao in astonishment. Could it be that Lin Xiao truly possessed the ability to foresee the future? What's wrong? Lin Xiao inquired with a cheerful demeanor. And nothing, Lin Wanwan stammered, reluctant to voice her suspicions. She feared that if such a secret were exposed, the outcome might spiral beyond control. Sister, look. No one has been able to default on our bet, Lin Xiao declared, striding toward the dormitory building. As she observed Lin Xiao's retreating figure, Lin Wanwan's feelings grew increasingly complicated. She found him utterly inscrutable. Was he perhaps some hidden genius or a reincarnated deity? Yet, such matters seemed trivial now. If her brother could indeed predict the future, it would be a boon for the Lin family. She vowed to keep the secret as tightly guarded as her older sisters did. If exposed, and her brother were to be captured for experimentation, that would indeed be a terrifying prospect. Chapter 82. Overstepping boundaries. In the following days, Lin Wanwan underwent a complete transformation in her attitude towards Lin Xiao. Initially, she believed that Lin Xiao's presence in her school was largely a result of her family's decision. The Lin family, although prosperous, occasionally made questionable choices, such as placing a boy in an all-girls school, which she deemed rather imprudent. However, after the events of the previous day, Lin Wanwan realized that this decision was, in fact, quite astute. Having a brother with precognitive abilities by her side was not merely a gesture of indifference. It was a genuine attempt to assist her. Upon coming to this realization, she spent the entire night in self-reflection. Gradually, she recognized that her trust and sense of belonging towards the Lin family had diminished over time. In truth, her family had always treated her well, consistently showing their care. Yet, she had been stubbornly maintaining a distance for years. After much introspection, Lin Wanwan resolved to make amends. However, confronting her family directly to alter her attitude felt somewhat awkward. Thus, she chose to begin with Lin Xiao, treating him with greater kindness as a form of gratitude for helping her come to this understanding. This shift in behavior, however, left Lin Xiao perplexed. Observing the freshly washed fruits and snacks, as well as Lin Wanwan tidying her wig behind him, he couldn't help but speculate, what's going on? Why does this feel so strange? Surely, it can't be. He was inwardly protesting, oblivious to the slight pause in the hands arranging his wig behind him. Suddenly, a sharp slap landed on his head. What? A mosquito? Before Lin Xiao could voice his surprise, Lin Wanwan's calm voice broke the silence. Oh, there are still mosquitoes in this weather. Lin Xiao failed to detect the subtle tension in her tone. Just as he attempted to adjust his wig, another slap occurred. There are quite a few mosquitoes, indeed. After this exchange, it seemed Lin Wanwan had relieved her frustrations. She unleashed a flurry of playful slaps on Lin Xiao's back, prompting him to exclaim, "Sister, please. I can't take this anymore." Turning to face her, he desperately dodged while attempting to restrain her wrists. If this continued, he might succumb before the mosquitoes did. Even he, in his naivety, sensed something was amiss and forced a smile. "Sister, why do I feel like your grievances towards these mosquitoes are rather intense?" With a buzzing noise in his ears, who wouldn't be irritated? Lin Wanwan cleverly masked her sentiments. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao remained unaware of her ability to hear his thoughts, mistaking her annoyance for irritation caused by the mosquitoes. "Sister, weren't you supposed to study at the library with Xiaoyi? You should go ahead. I'll handle the mosquitoes in the dorm and ensure they don't disturb you tonight," he assured her. Seeing Lin Xiao's obliviousness only intensified Lin Wanwan's frustration, prompting her to grab her bag from the table and leave without a backward glance. After her departure, Lin Xiao earnestly retrieved insect repellent and sprayed every corner of the dormitory. Strangely, he didn't spot a single mosquito. Once finished, he called home to provide a brief update on the past few days. His family expressed satisfaction and showered him with praises, even sending him several generous red envelopes. He assured them that the bullies had mostly been subdued and that with continued effort, they would never dare to harm Lin Wanwan again. However, retribution came swiftly. Just as he finished speaking, a notification from his gossip system echoed in his mind. His expression changed drastically, and without further explanation to his family, he hung up the phone and dashed out of the dormitory. The system informed him that Lin Wanwan had been bullied once more, and it was still at the hands of the very girls he believed had been cowed. These individuals truly had short memories. He sprinted towards the basement of the library, heading for the old storage room, and seized a metal rod from a corner, smashing it against the door lock. With a resounding clang, the lock broke open. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Lin Wanwan curled up in a corner. Sister. A surge of anger flooded his mind. The storage room appeared neglected, filled with dust and an unpleasant mildew scent. There sat Lin Wanwan, arms wrapped around her legs, looking utterly disheveled, her hair stained with coffee and her clothes soiled. Lin Xiao swiftly removed his jacket and draped it around her shoulders, reassuring her, Sister, it's all right now, don't be afraid. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Lin Wanwan raised her head, her eyes devoid of fear or tears, instead brimming with intense anger. They have gone too far. With determination, she gathered her hair and wiped her soiled face. Lin Xiao had never witnessed her like this before and was at a loss for words of comfort. Sister, I will definitely help you teach those bullies a lesson. Please don't. I'm fine. I've come to realize that avoiding them will only embolden them further. I refuse to endure this any longer. Ah Xiao, accompany me to the principal's office, Lin Wanwan declared, her fists tightly clenched and her gaze resolute. Chapter 83. Vice Principal Lin Xiao observed Lin Wanwan's buoyant demeanor, initially feeling a sense of joy. However, the thought of Lu Fei being the vice principal's daughter, who had been wreaking havoc in the school for quite some time, cast a shadow over his happiness. He surmised that her father could not possibly be oblivious to her actions. Given his choice to indulge her, Lin Wanwan's approach might yield no favorable outcome. Lin Xiao contemplated whether to approach the principal directly. Yet, the principal always seemed preoccupied, often absent from the school. All school affairs were managed by the vice principal. As they hesitated, Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan ascended to the top floor of the administration building. As he had anticipated, the principal's office was locked and unoccupied, while the vice principal's door stood ajar, laughter and chatter emanating from within. Lin Wanwan seemed to sense the situation as well and paused. Shall we come back another day? Or perhaps have our parents call the principal directly? Lin Xiao suggested softly. Lin Wanwan pursed her lips, pondering for a moment before resolutely shaking her head. She believed that even if the vice principal would not address his daughter's behavior, she could not remain mute. To bring the issue to light would alter the nature of the vice principal's potential negligence. Lin Xiao found her reasoning compelling. This situation resembled the distinction between theft and robbery, seemingly similar yet fundamentally different. The vice principal's previous silence could be interpreted as willful ignorance. But if they articulated the allegations against Lu Fei and he chose to ignore them, that would constitute deliberate complicity. Having grasped this distinction, Lin Xiao discreetly activated his phone's recording feature to safeguard against any repercussions. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wanwan gently knocked on the door. The laughter within ceased abruptly as two pairs of eyes turned towards them. The man seated behind the desk wore a dark shirt and glasses, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, with a sharp expression that bore a striking resemblance to Lu Fei. This must be Vice Principal Lu Guodong. On the sofa sat a younger man, his gaze towards Lu Guodong tinged with flattery. Adorned with an ostentatious gold watch and a genuine leather handbag, he clearly did not dress like a schoolteacher, resembling rather a small business owner. Upon noticing Lin Wanwan at the door, Lu Guodong's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness. He turned to the young man with a smile, saying, "It seems we've chatted for quite some time. If there's nothing else, you may head back. My assistant will contact you later." "Ah, all right. The young man nodded eagerly, hastily gathering his things before exiting the office. Lin Xiao speculated that Lu Guodong was responsible for various school matters, including supplier selection for logistics. The young man's obsequious demeanor suggested he was likely a vendor. It raised questions about how much Lu Guodong had embezzled over the years, given Lu Fei's luxurious lifestyle. "Students, what brings you here?" Lu Guodong maintained a cordial smile, appearing quite amiable. Lin Xiao was not swayed by the facade. He stepped forward and assertively inquired, "There have been incidents of bullying at school. Vice Principal Lu, will you address this?" "Oh, What has transpired? Lu Guodong's smile vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor, feigning ignorance as if he genuinely intended to take their concerns to heart. Lin Wanwan approached the desk, articulating her recent experiences meticulously. She recounted her initial willingness to intervene during an injustice, the subsequent bullying and threats she endured, and the appalling discovery of fake dead mice and filth on her bedding in the dormitory. Ultimately, she disclosed how she had been lured into a storage room in the library today and humiliated. She named all the culprits involved, including Lu Fei. Such occurrences exist? Lu Guodong appeared genuinely astonished. Lin Xiao could not help but mentally critique his impressive acting skills. What a shame he did not pursue a career in theater. Lin Wanwan's expression darkened. Ideally, a father learning that his daughter was the principal instigator of bullying would seek to confirm the facts or inquire further. Yet, the vice principal merely exhibited exaggerated shock, offering no further response. Vice Principal Lu, are you not going to take action? Lin Wanwan, losing patience, directly challenged him. Is it because Lu Fei is your daughter that you choose to overlook her actions? Dear student, you misunderstand. Lu Guodong, having secured his position, was clearly adept. He quickly explained, if Lu Fei truly committed these acts, I would certainly ensure she apologizes to you. Lin Wanwan halted, incredulous. Vice Principal Lu, what do you mean by that? Do you think I am fabricating accusations against her? No, he replied. I merely wish to convey that such matters carry significant implications regardless of the individuals involved. As school administrators, we must avoid unjustly accusing anyone. If you possess evidence, that would be ideal. Absent such proof, we find ourselves at an impasse. He feigned helplessness, showcasing a skillful display of the duplicitous nature of business dealings. Lin Wanwan clenched her fists, her chest heaving with emotion. She had anticipated Lu Guodong would shield Lu Fei, downplaying the situation and minimizing the deserved consequences. However, she never expected him to outright deny the allegations, demanding evidence from her as if he were entirely dismissive. Is there truly no evidence? Lu Guodong's glasses glinted, his smile betraying a hint of certainty and mockery. Chapter 84. The counterattack begins. Lin Wanwan trembled with indignation. The shamelessness of Lu Guodong exceeded her expectations. Concerned that Lin Wanwan might lose her composure, Lin Xiao stepped forward decisively. Principal Lu, your words indeed hold considerable weight. Your rigorous spirit is commendable. Therefore, we have decided to report this to the authorities. Matters of this nature are best left to professionals. Yes, we will report it. They are not a professional gang. I refuse to believe they left no trace. Inspired by Lin Xiao, Lin Wanwan promptly took out her phone to call the police. This, predictably, flustered Lu Guodong. Wait, he asserted sternly, what you are doing will tarnish our school's reputation and cause significant repercussions. Can you bear the consequences of this? Lin Xiao scoffed dismissively. In this day and age, the perpetrator is not held accountable, yet the victim is expected to take responsibility. TSK. I wonder how these words would be received if they were to spread. Lu Guodong's expression darkened. The two before him were undoubtedly the most challenging students he had encountered in years. In the past, even when students dared to confront him, he could easily intimidate them into silence with a few well-placed threats and empty reassurances. But Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan were impervious to such tactics. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Guodong spoke gravely. Lin Wanwan, you may proceed with reporting, but I must forewarn you that, based on your description, what those individuals did to you amounts to nothing more than pranks. They did not inflict any substantial harm upon you. Setting aside whether the police can even investigate these minor incidents, even if they could ascertain the facts, those responsible would not face imprisonment. At most, they would receive a reprimand. However, think about how your life in this school would be affected. His words trailed off, laden with unspoken threats. Lin Wanwan could no longer endure his condescension. How can you treat us this way? Just as Lin Wanwan was on the verge of breaking down, Lin Xiao swiftly embraced her shoulders. Before she could speak, he asked, So, Principal Lu, do you believe this matter can simply be brushed aside? Seemingly sensing Lin Xiao's inclination to compromise, Lu Guodong's expression brightened. As principal, I certainly cannot allow my students to be wronged. I will personally speak to those girls and arrange for some form of monetary compensation. What had begun as mere threats and indifference now transformed into outright humiliation. Lin Xiao held Lin Wanwan close, gently patting her shoulder. Since Principal Lu has spoken, let us proceed as he suggests. Lin Xiao's face revealed no emotion as he concluded the conversation and led Lin Wanwan away. Once outside the administrative building, Lin Wanwan felt a slight alleviation of her distress, not because she had resigned herself to fate, but rather because she had heard the simmering anger in Lin Xiao's voice. She understood he would not let this go. If this path proved fruitless, they would simply seek another. The following day, Lin Wanwan and Lin Xiao arrived at their classroom as usual. Shortly after they sat down, Lu Fei entered with her entourage. At times, Lin Xiao found himself somewhat admiring Lu Fei. He had not anticipated that, following such a severe conflict, one that had escalated to public hair pulling, they would reconcile. He wondered what sort of dealings transpired between them. Yet, Lin Xiao was indifferent. If they chose to band together, then let them face the consequences together. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed throughout the classroom. Several dead mice and cockroaches tumbled from Lu Fei's desk. Not fake, but real. Blood oozed from the neck of one mouse, clearly fresh. Who did this? Lu Fei's face turned pale as she angrily interrogated everyone present. Almost immediately, she fixed her gaze on Lin Xiao, convinced he was behind this. Before she could voice her accusation, another scream erupted. How is this happening? One of Lu Fei's companions found herself unable to rise from her chair, her skirt firmly glued to the seat. The adhesive was so strong that no amount of tugging could free her. It seemed the only way to escape would be to tear it off or cut it. The girl was utterly distraught, glaring at those around her. At that moment, the teacher arrived. Observing the chaos among the students, he reprimanded them sternly. This teacher was known for his unforgiving demeanor, and even Lu Fei would avoid a direct confrontation with him. Consequently, they had no choice but to sit in silence, biding their time until class was over. However, the moment the teacher dismissed class, Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan swiftly exited, leaving no opportunity for Lu Fei to respond. Lin Xiao had already contacted the dormitory supervisor to change the locks, ensuring that no one could enter freely again. The afternoon class brought even more absurdity. Lu Fei happily accepted a cup of milk tea from a companion, only to spit it out in disgust after a single sip. She discovered it had been replaced with paint water. The bitterness overwhelmed her, driving her to the brink of madness. Without question, this was yet another scheme by Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan. But since this was an elective class, they were nowhere to be found, leaving her to suffer in silence. Upon returning to her dormitory that evening, Lu Fei slumped into a chair, seething with anger. Yet, she soon noticed something amiss. Their dormitory was designed with bunk beds and desks, and now she observed blood seeping through the ceiling boards above. Some dripped down the walls, while others fell directly onto her desk. The sound of dripping echoed eerily, reminiscent of a horror film. She screamed again, hastily retreating to the side, her eyes fixed on her bed, terrified of what she might see. A bold roommate cautiously approached, reaching out to touch the red liquid on her desk, only to find it lacked any metallic scent. It was merely paint. Lu Fei let out a sigh of relief and quickly climbed onto her bed to inspect her bedding. What she beheld almost caused her to faint. Someone had used red paint to outline a human figure on her bed. The depiction so lifelike it appeared as though a person had truly perished there. Chapter 85. Boomerang. If not for her roommate's timely support, Luffy would have surely collapsed. The other roommates, along with a few girls who had come to see Luffy, rushed over to check on her. At that moment, everyone's faces turned pale with fear. Logically, they should have promptly fetched a new set of bedding for Luffy, yet no one dared to confront that horrifying sight. Even knowing it was merely paint, they couldn't muster the courage to glance at it a second time. I want to kill her. I want to kill her. Luffy trembled with rage, shouting in despair. The dormitory's soundproofing was rather inadequate, allowing Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan from the opposite room to hear her cries distinctly. Lin Wanwan was aware of the various pranks Luffy had been subjected to recently, and had gleaned through eavesdropping on Lin Xiao's thoughts that these mischiefs were orchestrated by him. Initially, she felt a tinge of concern for potential retaliation when she witnessed Luffy in distress. However, as she observed Lin Xiao's strategic maneuvers, deftly evading any backlash and employing increasingly ruthless tactics, her worries dissipated. Simultaneously, her admiration for Lin Xiao deepened. She could hardly fathom how she would react if faced with such a bloody figure on her own bed. Would she faint? Listening to the screams and curses emanating from the opposite dormitory, Lin Wanwan could not help but chuckle. It seemed she had overcomplicated the situation. What? Lin Xiao glanced over, puzzled by Lin Wanwan's sudden, disjointed remark. Lin Wanwan's gaze remained fixated on the door, as if she could see Luffy's breakdown and distress through the barrier. I had thought those girls were truly fearless, but now it appears that they are not brave. Rather, I am the one who is timid. Lin Wanwan recalled her initial encounters with Luffy and her friends, instinctively feeling trepidation towards these individuals who disregarded school rules and morals. This apprehension had consistently placed her at a disadvantage whenever she faced them. Upon reflection, these girls were merely peers of her age. They too experienced fear and trepidation. They were not invulnerable and could be hurt. Was it not simply a matter of leaving no evidence behind? If Luffy and her group chose to wear masks and target isolated students in areas devoid of surveillance, others could certainly adopt the same strategy. They were not law enforcement officers, nor were they particularly astute. If one were to retaliate with conviction, who would truly fear whom? There was no need for reason when dealing with such individuals. With this realization, Lin Wanwan found her direction. She swiftly took out her phone and created a group chat. The participants were all students who had suffered at the hands of Luffy and her crew. Having learned from prior experiences, she had discreetly gathered information about these individuals. Understanding that while they were not particularly timid, their challenging family circumstances had restrained them from confronting Luffy directly. They possessed resilience, and even if they did not actively resist, they would not choose to ally with Luffy as others had. In the group chat, Lin Wanwan shared her thoughts and recounted the recent tribulations Luffy had endured, quickly garnering support. Of course, she refrained from disclosing Lin Xiao's role as the mastermind, merely suggesting that if someone could succeed, they too had a chance. By uniting, they could exact revenge this time. The others in the group eagerly responded, swiftly outlining meticulous plans. Some had mentally rehearsed these strategies numerous times. Had they not once been outnumbered, they likely would have acted sooner. Now, with assistance, they were ready to implement their plan. Emulating Lin Xiao's recent tactics, Lin Wanwan helped the girls in the chat identify opportune moments and provided mutual cover. In the ensuing days, Luffy and her associates found their lives increasingly unbearable. With the collective effort of so many, Luffy was utterly unprepared. She noticed the glue on the chairs, but overlooked the substance on the tables. She observed the dye in her milk tea, but failed to notice the contents in her cup. She discovered a dead mouse on her bed, yet overlooked the one hidden in her drawer. After enduring this relentless torment, Luffy's mental state teetered on the brink of collapse. Unable to withstand it any longer, she, along with a few girls, took their grievances to the vice principal, her father. What? Lu Guodong's previously composed demeanor shattered upon hearing his daughter's cries. Luffy was his cherished jewel. Even after her previous significant missteps, he had only reprimanded her sternly without imposing harsher punishments. To learn that she had been so bullied in her own school was unfathomable. Principal Lu, please help us. Indeed, those individuals have gone too far. Especially the two instigators, Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan. They are to blame. The girls took turns recounting their recent experiences, tears streaming down their faces. Upon hearing the names of the two perpetrators, Lu Guodong's anger flared, and he commanded, "Bring them to me." Chapter 86. The counterattack intensifies. Lin Xiao had long anticipated the arrival of this day and calmly made his way to the principal's office. Initially, he intended to come alone, but Lin Wanwan insisted that he should not shoulder the burden by himself. As the two of them stood before the familiar office door once more, their emotions were entirely different from before, as was the balance of power. Upon entering, they disregarded the presence of Lu Fei and others, striding directly to the desk. "You called us here. May I ask what the matter is?" Lin Xiao inquired with a faint smile, exuding an air of innocence. "What on earth is going on with you two? Is it amusing to bully your classmates?" Lu Guodong was making every effort to control his emotions. However, the thought of his beloved daughter being bullied by these two was beyond his capacity to restrain himself. Tilting his head in feigned confusion, Lin Xiao asked, "Principal Lu, what are you talking about? I'm afraid I don't quite understand." Lin Wanwan nodded in agreement, her expression one of pure innocence. Lu Guodong, trembling, pointed at Lu Fei and her companions. "They claim that you have been engaging in numerous outrageous acts at school, including pouring glue on their seats and adding substances to their water cups. Do you realize this constitutes school bullying?" Lin Xiao feigned surprise, covering his mouth and turning to glance at Lu Fei. "Is that what they said?" Gritting his teeth, Lu Guodong retorted, "Of course. You two are utterly lawless, our school." Before he could finish, Lin Xiao interjected, "Do you have any evidence?" "What did you say?" Lu Guodong was momentarily taken aback. "I mean, as the principal, you cannot unjustly accuse every student. So, do you have any evidence?" Lin Xiao gazed earnestly into Lu Guodong's eyes. Though it was a question, his demeanor was calm. Based on his understanding of Lu Guodong, he knew that discovering his cherished daughter had been bullied would infuriate him. If there were indeed substantial evidence, there would be no need to waste time summoning them for questioning. The authorities would have been contacted long ago. As expected, Lu Guodong was momentarily rendered speechless by Lin Xiao's words. Seeing this, Lu Fei could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Dad, let's call the police." "All right, call the police." Lu Guodong, as if prompted, immediately reached for his phone. "I refuse to believe that you two will remain obstinate when the police arrive." However, Lin Xiao simply laughed. "Principal Lu, is it truly necessary to involve the police over such a trivial matter? Aren't you concerned about the impact on the school's reputation?" Lu Guodong paused, his hands suspended in midair. Lin Wanwan then chimed in, "Indeed. Moreover, even if the police do arrive and investigate, should they find that matters transpired as they claimed, it would amount to little more than a prank, causing no substantial harm to them. It is unlikely we would face imprisonment. At worst, we would receive a reprimand. However, the repercussions for the school and them would likely be significant. Wouldn't you agree?" Listening to these familiar words, Lu Guodong felt as if the world was spinning around him. He nearly blurted out a question. "So, are we just letting this slide?" But recalling the humiliation he had previously inflicted on them, he suppressed the urge to speak. Yet, one of the girls beside Lu Fei, unaware of the situation, voiced the question aloud. "So we just let it go? If you truly feel an imbalance, how about we both chip in a little money to compensate you?" Lin Xiao observed the unfolding scene with satisfaction. However, this was merely tit for tat. His true vengeance was yet to come. Noticing Lu Guodong rendered speechless with anger, Lin Xiao casually remarked, "Principal Lu, with the principal currently absent, you are responsible for the school's affairs. Surely you wouldn't let these unrelated individuals tarnish your reputation?" "Unrelated individuals?" Lu Guodong lifted his head, his face a mask of confusion. Logically, they should have known that Lu Fei was his daughter, and she had just called him dad. Was this merely a tactic to provoke him? However, after Lin Xiao spoke, he abruptly covered his mouth. My apologies. I forgot that you seem unaware of the fact that Lu Fei is not your biological daughter." "Oh dear sister, what should we do? How did I inadvertently disclose such a secret?" Lin Wanwan had not previously heard Lin Xiao mention this matter, and she was equally astonished. However, recalling Lin Xiao's uncanny foresight, she immediately added, "You really should be more careful. Such matters should be shared with Principal Lu in private, at the appropriate moment." "Yes, indeed. Perhaps we should save this discussion for a more opportune time. If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave," Lin Xiao said, feigning a desire to exit. Yet, before he could reach the door, a shrill voice called from behind, "Lin Xiao, don't go too far. You may bully me, but if you speak such words, are you not afraid I will report you for slander?" As anticipated by Lin Xiao, this absurdity, while the principal might treat it lightly, would not be overlooked by Lu Fei. Turning around, Lin Xiao blinked and asked, "Are you certain you want to call the police? The truth that emerges may not be known solely to those present. Can your family truly afford such disgrace? Don't think you can intimidate me with that. You are spreading rumors here. The police will arrest you," Lu Fei retorted, rummaging through her bag for her phone to call the authorities. Fei, wait a moment." Lu Guodong, being a mature adult, though enraged, sensed something amiss in Lin Xiao's words. Logically, the retorts exchanged had already provided some relief for their previous grievances. There was no need to seek further trouble in this manner. Accusing a principal of slander was a serious matter. Was it truly necessary for them to proceed in this way? "Lin Xiao, what do your words mean?" Lu Guodong squinted, asking pointedly, "You must understand that this matter is not akin to your petty squabbles. If it truly harms our family's reputation, we will pursue this to the bitter end." Lin Xiao had been waiting for Lu Guodong to dig deeper. Once Lu Guodong harbored doubts, the subsequent words he spoke would surely resonate. "Principal Lu, is it difficult to comprehend that Lu Fei is not your biological daughter? If you doubt this, consider whether your wife left Beijing for a time during her pregnancy." Chapter 87. Who wears the green hat? Upon hearing those words, Lu Guodong stood frozen in place. Though 2 decades had elapsed, the events of that time weighed heavily on his conscience, leaving an indelible mark in his memory. When his wife was pregnant, he had yet to achieve his current stature, merely serving as a teacher at a modest institution on the outskirts of the capital. During that period, he was particularly occupied, often burdening his wife with the task of delivering gifts to various officials during holidays. One such official happened to be out of town, prompting him to send his wife alone. Reluctantly, she complied. For the subsequent 2 days, he received no word from her. initially attributing her silence to a sulking demeanor. However, on the third day, a call from her shattered his assumptions. She had been involved in a car accident on her way back. Although the child was safe, she needed to remain in the hospital for further observation. Overwhelmed with guilt, he yearned to visit her, yet she unleashed her fury upon him, declaring her unwillingness to see him. Aware of her resentment, he refrained from arguing, choosing instead to wait patiently in the capital for her return. Upon her arrival, her demeanor remained cold. Coupled with his demanding schedule and limited time at home, their interactions dwindled to an alarming infrequency. On the day of childbirth, he found himself entertaining guests, arriving at the hospital only to discover that the child had already been tended to, and both mother and baby were asleep. Gazing at the adorable infant and his wife's exhausted visage, an overwhelming wave of remorse surged within him. Even now, the recollection stirs emotions that bring a warmth to his eyes and a sting to his nose. In an attempt to assuage his guilt, he endeavored to be especially kind to his family, believing this would alleviate the turmoil within his heart. Yet, as he sank deeper into reminiscence, a chilling voice interrupted his thoughts. At that time, your wife, feeling wronged, sought revenge on you, which included finding another man. Lin Xiao stated matter-of-factly, adding that, unexpectedly, the passion during that encounter led to a miscarriage. Lu Guodong lifted his head in a daze, seemingly unable to comprehend Lin Xiao's implications. Before he could retort, Lin Xiao raised a hand to interject. You can easily verify this with the hospital. Such matters cannot be fabricated. The hospital where your wife later gave birth was a private establishment owned by her close friend, where arrangements were made in advance, ensuring that no inquiries would yield any results. As for Lu Fei, she was adopted from another couple, prearranged by your wife's confidant. Oh, and you might consider conducting a paternity test with Lu Fei, which would provide a more definitive answer. Lu Guodong gaped, his rebuttals and curses lodged in his throat. The others present were equally struck into silence, Lu Fei included. Known for her arrogance, she was not foolish enough to dismiss Lin Xiao and Appo's assertions lightly. If his claims were mere fabrications, the repercussions could be dire. Observing Lu Guodong's stunned expression, Lin Xiao couldn't suppress a laugh. Regardless, the first child your wife carried was not yours. Thus, even if that child had survived, your situation would remain unchanged. What are you saying? Lu Guodong croaked, barely managing to voice his question, the challenge lacking conviction. After enduring a barrage of emotional blows, his mind was clouded. Torn between guilt from his memories and an insatiable quest for truth, he faltered. After Lu Fei's arrival, your wife must have desired to bear you a son. Yet her attempts were in vain. She deceived you into thinking a medical check would clarify the situation, only to discover your infertility. Lin Xiao feigned innocence, hiding his glee behind a nonchalant demeanor. As for Lu Fei, no, the original child. Whose was that? Lu Guodong felt as though he might shatter. Oh, I couldn't possibly say. You know better than I how your wife reveled in her freedom before marriage, Lin Xiao retorted, ruthlessly twisting the knife in Lu Guodong's heart. Lu Guodong staggered, nearly losing his balance. Struggling to steady himself, he sank into a chair, his expression aging him a decade in an instant. At that moment, Lu Fei snapped back to reality, suddenly aware of the catastrophic implications of such revelations. The thought of her mother having deceived her father for 2 decades was unbearable, and the knowledge that she, too, could suffer ramifications was terrifying. Everything she possessed was bestowed by him. If he rejected her, the consequences would be dire. Dad, don't listen to him. I am your daughter, Lu Fei exclaimed, kneeling and clinging to Lu Guodong's leg. Though anger coursed through him, seeing his daughter evoked a deeper sense of sorrow and anguish. After all these years of father-daughter connection, how could he feel nothing? Even knowing she was not his biological child, he could not harden his heart. Lin Xiao, however, glanced at his watch and, with a semblance of kindness, reminded Lu Guodong. Oh, by the way, Principal Lu, although your wife is aware of your infertility, she hasn't given up on the idea of having a son for the sake of your family's fortune. Lu Guodong's body tensed. What do you mean by that? It means... Well, never mind. You should take a look at your neighbor, Old Wang. If they visit a couple more times, you might catch them in the act. Lin Xiao waved dismissively. Dad, don't listen to him. Dad. Lu Fei realized that if her father truly witnessed her mother's infidelity, it would likely be the final straw. Desperately, she attempted to intervene, but Lu Guodong seemed to regain his strength, shaking her off and striding purposefully toward the exit. Halfway there, he paused as a thought struck him. He retrieved his phone and dialed his wife. "Hello, where are you?" he asked, suppressing his fury as soon as the call connected. "I'm out shopping, old Lou. What's the matter?" A woman's voice replied, laced with subtle, intimate breaths. Chapter 88. Turmoil. The sound reverberated through the room, causing all present to shudder involuntarily. Had it not been for Lin Xiao's earlier warning, they may not have fathomed its significance. However, with the prior suspicion lingering in their minds, this sound served as a chilling confirmation. "Principal Lu, there is no need for such trouble. Hand me your phone." Lin Xiao extended his hand. At this moment, Lu Guodong could no longer maintain his composure. Under the weight of successive revelations, he subconsciously acknowledged Lin Xiao as the harbinger of truth. After passing the phone over, he watched as Lin Xiao tapped away on the screen, which soon displayed some disturbing images. The familiar sound emerged, at times sultry, at times anguished, and at times pleasurable. Even without viewing the visuals, one could vividly imagine the unfolding drama. "Hey Xiao, this." Lin Wanwan seemed to realize something, her cheeks flushing crimson. It was only then that Lin Xiao remembered she was still present, hurriedly covering her ears. "Sister, you mustn't listen to this nonsense." Lin Wanwan did not resist. She allowed Lin Xiao to shield her. She had her suspicions, yet she never anticipated Lin Xiao's prowess in uncovering such truths. Lu Guodong's eyes reddened further as he beheld the screen. Seeking confirmation, he dialed his wife's number once more. Indeed, the ringtone of his wife's phone echoed from the video feed. This was no fabrication. It was all too real. That old Wong next door has long been fixated on your wife. He hacked into your home's cameras, surveilling her every move. Little did he realize that while infiltrating others, he also unwittingly exposed his own network, making it easy for retaliation. Lin Xiao patiently elucidated the situation. In a fit of rage, Lu Guodong hurled the phone to the ground. "This is outrageous. How could she betray me after all I do for her? Dad, please, don't act impulsively." Mom must have been momentarily confused. "No, it's all her fault. Every bit of it." Lu Fei attempted to interject, but upon witnessing her father's furious gaze, she understood that some matters were beyond salvaging. For the sake of her future, she clung to Lu Guodong's leg. "Dad, this is all Mom's fault. I am innocent. I have been with you since birth. I know nothing. Dad, rest assured, regardless of what transpires, I will honor you and support you in your old age." Whether these words stemmed from genuine intent or ulterior motives, they were heartfelt in the moment. She could not afford to lose her father, her status as the daughter of the Lu family, nor the wealth and prestige that accompanied it. Lu Guodong gazed down at his daughter, whom he had raised for 20 years, observing her tear-streaked face, and his heart softened. He gently lifted Lu Fei, stroking her hair. He thought to himself that even if he could not have a biological son, raising a daughter was still a blessing. Yet Lin Xiao interjected once more. "Principal Lu, do not be hasty. Do you truly believe matters are so straightforward? Oh no, it is far more complex." Seated comfortably on the sofa, Lin Xiao leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. After taking a delicate sip, he placed the cup down with a resounding thud, startling Lu Fei. She had only just begun to mend her father's heart and could not afford any further missteps. "Lin Xiao, what are you plotting? Do you truly wish to witness our downfall? What do you not wish to hear?" Lin Xiao feigned surprise as he glanced at Lu Guodong. After all, the principal was not without age. Perhaps some ignorance could be excused. Lu Guodong clenched his fists. At just over 40, he was still in his prime. How could he be deemed old? He understood that probing further could lead to greater despair. Yet, reflecting on the past 20 years of ignorance, alongside the reality he now faced, he felt no regret for uncovering these truths today. Was he to play the role of the deceived husband forever, becoming a lifelong laughingstock? Moreover, having endured the betrayal of his wife, what more could there be that he could not handle? "Speak, what else is there?" Lu Guodong inhaled deeply, posing the question with a calm demeanor. Lin Xiao smiled. "Do you not wish to know the identities of Lu Fei's biological parents?" "Absolutely not." Lu Fei interjected without hesitation, her voice rising in panic. "I do not care who they are. It is irrelevant. I have only one father." Lu Guodong gestured for her to quiet down and turned to Lin Xiao. "Is this something you truly know?" "Indeed," with a discerning eye. "You should have deduced this long ago," Lin Xiao replied, deliberately withholding further details. Having ascended from an ordinary teacher to the position of university principal, Lu Guodong was no fool. Lin Xiao's insinuation was clear. Lu Fei's biological parents were likely close at hand. As he ruminated on this, a particular individual surfaced in his mind. Could it be old Zhou? Chapter 89. The Fate of the Villains in Lu Guodong's Mind. The visage of old Xiao gradually began to merge with that of Lu Fei. The features, the expressions, bore a striking resemblance, 7 or 8 parts alike. Upon closer reflection, it became apparent that old Zhou had always treated Lu Fei with remarkable kindness. Even when Lu Fei displayed her temper, dismissing others with arrogance, old Zhou remained unperturbed, always responding with joviality and apologies. On occasions when he noticed Lu Fei in a foul mood, he would offer her comfort. During her birthday, he would present her with extravagant gifts. Until now, Lu Guodong had believed that old Zhou's actions were merely expressions of gratitude towards him. Yet, it seemed that the matter was far more intricate. Old Zhou was not only Lu Guodong's chauffeur, but also a childhood companion. Due to Lu Guodong's academic prowess and the support of his family, his career flourished. In contrast, old Zhou hailed from a less fortunate background. His parents were indifferent, leading him to a mischievous youth that disregarded education. He barely graduated high school and, seeing no hope for university, ventured into society early. After several years of struggle, he had achieved little. When Lu Guodong's career began to take shape, he offered to help his former brother by hiring him as a driver. What was intended as a benevolent gesture was perceived by old Zhou as charity and humiliation. Though he outwardly expressed gratitude for the decent salary, resentment simmered within him. This bitterness festered, and upon inadvertently overhearing plans involving Lu Guodong's wife, he deliberately sought an intermediary to send his own child away. Although he had meandered through life aimlessly, the thought that his daughter could enjoy a life of luxury with Lu Guodong brought him a sense of relief. He felt not a shred of guilt, believing instead that Lu Guodong owed him this. Principal Lu, have you not noticed that your health began to deteriorate only after Lu Fei's arrival? Lin Xiao sipped his tea leisurely. Lu Guodong appeared bewildered, clearly unaware of the implications. Your infertility, once treatable, was sabotaged by your driver, who feared you might mistreat his daughter should you have another child. He began to drug your water regularly, and over time, you became irredeemable. Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Guodong with a hint of regret. The latter trembled with rage, attempting to call old Zhou only to discover his phone shattered. He moved to the desk, picking up the office phone to dial. Old Zhou, come to my office immediately. After issuing the command, he hung up without awaiting a response. At this moment, Lu Fei was utterly confused, unsure of how to react. Her earlier plea for mercy stemmed from her ignorance about her biological parents. She had thought that if she had indeed been abandoned or sold, they would never seek her out. However, the current situation was different. Her real father had been close by all along, and the truth was about to be laid bare. Fei, Sister Fei, timid voices interrupted her thoughts. Lu Fei suddenly recalled her entourage still lingered nearby. The humiliation of the situation was now theirs to witness. How could she possibly maintain her standing in school after this? Get out, all of you, she shouted, unable to contain her fury. Although the girls were curious, they understood that this was not their affair and hurriedly exited. And you too, how long do you intend to remain here? Lu Fei glared at Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan, wishing she could devour them whole. Without them, she would still be the esteemed daughter of the Lu family, commanding respect and admiration. All her misfortunes were their fault. As Lin Xiao continued to unveil layer upon layer of revelations, Lin Wanwan's anger dissipated. Witnessing Lu Fei and Lu Guodong in such a disheveled state even made her contemplate celebrating. The ensuing events would surely devolve into a spectacle of conflict. Hardly worth her attention. Ah Xiao, shall we take our leave? Lin Wanwan asked, seeking Lin Xiao's approval. Indeed, let us depart. I'm in a good mood today, sister. Dinner is on me, Lin Xiao replied, rising leisurely and stretching. He led Lin Wanwan out, but they did not venture far, instead hiding around a corner. Before long, a short, middle-aged man emerged from the elevator, old Zhou. As he walked, he muttered curses under his breath. Damn it, do they think I'm their dog? Summoned and dismissed at will. One day, I'll make them pay. Yet, upon reaching the principal's office, he donned a sycophantic grin. After a gentle knock, he entered. Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan quietly approached the door, intent on eavesdropping. Their interest was not solely for amusement. A principal like Lu Guodong, remaining in power, would only taint the school further. Their revelations about his family were merely a means of catharsis. Lin Xiao's true goal was to see Lu Guodong ousted from his position entirely. Once old Zhou entered the office, Lu Guodong laid everything bare. As expected, old Zhou, harboring long-standing grievances, promptly admitted his wrongdoings while mocking Lu Guodong. Soon, The two were embroiled in a physical altercation. Lu Fei, seeking to secure her future wealth, naturally aligned herself with Lu Guodong. The odds shifted to 2 against 1, leaving old Zhou at a disadvantage. You petty man, do you truly believe your meager wealth makes you superior? Do you dare to threaten me? I will expose all your sordid deeds. Old Zhou's outcry caught Lin Xiao's attention, and seizing the moment, he retrieved his phone, recording through the door's crevice. Old Zhou spared no detail, divulging Lu Guodong's corruption and embezzlement without reservation. Instead of being intimidated, Lu Guodong's aggression escalated, leaving old Zhou bloodied and battered. After capturing the evidence he sought, Lin Xiao kindly alerted the authorities. When the police arrived to escort the three away, footage of Lu Guodong's illegal activities swiftly circulated online. Days later, Lin Xiao, Lin Wanwan, and all the girls who had suffered bullying gathered joyfully to celebrate. Have you heard? Lu Fei's former entourage has completely shunned her. Of course, those girls have no morals. They were the first to spread rumors about Lu Fei's origins. I also heard she confronted her mother, or rather, her adoptive mother, and during their altercation, her mother suffered a miscarriage and is supposedly unable to bear children anymore. Huh. Lu Fei didn't fare well either. Her mother pushed her down the stairs, leaving her disabled, and that nosy neighbor, old Wang, got caught filming and is now facing divorce. The chatter around him was a symphony of schadenfreude, which Lin Xiao absorbed silently, having already anticipated these events through his spectator system. However, what mattered most to him was that he had successfully liberated Lin Wanwan from the torment of bullying, thereby fulfilling his mission splendidly. In just a day or two, he would begin packing his belongings, ready to leave this girls' school behind. In a moment of joy, a timid voice reached Lin Xiao's ears. Hello, Lin Xiao. He looked up to see a charming girl, her face flushed and a pink envelope clutched in her hand. Before Lin Xiao could inquire further, she hastily thrust the envelope into his hands and fled without a backward glance. Chapter 90. What to do when you're too popular. Lin Xiao stared at the envelope, momentarily lost in thought before suddenly realizing its significance. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, he quickly tucked the envelope into his clothing. However, this fleeting moment did not escape the keen eyes of Lin Wanwan, who was nearby. Ah Xiao, could that possibly be? Nothing, Lin Xiao said, giving Lin Wanwan a stiff glance and lowering his voice. We'll discuss it later. Lin Wanwan smiled knowingly, her expression laden with meaning. After the gathering concluded and they returned to their dormitory, she immediately leaned in closer. Ah Xiao, take a look. Indeed, no one could resist the allure of gossip. Lin Xiao could only shake his head in resignation as he retrieved the pink envelope from his chest. Drawing near, he caught a whiff of its delicate fragrance. The letter was lengthy, yet the message was simple. I like you filled an entire page. Suddenly struck by an epiphany, Lin Xiao tossed the letter onto the table and grabbed a mirror to inspect himself. Wait a moment, is this really a love letter? Did my appearance deceive her? Huh, not really. Could it be that she recognized I'm not a girl? Ahem, Ah Xiao, Lin Wanwan interjected at the right moment. Isn't there a possibility? Just a possibility. That she likes girls? Lin Xiao trembled as he lifted his gaze. It seemed that this was indeed the only plausible explanation. Lin Wanwan picked up the letter and glanced at the signature at the bottom, a vague silhouette flickering in her mind. The girl had hurried away earlier, and she hadn't caught a good look at her. However, if her memory served her correctly, this girl was from the same major, and they had previously attended a public course together. In Lin Wanwan and Appo's recollection, the girl was typically low-key, always sitting quietly in the corner with friends during class, unobtrusive. How could this happen? Lin Xiao was still engulfed in profound self-doubt. To be noticed by a girl who liked girls was, indeed, quite a blow to him. Lin Wanwan chuckled. I guess your earlier confrontation with Lu Fei made quite an impression on many, leading someone to develop feelings for you. So, all right. I'll clarify things with her tomorrow. Lin Xiao took out his phone and sent a message to the contact on the letter. Let us meet behind the school playground at 5:00 and Appo's clock tomorrow. Coincidentally, tomorrow was Friday, and Lin Xiao had already packed his belongings, ready to head home with Lin Wanwan, marking his formal farewell to life at an all-girls school. The reply came swiftly, affirming her attendance, adorned with a cute emoji. In the past, Lin Xiao would have felt a flicker of joy at such affection, but now, he only felt a throbbing headache. The following day, accompanied by Lin Wanwan, Lin Xiao arrived at the playground. From a distance, he spotted the adorable girl standing beneath a tree, appearing somewhat anxious. To spare the girl any embarrassment, Lin Wanwan wisely chose to wait at a distance, opting not to approach. Upon seeing Lin Xiao approach, the girl's eyes lit up as she jogged toward him. You agreed? No. I just wanted to tell you that there seems to be a misunderstanding. Lin Xiao wasted no time, directly revealing that he was a boy and the reason for attending this school. The girl's expression shifted from surprise to a semblance of confusion. Yet contrary to Lin Xiao and Appo's expectations, there was no sign of disgust. In his mind, this type of girl would likely despise men and abhor being deceived by them. So why did she seem so unfazed? Oh, I see. The girl finally reacted, and after a moment of hesitation, she solemnly added, Actually, I don't mind. Huh. Lin Xiao was taken aback. I mean, I don't mind that you're a boy. I'm not someone who only likes girls. I like boys too. The girl lifted her head, a smile gracing her face. Is it truly possible for such a thing? Lin Xiao was utterly unprepared for the conversation to unfold in such a bizarre direction. He hastily stepped back and raised a hand. Wait. I'm not looking to start a relationship right now. I'm really sorry. The girl was undeniably charming, especially when she smiled, radiating warmth. This made Lin Xiao feel a twinge of regret. But what could he do? He was a heartbreaker. He couldn't force himself into such feelings. Nor did he wish to deceive her. The girl stared at Lin Xiao, her gaze unwavering and sincere, devoid of any romantic pretense. Suddenly, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her lips quivered as she turned away, weeping softly. Hey, please don't cry. Lin Xiao was caught off guard. But the girl didn't give him a chance to offer comfort, running away with her face covered. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Xiao let out a heavy sigh. Did you hurt someone's feelings? Lin Wanwan appeared beside him, gently patting Lin Xiao's shoulder. Ah Xiao, just being honest with that girl already makes you a good man. I have faith in you. Lin Xiao shot her an exasperated glance and turned to walk toward the exit. Lin Wanwan hurried after him, still reveling in the drama. Ah Xiao, I heard from my parents that there are quite a few girls who like you at your school. TSK, you're quite popular. Who knows? You might catch the eye of a wealthy lady someday. Faced with Lin Wanwan's teasing, Lin Xiao remained silent, quickening his pace. Upon reaching the entrance, he found that the family driver had yet to arrive. He decided to wait curbside for a while, but just then, an extravagant car glided into view. From the vehicle emerged a woman of about 40, elegantly dressed in luxurious attire. She approached Lin Xiao directly, leaving him somewhat bewildered, and he turned to Lin Wanwan, who shared his confusion. Are you students here? The woman inquired with a smile. Yes, Lin Xiao replied, still puzzled but responding truthfully. The woman exuded an air of sophistication, her every gesture radiating grace. Perhaps she was merely waiting for her child and wished to engage in light conversation. She produced a bottle of Evian from her bag and offered it to him. Here, please have a drink. Although still perplexed, Lin Xiao accepted the bottle, twisting off the cap and taking a few sips. He was indeed thirsty, and he suspected the woman might be trying to gather information by feigning friendliness. Moreover, they were at the school gate, so he felt no apprehension about encountering any ill-intentioned individuals. However, after finishing the drink, he noticed the woman's smile growing even brighter. She edged closer, wrapping her arm around his, and sweetly said, Dear, since you've agreed, let us go with your sister. This sudden turn of events left both Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan utterly stunned. Chapter 91. A close call. Wait a moment. What do you mean by that, sister? Lin Xiao, being a boy, possessed considerable strength. He stood firmly in place, refusing to take a single step forward. The woman turned her head, a hint of impatience flickering in her eyes. I ought to ask you the same. Since you drank my water, you and Appo's, were you not willing to come with me? Are you toying with me? Lin Xiao was utterly perplexed. What sort of reasoning was it that drinking water necessitated following someone? Lin Wanwan hastily stepped forward to mediate. Sister, my brother, she truly doesn't understand anything. I also find this puzzling. Could you please clarify what you want? The woman scrutinized Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan, realizing they were not attempting to deceive her, and impatiently explained, I am here to find a friend, understand? Accepting and drinking my water signifies agreement. Lin Wanwan remained thoroughly bewildered. However, Lin Xiao suddenly grasped the situation. He recalled that delivering water was indeed a discreet method of seeking a lover, typically between opposite sexes. He never imagined a wealthy woman would seek a partner at a girls' school. But then again, who said affluent women must be attracted to men? The earlier jest by Lin Wanwan about him being appealing to rich women echoed in his mind, leaving him both amused and exasperated. He couldn't decide whether to commend Lin Wanwan for her foresight or chastise her for her ill-fated jest. At that moment, Lin Wanwan also came to a realization. Anxiously, she attempted to explain, "Sister, we genuinely know nothing about this. We are truly sorry." Yet, the woman merely scoffed, retorting, "Rules are rules. Don't think you can brush this off with ignorance. Do you truly wish to take him?" Lin Wanwan glanced awkwardly at Lin Xiao, recalling her earlier jest, realizing it was indeed a case of ill-timed humor. "Of course, I noticed her from afar, and since he drank my water, he must come to bed with me," the woman stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, chills ran down Lin Xiao's spine as he attempted to break free but found himself held firmly. While he could force his way out, he feared the commotion it might cause, which would lead to a significant loss of face. Just as they were at a loss for how to proceed, a familiar voice echoed from behind the woman. "Ah Xiao, Wanwan, what are you doing?" "Sister." Upon hearing that voice, Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan's eyes lit up. They looked up to see Lin Chuj standing by a luxury car, dressed in a striking red dress, her long curls cascading over her shoulders, exuding a regal aura. The woman who had been gripping Lin Xiao suddenly appeared as a mere country bumpkin in comparison, losing all semblance of authority. "Sister, what brings you here?" Lin Wanwan hurried over and wrapped her arms around Lin Chuj and Apos. Lin Chuj was momentarily taken aback. In her memory, Lin Wanwan had always maintained a polite yet distant demeanor, making this display of affection a first. Lin Chuj and Apos' heart softened instantly as she gently inquired, "What's wrong?" "No, it's Ah Xiao, accidentally drank this sister and Apos' water, and then..." Lin Wanwan blushed, unable to articulate the chaotic events. Fortunately, Lin Chuj, being worldly wise, quickly sensed the underlying tension. She surveyed the woman coldly and remarked, "Sister, our younger generation is rather naive. Let us not escalate this matter unnecessarily." The woman faltered upon seeing Lin Chuj. As a woman herself, she instantly recognized the value of Lin Chuj's attire and accessories, not to mention the luxury car that seemed to be a limited edition. However, recalling her earlier stubbornness, and continued to hold her ground. "If I recall correctly, your husband is a minor shareholder in the buy group, is he not?" "How do you know that?" The woman's complexion drained of color. She was married and had a husband, and engaging in such activities was already a secret she had kept well hidden. Her appearance was completely different from her usual self, and the car she was driving was borrowed from a friend. She hadn't anticipated being unmasked so easily. "My surname is Lin. What do you think?" Lin Chuj smirked, threateningly stating, "If you wish to avoid making headlines tomorrow, I suggest you leave at once." The woman trembled. How unfortunate she was, finally finding someone appealing only to discover he was connected to the Lin family. She understood that Lin Chuj's words were not mere threats, but a genuine warning. Without a moment's hesitation, she released Lin Xiao and hurriedly fled in her car. "Sister, you're amazing. If you hadn't arrived, I might have truly been taken away by that old woman," Lin Xiao exclaimed, joining Lin Chuj's side, showering her with praise. Lin Wanwan rolled her eyes, reflecting on how she had just referred to the woman as sister, but was now calling her an old woman. Only someone as beautiful and kind-hearted as our sister deserves to be called that. Lin Xiao clung to Lin Chuj's arm, unwilling to let go. Lin Chuj disdainfully shook him off and urged, "All right, let us get going." Happily, Lin Wanwan and Lin Xiao climbed into the car. "By the way, sister," a glimmer of deeper meaning flickering in her eyes, "today, the driver had some family matters to attend to, and I also have a gift prepared for both of you." Chapter 92. The mysterious person in the restroom. Lin Xiao reminisced about the gifts his elder sister had previously bestowed upon him, which were predominantly luxurious items, and a sense of anticipation began to blossom within him. Although he was not in want of money, he often found that the clothes he purchased for himself were rather unattractive, leading to ridicule from his peers at school, who deemed him foolishly affluent. In stark contrast, his sister possessed an impeccable sense of aesthetics, ensuring that every gift she presented was not only visually appealing, but also practical. Thus, with a heart full of expectation, Lin Xiao returned home. The Lin couple, along with Lin Baixian, had long awaited his arrival and had prepared a lavish feast. Lin Xiao had successfully aided Lin Wanwan in resolving her troubles, earning him the title of a benefactor within the Lin family. Delicacies such as abalone, sea cucumber, fish fins, and Australian lobster filled his bowl. The transformation in Lin Wanwan's demeanor also brought joy to the family, with Su Xiaomei's eyes glistening with emotion. The death of her former friend had cast an enduring shadow upon her heart, and Lin Wanwan's newfound attitude seemed to dissipate those lingering shadows. From this day forth, they would be true mother and daughter, providing a sense of closure to her departed friend. As dinner concluded, Lin Xiao could no longer contain his curiosity and eagerly inquired, "Elder sister, did you not mention preparing gifts for us?" "Ah, how could I almost forget?" Lin Chuj replied with a mischievous smile, retrieving 2 large paper bags from the side. They appeared to contain clothing, aligning with Lin Xiao's earlier expectations. However, to his astonishment, upon opening the bags, he discovered 2 exquisite dresses. The fabric was of exceptional quality, shimmering under the light, and the design and tailoring were exquisite, clearly of considerable value. "How beautiful!" Lin Wanwan exclaimed, her eyes widening in delight. No girl could resist the allure of a lovely dress, especially one like Lin Wanwan, who had spent years in a semi-closed school environment, donning uniforms daily. The sight of such beautiful attire captivated her, and she felt an immediate urge to try one on. Yet, Lin Xiao found himself frozen in place, awkwardly stammering, Elder sister, did you perhaps buy the wrong size?" "Not at all, it's your size." "What's wrong? Don't you like them?" Lin Chuj inquired with a smile. "No, I'm a boy. Why would I wear a dress?" Lin Xiao struggled to maintain his composure. He had sensed the playful glint in his sister's smile, and it was evident that mischief was afoot. Lin Chuj surveyed him with an amused expression. "I noticed you seemed quite pleased in women's clothing lately." At that moment, Lin Xiao realized that he had indeed grown accustomed to wearing women's attire. The thought of suddenly removing the wig felt rather strange. Moreover, those dresses appeared somewhat appealing. Perhaps he should try one on? No. The horrifying notion struck him, prompting an immediate shake of his head. He had heard it said that certain things only occur once or an infinite number of times, and cross-dressing fell into that category. No, he must exercise self-control. Feigning dissatisfaction, he tossed the dresses aside and retreated to his upstairs room. Perhaps he truly played the part convincingly, for upon entering his bedroom, he received a notification of a bank transfer, 500,000, sent by his elder sister. Following that was a message. He initially thought she had mistaken his act for genuine anger and was apologizing, but to his surprise, she instructed him to come to the company the next day. Capitalist. A despicable capitalist. Lin Xiao thought, ready to refuse without a second thought, only to find his sister had sent an image of a contract. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was related to a land development agreement. The address seemed familiar. After a moment of recollection, Lin Xiao remembered it was the piece of land he had chosen when the Lin couple had offered him a house. He recalled the system had informed him that the land would surely appreciate in value. To his astonishment, they had indeed acquired such a vast area, which had indeed increased in worth. As he pondered over the contract, Lin Xiao speculated whether his elder sister intended to gift him the entire parcel of land. That would amount to a substantial fortune. Although he wished to remain passive, he saw no reason to turn down such an unexpected windfall. The following day, Lin Xiao arose early and accompanied Lin Chuj to the company. As he gleefully perused the documents brought by the assistant, his smile gradually faded. What were all these? The desk was piled high with files. He had anticipated a simple arrangement leading to wealth, yet he found himself entangled in a myriad of complexities far beyond his imagination. "I have discussed this with our parents. You will have full authority over the development of this land. This is merely the initial project selection. Once you finalize your choices, we can proceed to the next steps," Lin Chuj declared, her keen eyes sparkling with shrewdness. She spoke the truth. Their ability to acquire this land was indeed thanks to Lin Xiao. Thus, they were more than willing to entrust it to him. However, the reason for allowing Lin Xiao to select the projects was due to their faith in his foresight. Lin Xiao examined the documents, feeling utterly overwhelmed. How could he possibly comprehend all this? Just as he hesitated, the system in his mind chimed in. His eyes lit up, and without further scrutiny of the contents, he seized a nearby pen and began circling selections. Witnessing this, Lin Chuj felt a surge of joy. Her brother was indeed the Lin family's lucky star. However, the sheer volume of documents was staggering. Even with the system's guidance, after laboriously studying for over 2 hours, Lin Xiao had only managed to complete half. Feeling fatigued, he declared a need for rest, and, without waiting for Lin Chuj's response, swiftly exited the room. Fearing she would drag him back, he darted straight into the restroom. Sitting leisurely on the toilet, he began to play with his phone. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard faint sounds emanating from outside the restroom. As if someone was lingering, an unsettling feeling crept over him, prompting him to cautiously open the stall door and peek outside. Yet, just as his head emerged halfway, it was forcefully pushed back down, specifically by a soft object that collided with him. Chapter 93. The Mysterious Woman. When Lin Xiao regained his senses, he found himself seated once again on the toilet. Standing before him was a woman clad in sports attire, adorned with sunglasses and a mask. Lin Xiao instinctively rubbed his nose as he glanced at her chest. If he were to hazard a guess, those two mounds were the very cause of his predicament. "What are you staring at?" the woman retorted, her displeasure evident. Yet, it appeared she was evading something, as she deliberately lowered her voice, fearful of being overheard by those outside. Just as Lin Xiao was about to speak, she swiftly threatened him. "If you dare to expose my location, I swear you'll regret it." Unsure of what the woman was hiding, Lin Xiao opted to remain silent. Soon, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. "What is going on? Is the ladies' room empty? I clearly saw her enter. She couldn't have gone into the men's room, could she? That is possible. Let us check." After a brief discussion, the footsteps began to approach their stall. A frown creased Lin Xiao's brow. This woman was undeniably in trouble. While he had no desire to meddle in the affairs of a stranger, he was uncertain about the identities of those outside. If they mistook him for an accomplice, it could lead to significant misunderstandings. The footsteps halted just outside their stall. "Huh, why is it locked?" someone outside questioned, skepticism lacing their tone. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and shouted, "Of course it's occupied. What is all the noise for? There are plenty of other stalls nearby." The individuals outside seemed taken aback, momentarily forgetting their suspicions, and hurriedly apologized. Sorry. How annoying. Can't a person even take a dump in peace?" Lin Xiao grumbled. After several apologies, the group scurried away. "I must have seen wrong. Sigh, lost her again. Let us just wait at her place." With that, the group moved on, leaving Lin Xiao to look at the woman before him. "If you can help me, consider it a sign of your perceptiveness." The woman exhaled in relief. "So, may I now?" Lin Xiao gestured towards the stall door, indicating his desire to exit. However, the woman seemed to misunderstand him. After pondering for a moment, she rummaged through her bag. Lin Xiao became somewhat bewildered. Surely, she wasn't going to pull out a knife? Upon reflection, it had indeed been rash of him to assume she was a good person. But what if she wasn't? What if those individuals outside were police? A chill ran down his spine at the thought. Just as he contemplated how to subdue the woman quickly, her hand finally emerged from her bag, clutching a large marker. "Turn around," she instructed, nudging Lin Xiao's arm. He was even more confused. Was she really intending to stab him with that pen? That seemed rather impractical. "Hurry up and turn around," she urged, her impatience evident as she grasped his arm and forced him to comply. Moments later, Lin Xiao felt a series of swift movements against his back. "There. This signature is a gift for you. Take care of your clothes, don't wash them," she declared before flinging open the stall door and striding out. "Signature?" Lin Xiao finally processed her words and rushed to the sink, turning to inspect his back in the mirror. Indeed, a flamboyant signature adorned his pristine white jacket. As a student of a university, Lin Xiao prided himself on his academic prowess. Yet, after scrutinizing the signature for a while, he couldn't decipher what it said. After a brief hesitation, he promptly removed the jacket and attempted to wash it in the sink. Alas, the marker was waterproof. No matter how vigorously he scrubbed, the inky mark refused to budge. How could this be? Lin Xiao lamented, feeling utterly despondent. After all, he had aided that woman, yet she had ruined his clothing. This jacket was a gift from his older sister, stylish and well-fitted, a piece he cherished dearly. But now, the woman had vanished, leaving him without recourse for compensation. As his frustration mounted, Lin Xiao resolved that this incident merited a claim for workplace injury. Since he couldn't locate the woman, he would demand his sister replace his jacket. With determination, he stormed back into Lin Xiao's office. To his astonishment, he found the very woman he had just encountered, leisurely seated on the office sofa. Her sunglasses were perched atop her head, and her mask hung casually from one ear. Upon seeing her delicate features, Lin Xiao felt a flicker of recognition. "What are you doing here?" the woman inquired first. Snapping back to reality, Lin Xiao flung his jacket beside her and demanded, "Who gave you the right to scribble on my clothes? It won't wash out, and you must compensate me." The woman blinked in surprise, then glanced at Lin Xiao before returning her gaze to Lin Xiao. "Wait, you actually want to erase my signature? Aren't you my fan? Lady, I don't even know who you are. Then why help me? How was I to know that your admirers would see us together and it might cause me trouble?" "You." Under Lin Xiao's impassioned argument, the woman's expression twisted in frustration. Suddenly, Lin Chuj burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Lin Xiao, Lin Ran. Are you two trying to make me die of laughter while vying for the position of the next Lin Corporation president? Chapter 94. Indeed, a great star. Lin Xiao and the woman exchanged a glance. Lin Xiao? Lin Ran. They spoke almost in unison. At that moment, they both recognized each other's identities. This mysterious and secretive woman turned out to be Lin Ran, the fifth daughter of the Lin family, Lin Xiao's fifth sister. Upon this realization, Lin Xiao finally understood everything that had transpired earlier. Lin Ran was a popular star, and her peculiar attire and furtive behavior were likely attempts to avoid being recognized. The individuals searching for her in the restroom were not malicious or law enforcement. They were paparazzi. Ah, so it is fifth sister. No wonder she looked somewhat familiar. Lin Xiao cautiously approached, intending to retrieve his clothing. However, Lin Ran seized the garment and coldly remarked, "If you find it so distasteful, I shall dispose of it for you. Don't worry, I'll compensate you with a new one." Lin Xiao gazed at Lin Ran's stern expression, feeling somewhat flustered. Did all celebrities possess such a temper? He hadn't meant any offense, and he had arguably rendered her a service. Was her anger truly warranted? Xiao Ran. Lin Chu seemed to recall something, sitting beside Lin Ran and softly saying, "I have already informed you about Lin Yu's situation. It has nothing to do with Xiao. I know you and Lin Yu are close, but..." Before Lin Chu could finish, Lin Ran gently patted her hand. Previously, Lin Chu had worried that Lin Ran might hold Lin Xiao accountable for Lin Yu's actions. After all, Lin Ran was not like Lin Wanwan, who maintained a certain distance from her family, remaining serene regardless of circumstances. Lin Ran had always shared a good relationship with Lin Yu, often bringing him valuable gifts upon her returns home, despite her frequent absences. This time, she had arrived unexpectedly, without any prior notice, and Lin Chu had yet to relay the full details to her. Being children of the Lin family, any discord could potentially sadden their parents. Yet, Lin Ran did not grant Lin Chu an opportunity to speak further. She rose and slowly walked over to Lin Xiao, scrutinizing him from head to toe, her gaze shifting continuously. "Wow, you've only been home for a short while, and you've already won the hearts of our parents." "Oh wait, not just them, they're and Appos. S also eldest sister, second sister, and sixth younger sister." Lin Ran and Appos. S tone bore no discernible emotion, leaving one to wonder whether she was mocking or genuinely complimenting him. Suddenly, she slapped Lin Xiao on the shoulder and leaned in, saying, "I heard you even orchestrated Lin Yu's departure." Lin Xiao slightly turned his head, locking eyes with Lin Ran's lively gaze. For reasons unknown, he felt a wave of nervousness. As her exquisitely beautiful face drew nearer, he quickly took 2 steps back. What do you want?" "Ha ha." At the sight of Lin Xiao's slightly panicked expression, Lin Ran could not contain her laughter. The earlier seriousness and menace vanished in an instant, replaced by a bright and exuberant demeanor. "Oh dear, you look so frightened. Come, sit down." Lin Ran linked her arm with Lin Xiao's, guiding him back to the sofa. She playfully touched Lin Xiao's shoulder and prodded his abs. "Not bad at all. This physique surpasses those skinny little pups in the industry." Lin Ran seemed to admire him as one would a prized possession. Her eyes filled with satisfaction. "Dear brother, would you care to join me in the limelight? I promise to make you a star across the land." Lin Xiao was momentarily bewildered by Lin Ran's sudden change in demeanor. Fortunately, Lin Chu reacted first, swatting Lin Ran's hand away with annoyance. "Control your hands. This is my brother. What are you doing?" Lin Ran dismissed her concern, retorting, "It's precisely because he's my brother that I can touch him. If I were to touch someone on the street, that person would call the police." After saying this, she smiled at Lin Xiao. "Brother, don't you agree?" "Why, yes." No." Lin Xiao suddenly realized, shifting sideways to create a distance of 2 or 3 people between himself and Lin Ran. He dared not voice his thoughts. But if this continued, he might just consider calling the authorities himself. Previously, he had seen interviews featuring Lin Ran in various entertainment news outlets. On screen, she appeared regal and aloof, her exquisite features making her seem like a celestial being. Yet, in this moment, she seemed on the verge of breaking character, particularly her earlier angry expression, which revealed no hint of her true feelings. Was this the acting prowess of a top star? As Lin Xiao pondered, Lin Ran continued her animated chatter. "Oh, brother, don't be so distant. I am your sister, your dear sister. Ah Xiao, what a lovely name. Ah Xiao, let me touch your abs." Lin Xiao cowered in a corner, feeling helpless and small. Thankfully, Lin Chugu was seated directly between them, firmly grasping Lin Ran's hand that sought to intrude. Xiao Ran, you truly don't blame Ah Xiao for Lin Yu's matter? Upon hearing Lin Chuji's serious inquiry, Lin Ran ceased her pretense. A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes as she pouted, don't mention it. I have long held contempt for that Lin Yu. I refrained from acting out for fear of worrying our parents. This response caught Lin Chugu off guard. Lin Ran rolled her eyes. That guy is supposed to be a man, yet he is nothing but a pathetic green tea prince, oblivious to the world outside. When he returns home, he puts on a fade. You all must have been fooled by his charm, but I saw through it long ago. Lin Chugu opened her mouth, speechless for a while. The esteemed president of the Lin Corporation, a prominent figure in the business circles of the capital, was considered a fool in Lin Ran's eyes. Chapter 95. Trouble for the third sister. All right. First tell me, what brings you to the company today? Lin Chuj swiftly shifted the topic. At this mention, Lin Ran raised her hand, her fingertips delicately playing with her hair as she narcissistically declared, of course, it's because of my natural beauty, which has captivated the entire entertainment industry with countless fans. Get to the point, Lin Chuj interrupted without reservation, noticing Lin Ran's pride swelling. I'm being followed by paparazzi. Lin Ran pouted, visibly displeased. I don't know what's going on this time. I can't shake them off. And they keep taking chaotic photos. Elder sister, do you know how difficult it is for me to maintain my image? Lin Chuj rolled her eyes in exasperation. I knew it. It's only during times like this that you think of us. Oh, come on. Lin Ran chuckled awkwardly, her tone betraying her guilt. I was planning to come back after finishing a film. Lin Chuj had been deceived by such words numerous times and was far from convinced. A Xiao has been home for quite some time now, and you and the fourth sister haven't even returned to see us formally. You didn't even attend the previous family reunion. Don't you think that's inappropriate? Perhaps it is a bit inappropriate. Lin Ran turned her face away, lacking conviction. But elder sister, why only mention me and sister? The third sister hasn't returned either? Can you compare yourselves to the third? She is busy with serious matters every day. Lin Chuj couldn't help but tap Lin Ran lightly on the forehead, mentioning the Lin family's third sister. Lin Xiao had some recollection. He remembered hearing that her name was Su Yu, and unlike the others, she did not share the Lin surname. The Su family traditionally allocated a portion of their shares to their children, which could only be inherited by those bearing the surname Su. To ensure her child inherited this share, Su Xiaomei allowed her third daughter to adopt the surname Su. Despite the differing surnames, there was no estrangement in their relationships. In fact, Su Xiaomei intended to groom Su Yu for a position within the Su Corporation, yet from a young age, Su Yu aspired to a career in law, showing no interest in business. Thus, after graduation, she obtained her lawyer's license. Over the years, she became an accomplished attorney, handling significant cases, and recently defended a murder suspect, which caused considerable discontent among her family. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ran shifted the conversation. Elder sister, you should advise the third sister. I recall she is quite intelligent. Why would she choose to defend a murderer this time? Let us not rush to conclusions. Since the third sister can take on this case, it's possible that the person may not be the true culprit. Although Lin Chuj harbored some worries for her sister, she still wished to trust her. At that moment, a notification from the system suddenly resonated in Lin Xiao and Appo's mind. He initially thought it might pertain to Lin Ran and Lin Chuj, but to his surprise, this alert was concerning Su Yu. As he listened to the system and Appo's voice, Lin Xiao and Appo's expression grew increasingly grim. Why did the elder sister have to guess correctly? Simultaneously, Lin Chuj and Lin Ran also perceived Lin Xiao's silent thoughts. Could it be true? That person is really not the actual culprit? Oh no. The third sister is in danger because she is trying to clear her client's name, and the real murderer has targeted her. This true culprit is utterly deranged, planning to eliminate the third sister to prevent her from uncovering the truth. What should I do? I haven't even met the third sister. How can I warn her? Upon hearing these thoughts, Lin Chuj trembled. Is the third sister in danger? She swiftly took out her phone to call Su Yu, but then realized Lin Xiao was still nearby. If she called, their ability to hear Lin Xiao's thoughts would be exposed. I have matters to attend to. I'll go find the secretary to arrange something. You two stay here for a while. With that, Lin Chuj strode purposefully towards the exit. Meanwhile, Lin Ran sat in stunned silence. She was utterly bewildered. She could truly hear Lin Xiao's thoughts. Not long after Lin Xiao returned to the Lin family, Lin Xiao and Lin Baixian had created a small group chat, consisting of everyone except Lin Xiao. Initially, it was to discuss and verify the authenticity of Lin Xiao's thoughts, but it had evolved into a means of communication among them. At that time, Lin Ran, having never experienced it herself, could not fathom that such extraordinary phenomena were real. Despite her trust in her family, she had always believed that her parents and elder sisters were merely teasing her. Never did she expect that it was all true. She had become one of the witnesses. With a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, she fixed her gaze on Lin Xiao. The sensation was utterly enchanting. She hoped Lin Xiao would share more thoughts, especially about her. Coincidentally, Lin Xiao had recovered from his earlier anxiety. To avoid exposure, he decided to find a VoIP service to send a message to Suyu. He trusted that, given Suyu's nature, she might not believe it immediately, but would certainly take it to heart. Thus resolved, Lin Xiao slapped his thigh, intending to download an internet calling app. At that moment, he suddenly noticed Lin Ran staring intently at him, making him feel quite uneasy. Chapter 96. The reminder of the collapsing star. Sister 5. What's wrong? Lin Xiao instinctively covered his collar, fearing that Lin Ran would once again take liberties as she had done moments before. Little brother, what are you doing? Do you really think your sister is some sort of rogue? Lin Ran feigned displeasure, pouting slightly. Isn't that so? Lin Xiao silently scoffed in his heart. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts, merely offering a polite and awkward smile. Lin Ran leaned closer, wrapping an arm around Lin Xiao's shoulder. By the way, little brother, I have 2 colleagues who have recently become quite popular. I wonder if you've heard of them. With that, she pulled out her phone and displayed 2 images. As Lin Xiao gazed at the attractive figures in the photos, a flicker of recognition crossed his mind. However, he rarely followed entertainment news, and even if he stumbled upon it, it would merely pass by his attention. What is up with those 2? Lin Xiao suspected that Lin Ran would inquire about irrelevant figures without reason. Consider them competitors, Lin Ran replied vaguely. In truth, this pair was a couple she had been obsessively following, not out of admiration, but because they struck her as peculiar. They often displayed a flirtatious demeanor on various shows, yet seemed rather distant in private. More importantly, they had monopolized a considerable amount of resources that she felt entitled to, given her diligent work ethic. If their relationship were merely a facade, she vowed to retaliate fiercely. Lin Xiao perceived a glimmer of discontent in Lin Ran's eyes. Sister 5, you are both talented and beautiful. It's only a matter of time before you surpass them. As he offered consolation, he discreetly employed his gossip skills to gauge the situation surrounding the duo. To his astonishment, he uncovered some shocking and concealed details. His expression shifted dramatically. Little brother, what is the matter? Lin Ran questioned, her brow furrowed in concern. It's nothing. I just find your circle is truly chaotic, Lin Xiao replied, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What? What do you mean? Lin Ran's interest was piqued. She was somewhat aware of the entertainment industry's turmoil. Yet in this age of advanced technology, the activities of most stars were scrutinized by their fans. This scrutiny had led to a series of public downfalls for numerous celebrities with tangled private lives. Those who remained were likely to have been thoroughly vetted. Could it be that the couple Lin Xiao mentioned were merely fortunate enough to evade scrutiny? As this thought crossed her mind, she eagerly awaited Lin Xiao's further elaboration. However, he wore a conflicted expression, akin to someone grappling with constipation. Just as Lin Ran was about to press him for details, an excited outburst erupted. Oh my! How could the entertainment industry be in such disarray? This isn't merely about hyping a couple, it's a moral collapse. Though that male star is unmarried, he has children already, and with a woman from the fringes no less. That female star is even more impressive, having concealed her marriage for years. Her husband is a wealthy man, old enough to be her father. How could she bear to be with someone so unrefined and unattractive? Yet, should I disclose this to Sister 5? That couple is quite popular, and if I spill the beans, would it not create a troublesome uproar? Furthermore, at that moment, Lin Ran was left utterly astounded. She had suspected that there might be issues with the pair, but never anticipated the gravity of their situation. With such a vast fan base, any hint of scandal could ignite a fierce online backlash. It could potentially lead to a wave of cyberbullying. Indeed, as Lin Xiao had remarked, a public scandal would be quite troublesome. Nevertheless, Lin Ran felt a thrill of delight. Knowing these individuals were less than pristine afforded her the opportunity to undermine them and reclaim the resources she had lost. This matter required a discussion with her manager on how to expose them without allowing the situation to spiral out of control. Moreover, Lin Xiao's internal monologue had not concluded. What else did he wish to convey? Lin Ran was anxious to hear more from him. And yet, I must prioritize rescuing Sister 3. Lin Xiao raged inwardly. Lin Ran remained unconcerned, as Lin Chuj had already reached out to Su Yu. Lin Chuj was well respected by Su Yu. Surely, her words would carry weight. However, Lin Ran's phone soon pinged with a message from Lin Chuj. Xiaoran, I just spoke to Sister 3 and explained the situation, but she seems skeptical. Perhaps you should contact her and persuade her to reconsider. Upon reading this, Lin Ran felt a wave of panic. Sister 3 must not come to harm. With that thought, she rose to make a call. Yet, before she could act, Lin Xiao stood up first. I'm going to the restroom. As Lin Xiao reached the door, Lin Ran overheard his thoughts once more. Thanks to the reminder from that Star-S scandal, I've devised a better plan to save Sister 3. Hee. Logically, upon hearing that Lin Xiao had a plan, Lin Ran should have felt reassured. Yet, the peculiar nature of his laughter left her with an unsettling feeling. After Lin Xiao departed, she quietly followed him. Chapter 97. A different approach. Lin Ran stealthily followed Lin Xiao, making her way to the rooftop of the company. This area was usually deserted, and to avoid detection, she kept her distance. Before long, she observed Lin Xiao taking out his phone to make a call. Hello, is this the Vice Squad? I wish to report an incident of solicitation. Yes, at the Shiyuan Hotel on Jingjing Road, room 8802. It's not a lady involved, it's a duck. Someone is soliciting ducks. Listening to this shocking revelation, Lin Ran was utterly astounded. She never imagined that Lin Xiao's brilliant plan would be to report third sister for solicitation. It was simply explosive. She could easily envision how third sister, Su Yu, would fiercely reprimand this little rascal upon discovering this. However, on a different note, this method seemed quite effective. Meanwhile, after receiving Lin Chuj's call, Su Yu had indeed dismissed the warnings. Primarily, she had always identified as an atheist, placing her faith in science and dismissing any notions of superstition. The messages circulating in that small group had merely brushed past her, as she thought they were just family jokes. The ideas of foreseeing the future or hearing inner voices seemed utterly absurd. Moreover, having worked in her field for many years, she had often helped others clear their names. This experience had instilled in her a naturally cautious disposition, allowing her to detect any irregularities promptly. The hotel she was staying at had been arranged in advance by her assistant. With high security, she believed everything was foolproof and that no issues would arise. However, as she entered her hotel room with her briefcase, she immediately sensed something was amiss. Typically, hotel rooms are sprayed with air freshener after cleaning, and the windows are open to ensure a fresh atmosphere. Yet, in this room, although the window was ajar, the scent of air freshener was overwhelmingly strong, as if it were attempting to mask another odor. With a composed demeanor, Su Yu glanced down and noticed a few specks of ash on what should have been a pristine carpet. Such a blunder in a star-rated hotel? Or perhaps, unbidden, the warning from Lin Chuj resurfaced in her mind. Could someone truly be plotting against her? Gradually, she retreated, intending to exit the room. Yet, the once empty corridor suddenly echoed with footsteps. The footsteps drew nearer and halted outside her door. There was more than one person? In the silence, the thudding of her heart resonated in her ears. The usually composed Su Yu felt a surge of panic, with danger looming on both sides. Was she truly going to fall victim today? Taking a deep breath, she feigned nonchalance and stepped out of the entryway. As she passed the restroom, she swiftly darted inside and locked the door behind her. Damn, these women are far too cautious. Soon, a furious voice erupted from outside. The door was forcefully kicked open, and the individuals waiting outside entered. Hey, it's just a flimsy door. Did you really think I couldn't break in? One of them scoffed. Inside the restroom, Su Yu frantically rummaged through her bag for her phone. Just as she dialed emergency services, her phone died. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the intruders began kicking the door. The lock was of decent quality but was becoming increasingly deformed. With nothing substantial to barricade the door, Su Yu desperately used a hairdryer and some rolled towels, attempting to secure the handle and buy herself a moment. Bang! Another powerful kick resonated. The door remained intact due to the towels, yet the lock continued to warp. Utterly helpless, despair washed over Su Yu. She was responsible for homicide cases, and the perpetrators were undoubtedly ruthless criminals. Falling into their hands would guarantee a grim fate. Regret gnawed at her. Why hadn't she heeded Lin Chuj's advice? Bang! After the third kick, the lock finally gave way. Standing outside were two men, one short and dark-skinned, resembling a monkey, and the other, a muscular figure brimming with strength. Both wore lecherous grins. The thin monkey scrutinized Su Yu with gleaming eyes. Not bad. This lawyer is quite pretty. Let us incapacitate her first. Then we can have our fun. This luxurious suite is all set for us, so why not indulge ourselves? The burly man chuckled as he approached Su Yu. Just as he drew near, she brandished her pepper spray and unleashed it towards his eyes. Ah, my eyes! He yelled in agony, clutching his face. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu dashed past him, determined to escape. However, the seemingly diminutive monkey surprisingly possessed immense strength, grabbing her shoulder and yanking her back with force. Desperate, Su Yu attempted to wield the pepper spray again, but the monkey was ready, shielding his eyes with one hand while fiercely gripping her wrist with the other, causing the spray to tumble to the ground. Refusing to surrender, Su Yu retaliated by stomping on the monkey's foot with her high heel. As he winced in pain, she made another attempt to flee toward the door. To her dismay, it was locked from the inside. Before she could unlock it, she was yanked back once more. Damn, this woman is tougher than she looks. The monkey, infuriated, raised his hand to strike. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a resounding knock. Open up. Police. Chapter 98. Is Su Yu's crisis resolved? Upon hearing the commotion outside, not only were the two men taken aback, but so was Su Yu. She was certain that the emergency call had not been made before her phone had shut down. Even if it had been dialed, the police would not have arrived so swiftly or accurately located her room. However, she quickly regained her composure and shouted, "Help! Help! There's a murderer here." By the time the two men registered her words and attempted to silence her, it was already too late. The police at the door sensed the urgency and warned loudly, "Open the door." Accompanying them was the hotel manager, who hurriedly called for housekeeping to retrieve a master key. Within 2 minutes, the door burst open. "Don't move. Stay back. Otherwise, I will kill her." The men realized they had nowhere to escape. They held Su Yu in front of them, with a knife pressed against her throat. The officers outside were momentarily stunned. They were tasked with a routine vice operation and had come in response to a report. Even upon hearing cries of murderer, they had assumed it was merely drunken ramblings from inside the room. To their astonishment, they now faced such a dangerous situation. The two officers reacted swiftly, drawing their weapons and aiming at the men in front of them. Given Su Yu's stature, she could only shield one of the men, leaving the other exposed to the officers' guns. The burly man and the wiry man, who were merely partners, began to harbor doubts about one another in this precarious moment. The burly man watched the police while subtly retreating, attempting to hide behind the wiry man. However, the wiry man was unwilling to allow this. The disparity in their sizes made it perilous. If the burly man used him as a shield to evade gunfire, it would spell disaster for him. Thus, as the burly man retreated, the wiry man mirrored his movements. Noticing the wiry man's subtle retreat, the burly man felt a surge of anger. "Are you trying to get me killed? You're the one trying to get me killed." The wiry man shot back. Thus, while they confronted the police, they were also forced to remain vigilant against each other, further heightening their anxiety. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu exchanged a glance with the officers. She swiftly grasped the wiry man's wrist, where the knife was held, and suddenly threw her body backward. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a gaping wound appeared on the wiry man's shoulder, causing the knife to clatter to the floor. "Don't move." The police rushed in and quickly subdued both men. Su Yu had only suffered a shallow cut on her arm from the blade. However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, one of the officers approached her and cuffed her wrist. "Miss, you are suspected of soliciting prostitution. Please accompany us." Su Yu's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Soliciting prostitution? What nonsense is this? A respectable lawyer clad in professional attire. How could she possibly be mistaken for someone involved with the two rather unfortunate-looking men? She remained baffled until she was escorted into the police car. As she sat in the back, feeling the cold handcuffs on her wrists, it marked the first time she had ever been a passenger in a police vehicle as a suspect. Fortunately, as a legal practitioner, she was familiar with the protocol and was confident that the police would not wrongfully accuse her after hearing the full story. Thus, she remained silent, planning to clarify matters in the interrogation room. Coincidentally, upon arriving at the police station, she encountered two familiar faces, lawyers from a competing firm with whom she had often clashed in court. They were equally taken aback to see her. One could not help but laugh. "Su Yu, how did you end up being brought in by the vice squad? I hope this doesn't mean your firm is struggling for cases and you're seeking part-time work?" The other chimed in, knowing well that Su Yu's capabilities would not lead her astray. They had frequently suffered defeats at her hands, and now, having a chance to belittle her, they were not about to miss it. Suyu shot them a cold glare but said nothing further, following the officer into the interrogation room. She vowed that if she discovered who had reported her for solicitation, they would certainly regret it. Meanwhile, at a restaurant near the Lin family estate, Lin Xiao sneezed just as he set down his chopsticks. Oddly, it wasn't cold in the room. He wondered if someone was speaking ill of him. Just then, he heard the system's voice in his mind. Wonderful. Sister 3 has been rescued. What? How coincidental to run into my arch-nemesis and have it recorded on video to be posted online. Although such rumors will not materially affect Sister 3, she will undoubtedly unleash her wrath upon me when she returns. What to do? Should I find somewhere to hide until Sister 3 gets busy with another case and can't focus on me? Hearing Lin Xiao's internal monologue, Lin Shuj and Lin Ran struggled to suppress their laughter. They had anticipated that, given Su Yu's temperament, she would erupt in fury upon learning she had been reported for solicitation, even if the report was intended to save her. An idea struck Lin Shuj. Ah Xiao, do you want to go out and have some fun? I happen to have a business trip coming up and can take you along. Chapter 99. On fire again business trip? Take me with you? Lin Xiao inquired, pointing to himself in confusion. Although his elder sister's suggestion indeed aligned with his current needs, he recalled that her previous business trips were always abroad, often lasting quite a while, which would not be suitable for him. Lin Shuj nodded, a playful smile on her lips as she enticed, this time to Egypt. You could see mummies for free. In truth, the allure of mummies was minor. Her primary intention was to have Lin Xiao assess the reliability of the local projects and their leaders. Yet, upon hearing the mention of such a distant destination, Lin Xiao shook his head vigorously. No. I've already taken a significant break at 6 Sister S Girls School. If I accompany you abroad, it would at least be another half a month, right? Well, fine then, Lin Shuj shrugged nonchalantly. She had merely suggested it offhandedly, not genuinely expecting Lin Xiao to accompany her on a foreign trip. At that moment, Lin Ran chimed in. Hey little brother, why not join me for a variety show? It's right here in the capital, so it shouldn't take too long. Having witnessed Lin Xiao's sentiments, Lin Ran had become somewhat addicted to the gossip. Where could one find the juiciest tidbits? Naturally, the entertainment industry. The prospect of uncovering more secrets about that crowd thrilled her immensely. Just as Lin Xiao was about to decline, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Qiu Xiaoyan, someone he hadn't been in touch with for quite some time. As soon as he answered, an urgent voice came through. Lin Xiao, you need to check the school forum right now. You've become famous again. Lin Xiao intended to correct her, insisting that the term again was inappropriate. However, Qiu Xiaoyan continued, it's about you dressing as a girl at the girls' school. Someone filmed it and posted it online. Lin Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. Wait a moment. Hastily, he hung up and opened the school forum. Sure enough, the top posts were all about him. Shocking. A mysterious student appears at the girls' school. Is this a decline in morality or a distortion of humanity? Suspected to be the peculiar preference of the Lin family's young master, abandoning prestigious education to become a cross-dressing sensation. The posts included clear videos of him at the girls' school. His distinctive features made it nearly impossible to deny. The comments were equally captivating. Some resurrected previous speculations about Lin Xiao's sexual orientation, categorizing him among the perverse. Others suggested that this was merely Lin Xiao's form of performance art, claiming that wealthy scions often indulged in such eccentric expressions. Additionally, there were unflattering remarks, predominantly from those who had previously clashed with Lin Xiao. Amidst the rampant speculation, not a single comment bore any relation to the truth. Lin Xiao slowly lowered his phone, his gaze becoming somewhat vacant. Indeed, he had become famous once more. Initially, he had believed that the girls' school's relatively insular management, coupled with his distinctly different attire, would render him unrecognizable. To his surprise, he had attracted such significant attention. The forum administrators showed no inclination to intervene, allowing the posts to flourish unchecked. He was certain that it would soon escalate, spreading beyond the confines of the school. Elder sister, Lin Xiao abruptly seized Lin Shuj's arm. Look what your dreadful idea has wrought. They're branding me a pervert. You can't just abandon me. Taking his phone, Lin Shuj skimmed the comments and couldn't help but chuckle. She gently patted Lin Xiao's shoulder, reassuring, don't worry. How could I possibly ignore you? Rest assured, this will only stir within the school. I won't let it leak outside. Lin Xiao opened his mouth to speak. Not allowing the issue to spread meant Lin Shuj had no intention of involving herself in school matters. He had initially planned to return the following Monday, but given the current circumstances, his return would only lead to humiliation. After much internal conflict, Lin Xiao finally made a decision. Fifth sister, how about I join you for the variety show instead? Lin Ran, who had been residing in a small villa for work convenience, suggested Lin Xiao move in with her as the show's recording was about to commence. Lin Xiao nodded silently, preparing to respond, when suddenly his eyes brightened. Wait, there's actually something happening tomorrow. I must move in quickly. Lin Chuj and Lin Ran exchanged glances, curiosity piqued. Since the weather is still pleasant, why not move in today? Lin Xiao suggested, somewhat excited. Sure, my place is well equipped. Just grab some clothes from home, Lin Ran replied, equally eager. Lin Chuj chimed in. Let me give you a ride. Rising to settle the bill, she led the way out. After a brief stop at home to gather some belongings, the trio arrived at Lin Ran's apartment. The villa, though not large, was exquisitely decorated, maintained in pristine condition by a regular cleaning service. Lin Xiao was assigned to the guest room. After unpacking, he noticed Lin Chuj still seated in the living room. Elder sister, aren't you heading back? My company has been quiet these past few days, Lin Chuj replied lazily, reclining on the sofa. Besides, it's been ages since we sisters caught up. I plan to stay here tonight. Lin Ran stifled a laugh, refraining from exposing Lin Chuj's ulterior motive. Catching up was clearly just a pretext to stay and indulge in gossip. Lin Xiao remained oblivious, standing on the second-floor balcony and occasionally gazing outside. He had received a tip-off about the upcoming drama, and he too was eager to see what revelations awaited him. Chapter 100. Group gossip the following day. Around 6 in the morning, the production team arrived at their doorstep. This particular variety show was to be broadcast live, with the most exciting moments later edited into a polished episode for release. As the staff prepared, the 3 members of the Lin family bore dark circles under their eyes. Appearing utterly dazed, the previous night, they had stayed awake until the early hours, desperate not to miss out on the much-anticipated gossip. Eventually, exhaustion took its toll, and they succumbed to sleep. After such an interminable wait without any developments, Lin Xiao began to suspect a malfunction in the system. However, just as everything was set and ready to go live, the system within his mind finally stirred to life once more. All right, have all the items been collected? After we start broadcasting, let us take a moment to gather ourselves before we embark on our journey, the staff patiently instructed. Are we leaving already? Lin Xiao asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. The system had just informed him that the much-awaited gossip would emerge in about 15 minutes. If they departed now, all their late-night vigilance would have been in vain. Lin Chuj and Lin Ran also shared his surprise upon hearing his thoughts. Lin Ran quickly began to scan her surroundings, contemplating how she could fabricate an excuse to delay their departure. Wait, hold on. I seem to have forgotten to pack some things. Could you please wait for another 10 minutes? She implored, not even waiting for a response from the staff before retreating to her room, casually rummaging through her wardrobe. Fortunately, the staff had arrived early, allowing for ample time. A brief delay wouldn't pose any issue. Lin Ran pulled clothes from the wardrobe, folding and replacing them haphazardly, then repeating the process again. As she stalled for time, she mentally criticized Lin Xiao for his unreliability. Just as she neatly folded the garments for the 5th time, commotion erupted outside. You shameless hussy! How dare you seduce my husband? No, I did not. You're mistaken. Don't try to deny it. I saw everything. Upon hearing the ruckus, Lin Chuj and Lin Xiao's weary eyes sparkled with renewed interest. They hurried to the balcony on the 2nd floor to peer outside. The view was splendid, and they could easily see 2 women and a man engaged in a heated argument next door. Isn't that teacher AU? A staff member remarked, immediately recognizing the famous actor accompanying her. Lin Ran, having joined them unnoticed, leaned in with shock. The male actor, though of unremarkable appearance, had gained fame primarily due to his stunning wife. She, however, was known for her obsessive jealousy, prone to irrational fits of rage if anyone so much as glanced at her husband. The morning dispute arose from this very jealousy. Can we not argue so early in the morning? AU sighed, exasperated as he faced his increasingly volatile wife. He had kept their residence a secret, fearing her imagination would run wild upon discovering other stars lived nearby. Yet here she was, lashing out at the cleaning lady simply for being in the same vicinity. Honey, you didn't see it. She was staring at you the entire time. It's obvious she has ulterior motives. His wife trembled, pointing accusatorily at the cleaning lady, oblivious to her own irrationality. The cleaning lady, flustered, attempted to clarify. I merely thought he looked familiar and glanced a few times. I assure you, I meant no harm. See, you admitted to looking more than once. At your age, you should have some decorum. Who do you work for? I'm going to file a complaint. You must be dismissed. The wife's indignation escalated, her words becoming increasingly harsh as she prepared to call in a complaint. Oh dear, please just stop. You felt himself on the brink of collapse, acutely aware of the heads peeking out from the neighboring building, realizing they had been discovered. If this continued, they might find themselves in the tabloids again. Stop? You dare accuse me of causing a scene? Fine, fine. I understand. You two have been scheming together all along. His wife was nearly at her breaking point, her accusations becoming more ludicrous by the moment. You, in frustration, raised his hand, but then withdrew it upon noticing the camera slowly rising next door. You are utterly unreasonable. How could you say that to me, your wife? For the sake of a stranger? Tears streamed down her face as the argument intensified, drawing the attention of those watching from the adjacent property. Lin Xiao, who typically paid no mind to the entertainment industry, was utterly unfamiliar with the couple. Observing the chaotic scene, she whispered, "Could it be that the cleaning lady truly is at fault?" "Impossible." Lin Ren shook her head decisively. "You don't understand. Nearly every female celebrity in the industry has been falsely accused by that woman of courting her husband." "Really?" Lin Xiao blinked in disbelief, scrutinizing the couple's appearances, struggling to comprehend why the wife would feel threatened. Lin Xiao, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. "The cleaning lady indeed has a connection, but not in the way you might think." All eyes turned to Lin Xiao as he chuckled softly and continued, "That male actor is the son of the cleaning lady.